Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1233 to Chapter 1316. Corpse Granny, Xianxia, and Representative Yan all thought that Python 5 would be able to hold off the Moon Lady for a while, but who would have thought that he would be scared out of his wits by the Moon Lady's attack? How was he still that powerful and ambitious person? He was simply a piece of trash. At this moment, how could they dare to stay in the same place? However, because they still wanted to get the Imperial ruler's seal, even though they had escaped, they did not go far. They were still hiding in the city of Sin, waiting for an opportunity to get the Imperial ruler's seal. Xianxia had already rushed into the crowd of the Black Python clan and started a massacre. There was no sympathy or mercy in those empty skeletal eyes. Only slaughter could stop the slaughter, only force could fight against force. No matter how many words some people said to persuade others to put down their weapons, in reality, countless facts had proven one thing: killing to stop killing was the true way of the king. No dynasty had ever been built on a foundation without bloodshed. Because in this cruel world, if you did not kill others, others would kill you. If you sympathized with others, what you got in return would not be gratitude, but would only be repaid with enmity. Soon, all the warriors of the Black Python clan had turned into cold corpses. Xianxia did not vent his anger. He soared into the sky and landed on the Black Python clan's mansion. After confirming that the everlasting joy ancestor and the others were not inside, he destroyed the mansion as well. This was not only to vent his anger, but also a warning. He wanted to tell the world that whoever dared to provoke Xianxia, the Black Python clan, was the best example. On the other side, Python Sky and Python Yuntu were killed. Only Python Phone was still holding on bitterly. Seeing the members of the Black Python clan die tragically on the spot, his heart simply twitched. He hated himself. Why did he not stop Python 5 from finding trouble with Xianxia? If he had stopped him, the outcome would not have been like this. The onlookers trembled. Today, they finally understood a fact: the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire was not a flower raised in a greenhouse. He was a terrifying existence, an existence who truly had the ability to make his enemies' lives worse than death. Perhaps the Imperial Jade Seal really belonged to him. Only a truly powerful person deserved such a treasure. I regret it so much. With a mournful wail, Python Wind was stabbed to death by Cold Plum. At the moment of his death, he finally came to a realization. Since Xianxia dared to come to the city of Sin, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Xianxia knew that the Imperial ruler's seal was a hot potato, yet he was still unwilling to throw it out. That was even more terrifying. This meant that this young man was confident enough to control the Imperial Jade Seal. Just like when the human king had the Imperial Jade Seal, no one dared to snatch it from him. For many people, this was a hot potato, but for Xianxia, it was a must. He knew that from today onwards, he would encounter all sorts of troubles. Many people would want to take action against him for the Imperial Seal. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt an immense excitement deep in his soul. The more enemies there were, the better. That way, he could continue to improve his strength. His strength didn't come from sitting there and cultivating. Instead, it came from constant battles. If one could become an expert just by meditating, then wouldn't it be too worthless to become an expert? The battle was over. The city of Sin was in a mess. Xianxia announced one thing in front of everyone: the Imperial ruler's seal is in my hands. Whoever wants it can come and take it. However, before you come, think about it. The Black Python clan is your example. I won't leave anyone alive. Just as Xianxia made this announcement, the Moon Lady returned. Python 5's corpse was thrown onto the long street. That was the corpse of a Yinyang realm warrior. Even a powerful expert like Python 5 was killed. How terrifying was the woman beside Xianxia? Eye of the divine pot, collect. Xianxia wouldn't let Python 5's corpse go to waste. Although he was already dead, the soul power and Yinyang energy in Python 5's body were extremely shocking. These couldn't be wasted. It was crucial for Xianxia to break through and improve his cultivation. One battle caused everyone in the city of Sin to panic. Many people even thought that the alchemy conference that was about to begin would be impossible now that the Black Python clan had fallen. After all, the alchemy conference in the city of Sin had always been hosted by the Black Python clan. However, just as everyone was panicking, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island appeared. The old man was like an old immortal who had attained immortality. He sat on a sedan chair. The sedan chair was actually suspended in midair. No one was lifting it. From this, it could be seen that the Everlasting Joy Patriarch's poison was almost cured. His cultivation was also almost recovered. Everyone, the Black Python clan, brought this upon themselves. As for other matters, they are not as important as the alchemy conference. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch said loudly, in the past, the alchemy conference was hosted by the Black Python clan. This time, I hereby announce that this alchemy conference will be the last one held in the city of Sin. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island will host it. In the future, the alchemy conference will be held on the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch was also impressive. The alchemy conference was an important event to test the abilities of alchemists. In the past, the scale of the alchemy conference was not small. Unfortunately, the influence of the Black Python clan was limited. Therefore, there were still fewer alchemists who came. This time, he was going to host the conference in the name of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Basically, all the young alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby sea regions would come. Even the White Tiger continent might send some outstanding young alchemists to participate. Due to some last-minute changes, this alchemy conference will be postponed for 3 days in order to make it more convenient for the alchemists to go to the City of Sin. After announcing this matter, the Everlasting Joy Patriarch left the scene. However, before he left, he nodded at Ling Xiao. This was also a kind of attitude. Although he didn't say anything, he showed that he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao for going against the Black Python clan. After all, the Black Python clan had a deep relationship with the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Thank you. Ling Xiao had already dismissed the skeleton soldiers. Although he felt that his body was swaying as if it didn't belong to him anymore, he still managed to say a word of thanks. After that, he returned to Princess Xianxia's residence under the escort of Cold Plum and the others. When he arrived, Ling Xiao simply fell asleep. It was really too tiring. Although using the primordial spirit to fight was much more powerful than using his own body to fight, it was also much more tiring. In particular, the after effects were too great. He really couldn't bear it. Perhaps the Everlasting Joy Patriarch announcing the postponement of the alchemy conference was actually a good thing for him. Ling Xiao rested for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, he finally woke up from his deep sleep. During these 2 days, some subtle changes occurred in the City of Sin. The smell of blood on the street had long been washed away. The ruins of the Black Python clan had been cleaned up and a huge plaza had been temporarily built. This should be the venue for the alchemy conference. There were many magic treasures in the profound world anyway. It was very easy to create a perfect venue for the conference. Not only that, the number of outstanding alchemists that had rushed to Sin City in the past 2 days had also increased. The Everlasting Joy Ancestor stipulated that alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and the nearby seas could participate in the alchemy conference. There were no age restrictions or racial restrictions. This was a lot more relaxed than the previous alchemy conference. Perhaps it was because of this that this conference had attracted a lot of attention. Even the Divine Phoenix Empire had sent people from Phoenix Cry Mountain to watch the competition. There were also imperial physicians from the palace who had come to participate. Similarly, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island had also sent many alchemists. One of them was very eye-catching. His name was Dan Qing. Dan Qing was only in his early 30s, but he was one of the best alchemists on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. His rank in the Alchemist Association was peak yellow grade. And the badge Ling Xiao was currently wearing was high yellow grade. Because it was already the last day before the alchemy conference, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow brought the Everlasting Joy Ancestors order to visit Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was stretching his limbs in the courtyard. After sleeping for 2 days, he felt as if his body was going to rust. It was not very comfortable, so he practiced in the courtyard to recover. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared in his line of sight. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow. However, her clothes were decorated with beautiful and elegant snowflakes. It was very different from the pure white clothes that Ling Xiao had worn before. Her steps were light and graceful. It was obvious that she had been strictly educated since she was young. That was why she had such beautiful steps. Yunya's residence had been changed to the guards and attendants of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At this time, the eyes of many bodyguards seemed to be attracted by the graceful steps of the young girl. They stared at her without blinking. Ever since Xianxia escaped, the area manager of the first 2 continents that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had changed to Yunya. It had to be said that the efficiency of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was very high. Although they did not send people to kill Xianxia, they announced that Xianxia was kicked out of the trading company. This was a very smart move. It was also a helpless move. Because on this side, no one was more convincing than Princess Xianxia. Even if the higher-ups wanted to send a manager over, the manager would probably be a mere figurehead. Therefore, the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company naturally took advantage of the situation. It was not a bad thing to do her a favor without offending Princess Xianxia. The woman was, of course, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Perhaps in Ling Zhao's eyes, this woman was nothing. After all, she had the Moon Lady, Ling Yixue, and Cold Plum as a foil. However, in the eyes of other men, she was a goddess, the lover of their dreams. The man walking beside Feng Ming and Piao Shui was dressed in an elegant long robe with golden edges. He was natural and unrestrained and exuded a noble aura. The man's figure was a little thin, but he still walked steadily. His smile, in particular, was like the radiance of the spring sun that could melt the coldness in the hearts of young girls. Of course, this man's delicate and handsome appearance was not considered a characteristic. After all, in the mystic world, due to the difference in martial souls and cultivation methods, it was normal for many people to be delicate and handsome. The key was actually the badge on the man's chest. It was actually a top yellow grade badge issued by the Pharmacist Association. What did this mean? It meant that this man, who was about 30 years old, was actually a top yellow grade pharmacist. Within the range of the first 2 continents, he was definitely a top pharmacist. Perhaps in the past, some people would have thought that this man walking beside the woman was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. It was inevitable that others would be jealous and unhappy. However, after seeing this badge, those jealousy and unhappiness instantly disappeared and were replaced by admiration and shock. This man was one of the pharmacists sent by the Chang'e Celestial Island, Dan Qing. Moreover, Dan Qing fell in love with Feng Ming and Piao Shui at first sight. After seeing Feng Ming and Piao Shui, he directly went to Ancestor Chang'e to propose marriage. This bold move not only did not make Ancestor Chang'e angry, but also praised him for his bravery and even promised to match the 2 of them. After all, to Ancestor Chang'e, a genius pharmacist like Dan Qing was incomparably important to the Chang'e Celestial Island. Although Ling Xiao had cured his poison, this did not prove his full ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a cultivator of the Chang'e Celestial Island. It was normal for him to be more willing to match Dan Qing with Feng Ming and Piao Shui. Of course, on the surface, it seemed like a perfect match, a match made in heaven, and a match made in heaven could be used to describe the 2 of them. The crowd could not help but cast envious and amazed gazes. At this moment, the 2 of them had become the most beautiful scenery in Yunya's residence. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. Ling Xiao, this is senior brother Dan Qing from the Chang'e Celestial Island. He is also a pharmacist and will be participating in the alchemy conference this time. Feng Ming and Piao Shui walked forward and introduced them to Ling Xiao with a smile. I can see that. A top yellow-level pharmacist at such a young age is really amazing. Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat impressed by Dan Qing. After all, to be able to reach such a level in his 30s, his talent was even stronger than Sun Shang's in the past. Are you the young hero Ling that the ancestor often talks about? You don't look like you're 20 years old. Are you really a yellow-level pharmacist? Dan Qing looked at Ling Xiao with some arrogance and doubt. He seemed to not believe that there was someone in this world who was more talented than him. Dan Qing, what are you talking about? He saved my grandfather's life. Don't you even have the most basic respect for him? Feng Ming and Piao Shui were a little unhappy. Haha, I'm sorry, Piao Shui. I just don't believe that it's his ability. Dan Qing smiled faintly and said, perhaps there is an expert behind him who is giving him pointers. Ling Xiao originally had a good impression of Dan Qing, but now he was a little unhappy. He had saved the Chang'e ancestor, and even the ancestor was polite to him. How dare this guy look down on him? Was it because this guy had some talent? He couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Since the alchemy conference was about to begin, he didn't need to explain or argue. When the day of the alchemy conference began, it would be clear who was more powerful. Brother Dan Qing, you will soon know whether or not I have an expert to give me pointers. I only hope that as the representative of the Chang'e Celestial Island, you won't embarrass yourself at the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if the two of you have nothing else to say today, you may leave. I just woke up and have many things to do. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui felt helpless. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Dan Qing here. Alright, Ling Xiao. Recover well. We'll see you at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Piaoshui, is this Ling Xiao really as powerful as you said? He's not even 20 yet, right? Dan Qing asked with a frown as he watched Ling Xiao return to his room. He hasn't even celebrated his 17th birthday yet. Dan Qing, although your grade is higher than his, you can't underestimate him. Not only does he have the true Samadhi flame and the dark flame of death, but his medical skills are also brilliant. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui looked at Ling Xiao's back, her beautiful eyes shining. She secretly lamented that she didn't discover Ling Xiao's many good points earlier. Now that Ling Xiao had so many good women by his side, she couldn't even get a foot in. Dan Qing, who was at the side, glanced at Fengming Piaoshui and realized that the woman he liked was admiring another man in such an unscrupulous manner. He immediately felt a strong sense of jealousy and clenched his fists tightly. Piaoshui, do you really know that Ling Xiao? This person came to the city of Sin and turned it upside down. If you get too close to him, I'm afraid you'll implicate Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Dan Qing said. What do you mean? Hearing this, Phoenix Cry Piaoshui couldn't help but frown. Ling Xiao is the benefactor who saved my grandfather. I only know that he's the benefactor of Eternal Joy Celestial Island. Whether or not he's a troublemaker, whether or not he'll bring trouble to Eternal Joy Celestial Island, what does it matter? But this person isn't easy to deal with. He killed Python 5 and offended Water God Temple and Emerald Wave Island. There's too much trouble. Dan Qing said again. Fengming Piaoshui glanced at Dan Qing with slight annoyance and said, Big brother Dan Qing, you're the most talented alchemist on Chang'e Celestial Island. Can you not be so narrow-minded and short-sighted? You only saw who he offended, but you didn't see that he also had the support of the Moon Maiden, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Princess Xianxia, the Divine Phoenix Empire's Qingshu College, our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, and the Celestial Empire behind him. We don't want to be friends with him, but we want to be his enemy. What kind of logic is this? You've seen what happened to the Black Python clan. Python 5 couldn't even withstand a single blow from that Moon Lady. Haha, Sister Piaoshui, you're exaggerating. I'm just concerned about you. After all, this is the first time I've met Ling Xiao. There's no enmity between us, so why would I hate him? Dan Qing was infuriated because Fengming Piaoshui was protecting Ling Xiao, and also because Ling Xiao's luck was too good. His mentality was somewhat unbalanced. However, this person wasn't an ordinary person after all, so he still revealed a faint smile on his face. He didn't want to completely fall out with Fengming Piaoshui because of Ling Xiao. That wouldn't be worth it. That's right, brother Dan Qing. Ling Xiao's current grade may not be as high as yours, but he's knowledgeable and knows too many things. If you don't work hard, the title of the strongest pharmacist of the younger generation will really be taken away by him. Fengming Piaoshui smiled and said, also, grandfather asked me to remind you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be Ling Xiao, but us. Those people who were killed that day are examples. Let's go. After walking out of Yunya's residence and seeing Fengming Piaoshui's lithe figure, Dan Qing's heart was instantly filled with anger. Piaoshui, the ancestor said that as long as I become the champion of the alchemy conference, he'll let us get married. He chased after Fengming Piaoshui and grabbed her hand. Fengming Piaoshui flung his hand away, then looked at him very calmly and said, we'll talk about this after you become the champion of the alchemy conference. I'm afraid that you're not even as good as Ling Xiao. She seemed to be a little angry and quickened her pace to leave. Dan Qing stood there with a gloomy expression. He turned back to look at Yunya's residence and gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao. Humph, I'll definitely let you know what a real pharmacist is at the alchemy conference. He was the pharmacist of the Chang'e Celestial Island, and his master was the strongest pharmacist of the White Tiger continent, Medicine King Sun Sa. He believed that no one on the first two continents would be his match. After saying that, Dan Qing quickly turned and left. There were some things that needed to be properly prepared. Ling Xiao stayed in his residence for a while and felt that his body had almost recovered. Considering that tomorrow was the day of the alchemy conference, he decided to go to the Chang'e ancestor to inquire about some things. After all, until now, he really didn't know how the alchemy conference would be conducted. After leaving Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao had just arrived at the residence of the Chang'e ancestor, which was also the venue of the alchemy conference. That place was originally the ruins of the Black Python clan's residence, but it had been rebuilt. Although it wasn't considered luxurious, it was definitely a grand place. The words Alchemy Conference were hung above the door at the entrance. The atmosphere was already very intense. Along the way, Ling Xiao realized that there were many more martial artists maintaining order in the city of Sin. Some of these people were local martial artists of the city of Sin, while others were martial artists of the Chang'e Celestial Island. However, they were all wearing the same uniform with the symbol of the alchemy conference embroidered on it. If he guessed correctly, this should be the work of the Chang'e ancestor. In the past, when the Black Python clan was still around, the alchemy conference's scale was relatively small. Relying on the Black Python clan alone was enough to maintain order in the conference. However, the scale of the alchemy conference this time was obviously much larger. That was why the Chang'e ancestor had organized so many experts to maintain order. After all, if such a grand event were to really cause trouble, there would be a lot of casualties. When that happens, the Chang'e Celestial Island's reputation would be affected as well. After all, they were the hosts of the alchemy conference. If something were to happen, they would be the ones to be scolded. At this time, there was a hubbub of voices outside the alchemy conference. The number of alchemists from the two continents and the nearby seas was at least 10 times more than 2 days ago. It could be said that the surrounding people were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and it was extremely crowded. It was no wonder. This was the first time the Chang'e Celestial Island hosted such a grand event. Naturally, many alchemists hoped to use this alchemy conference to let the world know of their existence. If they were chosen by the 5 Immortal Island, the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, or the 2 Empires, then they wouldn't have to worry about wealth in the future. Ling Xiao was about to use his exquisite technique to enter and find the Chang'e ancestor when the crowd suddenly became restless. The people who were originally crowding at the entrance actually took the initiative to open up a path. Ling Xiao curiously looked towards the middle of the road and realized that there was a luxurious sedan chair there. The sedan chair was completely decorated with gold, silver, and jewels. It looked extremely beautiful and not tacky at all. Of course, the sedan chair wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were 4 rarely seen beautiful women carrying the sedan chair. The most terrifying thing was that the cultivation of these 4 beautiful women had reached the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Are they the alchemist representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. The reason why Ling Xiao judged that the 4 women were from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was mainly because he found that these 4 beautiful women all had the same mark as Princess Xianxia. Therefore, he was basically sure that the people sitting in the palanquin must be the representatives of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who came to participate in this alchemy conference. Sure enough, the one following behind the palanquin with a wry smile on her face was Princess Xianxia. Obviously, Princess Xianxia was a little dissatisfied with the way the owner of the palanquin appeared. The 4 beautiful women landed on the ground, and the palanquin was gently put down. The gauze curtain was lifted, and a lively figure jumped down from the palanquin. Hee, there are so many people. However, I, Jiluoyu, naturally want to win the championship. The girl did not hide her ambition at all. Her voice wasn't soft at all. Everyone in the surroundings could hear her clearly. Who is this girl? Why is she so arrogant? Someone asked. Shoo, Don't be so loud. Don't you know? She is the treasured disciple of the White Tiger Continent's medicine king Xianxia. She is also the deputy manager of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger Continent. Not only is she super strong, but her alchemy skills are even more amazing. Among the crowd, there were naturally people who were experienced and knowledgeable and recognized the girl's identity. She's probably only 18 or 19 years old. She's actually a yellow-level super pharmacist? Someone noticed the Pharmacist Association badge that Ji Luoyu was wearing and was suddenly shocked. You didn't see wrongly. This is a figure known as the Little Medicine King in the White Tiger Continent. Although it's impossible for her to learn all of Medicine King Xianxia's abilities, with her medical skills, she is absolutely invincible in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Many older pharmacists lowered their heads and sighed, their faces red. Some of them were over 100 years old, but their pharmacist ranks were not as high as a little girl's. They really felt a little ashamed. Ling Xiao naturally heard these discussions. He was also a little surprised by this little medicine king Ji Luoyu. This girl should be only 2 or 3 years older than him, but her cultivation was much stronger than his. Her pharmacist rank had actually reached the highest level of the yellow level, which was even better than Dan Qing. Sure enough, the closer they got to the Heaven's Chosen Gate, the stronger their opponents became. If Ling Xiao really wanted to realize his great ambition of reshaping the human race's celestial empire, his current strength was not qualified at all. Once he reached the Paradise State, he would have to think of a way to head over to the White Tiger mainland. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain even more fortuitous encounters over there, allowing his cultivation state to rise even faster. Naturally, his strength would rise even faster as well. Luoyu, aren't you talking a little too big? According to my knowledge, there are 2 people who are probably not weaker than you. At this time, Princess Xianxia also came forward and said to Ji Luoyu with a smile. Oh, I know. One is Dan Qing from the Chang'e Celestial Island, and the other is Ling Xiao, whom you can't forget. But it doesn't matter. They are no match for me. Ji Luoyu smiled, then walked into the alchemy conference with her 4 bodyguards. Although the alchemy conference hadn't started yet, some of the alchemists who had just arrived still wanted to inquire about the rules. Ji Luoyu was no exception. Ling Xiao smiled. Ji Luoyu was powerful, but unfortunately, she was no match for him. He had the help of the mountain and river martial soul and the Tai Chi Eye. Among the yellow-level alchemists, there was basically no match for him. During the alchemy conference, let me see just how powerful this proud little sister of yours is. After thinking about it. Secretly, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. He used the shadow step to slip through the crowd. He rushed into the alchemy conference square. After entering, it was obvious that the space was much more spacious. Ling Xiao simply showed himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be mistaken as an assassin. The Chang'e ancestor's residence was easy to find. His soul power was so strong that he could sense it slightly. The security inside was tight, but after seeing Ling Xiao, they didn't stop him. They even smiled at him. Ling Xiao thought that this was most likely the Chang'e ancestor's order. Although this old man didn't help him on the street, he was quite satisfied with the small things he did. Compared to many people who repay kindness with enmity, this old man was much better. Little friend, come in. Before Ling Xiao knocked on the door, the Chang'e ancestor's voice came from inside. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This martial artist with a profound cultivation must have a strong soul power. Walking into the room, the Chang'e ancestor was leaning on the soft couch and drinking tea. Although his body had basically recovered, it wasn't suitable for him to cultivate or be overly tired. He still needed to rest more. The old man he saw before was standing at the side with his hands behind his back, waiting on him. Little friend, did you come to find this old man today because of the alchemy conference? The Chang'e ancestor asked straightforwardly. That's right. Because I was in a coma for the past 2 days, I didn't ask clearly how the alchemy conference was going to be held and how to participate. I think with so many people here, it can't be that they are going to compete together, right? Ling Xiao sat down and asked. The number of people is indeed more than 10 times more than in the past, but it doesn't matter. The competition venue this time is also very big. Moreover, our competition will be divided into several stages. With each stage, the difficulty will increase significantly. The Changel ancestor replied. It's a little similar to the preliminaries of the martial arts tournament. Ling Xiao said. Yes, it's more or less like that. You don't have to worry about the specific process. Just come tomorrow and participate. Naturally, someone will arrange everything. If our Changel Celestial Island doesn't even have the ability to do this, it'll really be too embarrassing. The Changel ancestor nodded and said, Little friend Ling Xiao, there are many experts in the competition this time. Not only are there representatives from the 5 Immortal Islands, but there are also representatives from the White Tiger continent. I'm afraid you'll be under a lot of pressure. Ling Xiao smiled. He had already guessed this after meeting Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. The Changel Celestial Island's influence was much greater than that of the Black Python clan. Therefore, when they held the alchemy conference, there would definitely be many people who would support them. This time was too tight, so some reclusive alchemists were unable to participate. Even so, the quality of the alchemists participating in this conference was still much higher than before. I understand. I saw Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, Ji Luoyu, outside the door just now. She should be the highest grade among this batch of participants, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, her overall strength can only be ranked 4th. There are 3 older alchemists in front of her. Although their grades are the same as hers, they are much more experienced. The Changel ancestor explained. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. This alchemy conference did not have an age restriction, so it was normal for such a situation to occur. In this alchemy conference, there are a total of 4 yellow-grade super alchemists, 10 top-grade alchemists, and as many as 100 high-grade alchemists. Therefore, you're under a lot of pressure. Do you want me to help you? The Changel ancestor asked with a smile. The Everlasting Joy ancestor proposed to help Ling Xiao in the alchemy conference. That won't be necessary. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I have confidence in myself. If that's the case, then this old man won't say more. Let's talk about the Imperial Jade Seal. The Everlasting Joy ancestor suddenly changed the topic. What's wrong with the Imperial Jade Seal? Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile. Young friend, don't misunderstand. This old man just wants to remind you that after you spread the news that the Imperial Jade Seal is in your hands, many people unrelated to the alchemy conference came to the city of Sin. They might attack you at any time. The Everlasting Joy ancestor reminded. Thank you for your concern, senior. However, I've made myself very clear. If you want the Imperial Jade Seal, it's fine. However, if you implicate the 10 clans, I hope they won't regret it. Ling Zhao's words were both confident and a warning. He knew that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island also coveted the Imperial Jade Seal. However, they didn't dare to openly snatch it because they were afraid of the Moon Maiden. However, if he guessed correctly, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island must be secretly eyeing the Imperial Jade Seal as well. That's true. However, young friend, have you ever thought that if people join forces to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal, can the Moon Maiden stop them all? Even if she can, you won't even be able to sleep or cultivate in peace. Are you really willing to be coveted by others? The Everlasting Joy ancestor said again. That's a problem. What's the Everlasting Joy ancestor's opinion on the arrangement? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Actually, it's quite simple. There's a Vajra Island in the 7 Martial Sect Islands. There's a Vajra Pagoda on the Vajra Island. As long as you put something in there, even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist won't be able to snatch it away. The Everlasting Joy ancestor said, this old man suggests that you put the Imperial Jade Seal in the Vajra Pagoda first and take it out when you have the ability to use it. That's a good idea. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile, but it soon disappeared. He knew that this was just a small trick the Everlasting Joy ancestor had used to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. Since that was the case, why not follow his heart? His Mountain River martial spirit could replicate anything, including the Imperial Ruler's Seal. Of course, compared to the real thing, the replicated Imperial Ruler's Seal would lose its special effects. It would just look the same and be made of the same material. However, other than him, no one else knew about this. If he could use a replica to divert the trouble away, it would be a smart choice. Patriarch Chang'e was right about one thing. He did not have the qualifications to use the imperial ruler's seal. He could only rely on the Moon Maiden. If he insisted on using it, he might hurt the Moon Maiden. How do I get to Diamond Island? Ling Xiao asked. After the alchemy conference ends, this old man will personally bring you there. Ancestor Chang'e's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, but he quickly concealed it. Alright, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back tomorrow to participate in the alchemy conference. Ling Xiao stood up and said. There's no hurry. Maybe there's something you'll be interested in. Old Ancestor Chang'e said. Oh? It's like this. According to the rules of the conference, the top 20 pharmacists can participate in a ranking test before the start of the conference so that they can be re-ranked. This ranking will affect the selection of cauldrons, herbs, and other matters on the day of the conference. It's quite important. Do you want to give it a try? But I don't think I can make it into the top 20, right? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry. Even if you can't make it into the top 20, you can still participate in the test. I forgot to tell you that. After the test, regardless of your ranking, you'll get a souvenir. The higher your ranking, the better the souvenir. Old Ancestor Chang'e said domineeringly. If that's the case, this junior will accept. Ling Xiao was actually not too interested in the souvenir. He was more interested in probing the strength of his opponents in advance. This way, it would be convenient to be prepared. Since you're willing, follow this old man. Old Ancestor Chang'e personally brought Ling Xiao to a building somewhere in the alchemy conference. This was an independent building that was clearly built using some kind of magic treasure. It actually looked somewhat majestic and dignified. Creak, as the door opened, there was a sudden clamor from inside. There were also countless pairs of slightly hostile eyes. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu were indeed inside. Among the 20 pharmacists standing inside, there were 4 yellow-level super pharmacists, 10 yellow-level peak-level pharmacists, and 6 yellow-level advanced pharmacists who were outstanding. When Ling Xiao and Old Ancestor Chang'e walked into the hall, these people's gazes were all directed at them. When they first saw Old Ancestor Chang'e, they were somewhat surprised. However, when they saw him, they all revealed expressions of disdain. Ling Xiao was also wearing a yellow-level advanced pharmacist badge. However, that badge was clearly brand new and had been obtained not long ago. This meant that he was only a newbie among the yellow-level advanced pharmacists. Most people in this hall would probably not take him seriously. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao's age, these people revealed even more disdain. When Dan Qing saw Ling Xiao, he was clearly somewhat astonished. However, after a moment, he revealed a cold smile. He had probably guessed that Old Ancestor Chang'e wanted Ling Xiao to participate in this pre-competition prediction. He wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao at the alchemy conference. However, he could not wait any longer. During the test later, he would be able to make Ling Xiao face reality. As for the young medicine king, Ji Luoyu, she only casually glanced at Ling Xiao before retracting her gaze and chatting with the pharmacists at the side. She was definitely like a moon surrounded by stars. Those who surrounded her, regardless of whether they were male or female, all had expressions of admiration and envy. However, regardless of the gazes in the hall, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. At the side, Old Ancestor Chang'e could not help but secretly praise, as expected of a leader among the younger generation. Facing so many malicious gazes, he can still remain so calm. Amazing. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was calm because he was confident. Not only was Ling Xiao not nervous, but he also wanted to laugh. Old Ancestor, why are you here? An unfamiliar face in the hall came forward and asked. This person should also be from Chang'e Immortal Island. He was very respectful to Old Ancestor Chang'e. Yes, I brought a little fellow to participate in the test. If he can enter the top 20, write his name in. Old Ancestor Chang'e said indifferently. Old Ancestor, I'm afraid this is not good? That person frowned and said. What's not good about it? It's not breaking the rules. As the organizer of this conference, do I not have the qualifications to recommend a young and promising genius pharmacist? Old Ancestor Changle said with a cold face. Yes, of course. But do you really want to give him the recommendation? That person obviously looked down on Ling Xiao. But that was normal. Ling Xiao was the youngest among these people. One look and you could tell that he was the kind of person who didn't know how to do things properly. Who would dare to believe him? Can't I? Of course, of course. That person muttered. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, you were able to get the ancestor's recommendation. This is a special case among special cases. If you don't have confidence, you should take the initiative to give up. Don't embarrass the ancestor when the time comes. You don't believe in the patriarch? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Nonsense, I don't have confidence in you. The alchemists participating in this alchemy conference are generally stronger. So even if it's just a test before the competition, it won't be easy. You have to think carefully. It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but if you embarrass the patriarch, you'll be making an enemy out of the everlasting joy celestial island. That person shouted sternly. How should I address you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. My surname is an O, so it's Signorin. It's not up to you to tell me who I'm embarrassing. Moreover, you're so presumptuous that I'm going to embarrass myself. If I get good results later, won't you embarrass yourself too, as a member of the everlasting joy celestial island? If you embarrass yourself, won't you be making an enemy out of the everlasting joy celestial island? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the middle-aged man with the surname in. It seemed that every sect was short of such fools who relied on their powerful connections to intimidate others and judged others by their appearance. Humph, you better know what you're talking about. The man with the surname in snorted coldly. At this moment, he had already noticed the ashen-faced patriarch Everlasting Joy beside Ling Xiao. He knew that he had overstepped his boundaries. Therefore, he did not dare to continue. Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, have always known what I'm talking about and what I'm doing. It's just that some people don't understand. Ling Xiao glanced at the man with the surname in indifferently. Then, he turned to Patriarch Everlasting Joy and said, Patriarch, I'll go and prepare first. Yes. Patriarch Changle nodded and watched as Ling Xiao entered the testing grounds. Ancestor, this subordinate really didn't mean to be disrespectful to you just now. It's just that although this Ling Xiao saved your life, it's only because he knows a lot of things. You see, he doesn't even dare to refine the pill himself, and has to let other alchemists refine it. I really don't believe that he has any ability. After Ling Xiao left, the man surnamed in hastily and respectfully bowed to Patriarch Changle. All right, I know what you mean. However, this old man is very optimistic about this kid. After all, this old man owes him a favor. Since he wants to participate in this test, this old man will naturally help him. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch waved his hand. Ancestor, you should know that because of the time you were poisoned, the second island master and the third island master wantonly bought people's hearts. Your prestige is no longer what it used to be. If this matter really causes your reputation to be damaged, the situation will be even worse. The man surnamed and reminded him. And Lian, this old man knows that you have good intentions. However, there's no need to continue discussing this matter today. The test is about to begin. Even if this old man regrets it now, it's too late. It's better to watch quietly. Hearing this, and Lian helplessly sighed. He was absolutely loyal to the Everlasting Joy Patriarch. Even when the Everlasting Joy Patriarch was poisoned, many people who were originally respectful to the Patriarch had chosen to side with the two Vice Island Masters. However, he still didn't change his stance. This was also the reason why he spoke sarcastically to Ling Xiao today. He didn't want Ling Xiao to ruin the Everlasting Joy Patriarch's plans. However, it was a pity that the Everlasting Joy Patriarch seemed to have full confidence in that kid. Even if he wanted to stop him, it was impossible. He could only endure it for now. After sighing, he walked over and loudly announced, Everyone, stand in front of your own testing platform. There's a black box on the testing platform. This box can isolate internal energy, soul force, and vision. There are various medicinal ingredients inside. You can only choose from them by touch. Whichever medicinal ingredient you choose, that medicinal ingredient will be that medicinal ingredient. You can choose a maximum of 5 medicinal ingredients. Then, write down the detailed information of these 5 medicinal ingredients on a piece of paper and point out the pill formula that can be refined. Remember, there's more than one formula. Write down as many as you know. You don't have to personally refine it. Our committee will judge. Write an effective formula within a fixed time and you'll get 10 points. The more, the better. I believe you all understand. This is to test your familiarity with medicinal ingredients, as well as your understanding of pill and medicine formulas. The harder you work, the better your test results will be. The time limit is 30 minutes. After it's over, our committee will judge. Oh right, there's a condition that I added at the last minute. If you can't even write an effective formula in the end, then you'll lose the qualifications to participate in this alchemy conference. If you're afraid, then give up as soon as possible. As he said this, and Lian intentionally glanced at Ling Xiao. Originally, this test didn't have such a punishment. However, he did it on purpose to scare Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up on the test. However, Ling Xiao stood there calmly. He was even smiling. This made Lian a little annoyed. Ling Xiao, you're not going to give up? Whether it's experience or cultivation level, you are the weakest out of the 20 people here. If you give up now, you can save your face. Later, it'll be too late for you to cry. And Lian purposely raised his voice in front of everyone. Hehe, Seniorin, you have underestimated me time and time again. No matter how good my temper is, I'm not too happy about it. Since you are saying this in front of everyone, then I don't mind asking, if I pass the test, what will you do? Do what? That's a lot. For example, apologize to me in front of everyone here. For example, walk around the streets of the city of Sin and bark like a dog. Whatever you choose, I won't force you. Ling Xiao was not an aggressive person. However, the other party had caused him trouble time and time again. How could he tolerate this? Fella, do you know who you are talking to? And Lian is one of the examiners for this year's gathering. Danqing said coldly. I don't need you to remind me. Of course I know he is an examiner. But an examiner has no reason to pick on a participating alchemist. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Danqing. His eyes were glued to Lian. And Lian was having a hard time getting off the tiger. After a moment of silence, he clenched his teeth and said, Fella, if you can write 3 or more effective recipes, I am willing to slap myself 3 times in front of everyone here. Slapping himself a few times wasn't a big deal. What was important was slapping himself. Ling Xiao wanted to break this guy's spirit. 3 effective recipes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, forget it. You're my senior, so I'll let you have your way. I'll write 4 effective prescriptions, and you can slap yourself 4 times. That way, it'll be more balanced. This kid is really conceited. Alright, go ahead and give it a try. I want to see if you will cry in the end. And Lian was furious. When he had reprimanded the disciples of Chang'e Immortal Island, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Everyone had been obedient. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be so unruly? Alright, I promise you. What if you can't do it? And Lian asked. Simple. If I can't do it, not only will I not participate in the alchemy conference, but I will also hand over the imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. The imperial ruler's seal. Ling Xiao's words left everyone dumbfounded. How confident was this fellow to even dare to use the imperial ruler's seal as a wager? Alright. And Lian shouted hurriedly, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would regret his decision. Actually, he was overthinking things. How could Ling Xiao regret his decision? Perhaps Ling Xiao was still unable to dominate in terms of martial arts. However, in terms of alchemy, if Ling Xiao claimed to be second, no one would be qualified to claim to be first. Even his master, a Yuan Venerate, would not dare claim to be as knowledgeable as him. Now, everyone, go to your own testing platform and start the test. The time has been set, so please pay attention. And Lian no longer looked at Ling Xiao and announced the start of the test. The testing platforms were random, so Ling Xiao chose the one closest to him and walked over. The rest of the people also chose their own testing platforms. No one dared to cause any trouble here. After all, the Changel Patriarch was standing there and watching. Brother Ling, you really shouldn't have offended Seniorin. What you did was a little too much. Ling Xiao had just entered the testing platform when he heard a voice coming from next door. When he turned around, he saw that it was Dan Qing. This fellow had just reprimanded him and was now lecturing him. This really made him unhappy. Too much? I didn't know that Brother Dan Qing could ignore someone after being ridiculed. It's a pity that I don't have a turtle shell. I don't know how to pretend to be a coward, nor do I need to. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he turned his head back and started to concentrate on selecting the medicinal herbs. He couldn't rely on his internal energy, soul force, or his eyes. He could only rely on his sense of touch to choose. He had to concentrate. Dan Qing was slightly angry. This was not the first time Ling Xiao ignored him. This made him, the #1 young alchemist of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, a little unhappy. He always felt that he was incomparably noble, but when he came out, he stepped on a pile of cow dung, and his heart was extremely unhappy. What's wrong, Brother Dan Qing? Did that guy offend you? On the other side of Dan Qing was the little herb king, Ji Luoyu. Ji Luoyu seemed to be very interested in painting. It was possible that she had a crush on him. After all, Dan Qing had a handsome appearance and his cultivation had reached the 2nd grotto heaven realm. In addition, he was a top Huang-level alchemist. He was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. It was normal for women to be interested in him. Sister Luoyu, don't you know that Ling Xiao? He saved the life of the Everlasting Joy ancestor. Dan Qing said with a smile. I'm not interested in him. He's just a Huang-level alchemist. Everyone says that he saved the Everlasting Joy ancestor, but that's just a rumor. Moreover, even the ancestor himself suspected that someone was guiding him. It's not a big deal. He just read a few more books. Ji Luoyu really wasn't interested in Ling Xiao. Instead of discussing Ling Xiao, it was better to get closer to Dan Qing. After all, Dan Qing was much stronger than Ling Xiao in all aspects. Cultivation, alchemist grade, background, these were all things that Ling Xiao couldn't catch up to. That's true. At this moment, Dan Qing's vanity rose to the extreme, and he was very happy in his heart. Feng Ming and Piao Shui praised Ling Xiao in front of him, which made him angry until now. However, Ji Luoyu's words made him feel much better. Brother Dan Qing, the test has already begun. Let's also make a move, lest some pretentious people take advantage of us. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. I wish you all the best. Dan Qing nodded and looked at the black box in front of him. Your test questions this time are really good. Not only does it test the extent of the pharmacist's knowledge, but it also tests their practical experience. If they haven't refined pills before, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to write down the refining process of a pill in detail. The Everlasting Joy ancestor walked to Enlien's side and gently patted his shoulder as he praised. Many thanks for the ancestor's praise. This is what we should do. Fortunately, I've touched every kind of medicinal ingredient and refined many pills. Otherwise, just the selection of medicinal ingredients today would be difficult. Ling Xiao found that there were many medicinal ingredients in the black box that were very similar in shape. This way, those who had an ambiguous understanding of the appearance of medicinal ingredients would have trouble identifying them. Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao opened his left eye and couldn't help but smile. His left eye could actually see the medicinal ingredients clearly through the black box. The 5 medicinal ingredients that he had chosen through touch were exactly the same as what he saw. This made him smile knowingly. Naturally, he was somewhat satisfied with his performance. After all, among those present, there was really no one who had the ability to see through things like him. However, the selection of medicinal ingredients was actually the most simple step. As long as these 21 people were true alchemists and not sneakily obtained their grades, they should be able to pass. The problem was the next pill formula. Not only did a pill formula have to write down the amount of medicinal ingredients needed, but it also had to describe the refining process in detail. The trouble was here. No matter which 5 medicinal ingredients Lian put in the black box were combined, it was very difficult to refine the pills that currently existed. In other words, those who participated in the test had to create. It was very difficult to develop a pill formula on one's own and withstand the test. Many alchemists just learned step by step and absorbed mechanically. They only knew how to refine the pills in the books and didn't know how to invent and create their own. Thinking up to here, Ling Xiao involuntarily turned his head and glanced at Lian, thinking to himself that this guy was really ruthless enough. Of the people present, if they could come up with a pill recipe after racking their brains, it would already be very impressive. And Lian wanted to crush the pride of these outstanding geniuses and pour a bucket of cold water over their heads, so that they wouldn't dare to be complacent at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Damn it, no wonder this guy dared to make a bet with me, to create more than 4 pill formulas? It's really not an ordinary level of difficulty. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and started racking his brains. At the same time, the rest of the testers also encountered the same difficult problem. However, their difficulty was definitely much lower than Ling Xiao's. Because they only needed to create 1 pill formula and that would do. But even so, there was still no one who could complete this matter in a short time. After a long time, Ancestor Chang'e looked at the clock hanging on the wall and gently shook his head. And Lian, isn't this test a little too difficult? 20 minutes have already passed. Don't worry, Ancestor. Although it's a little difficult, it shouldn't be a problem for someone in the top 20 to come up with an answer. The reason why no one has finished the test yet is because they want to get a higher result. And Lian smiled. That's true. But Lian, you should have a better understanding of these people's standards. Tell me, who will get the highest score this time? Ancestor Chang'e smiled and asked. Of course, he hoped that the alchemy conference could produce as many powerful pharmacists as possible. After all, this was the alchemy conference he presided over. Therefore, he was very concerned about the top 20. And Lian pondered for a moment and said, the one who will get first place will most likely be Dan Qing. In fact, Dan Qing's grade has already reached superior yellow grade. It's just that he hasn't participated in the test. Moreover, his practical ability is stronger than others. He was one of our core pharmacists in Chang'e Immortal Island. Oh? He's stronger than the Little Medicine King? Ancestor Chang'e smiled and said, although the Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu isn't as old as Dan Qing, she has been learning from the Medicine King's Sun Zai. She has also handled a lot of herbs. In addition, she's the Deputy General Manager of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's headquarters in White Tiger Continent. If she doesn't have the ability, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wouldn't have given her such honor. Ancestor is right. That's why I hesitated just now. To be honest, in terms of creativity, the two of them should be on par. They're much stronger than those old bones in front of them. Perhaps they won't be able to get first place in the alchemy conference, but this test shouldn't be a big problem. And Lian thought and said. My judgment is similar to yours. Ancestor Chang'e nodded. Why didn't Ancestor mention Ling Xiao? And Lian asked doubtfully, didn't you recommend him? Although Ling Xiao is knowledgeable, he's still unconventional. His basic knowledge isn't solid. He should be able to pass the test, but it's unlikely for him to get first place. Ancestor Chang'e shook his head and said. I'm afraid he won't even pass the test. He's just an advanced yellow-level alchemist. Unless he's a genius, it's hard for him to have the ability to create his own pills. No matter how Lian looked at Ling Xiao, he didn't like that guy. It was probably because Ling Xiao didn't give him any face. Hee, you'll know when it ends. Patriarch Chang'e did not dwell on this issue. After all, no matter what he said, if Ling Xiao did not perform well, it would be meaningless. The next thing to do was to wait. He didn't have high expectations for Ling Xiao. At the very least, he could pass the test. As for his ranking, it didn't matter. Yes, someone stopped. Just as Patriarch Everlasting Joy and Lian were discussing the testers, a person walked out of one of the testing platforms. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Others definitely wouldn't know what was written on it. This required the judges, namely the Everlasting Joy Patriarch and Lian, to take a look. Is it Dan Qing? Isn't this child a little too anxious? There are still nearly 10 minutes left. Why is he so anxious? Patriarch Changel frowned and said. Logically speaking, for this kind of test, it didn't matter if one finished at the last minute. As long as one could write enough pill formulas, it would be enough. For Danqing to come out so quickly, he was either too confident or too anxious. Patriarch, you might have misunderstood him. With his results, he might be able to secure first place. After all, it's just a test. There's no need to go all out. And Lian had a lot of faith in Danqing. Almost at the same time as Danqing, the little medicine king, Ji Luoyu, also stopped. Ji Luoyu looked at Danqing with a smile and said, Brother Danqing, you're really confident. You stopped so quickly. You must be certain of your victory. Likewise. Sister Luoyu, you finished the test almost at the same time as me. In the end, we can only see who has more answers and whose answers are more reliable. Danqing smiled. Although Luoyu respects Brother Danqing, I'm afraid Brother Danqing will lose to Luoyu on this point. Ji Luoyu smiled and handed the paper in her hand to An Lian. Then, An Lian placed it on the table in front of Patriarch Changel. Patriarch Changel casually glanced at it and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Danqing and Ji Luoyu's answers were really beyond his expectations. However, in the end, to prove who was stronger, it still depended on whether the pill in the answer could be refined. If it couldn't be refined successfully, then it was meaningless. Go to the side and try. Only the pill that can be refined successfully counts. Otherwise, it doesn't count. And Lian said to the pharmacists on the judging panel. These pharmacists wouldn't participate in the alchemy conference, but they were all proficient in the art of alchemy. They were basically qualified to be judges. Of course, there would be 2 heavyweight judges in tomorrow's alchemy conference. One of them was the president of the Divine Phoenix Continent's Pharmacist Association branch. The other was the top pharmacist on Changel Celestial Island. It was said that he had already broken through the limit of yellow-level pharmacists. The last one was even more impressive, the White Tiger Continent's medicine king Sun Zai. After all, tomorrow's alchemy conference was too important. It was really hard for ordinary judges to convince people. Time gradually passed. More and more examinees finished their tests and handed the papers in their hands to An Lian. An Lian handed these papers to the judging pharmacists for them to refine. This was also the key to determining the score. The first to finish their tests were the 4 yellow-level super pharmacists and the 10 yellow-level peak-level pharmacists. The yellow-level advanced pharmacists were still inferior, so they didn't finish their tests. No one knew what Ling Xiao was doing. He also didn't finish his test. Looks like this Ling Xiao is only at this level. Although he's knowledgeable, he's still lacking in practical operations. He can't be compared to Danqing and Ji Luoyu. He can't be compared to the other yellow-level super and peak-level pharmacists. And Lian's face revealed a smug expression. He seemed to feel that his judgment of Ling Xiao was too accurate. Let's wait a little longer. It's not over yet. The Changel Patriarch smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with Ling Xiao's ability, passing the test wouldn't be a problem. It was just that his score couldn't be compared to the first 14 examinees. Danqing couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao's testing platform. He saw that Ling Xiao was still thinking hard. He couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. Some people are just good at talking. When it comes to the real test, they immediately show their true colors. Perhaps because he noticed that Feng Ming and Piao Shui were also in the audience and even revealed an anxious expression, he purposely spoke very loudly. Brother Danqing, he is only a yellow-level advanced medicine master. Don't you care too much about him? Ji Luoyu did not understand Danqing's reaction. Was it necessary to care so much about a yellow-level advanced medicine master who was not as good as himself? It's not that I care. He was too arrogant just now. He actually dared to not give face to Senior An Lian. Danqing explained. Oh, I see. Ji Luoyu did not ask any more questions. Everyone was still waiting. When it was the last minute, the remaining 6 yellow-level advanced medicine masters had finished their examination and handed their papers to An Lian. At this moment, the only one who had not finished his examination was Ling Xiao. The smile on Lian's face grew wider and wider. In the crowd, Feng Ming and Piao Shue's brows furrowed even tighter. Could it be that Ling Xiao really couldn't make it? Brother Danqing, that person seems to be really weak. Even if he can't compare to the yellow-level super medicine masters and top medicine masters, he should be able to compete with those yellow-level advanced medicine masters. The difference is too great. Ji Luoyu seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. She did not like to stay here and wait for others to complete something. That was too boring. That's right. I've also warned that kid to learn from the seniors in a down-to-earth manner. Don't blow your beard and glare when you don't understand. In the end, little sister Luoyu, you've also seen it. This fellow is just good at talking. Danqing raised his voice even higher, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Feng Ming and Piao Shui became even more anxious. Dang, dang, dang. Finally, the magic treasure clock on the wall rang. This was the signal that the examination had ended. And Lian's face was like a flower that had completely bloomed. He smiled. He was originally worried that Ling Xiao would surprise him and display abilities that would surprise him. But now, it seemed that he had worried too much. He stood up and excitedly announced the end of the examination, and asked everyone to leave the examination platform. Of course, Ling Xiao was the only one left on the testing platform. His words were undoubtedly meant for Ling Xiao. Phoenix cried. Piao Shui sighed helplessly. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to fail such a test. Could it be that the outstanding young man in her heart was just an illusion? Ling Xiao walked out of the testing platform with a helpless and regretful expression on his face. Alas, it's a pity that time is too short. His sigh was heard by everyone. His words were also heard by everyone else. Hee, this person is really interesting. I think it's not that the time is too short, but that you're too weak. Others have already completed it, but you complain that the time is too short. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. She really didn't have a good impression of this Ling Xiao. He obviously couldn't do it, but he still said that the test time was too short. What kind of logic was that? Danqing also said in a strange tone, Sister Luoyu, don't say that. Even if he doesn't pass the test, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has the support of the everlasting joy ancestor, so he should still be able to participate in the alchemy conference. Although these words seemed to be speaking for Ling Xiao, in fact, the sarcasm was even thicker. Ji Luoyu's words were just expressing her personal dislike. But Danqing was clearly targeting him. I should still be able to pass the test. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said. And Lian sneered and said, take out your test paper. I've given you so much time, I don't know what you're going to do. But don't forget about our bet. I won't let it go so easily. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled and handed the test paper to An Lian. And Lian didn't even look at it and handed it to the pharmacist judge next to him. Ancestor, it's not that I don't want to give Ling Xiao face, but this kid is really too arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know what's good for him. After handing over the test paper, An Lian bowed and said to the everlasting joy ancestor. Just do it according to the rules. The everlasting joy ancestor only nodded slightly. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. On the other hand, Feng Ming Piao Shui, who was watching the show, was restless like an ant on a hot pan. In her opinion, Ling Xiao might really not be able to pass the test. It was even more impossible for him to win the bet with An Lian. In that case, wouldn't he have to hand over the Imperial Jade Seal? With Ling Xiao's personality, would he really be so obedient? If he didn't hand it over, would they fight? Just as she was extremely anxious, An Lian was already preparing to announce the results of this test. The announcement of the results was naturally done according to the order of the papers handed in. The first paper came from Danqing. And Lian looked at the results and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Very good. Danqing wrote 6 prescriptions, all of which can be refined into effective pills. He scored 60 points. Once this was said, everyone was a little surprised. One had to know that even those pharmacists who served as judges only had 4 or 5 prescriptions at best. Danqing's results were actually better than theirs. One had to know that Danqing had handed in his paper a long time in advance. Such a genius was really admirable. Dan Qing cupped his hands and said, "This junior's talent is shallow and can only think of these 6 prescriptions." Although his words were modest, his face was filled with pride and confidence. One look and one could tell that he was extremely proud. To be able to do this, he was probably already at the level of a yellow-level super pharmacist. This Dan Qing's pharmacist ability was probably even higher. Dan Qing, you're too humble. Not to mention these people here, even if you look at the entire Divine Phoenix continent and Heavenly Dragon continent, no one can compare to you in this test. And Lian exclaimed. Senior and Lian, it's best that you don't be too arbitrary. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao smiled lightly. Humph, just mind your own business. And Lian snorted coldly and ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out Ji Luoyu's results. Could it be that Brother Ling thinks that little pill king Ji Luoyu can beat me? Dan Qing glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. She's too inexperienced and can't beat you. At least, she can't win in this test. But I can win. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, funny. Dan Qing laughed loudly, but he was extremely surprised. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could be so thick-skinned. He clearly couldn't even pass the test just now, and now he actually dared to say such shameless words. Just at this moment, and Lian read out little pill king Ji Luoyu's results. Although Ji Luoyu wrote 6 prescriptions, only 5 of them could really be refined into pills. The 6th prescription was a little whimsical. Lady Luoyu, if you can successfully refine this prescription on the spot, there won't be a problem. And Lian looked at Ji Luoyu and said. No need. Ji Luoyu shook her head. She was already satisfied with the 5 prescriptions. Anyway, it was just a test, and she didn't need to take out all her trump cards. Ji Luoyu, 50 points. Among the results that were announced, there were 3 people with higher scores. They were also the 3 yellow-level super pharmacists other than Ji Luoyu. Their scores were also 50, tied with Ji Luoyu, but they took a longer time, so they were ranked behind. As for the others, even the worst one had passed the assessment with a prescription. In short, the test results were not bad. As expected of the top 20 pharmacists, they did not let An Lian down. In the end, only Ling Zhao's results were not announced. At this time, An Lian also showed a somewhat mocking smile. Ling Xiao, you just said that Dan Qing's results were not the best, right? Then why don't you think about your own results? An Lian asked. It shouldn't be too bad. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Not too bad? You kid, water must have entered your brain. You actually wrote 10 prescriptions, but none of them could be refined successfully. This is your result. 0 points. And Lian read it out on the spot without holding back. Silence. At this moment, the hall became as silent as death. Wow. A moment later, there was a roar of laughter. He wrote 10 prescriptions, but none of them could be used to refine pills. Didn't that mean that those prescriptions were simply written carelessly? Idiot, what is that guy trying to do? Can prescriptions be written carelessly? Can this kind of person be a pharmacist? Ji Luoyu could not help but show a sneer. She had been by Medicine King Sun Sa's side for a long time and knew that a pharmacist's responsibility was to save the dying and heal the injured, and to serve martial artists. People like Ling Xiao, who casually wrote prescriptions, were simply committing a heinous crime and disregarding human life. Senior An Lian, isn't your evaluation a little too arbitrary? Ling Xiao did not look at Ji Luoyu at all, but looked at An Lian and said very indifferently. Arbitrary? An Lian frowned and said, do you think I'm deliberately targeting you? He really didn't target Ling Xiao. After all, Patriarch Everlasting Joy was here, so he didn't dare to do so. That's not it. I just feel that the standards of the pharmacists on the judging panel might be slightly lacking. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What do you mean by almost? And Lian's expression turned even colder. You dare to question the ability of the pharmacists? So what if I'm suspicious? My 10 prescriptions are written so clearly, yet I still can't refine any pills. This kind of ability, hee hee. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. How are we supposed to refine the pills with the carelessly written recipe? One of the pharmacist judges was infuriated. A carelessly written prescription? What if I can refine it? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If you can write it out, we will acknowledge your criticism. The apothecary judges reached a consensus. Okay, then maybe I'm going to refine pills on the spot for everyone to play with today. It seems that someone said that I don't know how to refine pills. Although the 10 prescriptions I wrote are all ungraded pills, the effect is not bad. I'll refine them for you to see. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Prepare the venue for him. And Lian said fiercely. He was about to explode from anger because of Ling Xiao. How could there be such an audacious guy who dared to question the pharmacists on the judging panel? He wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao in front of so many people. However, after 15 minutes, 10 pills full of energy were placed on the plate. At this moment, Patriarch Everlasting Joy felt his heart twitch. He had thought about how outstanding Ling Xiao was, but he never thought that Ling Xiao would be so outstanding. And Lian's expression was even more astonished. Ling Xiao actually managed to refine 10 pills in front of everyone. He only spent a quarter of an hour to refine 10 pills. How could he be so powerful? Dead silence. It was as silent as the wilderness in the middle of the night. There was no noise in the noisy hall at all. Everyone stared at the 10 round pills with their mouths agape. What was replaying in their minds was the process of Ling Xiao refining the pills. The judging pharmacists were almost thinking the same thing. To be able to use those few medicinal herbs to refine these 10 types of elixirs, this was simply a monstrous level of talent. What's more, Ling Xiao's alchemy skills were not worse than any of them here. Moreover, at the critical moment, he could always use his outstanding skills to make up for some defects in the prescriptions and successfully refine the pills. To put it bluntly, these 10 prescriptions could only be refined by those with good skills because it required precise flame controllability and proficiency in herbs. They were completely convinced. No wonder Ling Xiao said that their abilities were not good enough. They really were not good enough. Such a monstrous talent, unless it was a pharmacist at the level of Medicine King Sun Bu, only then would he have the qualifications to be a judge. They were still too inexperienced. Feng Ming Piaoshui was so excited that she jumped up and muttered to herself, I knew it, I knew he would be fine. Perhaps it was her voice that eased the atmosphere in the hall. Many people cast complicated gazes at Ling Xiao. There was reverence in these gazes, there was also jealousy, there was also disbelief. At any rate, at this very moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao in the slightest. The ability that Ling Xiao displayed was much stronger than them. Ji Luoyu was so angry that she almost cried. She said loudly, Ling Xiao, you bastard. You're obviously so powerful, but you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're crazy. Ling Xiao looked at her indifferently and said, Little Medicine King, I really don't have a masochistic habit, and I'm not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Then why did you hand in the paper so late, and deliberately put on a regretful expression for everyone to see? Ji Luoyu asked. I handed in the paper late because I thought of more prescriptions, and I just wanted to use all the time reasonably. I didn't deliberately put on a regretful expression, but really regretful. If I had more time, I should be able to write 10 more prescriptions. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You. Although Ling Xiao was telling the truth, it still gave people a strong feeling of pretentiousness. Ji Luoyu was so angry that she didn't know what to say. When Ji Luoyu questioned Ling Xiao, Dan Qing's face was ashen. His hands were clenched tightly. If he could use all the time, then perhaps he could write 4 more prescriptions and reach the same level as Ling Xiao. But he was too proud. So he handed in the paper early, and he felt that no one could be better than him. But Ling Xiao used facts to hit him back, and he was slapped hard in the face. Dan Qing was extremely arrogant, and it was very difficult for him to accept this kind of thing. Of course, the one with the most interesting expression was still in Lian. His eyes were the most complicated. After various expressions slid across his face, he sighed heavily and said, I lost, completely lost. Good boy, I didn't expect you to have such terrifying ability at such a young age. With your ability, you should at least be a top yellow level pharmacist, or even a super yellow level pharmacist. Perhaps. I've never said that I'm a high-grade yellow level apothecary. Unfortunately, back in the Skydragon continent, the Apothecary Association branch there was only qualified to award me a high-grade yellow level badge. Ling Xiao really didn't want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he really didn't have the chance to raise his apothecary rank. And Lian was shocked. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I've always been a man of my words. Since I've lost to you, I'll slap myself 4 times in front of everyone." "Wait a minute." Ling Xiao shouted, "I'm afraid 4 slaps aren't enough, right?" "What?" And Lian's face turned even uglier. Patriarch Chang'e was also a little unhappy. Ling Xiao was being a little unreasonable. "Alright, then I'll slap myself 10 times. And Lian gritted his teeth and said, "Senior and Lian, you've misunderstood. As long as you admit your mistake, there's no need to slap yourself. I just wanted to let you know that you shouldn't look down on others. Since you've already admitted your mistake, I'm not an unreasonable person." Ling Xiao smiled and said. Letting in Lian slap himself wouldn't make him feel any better. Instead, it would make this guy hate him to the core. There was no need for that at all. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. He wouldn't really explode unless the other party went too far. "And Lian, your tolerance is worse than a child's." Patriarch Chang'e smiled and said. "Patriarch, you're right. This subordinate knows his mistake." And Lian thought of his previous attitude. He was determined to make a fool of Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao won and left him some face. Otherwise, if he were to slap himself in front of so many people today, he really wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. I believe I don't need to say much about the results of this test. Ling Xiao is first with 10 pill recipes, followed by Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. All 21 people here have passed the test, which means that our previous list is quite reliable. Ling Xiao is a special case, and he is definitely not the only one. Today's test is only a test. Tomorrow's alchemy conference will be the real feast. I hope that you won't embarrass yourselves and this old man. Old Ancestor Chang'e smiled and said, "But this old man will say the ugly words first. Those who aren't in the top 20 might not necessarily be as powerful as you. Ling Xiao is an exception, and he is definitely not the only one." Yes. Those who could be ranked in the top 20 were all experts. They were also very confident. They would definitely not allow a second Ling Xiao to appear. They might have lost to Ling Xiao in today's test, but they definitely couldn't lose to him in tomorrow's alchemy conference, nor did they want to lose. Alright, that's all for today. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, show me your true abilities. Yes. The test takers bid farewell to An Lian and the Everlasting Joy Ancestor, and then left. They were actually clear that there would be great figures of the alchemist world descending tomorrow. Thus, some of their best tricks and trump cards would only be revealed tomorrow. Even if they lost to Ling Xiao in today's test, it was actually nothing. They could just win it back tomorrow. "Brother Ling, wait a moment." Just as Ling Xiao was preparing to leave, Dan Qing stopped him. "What, does Brother Dan Qing have something to teach me?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. "I don't dare to say that I have something to teach you. I'm just surprised that Brother Ling is actually so powerful. Previously, I was the one who had eyes but failed to recognize jade." Dan Qing said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "You must be joking. It's just some small tricks. I've only read a few more books and know more things. It's no big deal." Ling Xiao still had an indifferent expression as he said. "Ha ha ha, Brother Ling is really modest. However, in my opinion, Brother Ling most likely knew the test's topic in advance. After all, the ancestor thinks so highly of you." There was a fire burning in Dan Qing's heart. It was the fire of jealousy. Even if the truth was right in front of his eyes, he still could not believe it. He could not admit that Ling Xiao was stronger than him. When he thought of how Ling Xiao was brought here by Ancestor Chang'e, he was sure that Ancestor Chang'e had informed Ling Xiao of the topic in advance. This way, Ling Xiao could do so well. This was the only explanation. He believed that Ancestor Chang'e would definitely not do this during the alchemy conference's main competition, nor could he do so. That was because the topic of the alchemy conference's main competition would only be raised by the 3 heavyweight alchemists when the competition began. Thus, it was impossible for him to know in advance. He thought that without Ancestor Chang'e's help, he would definitely be stronger than Ling Xiao. He could not possibly lose to a nobody like Ling Xiao. People were like this. He was originally a highly anticipated genius and his results had always been number one. But one day, he suddenly met someone who was much younger than him but his results were much better than his. This would cause his mentality to be unbalanced. Hence, he would find many reasonable excuses to convince himself, to make himself feel better. This was a classic case of self-hypnosis. Ling Xiao smiled. Actually, he had seen many of such things. From the Ling family to Sky Cloud City and then to Yuehua School, every single time a nobody like him obtained some good results, there would always be a few geniuses who would jump out to pick on his flaws. So towards this Dan Qing's words, he couldn't be bothered to explain. He only smiled and said, as long as brother Dan Qing is happy. Whatever you think, goodbye. The other party would definitely not accept his explanation now. On the contrary, he might even think that he was quibbling. He, Ling Xiao, was not in the mood to do such a tiring and thankless task. He might as well wait till the alchemy conference to use facts to shut this fellow up completely. There was a saying that was very good, if you can make a move, don't talk. If you want to slap someone's face, you should use facts to slap him. That would be even more vicious. With a light laugh, he turned around and left. Staring intently at Ling Xiao's disappearing figure, the fire in Dan Qing's heart burned even more vigorously. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. Not only will I become the champion of the alchemy conference, I will also make Fengming's Piao Shui marry me right in front of your eyes. However, at the next moment, he saw Fengming's Piao Shui chasing after Ling Xiao's figure. Ling Xiao, wait, I have something to tell you. Fengming's Piao Shui was like a beautiful butterfly as she flew over with an excited smile on her face. Dan Qing felt as though his heart was being squeezed by something painful. Damned Ling Xiao, the hatred of snatching my wife, I will definitely not let you off. He didn't marry Fengming's Piao Shui and Ling Xiao also didn't chase after her. However, Dan Qing felt that Ling Xiao's hatred towards him belonged to snatching his wife. He didn't know where this anger and hatred came from. Dan Qing, do you hate him? In the hall, only Patriarch Chang'e and Dan Qing were left. Patriarch Chang'e suddenly appeared beside Dan Qing like a ghost and asked with a smile. Dan Qing wouldn't dare. Dan Qing shook his head. It's best not to hate him. He has no interest in Piao Shui, so there's no fundamental conflict between you and him. There's no benefit in provoking him. You're on your own now. Patriarch Chang'e shook his head. He was worried about Dan Qing when he recalled Ling Xiao's domineering attitude during the battle on the Long Street. Would anyone who offended Ling Xiao have a good ending? What Fengming Piao Shui said when she caught up with Ling Xiao was actually an invitation. Medicine King Sun Sa had arrived at the city of Sin and wanted to host a banquet at his residence. He invited Elder Chang'e and Fengming Piao Shui. The strange thing was that Ling Xiao was also invited. Fengming Piao Shui was here to deliver the invitation to Ling Xiao. Medicine King Sun Sa's invitation, of course I won't refuse. Looking at the jade green invitation card, Ling Xiao was actually a little excited. Medicine King Sun Sa was the most outstanding pharmacist on the White Tiger continent. Such a person actually invited him. No matter what the reason was, he had to attend. Maybe he could learn some things about the White Tiger continent from Sun Sa. That's great. I was afraid that you wouldn't want to go. But Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. Dan Qing and Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu will definitely attend this banquet. Those two don't have a good impression of you. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui reminded him, also, I'm afraid that this banquet might have something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal that you're holding. If possible, bring Her Highness Moon Maiden along. If she goes, you'll naturally be safe. There's no need. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Moon Maiden wasn't his only trump card. He was afraid that the other party would set a trap for the Moon Maiden. Therefore, the Moon Maiden definitely couldn't go. If he went alone, it would be easier for him to escape. Anyway, I'm reminding you. Be careful when you come at night. Fengming Piao Shui understood Ling Xiao's temper, so she didn't insist. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably be angry. When that time came, even she would be blamed. Thank you. I will be careful. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Piao Shui. It wasn't that he didn't know that this woman was interested in him. It was just that he wasn't a promiscuous person. He didn't want to hurt Feng Ming Piao Shui, so he didn't plan to get too close to her. However, words of thanks still had to be said. After returning to Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao found out that Princess Yunya had also accepted the invitation. It just so happened that when night fell, the two of them went out together and headed towards the residence of Medicine King Sun Sa. This time, Medicine King Sun Bu came to the city of Sin and directly stayed on a ship by the sea. That ship had sailed over from the White Tiger continent and possessed even more advanced puppet and mechanism technology. It was even more exquisite than the ones from the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Even though it was parked on the sea, it was still very comfortable. To put it bluntly, this guy just looked down on those facilities and felt that they had no class. Looking at the brightly lit giant ship, Ling Xiao was truly a little shocked. However, even if it was the White Tiger continent's mechanical arts, compared to the giant steel wheels in his memory, or even the machines that could fly, there was still a gap. He didn't know which world the memories he had obtained came from, but that place could really be said to be a place where mechanical puppet techniques were extremely developed. It was just that people didn't seem to know how to cultivate. Ling Xiao and Princess Xianxia boarded the ship on foot. Since they had an invitation, they were naturally not stopped. The banquet seemed to be taking place on the deck of the ship. There were many familiar faces in the crowd. Of course, there were also many strangers. The moment Ling Xiao entered the ship, countless pairs of eyes were cast towards him. Among them, there were naturally those with ill intentions, and there were also those who were clearly surprised. Seeing Ling Xiao, perhaps many people would have some doubts in their hearts. In the city of Sin, Ling Xiao wasn't as famous as he was in the Sky Dragon continent. Many people wouldn't give him face. Even if he destroyed the Black Python clan, angered Jade Wave Island, and crippled the One-Eyed Pirates, it was still the same. Because many people didn't believe that he did it at all. In those people's eyes, Ling Xiao's age was actually the original sin. "You're so young, how could you do such amazing things?" Wasn't that just bragging? In a corner of the ship, Corpse Grandma, Xianxia, and Representative Yan were also present. Perhaps it was because many important people came to the city of Sin and they felt that the Moon Lady wouldn't dare to mess around, so they all showed up. "Representative Yan, weren't you the one who invited Divine Phoenix Empire's Inferno General Xiao Zhan today? Where is he?" Zhang Tianda saw Ling Xiao and then asked in a low voice, "Don't forget, this time we're relying on this Xiao Zhan to take revenge." Inferno General Xiao Zhan, one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 13 divine generals, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Not only was he powerful, he was also wild and arrogant. His position in the Divine Phoenix Empire wasn't low. If the 10 great Phoenix Sons were the future of the Divine Phoenix Empire, then the 13 divine generals were the backbone of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Northern Region King Jining was one of the 13 divine generals, and he was ranked near the top. Although this Xiao Zhan was ranked near the bottom, he was a capable general of Crown Prince Jining. Among the 13 divine generals, he was doing much better than Northern Region King Jining. "Haha, don't worry, Xiao Zhan will definitely come. That guy's personality is very similar to Crown Prince Phoenix Mountain. He is overbearing and arrogant. When he meets someone he doesn't like, he will kill without hesitation. He is very powerful with the support of the Ice Phoenix clan." Representative Yan said with a smile, "He will definitely come today because Princess Yunya is here." That guy fell in love with Princess Yunya at first sight. Moreover, he said in front of many people that whoever dares to snatch Yunya from him, he will destroy them. No wonder, Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. He is so close to Yunya, Xiao Zhan will definitely not let him go. Zhang Tianda chuckled. "I don't care what grudges there are between this Xiao Zhan and Ling Xiao. In short, today, this old woman must see Ling Xiao's blood splatter on the spot. After that Xiao Zhan and Ling Xiao fight, we can act in secret." Corpse Granny smiled sinisterly. Since her debut, she had never suffered such a big loss, and all of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Although she was afraid of the Moon Lady, she couldn't let go of her revenge on Ling Xiao because of fear. "When the time comes, we will have to trouble you, Corpse Granny. In terms of sneak attacks and plotting, you are a first-class expert," Representative Yan said with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. Corpse Granny sneered again and again, as if she had already seen Ling Xiao's corpse on the spot. In another place, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and the others were also sitting there. They never lacked fans around them. After all, the test that day was only an internal test, and the results would not be made public. Therefore, except for those who participated in the test at that time, no one else knew that they had lost to Ling Xiao. Those who participated in the test naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. Senior brother Dan Qing, I thought that Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms. Why would Sister Piao Shui have a soft spot for him? It's simply annoying. Many people from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island came to cheer for Dan Qing. One of them observed Ling Xiao for a while and then said with some disdain. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he has a glib tongue. That mouth can not only deceive ignorant women, but also our ancestor. Dan Qing said coldly. I heard about this. I don't know where that guy found a way to cure the poison in the Changle ancestor's body, but he immediately gained the ancestor's trust. It's really hard to accept. The junior brother of the Changle Celestial Island said again. He has an expert to guide him. He's different from us. Didn't you see that Princess Xianxia of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was talking and laughing with him? He probably got the detoxification method from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Another person said. That's really possible. Everyone nodded and said. Many people were like this. If they couldn't do something, they would think that others couldn't do it. If others did it, then they must have done it through abnormal means. It was cheating. Speaking of Princess Xianxia, I really don't understand why she has a soft spot for that guy. It's really enviable. Princess Xianxia had always been a goddess in the hearts of many young people. She was enchanting, charming, gorgeous, and beautiful. In addition, she was a standard rich woman. She was fair, rich, and beautiful in the true sense. There were countless people who wanted to be the man by her side. The one who spoke had once tried to pursue Xianxia, but he was mercilessly ignored by Xianxia. It would be good to reject him. It would be too hurtful to ignore him directly. At this time, Dan Qing suddenly smiled and said, I heard that Xiao Zhan, the General of Fire of the Divine Phoenix Empire, is also interested in Princess Xianxia. He even said it in public. I wonder what he will do after he comes today. He was also invited? Ji Luoyu asked with interest. That's right, Sister Luoyu. That's why I said that there will be a good show tonight. It will definitely be better than those singers. Dan Qing smiled. In fact, he hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed by Xiao Zhan. In this way, no one would compete with him for the fluttering snow of the Phoenix Cry. Even at the alchemy conference, he would have one less strong opponent. It sounds quite interesting. I don't like this kind of noisy occasion, but today, I feel that it's quite interesting. A look of excitement appeared on Ji Luoyu's face. The banquet had not yet started, and Sun Sa had not yet appeared. Several important figures should still be discussing something. Therefore, the guests who weren't very important now were chatting and discussing things in groups of 3 or 5. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed in the sky. Then, an explosion sounded from the giant wheel. The flames surged, and a person appeared. This person was dressed in red and looked rather heroic. His brows were furrowed and he looked very dignified. Standing there, he looked disdainfully at the few martial artists on the ground who were scared out of their wits. He spat out a word from his mouth, trash, that's right. Someone who would be scared by him must be a piece of trash. He lightly patted the dust off his body and then looked around like a falcon looking for prey. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. At first, his expression was one of excitement, but after a moment, his eyes were filled with brutality and hatred. In that place, Ling Xiao and Princess Xianxia were sitting face to face. No one knew what they were talking about, but they were laughing very happily. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a strong murderous aura coming towards him. And the person who came was not weak. But he didn't make any reaction. He still held the wine cup in his hand and chatted with Princess Xianxia. A strong cyclone like a storm came towards him. Ling Xiao just moved his feet slightly, and then steadily poured the wine in the cup into his mouth. A figure flew past in front of him. A figure that was as furious as flames. Boom, that figure couldn't stop his momentum, and his palm landed on the deck nearby. He spun in a circle and steadied himself. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. At this time, Ling Xiao slowly stood up, and his eyes revealed a bit of cold murderous intent. This person didn't say a word and came to kill him. This made him very unhappy. No matter who the other party was, he must pay the price today. The sudden fight here attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. When everyone saw the troublemaker and the troublemaker, many people showed expressions of schadenfreude. The troublemaker was one of the 13 Divine Phoenix Empire's Inferno General Xiaozhan. The one who was looking for trouble was the recently famous Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire. Interesting that Ling Xiao could actually dodge Xiaozhan's sneak attack. This battle might be much more exciting than imagined. Ji Luoyu shook the wine cup in his hand and showed a very satisfied smile. How is that a sneak attack? Xiaozhan is an idiot. The murderous aura was so strong when he attacked. Any martial artist with a little sensing ability could dodge it. Dan Qing cursed in a bad mood. Xiaozhan couldn't kill Ling Xiao in one strike, which made him a little angry. He felt that Xiaozhan was a little unreasonable. Haha, interesting. The Inferno General Xiaozhan fought against the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. How good is this Celestial Emperor? I guess we can see the result tonight. The disciples of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island were gloating. Facing Xiaozhan, it's already pretty good that Ling Xiao can keep his life. Don't forget that Xiaozhan is a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Moreover, he's a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Without the help of others, it's impossible for Ling Xiao to win. But I heard that Ling Xiao once killed 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists alone in the battle on the Long Street, and even injured a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Rumors, if you believe them, then you're stupid. Ling Xiao could have provoked any woman, but he had to provoke Princess Xianxia. How could Xiaozhan let him have it easy? Even if he doesn't die, his cultivation will probably be crippled. Dan Qing shook his head. He didn't believe the rumors about Ling Xiao killing 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at all. He felt that it was a little ridiculous. Xiaozhan's cultivation was the same as his. He believed that Xiaozhan could definitely teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He couldn't let this guy be too arrogant. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the red-robed middle-aged man opposite him. In his impression, this guy should be one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire, General Lai Hua Xiaozhan. He had never seen this person before, but he had heard Feng Yanran mention him. To put it nicely, he was a fierce general. To put it bluntly, he was rude and overbearing, very much like Chu Fengming Qishan. If he didn't like someone, he would directly attack without any nonsense. I was wondering who it was. So it's a mad dog. Has your brain been roasted by fire? Ling Zhao's words weren't pleasant to hear, because the other party's attack was too ruthless. If he hadn't noticed the attack in advance, and if his movement technique wasn't good enough, any other person of the same age would have been killed on the spot by that punch. He knew that the other party was General Lai Hua, but he definitely wouldn't be polite to someone who attacked him ruthlessly. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. It was just that the other party's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, this battle would have already begun without any suspense. Xiaozhan glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and scolded, "Damn it, you must be Ling Xiao. When I was in the Imperial City, I wasn't there, so I let you be arrogant. What, now you want to steal my woman? Yunya beside you is my woman. If you dare to flirt with her, I'll kill you." Princess Xianxia, do you know him? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Yunya shook her head and said, "He's just a madman." Of course, she knew that General Lai Hua Xiaozhan wanted to pursue her, but she had never agreed. She had never even had a meal with this Xiaozhan. This Xiaozhan was a complete madman. He wanted to force himself on the woman he had set his eyes on. "Are you okay?" Yunya asked with some worry. "This kind of trash can't hurt me. If you really have nothing to do with him, then I won't be merciful. This guy is ruthless enough. He actually wants my life." Although Ling Zhao's voice was very soft and his tone was not that fierce, Princess Xianxia felt a chill down her spine when she heard it. In the battle on the Long Street, Princess Xianxia had truly seen Ling Xiao's decisiveness in killing. This guy would never let go of the person he wanted to kill. He indeed has nothing to do with me, but he has a close relationship with the Crown Prince, Phoenix cried Qishan. After all, you are still the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire. I'm afraid it's not good to fall out with him like this, right? After all, Princess Xianxia was a businesswoman. She also had business dealings with Phoenix cried Qishan, so if today's matter could be resolved peacefully, it would naturally be best. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Xiao Zhan spoke again. Ling Xiao. I'm asking you a question. Don't talk nonsense. What is your relationship with Yunya? Xiao Zhan's voice was full of rage. His fighting spirit gushed out like a raging fire, burning the surrounding sky red. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Princess Xianxia, it's not that I want to kill him. He is courting death. He took a step forward, and his fighting spirit rose rapidly. At that moment, he seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. You're asking about my relationship with Princess Xianxia? I can tell you right now that she's my woman. What do you think? Ling Xiao's words were naturally just to provoke Xiao Zhan. Because today, he didn't intend to hold back. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't hold back. Brat, you're courting death. When Xiao Zhan heard Ling Xiao's words, it was obvious that the anger on his face was even greater. The blazing flames behind him actually rose to a height of more than 10 meters. It looked really terrifying. His martial soul was the Raging Inferno martial soul, which was a type of fire martial soul. The reason why he was called the General of Raging Inferno was because of this martial soul. Attach. In that instant, the flames suddenly disappeared, and then a strange situation occurred. Xiao Zhan was actually wrapped up by the crimson flames, forming a thick layer of flame battle armor. Ling Xiao had done this before, but it was obviously not as solid as Xiao Zhan's flaming battle suit. He could even feel that the flame had integrated into Xiao Zhan's internal organs and even his blood. This was the true meaning of martial soul possession. Although there were many ways to fight with martial souls and attaching was just one of them, martialists who could be possessed by martial souls all possessed extremely strong combat strength. It just so happened that Xiao Zhan was such a martialist. This fellow's rude and tyrannical temper had been cultivated on the battlefield. Ling Xiao was very calm as he looked at Xiao Zhan. His opponent was a martialist at the Second Paradise Realm. If he wanted to defeat him, he had two options. One was to borrow the power of the Butterfly Lady, a Yuan Venerate, or a human monarch. The other option was to use a secret spirit technique, just like when he had dealt with the 4 freaks of the City of Sin. However, the repercussions of the latter option were too severe. If he used it today, he wouldn't be able to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. He didn't intend to use the former option immediately. After all, he wanted to see how far he could go in a fight with Xiao Zhan based on his own strength. In a sense, Ling Xiao was also a battle maniac. He yearned to fight with experts. Only then would he be able to gain more experience. However, his actions were seen as pretentious and jealous by many people. Ling Xiao definitely wants to show off in front of Princess Xianxia. However, I'm afraid that he will make a fool of himself if he fights with Xiao Zhan. Dan Qing sneered and said, he could have called for help directly. As long as the Medicine King, Sun Ce, and the others appear, Xiao Zhan wouldn't dare to act recklessly even if he had 100 guts. This guy isn't stupid, he's just a little carried away. After all, he is in front of a beauty. If he cowers, he won't be able to gain the favor of a beauty in the future. Even if he loses, he will still be considered brave. Ji Luoyu smiled. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao miscalculated Xiao Zhan's temper. Once Xiao Zhan makes a move, he will really beat someone to death. Who cares? We are just here to watch the show anyway. Whether Ling Xiao is a snake or a dragon will soon be revealed. There were many people who didn't mind watching the show. On the other side, Corpse Granny closed her eyes and a black shadow flew out from her body. It was faintly discernible and gradually approached Ling Xiao. If someone knew Corpse Granny, they would know that this was Corpse Granny's unique assassination skill, Shadow Demon. This Shadow Demon was an undead spirit that she had raised in her body, although it couldn't attack the enemy's body, it could affect the enemy's soul. It could be imagined that when Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan were in the middle of a battle, their souls would suddenly be affected and they would lose the initiative to fight. What would the result be in the end? On the other side, the battle had already begun. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan's fighting spirit collided in the air and actually erupted with substantial destructive power. Then, the two suddenly rushed out. One was holding a sword, and the other was waving the fire divine fist. They hit each other's vital points in the air. This was a real battle to the death. Although they didn't say anything, both of them were going in the direction of a battle to the death. Get lost. Xiao Zhan punched out and hit the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded in the air. On one side was a glaring light, and on the other side was a blazing flame. The two of them actually couldn't gain any advantage. However, the collision was only a single exchange. Xiao Zhan had rich combat experience, and his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's. After his right hand blocked the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, his left hand chopped toward Ling Xiao's head. This move was simply too powerful. If it really hit Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao's head would really explode. However, although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as good as his opponent's, and his overall strength wasn't as good as his opponent's, his movement technique was stronger than Xiao Zhan's. He used the shadow step and easily avoided Xiao Zhan's attack. However, the strong wind brought about by the opponent's hand chop scraped his skin and caused his clothes to tear. Sure enough, a good opponent. Although he was at a disadvantage, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he revealed an excited expression. He was very happy about this battle. As he spoke, his movements did not stop. After dodging Xiao Zhan's attack, Ling Xiao casually released a Crimson Sun All. Although the glaring Crimson Sun All was very easy to discover, its destructive power far surpassed the Shadow All. Moreover, the distance was so close. He believed that it would probably be somewhat difficult for Xiao Zhan to avoid it. Good boy, a little interesting. Xiao Zhan revealed a hint of surprise. But immediately, this surprise quickly turned into excitement and fanaticism. This guy was also a battle maniac. This was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. Unable to dodge Ling Xiao's attack, Xiao Zhan simply did not dodge. At the place where the Crimson Sun All attacked, the originally burning flame suddenly solidified. It actually looked like magma that had just solidified. Thick and blazing. Bang! The Crimson Sun All hit that lump of solid flames, emitting a dull explosion sound, and immediately disappeared. However, this sudden attack still made Xiao Zhan suffer a little hidden loss. His body actually fell back half a step. Although it was only half step, he was a powerhouse of the second Grotto Heaven realm. Facing a mere 10 directions heaven martial artist, he actually had to retreat. This was simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. In an instant, retreating became an attack again. Ling Xiao's attack was still unable to cause any harm to him in the end. It could not be helped. The cultivation gap was too great. Xiao Zhan, who shot out like a spring, actually condensed a flaming long spear in his hands, piercing toward Ling Xiao's head. This kind of reaction, Ling Xiao was not surprised. Therefore, he had long made ample preparations. If Xiao Zhan did not even have this bit of ability, he would not have bothered to fight this battle with the other party. He would have long used other forces to destroy this guy. The flaming long spear stabbed over. Ling Xiao's shadow sword stabbed out at the same time. On the shadow sword, the cone-shaped object condensed from light and darkness was full of explosive power. After that, the two collided again. Boom, the violent chi collided and then burst out, shaking many tables and chairs in the surrounding area. Beneath their feet, tiny cracks actually appeared. One had to know that this giant ship was built using the most advanced mechanical puppet technology on the White Tiger continent. The hardness of the deck was able to withstand an all-out attack from a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. From this, it could be seen that although the attacks of the two did not appear to be flashy, they were filled with power. Both of them were ruthless moves that wanted to kill the other. This collision caused Ling Xiao to let out a muffled groan, and his figure rapidly retreated. If it were someone else, they would probably really make a fool of themselves. However, Ling Xiao actually used his outstanding body movement to resist the impact. After a few beautiful backflips in the air, he landed steadily on the side of the ship. Xiao Zhan was repelled again. Although he only took one step back, it made this confident General Lai Hua's state of mind completely lose balance. He was the one who initiated the fight, but he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao quickly. This was too shameful. Most importantly, he did it in front of so many people, in front of Princess Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several moves. It seemed to be a quick duel, but there was a hidden killing intent. No matter who made the slightest mistake, they might be ruthlessly beaten by the other. Many people did not expect such a situation. In their opinion, this should be the battle where Ling Xiao revealed his true colors. It should be the battle where General Lai Hua violently beat up the Celestial Emperor. However, at this time, they looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. This young pharmacist who was good at alchemy, the youngest founding emperor of the mystic world, and this young martial artist whose cultivation was only at the 10 directions heaven realm, actually did not lose to the dignified General Lai Hua in terms of combat experience. Even in some changes, he was even better than General Lai Hua. It was these changes that allowed Ling Xiao to not be defeated in the lightning-like collision. Among the people at the banquet today, the one with the lowest cultivation was probably Ling Xiao. This was because most of the people who could be invited by the Medicine King Sun Sa were martial artists above the Grotto Heaven realm, including the disciples of the Chang'e Celestial Island. These people could all see the thrill and excitement of the battle just now. Ling Xiao was actually able to resolve Xiao Zhan's attacks one by one, and even counterattack himself. This was really rare. After all, that General Lai Hua Xiao Zhan was one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Looking at the entire Divine Phoenix continent, he was also absolutely a powerhouse. In addition, killing enemies on the battlefield could be said to be rich in experience. If not for him being brave and valiant enough, Phoenix Cry Qishan would not have listed him as one of the 13 divine generals. When this guy was enraged, even if it was a martial artist whose cultivation was stronger than his, he also dared to beat them up. But facing Ling Xiao, he actually did not occupy too much of an advantage. Of course, because they were fighting on the ship, General Lai Hua Xiao Zhan did not dare to use his full strength no matter how crude he was. Otherwise, if he destroyed this enormous ship, he was afraid that Medicine King Sun Sa would blame him, and that would be troublesome. He was crude and overbearing, but he was not stupid. But the problem was, did Ling Xiao use his full strength? Many people had heard that Ling Xiao could control enormous skeletons, but today, it was very clear that Ling Xiao did not do so. Both of them did not use their full strength, but Xiao Zhan's cultivation was higher after all, so he could not gain the upper hand. No wonder so many people were surprised. Could it be that the rumors outside are true? Ling Xiao's fighting strength is really not weak. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although she did not understand Xiao Zhan very well, her eyesight was extremely brilliant. Other than not using the inner strength of the second Grotto Heaven realm, Xiao Zhan had basically used all of his skills and experience, but he was still unable to beat up Ling Xiao. On the contrary, it seemed that they were evenly matched. This Ling Xiao might be much more powerful than she had imagined. Dan Qing's expression was not very good. He had been hoping that Ling Xiao would be beaten up, and he had even said some mocking words before, saying that Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan were courting death. This kind of situation at present, he was more embarrassed. Hearing Ji Luoyu's praise of Ling Xiao, the anger in his heart flared up even more, and he said coldly, "It's still the environment here that bound the hands and feet of General Blazing Fire Xiao Zhan. Otherwise, this battle, Ling Xiao would have lost long ago." That being said, Big Brother Dan Qing, don't forget that Ling Xiao is only at the early stage of 10 directions heaven. Facing Xiao Zhan with this cultivation, even if the opponent did not use his full strength, it's still something to be proud of. Although Ji Luoyu had a grudge against Ling Xiao in her heart, she did not completely hate him. Her likes and dislikes were very obvious, that was, she liked the strong and capable, and despised the weak and incapable. Although this was really somewhat utilitarian, it was very practical. After all, as Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, she had seen too many experts. If it was not for some special people, she would not even bother to take a look at them. Tisk. When Dan Qing heard this, he was even more displeased in his heart, but he could not go against Ji Luoyu. After all, offending Medicine King Sun Sa had no benefits at all. Moreover, he had also studied at Sun Sa's place for a period of time and could be considered half a disciple. Ling Xiao, you don't have to give me face. I've already said that it has nothing to do with him. Yunya checked Ling Xiao's condition and knew that Ling Xiao was fine. Then, she said angrily. Yunya, you think too highly of me. He's a martial artist at the second Grotto Heaven realm. How can I be his opponent? Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. In all fairness, if he didn't rely on external forces, he really wouldn't be able to last long against Xiao Zhan. The gap in cultivation was difficult to make up for with experience and skill. Unless he also advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, then it would be simple. After the collision just now, his sword-wielding hand was still trembling slightly, and waves of pain kept coming from his arm. Although he wasn't injured, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. However, he felt that Xiao Zhan definitely wouldn't feel good either. In the attack of the light and shadow divine all, the two energies of heat and cold worked at the same time. It was impossible for a brute like Xiao Zhan to think of a way to deal with it in a moment. He would definitely feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was right. Although Xiao Zhan wasn't injured, his arms were sometimes cold and sometimes hot. That kind of feeling was really a little uncomfortable. The most terrifying thing was that he seemed to feel that he was poisoned. Ling Xiao's light and shadow divine all contained white blood poison. In any case, it was a desperate fight, so he didn't show any mercy. The white blood poison was his secret weapon now. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Xiao Zhan tried to use his internal force to force the poison out of his body, but a moment later, his face turned ugly. This poison was extraordinary. Although only a little bit had entered his body, not only was he unable to force it out, but it was also constantly eroding his blood. Kid! You actually used poison. You're really shameless. Xiao Zhan scolded Ling Xiao loudly. At this time, he was like a tiger who wanted to pounce on a hedgehog, but found that not only did he not eat the hedgehog, but his claws and mouth were also full of thorns. It was indescribable how aggrieved he was. The dignified general of fire was actually plotted against by a little guy. It was a blunder. Shameless? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, you sneak attacked me with the cultivation of the second Grotto Heaven realm. Isn't that called shameless? Am I shameless for using poison? Don't forget that I'm an apothecary. If I don't guard against poison when fighting with an apothecary, that's called stupid. I really don't know how you got the title of General of Fire. You're just a piece of trash. In terms of bickering, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't lose to Xiao Zhan. Moreover, he had his reasons for today's matter. The other party used his strength to bully the weak and even launched a sneak attack. So what if he used poison? It was normal for apothecaries to use poison in battle. Hand over the antidote now, or I'll kill you. Perhaps Xiao Zhan was really anxious. At this moment, he was no longer prepared to hold back. An abundant amount of origin energy erupted from his domain. His battle intent surged, and the flames were 2 to 3 times larger than before. That murderous aura made the faces of many nearby warriors turn ugly. They all fled from this lunatic. Battle intent rumbled, and killing intent filled the sky. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was like a fiery general dealing with the enemy on the battlefield. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Boom, Ling Xiao did not back down. His aura skyrocketed in an instant. Through the battle with Xiao Zhan, he discovered that the potential in his body was constantly awakening. This process was really excellent. Sword intent broke through the clouds, illuminating the night into day. His killing intent was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiao Zhan's. His sword intent was swift and fierce until it could pierce the firmament. Those two guys are going to get serious. Are they planning to tear down the giant ship? Ji Luoyu's expression changed slightly. She was very surprised that Ling Xiao could still remain calm under Xiao Zhan's powerful aura and wholeheartedly seek to fight. Now, she seemed to understand a little why this Ling Xiao could be the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, and why this Ling Xiao would have so many people supporting him. This person was absolutely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was very strong, and also very ruthless. Xiao Zhan, why aren't you stopping? This isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. Ji Luoyu stood up helplessly. The current her had no choice but to stop it. This banquet was prepared by her master, the medicine king Sun Sa. If it was ruined because of these two guys, then she would have no face. However, how could Xiao Zhan, who was currently in a fit of anger, listen to her? The originally scarlet flames became even denser. Fighting intent condensed in the flames, and a terrifying aura pervaded the entire giant ship. Many of the first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists in the crowd turned somewhat pale. Jiluoyu, you'd better mind your own business. I must kill this brat. Sure enough, he was as unreasonable as Feng Ming Qishan. He did not even give face to Jiluoyu. Boom, it was as if a ball of raging fire had shot out from where Xiao Zhan was originally standing. The deck had already been burned black by the raging fire. The sea breeze blew gently, and it was completely shattered. Wherever Xiao Zhan passed, it was completely raging fire. Whether it was the deck or the tables and chairs, all of them were burning. On this path of flames, it was a complete mess, a complete mess. Some people were touched by his aura and actually vomited blood on the spot. It seemed that their injuries were not light. Seeing Xiao Zhan pouncing over with incomparable killing intent, Ling Zhao's face was also covered with a gloomy coldness. Behind him, the huge Taotai seemed to tear through the void and walked out, letting out a shocking roar. His sword intent rose to the extreme, and the surrounding tables and chairs were torn into pieces. Not enough. Facing Xiao Zhan's all-out attack, Ling Xiao understood that it was difficult to resist with his own strength, so he began to extract a strand of the power of the human king in his body, preparing to fight it out with Xiao Zhan. There were still 5 strands of the power of the human king. Using it before the Grotto Heaven realm was the most effective, so Ling Xiao was not stingy now. Raging Inferno Beast. A furious roar came from Xiao Zhan's throat. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a ferocious monster condensed from raging flames. Mixed with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, he fearlessly pounced towards Ling Xiao. In his cold eyes, black and white were spinning. The Taiji Eye had already been activated. It was currently analyzing the weakness and strength of Xiao Zhan's attack. Ling Xiao could feel that the other party's attack had yet to arrive, but the hot air that hit him in the face seemed to want to burn his body. He still did not move. But the killing intent on the shadow sword became even thicker. The giant Taotai shadow behind him also became more and more real. Both of you stop for me. Jiluoyu finally made a move. She was unable to stop the two people's battle and could only make a move to stop them. This girl's age was only a year older than Ling Xiao. However, her cultivation had actually already reached the level of the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm, even stronger than Dan Qing. A lively and agile figure appeared between Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhan in an instant, following a delicate shout. Idiot! Ling Xiao cursed. Even if she was a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, appearing between him and Xiao Zhan at this time was simply courting death. In Ling Zhao's opinion, the destructive power of his and Xiao Zhan's attack could not be blocked without the cultivation of the 5th Grotto Heaven realm or above. Unless Jiluoyu had some kind of magic weapon. It turned out that his guess was right. Jiluoyu thought that she could easily block the attacks of the two people, but she suddenly realized that she was too careless when she was in the middle of the whirlpool. She had no choice but to take out her magic weapon to protect herself. It was a beautiful hairpin. The hairpin slashed across the air, and with her cultivation of the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm, she sent the furious Xiao Zhan flying away. As for Ling Xiao, he had already stopped attacking, so he was fine. After Xiao Zhan retreated 7 or 8 steps, he stood still, but his face was a little pale. Little Medicine King, this is a grudge between me and him. Why did you intervene? His face was very ugly. Originally, this attack should have been able to kill Ling Xiao, or at least seriously injure Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao hand over the antidote. But now, not only did he fail, but he was also injured. The gains did not make up for the losses. Xiao Zhan, don't forget that this is my master's banquet. Do you want to ruin this banquet? Jiluoyu shouted. Xiao Zhan realized at this time how reckless he had been. But when he thought of being poisoned, his mood became unstable again. Jiluoyu, it's my fault for attacking, but that boy used poison. At least let him take out the antidote, right? Xiao Zhan stopped attacking, but he must get the antidote. Jiluoyu nodded and said, don't worry, General Xiao. I will help you get your antidote. If it doesn't work, don't you still have my master? Do you think that my master can't cure your poison? Hearing this, Xiaozhan's face calmed down a little. She was right. With the Medicine King Sun saw, what was he afraid of? Boy, if it weren't for the little Medicine King Ji Luoyu, I would have killed you today. Quickly hand over the antidote and stay away from Princess Xianxia in the future. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Xiaozhan let out a final roar. He had already heard the footsteps of several experts and knew that today's battle could not continue. If she hadn't made a move, you would have been the one to die today. Ling Xiao sneered and said, also, don't even think about the antidote. Unless you chop off your right arm that attacked me today, you can go beg Medicine King Sunbu. He had already used the power of a sovereign personage. Hence, the result of that collision was still unknown. If he used all his trump cards, then the one who would die would definitely be Xiaozhan. Therefore, when Ji Luoyu stepped forward to stop them, she wasn't actually saving Ling Xiao, but Xiaozhan. Little Medicine King, did you hear that? This child is simply stubborn. Xiaozhan looked at Ji Luoyu and said. Ji Luoyu also frowned. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, why don't you know what's good for you? Hurry up and take out the antidote. Otherwise, even I can't help you. Don't know what's good for me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, the one who doesn't know what's good for him is Xiaozhan. It was he who attacked me as soon as he arrived. As the master of this banquet and the disciple of Medicine King Sunbu, not only did you not stop him, you even sat there and watched the fun. Now that he is poisoned, you come to me for the antidote and say that I don't know what's good for me. Is there such a logic in this world? You. I saved you. Ji Luoyu said indignantly. Wrong, the one you saved was him. Ling Xiao said coolly, I advise you, it's best not to meddle in other people's business in this matter. Haha, Luoyu, you'd better sit back down. You really didn't handle today's matter well. A loud and clear voice sounded. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing a light green robe appeared. The moment this person arrived, the atmosphere immediately changed. His warm smile was as warm as the sun in spring. It could melt the resentment in everyone's heart. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost agreed to help Xiaozhan detoxify the poison. However, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in his body and defeated this feeling instantly. He knew that it was the will of the mountain river martial spirit that helped him. What a terrifying soul power. Ling Xiao looked at Sunbu and was shocked. Was this Medicine King Sunbu? He was indeed very powerful. Not only was this guy's cultivation shocking, even his soul power was so terrifying. It was really shocking. However, what he didn't know was that Medicine King Sunbu was even more surprised than him. Such a young guy was actually able to resist his soul power. This was really strange. Little guy, when it's possible to let people off, one should be lenient. General Lai Hua Xiaozhan was muddle-headed for a moment and attacked you. Why don't everyone take a step back and help him detoxify the poison for this old man's sake? Sunbu couldn't use his soul power to suppress Ling Xiao, so he chose to persuade Ling Xiao in a gentle voice. However, he didn't know that his actions just now had already made Ling Xiao unhappy. A sudden soul suppression was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could turn people into idiots. Obviously, Sunbu didn't think about what would happen to Ling Xiao. He only cared about whether his face could be used. At this moment, he was persuading Ling Xiao again. How could Ling Xiao give him face? I'm sorry, Senior Medicine King. This is a private matter between me and Xiaozhan. I hope Senior won't interfere. His words were considered polite because the other party was Medicine King Sunbu of the White Tiger Continent. Ling Xiao didn't want to completely anger him. However, when these words came out, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Ling Xiao, this brat, really took himself seriously? He actually didn't even give face to Medicine King Sunbu, looking at the entire Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent, including the Five Immortals Island. They had never heard of anyone who dared to not give face to Medicine King Sunbu. Sunbu was also clearly a little surprised. He didn't easily plead for mercy for people, but every time he did, it was bound to be effective. Today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually miscalculated. Ling Xiao actually didn't listen to him. Ling Xiao, do you know what you're saying? Ji Luoyu questioned loudly. Xiao Zhan and Dan Qing were secretly laughing. Offending Medicine King Sunbu, this Ling Xiao would probably have a hard time in the future. However, in Ling Xiao's view, he only refused the other party's persuasion and didn't do anything excessive. If Medicine King Sunbu was angry about this, then he was nothing more than a narrow-minded villain. Little guy, you don't seem to have heard clearly. This old man isn't discussing with you, but ordering you. Sunbu was indeed a narrow-minded and overbearing person. Perhaps it was because he stood at the top position of the White Tiger Continent's pharmacists for a long time, so basically no one dared to offend him. Even the top experts of the White Tiger Continent had to give him some face. No one dared to refuse his persuasion to his face. He was quite angry at Ling Xiao's reaction. Order? What qualifications do you have to order me? Ling Xiao frowned and said. Ling Xiao admitted that Sun Sa was stronger than him in terms of cultivation and alchemy. But this didn't mean that he had to lower his head and admit his mistake in front of such a person. What's more, he also had a trump card, so he wasn't necessarily afraid of Medicine King Sun Sa. Is that kid crazy? He dares to speak to Senior Medicine King like that? This time even Xiao Zhan and Dan Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao's audacity was simply beyond their expectations. Not afraid of death was probably referring to this kind of person. Qualification? This old man can crush you like an ant at any time. Medicine King Sun Sa revealed a smile. Although it wasn't so sinister, it was filled with killing intent. Then you can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently, as a dignified senior, you don't care about the ins and outs of the matter, nor do you know how to uphold justice. You only use strength to suppress others. Do you really think that there's no one in our Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent? Cough cough, brother Sun, why are you angry with a child? He's just a child after all. Ling Xiao raised this matter to a battle between Divine Phoenix continent, Sky Dragon continent, and White Tiger continent, so Chang'e Ancestor had to speak up. Chang'e Immortal Island was the strongest force in the first two continents. If he acted like a grandson, then Chang'e Immortal Island wouldn't have the qualifications to command the heroes in the future. Dan Chang'e. Could it be that you want to help this kid? Medicine King Sun Sa asked with a gloomy face. Brother Sun, don't be so angry. Do you really want to become enemies with Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent for a child? This time, the one who spoke was a man with long green hair and half a mask. This person's clothes had the symbol of the Sky Dragon Trading Company. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be the person in charge of the Sky Dragon Trading Company in White Tiger Continent. Compared to Ji Luoyu, he was clearly more suitable for this identity. Ji Qing. You also want to plead for this kid? Sun Sa frowned and said. If Chang'e Ancestor was pleading for Ling Xiao, he could understand. After all, Ling Xiao saved Chang'e Ancestor's life. But why Ji Qing was like this, he could not quite figure it out. I'm not pleading for leniency. I'm just being reasonable. Even if a child is a little willful, there's no need for us to take action. It would seem degrading. Ji Qing said indifferently. Humph. Consider yourself lucky, kid. However, even if you don't detoxify Xiao Zhan, do you really think I can't detoxify this poison? Sun Zai could not give Ancestor lasting joy face, but Ji Qing's face, he still had to give. This person obtained a demonic eye when he was young and comprehended the ancient demonic race's inheritance. He was both righteous and evil, and was rather terrifying. The people of the White Tiger continent would rather provoke him, Sun Zai, than provoke this guy. I naturally have no objections if Senior wants to cure Xiao Zhan's poison. However, if you want me to do it, then he must sever his own right arm. There's nothing to discuss. Ling Xiao said faintly, it's just that I need to remind you that he's poisoned with white blood poison. It's very difficult to remove the poison with ordinary methods. It's not something that can be done just because you're skilled in medicine. Too arrogant. Who does he think he is, to actually dare point fingers at Senior Medicine King? Yeah, it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse and helping Ancestor lasting joy to detoxify the poison. He really thinks of himself as a great immortal. The crowd immediately boiled over. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao this guy was too arrogant. There was no helping it. These people present were all guests invited by Medicine King Xianxia. They naturally had to side with Medicine King Xianxia. Moreover, no one thought that what Ling Xiao said was right. Ling Xiao did not explain anything. He was just doing his duty to give a reminder. Whether the other party listened or not, that was their business. I'll let you see today how a black-grade alchemist treats and detoxifies. Medicine King Xianxia gave Ling Xiao a glance indifferently. After that, he pointed his finger at Xiao Zhan. Several streams of force shot out and started wandering around Xiao Zhan's body. The scene of him treating the illness could simply be rated as gorgeous. Various colors of force constantly flickered, making people cry out in satisfaction. Furthermore, every time he attacked, he was extremely accurate. Many people were dumbstruck with amazement. Good. There were even people who stood up and shouted loudly. A cold smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Treating and saving people was not magic. He admitted that Medicine King Xianxia's skills were superb. However, the white blood poison really could not be treated like this. It could not be eradicated without blood exchange. Medicine King Xianxia did this purely to show off his skills. This kind of person was too superficial. He did not believe that this guy could be a good alchemist. A quarter of an hour passed. Cold sweat appeared on Xianxia's forehead. However, Xiao Zhan's expression became even worse. Not only did the white blood poison not weaken, it became even more ferocious. It actually nibbled away a full 1/3 of Xiao Zhan's blood, causing Xiao Zhan to almost enter a state of near death. How could this be? Xianxia's old face was flushed red. He did not understand why it was like this. Senior, the white blood poison is different from ordinary poisons. Your method is wrong. Even if your medical skills are superb, not only can it not save people, it will harm people instead. Ling Xiao reminded. If Xiao Zhan dies, don't blame me. Originally, the white blood poison in his body would automatically disappear after a period of time. However, the illness is already incurable now. Unless all the blood in his body is replaced, he will undoubtedly die. His expression was still indifferent. However, these words were extremely mocking in Xianxia's ears. He was not saving people, but harming people. The other martial artists also shut their mouths. At this moment, they finally understood that Ling Zhao's words were not just words to scare people. What he said was actually true. Ling Xiao, save me. Xiao Zhan did not want to die, although he was overbearing and unreasonable. His desire for life was as strong as that of ordinary people. I can save you, but you have to apologize to me in front of these people. Furthermore, you have to break one of your arms and swear that you will not cause trouble for me in the future. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Zhan indifferently. What did it mean to have only himself to blame? This was what it meant to have only himself to blame. Ling Xiao was not bad. He was even willing to agree to save people. If it was someone else, they would not even bother with this guy. You don't believe this old man? Xianxia looked at Xiao Zhan furiously and asked. That's not it. This junior appreciates senior's kindness, but this is Ling Zhao's white blood poison. Even if it's you, I'm afraid that it will take some time to thoroughly study it. Xiao Zhan hurriedly explained. Humph. Do as you wish. Xianxia also understood that it would be useless for him to continue tormenting himself. Instead, it would be even more embarrassing. He glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, this time, this old man lost because I did not understand the white blood poison. It's not that my medical skills are inferior to yours. That's natural. Senior's medical skills are more than several times better than this junior's. Ling Xiao was still very modest. Moreover, his medical skills were indeed not as brilliant as Xianxia's. However, the white blood poison only existed in the world in his memory. Therefore, only he knew how to cure it. Moreover, the white blood poison in his light and shadow divine all had been modified. It possessed his powerful soul force, and its reproduction speed was even faster. After being poisoned by Ling Zhao's white blood poison, Xiao Zhan had not died. In fact, he was strong enough. If it were a warrior in the celestial realm, he would have bled to death. Humph, you know what's good for you. Xianxia did not say anything. After all, he was a senior and a big shot. If he continued to chatter, he would be at a disadvantage. Ah. At the moment when Sun Sa stopped talking, Xiao Zhan directly cut off his right arm with a knife. Then, he apologized to Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Although Xiao Zhan was very reluctant, he did not dare to say anything to offend Ling Xiao. Because only Ling Xiao could save his life. Seeing that you are quite sincere, I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Zhan indifferently. Then, he walked toward Xiao Zhan and directly absorbed the white blood poison into his body. It's all right. Thank you. Xiao Zhan checked his body. Sure enough, there was no problem. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao excitedly, knelt on one knee, and said. However, at that moment, a sharp weapon shot out from behind his neck and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. Be careful. No. Princess Xianxia, Phoenix Cry, and Piaoshui shouted almost at the same time. Xiao Zhan's face showed a grim smile. He had always been a person who did not suffer losses. Ling Xiao had humiliated him. How could he let it go? Since the white blood poison had been cured, there was no need to keep Ling Xiao alive. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could avoid such a close sneak attack. Ancestor Chang'e wanted to save him, but there was no chance at all. Medicine King Sun Sa's face showed a sneer. Xiao Zhan still understood what he meant. If Ling Xiao did not die, how could he, Sun Sa, live? Alas, isn't it good to be alive? A soft sigh came from Ling Xiao's mouth. His figure disappeared from where he was. Ling Xiao would never trust his enemies, especially when this person had wanted to take his life. The reason why he saved Xiao Zhan was just for show. He wanted the world to know that he, Ling Xiao, had no intention of taking Xiao Zhan's life. It was Xiao Zhan who was courting death. The moment Ling Xiao disappeared, Princess Xianxia's slender hand patted Xiao Zhan's head. His expression was as cold as ice. Shameless bastard, you deserve to die. Princess Xianxia had almost made a big mistake. If Ling Xiao had died here, not only would their plan have been completely overturned. Moreover, the prestige that he had just established within the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would also vanish. Seeing this scene, Corpse Granny who was about to sneak attack Ling Xiao was so scared that she hurriedly recalled her shadow demon. Princess Xianxia had actually killed General Lai Hua, one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire, for Ling Xiao's sake, so she would definitely attack her as well. Obviously, Ji Qing supported Princess Xianxia. Patriarch Chang'e also wanted to protect Ling Xiao. She didn't want to die yet. Ling Xiao's figure reappeared. He glanced at Medicine King Sun Sa indifferently and didn't say anything. He felt that Xiao Zhan's sneak attack this time was most likely related to Medicine King Sun Sa, although Xiao Zhan must have thought so himself. But if it wasn't for Sun Sa's instigation, he wouldn't have done so. This grudge had been formed. Well, everyone, don't let this unhappy scene spoil your mood. Brother Sun, I think it's better to order someone to clean up the scene. I didn't expect the dignified General Lai Hua to be so despicable and shameless. What a pity, Ji Qing said indifferently. Someone, clean up the scene and continue the banquet. Sun Sa gritted his teeth. Xiao Zhan's sneak attack had failed, and his plan had failed. But it didn't matter. Anyway, there was still tomorrow's alchemy conference. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could escape from his grasp. Soon, someone cleaned up the bloody scene, and then people drank and chatted absent-mindedly. Obviously, not everyone could easily let go of what had just happened. Ji Qing, why are you protecting that little guy? He created the Celestial Empire and didn't revive your Ji family's sacred dynasty. After sitting down, Medicine King Sun Sa asked Ji Qing puzzledly. If Ji Qing wasn't here, he would definitely make Ling Xiao pay the price today. The Celestial Empire is just a child's play. The sacred dynasty will be revived in the end, and this Ling Xiao is the key to reviving the sacred dynasty. Ji Qing said indifferently. He had already made it very clear that he would definitely not let go of such a good talent like Ling Xiao. This was to warn Sun Sa not to make a move against Ling Xiao. Sun Sa smiled and said, Brother Ji, don't you see that kid's character clearly? He's a guy who won't accept anything. If we fall out, he won't recognize anyone. Do you really think you have the ability to make him abandon the Celestial Empire and revive the sacred dynasty? Brother Sun doesn't need to worry about this matter. It's just that this person, this Ji will protect. Jiqing said indifferently. Sun Sa's slightly aged face twitched fiercely, but he didn't say anything. If Jiqing wanted to protect someone, of course he couldn't openly make a move. However, it wasn't impossible to make a move behind his back. Before the boring banquet ended, Ling Xiao and Yunya left. However, this banquet allowed Ling Xiao to see the true face of Medicine King Sun Sa. He used to admire this person and even thought of becoming friends with him despite their age difference. However, now, he was very disappointed in this person. That night, it was a silent night. Although there were people who wandered around Princess Yunya's residence at night, trying to find a chance to steal the Imperial Jade Seal, they were scared away by Cold Plum and Princess Yunya. The Moon Maiden didn't make a move. The next day, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The sky was clear as if it had been washed. It was really a good day. To hold the alchemy conference on such a day, it was extremely good for both the pharmacists and the audience. The city of Sin, a place that was regarded as a city without a master, had many important people come for the first alchemy conference hosted by the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Although the alchemy conference had been held a few times before, compared to this one, whether it was in terms of scale or quality, it was much better. When the first ray of light appeared on the horizon, the entire dark and gloomy city of Sin seemed to have a trace of warmth. On the long street, among the people coming and going, a few figures wearing special uniforms appeared. These uniforms were specially prepared by the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island for the pharmacists participating in the alchemy conference. The men's uniforms were white and the women's uniforms were pink. Not only were they fashionable, but they were also very unique. This was also to allow the ordinary people to clearly recognize these pharmacists. In the mysterious world, pharmacists were a noble profession that was highly respected and trusted by martial artists. To martial artists, pharmacists were noble existences that could give them a second chance at life. Not only were they noble, but they were also mysterious. After all, most pharmacists preferred to concentrate on studying alchemy. They rarely gathered together to hold events. However, today, in the city of Sin, there were thousands of pharmacists walking out from all over the city. They all walked towards the venue of the alchemy conference, Everlasting Joy Square. Of course, this Changle Square was a newly built place. Many people knew that it used to be the mansion of the Black Python clan, which was destroyed in the battle on the Long Street. People who liked to sleep in usually got up early at this time. They leaned against the window and stared at the pharmacists on the street, pointing at them. Their eyes were full of awe and worship. Ling Xiao also opened his eyes. He hadn't slept all night. It was no longer a problem for warriors at this cultivation level to not sleep. Through a night of cultivation, he drew on the experience of fighting with Xiao Zhan last night. Finally, his cultivation broke through from the early stage of 10 Directions Heaven to the middle stage of 10 Directions Heaven. This was a small step, but it was of great significance to Ling Xiao. This also showed that his previous cultivation method was correct and there was no problem. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Cold Plum sitting cross-legged at the foot of the wall. This girl had actually stayed outside to guard him for the entire night. "Master, you're awake?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Cold Plum immediately stood up and said, "It seems to be quite lively outside." Even when he was cultivating, Ling Xiao could hear the bustling sounds on the street. It seemed that many people were excitedly discussing things. "Of course it's lively." Without waiting for Cold Plum to answer, Princess Yunya's voice sounded. Her graceful figure walked through the flowers. "You know, this is the alchemy conference hosted by Changle Celestial Island. There are also big shots like Jiqing and Sun Sa as judges. As long as you are not an idiot, you should understand what kind of good luck you have to achieve in such a conference." Yes, although pharmacists sound mysterious, they are still human after all. They also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They also hope to get support and trust to create their own future. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "After all, not everyone is as lucky as me to find a good master and have the help of a noble person like Princess Yunya. Actually, I'm really curious. I can understand that others participate in the alchemy conference to get help from noble people. But you already have these resources. Why do you still participate? Princess Xianxia asked with some confusion. Don't you know the reward of this alchemy conference? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Moonstone? Yes, it's that moonstone. Rumor has it that it possesses the power of moonlight. It's extremely good for Big Sister Moon Lady. The faster Big Sister Moon Lady recovers her cultivation, the safer I will be. Actually, this is also for me. Ling Xiao nodded. For ordinary martial artists, the use of the moonstone was to increase their cultivation speed. Furthermore, it could absorb the power of the moon essence to transform their bodies. For apothecaries, they could avoid accidentally ingesting poison, and they could also use the power of the moon to improve medicinal herbs. These effects were extremely good. Of course, the rewards for the champion of the alchemy conference were not only moonstones, but also spirit stones, magic treasures, and other rewards. But what Ling Xiao valued the most was still the moonstone. This thing was practically tailor-made for a moon maiden. Not only could it provide the moon maiden with more moonlight power, but it could also reduce the moon maiden's physical pain and speed up her cultivation. It would be a pity if he didn't get it. You're really thoughtful. Xianxia couldn't help but feel jealous. She knew that it was completely unreasonable for her to be jealous of the moon maiden. After all, the only woman that Ling Xiao admitted to liking was the moon maiden. In Ling Xiao's eyes, she might not even be as important as Cold Plum, let alone the moon maiden. She could only be jealous in her heart. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He looked into the distance. The cannon salute had already sounded. Today, the city of Sin was destined to not be peaceful. Stepping into the Changel Square where the alchemy conference was located, Ling Xiao temporarily sat in the preparation area because the conference hadn't officially started yet. Due to his special status, he was specially recommended by the Changel Patriarch and had participated in the internal test. Therefore, he was qualified to sit in the VIP seats in the preparation area. Even the Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, Princess Xianxia, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luing were able to bask in the limelight. Looking down from the VIP seats, the huge square was filled with people. Other than the Moon Maiden and Pink Medicine Masters, there were also a large number of spectators. These spectators were not just locals of the city of Sin. They came from dozens of countries on the Divine Phoenix continent and the Tianlong continent. Even sitting in the quieter VIP seats, Ling Xiao could hear the deafening screams. These crazy screams were the people's worship for the medicine masters. Listening to these screams, even Ling Xiao, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel fanatical emotions rising in his heart. Since he was going to participate in this alchemy conference, he had to get first place. In the sky, the red sun had revealed its true appearance. The number of people in the preparation area and the spectator area was also increasing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but mischievously imagine that if a meteorite fell, it would probably kill more than 100,000 people. How was this an alchemy conference? It was more like a superstars fan meeting. The conference hadn't even started yet, but the craze was about to break through the sky. Those people are all looking at you. Xianxia suddenly said with a smile. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, "They're not looking at me. They're looking at the beauties next to me." Pairs of eyes filled with jealousy shot towards him from all directions. It was as if they could burn him up. Whoosh, suddenly, the screams became even louder. Some people finally shifted their gaze and looked in another direction. There, Feng Ming, Piao Shui, and Ji Luoyu entered the VIP seats with a group of beautiful medicine masters. Only then did they attract some people's attention. Ling Xiao was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the two of them walked towards him. His jealousy burned even more fiercely. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he was being roasted in an oven. That feeling was really unpleasant. One had to know that those were the gazes of martial artists. Martial artists' gazes were filled with fighting intent. With so many battle skills piled up, even he couldn't handle it. Ling Xiao, what happened last night really scared me. But at least it was a close call. I hope that you won't be affected by what happened last night in today's alchemy conference. You must get a good result. Feng Ming, Piao Shui smiled at Ling Xiao and said. Sister Piao Shui, you're underestimating this celestial emperor too much. He even dared to refute my master. At the very least, he should be in the top 3 of the alchemy conference. Ji Luoyu actually followed Piao Shui over and smiled at Ling Xiao. This girl was usually caught very tightly by the medicine king, Sun Bu, so she had some rebellious mentality. She really wanted to see someone who dared to refute her master. She didn't expect that she would really see it last night. Not only did Ling Xiao survive after refuting her master, but he also won in terms of detoxification. She was somewhat envious and impressed by Ling Xiao. However, when she saw Moon Maiden and Cold Plum sitting beside Ling Xiao, she was a little surprised. Ling Xiao's appearance could be considered handsome, but it was definitely not super handsome. But he did not expect that he was so popular with women. These two beside him were simply the best. Not to mention the two of them, even Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying were a pair of exquisite twin sisters. This Ling Xiao really had good luck with women. But he did not know that Ling Xiao was currently secretly depressed because of this degree of popularity. Perhaps out of competition, Feng Ming, Piao Shui, and Ji Luoyu also sat in front of and behind Ling Xiao. These 7 women surrounded Ling Xiao, and a fragrance assailed his nostrils. Ling Xiao, who had always been calm, had no choice but to close his eyes and circulate his heavenly yuan energy to calm himself down. But just as he closed his eyes, a viper-like gaze made him feel uncomfortable all over. He turned his head and just happened to see Dan Qing's pair of eyes. That was a pair of eyes that seemed to be staring at some father enemy. Like the ice-cold eyes of a viper, filled with resentment. Perhaps because he saw Ling Xiao, Dan Qing gave him a thumbs up angrily, then pointed his thumb downwards. Through lip reading, Ling Xiao roughly knew what he was saying. Snatching my sister Piao Shui and seducing my sister Luo Yu, you and I are irreconcilable. Just wait to make a fool of yourself in today's alchemy conference. Ling Xiao straightforwardly gave him a middle finger, then directly transmitted his voice, although I have no interest in snatching women from you, a scum like you can't win against me. Hearing these words, Dan Qing even wished that he could curse out loud. But thinking of Xiao Zhan's death last night, he immediately shut his mouth. Ling Xiao had strong protectors around him, so a head-on clash was definitely out of the question. Then he could only fight it out in the alchemy conference. Actually, there was more than one gaze peeping at Ling Xiao. It was just that another person's gaze was more concealed. This person was nicknamed Frost General, and was similarly one of the 13 Divine Phoenix Empire's divine generals. Furthermore, he was Xiao Zhan's younger brother, Xiao Zhi. Xiao Zhi's cultivation was much stronger than Xiao Zhan's. Among the 13 godly generals, his ranking was close to Ji Ning's. His strength was not only in terms of cultivation, but also in his wisdom. Of course, it could also be said that he was cunning. Up until now, no one had ever seen him personally fight. His battles were usually completed through his mouth and brain. The enemy was crippled before he could even make a move. Xiao Zhi had only arrived at the city of Sin today. He originally didn't plan to come, but the death of his elder brother, Xiao Zhan, filled him with rage. He wanted to see what kind of person the culprit behind his brother's death was. General Xiao, since our enemy is Ling Xiao, why don't we cooperate? Sitting beside Xiao Zhi were Corpse Granny, Xianxia, and Swallow's representative. These 3 fellows were in cahoots now. Of course, it wasn't just for Ling Xiao's death, but for the Imperial Jade Seal in Ling Xiao's hands. Of course we can cooperate. You guys get the Imperial Jade Seal, and I want Ling Xiao's life. Although he said that, Xiao Zhi actually had his own plans. Not only did he want Ling Xiao to die, he also wanted to take the Imperial Jade Seal for himself. After obtaining the human monarch's notes, he would then present it to the heir, Phoenix Cry Mountain. As for Corpse Granny and the other 2, if they were obedient, they could still live. If they didn't know their limits and insisted on fighting with him for the Imperial Jade Seal, then he wouldn't mind directly killing them. Time slowly passed. A huge magical artifact clock was placed on the plaza. Finally, after the clear sound of the bell, an even louder and more lively cannon salute soared into the sky. Although it was daytime, these cannon salutes were still dazzling and beautiful. As one of the judges of the convention, as well as the organizer of the convention, Ancestor Changle slowly stood up and walked to the rostrum. He coughed twice at the sound amplification artifact placed there. Although these 2 sounds were only coughs, it instantly silenced the chaotic convention. Nearly 10,000 alchemists, as well as over 100,000 spectators, looked in his direction at the same time. Other than a few people, there really wasn't anyone who dared to rashly provoke this ancestor from Chang'e Celestial Island. This was because he was the true island master of Chang'e Celestial Island. This old man won't say any unnecessary nonsense. Now, this old man represents Chang'e Celestial Island to announce that the first new alchemy convention has officially begun. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the scene instantly boiled over. Between heaven and earth, incomparably excited and emotional shouts resounded. After Ancestor Chang'e announced the start of the convention, the alchemists all sat up from their preparation seats and entered their respective alchemy platforms according to the number plates they had received earlier. In that instant, the originally quiet plaza once again resounded with heaven-shaking cheers. "I don't seem to have a number plate?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that after he entered the venue, no one reminded him to get a number plate. "I don't have one either." Ji Luoyu smiled and said, "Those of us who participated in the internal test and got into the top 10 don't need to get a number plate because our alchemy platforms are over there." As she spoke, she pointed at the main stage. At that moment, there were already 10 alchemy platforms on the main stage. "Are you kidding me? Refining pills in such a conspicuous place. Can you maintain your composure?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "I don't know if you can, but I definitely can." Dan Qing, who was not far away, sneered and then leaped out. Dan Qing, who was at the second Grotto Heaven realm, had a very special martial soul. It was a cauldron, and his Grotto Heaven realm was the Cauldron Grotto Heaven. As he leaped into the air, his martial soul appeared, and the cauldron floated in mid-air. Dan Qing landed in the venue in an extremely elegant manner. Cheers immediately filled the air. People respected alchemists, and of course, they also hoped that these alchemists could show them more powerful abilities. Although the alchemy convention had just begun, this movement technique was considered the last element of the show. Dan Qing's move was exactly what the audience wanted. "Brother Dan Qing, your cultivation is not bad, and your Grotto Heaven realm is not weak either. Ling Xiao, it's up to you later. I'll make a move first." Ji Luoyu smiled slightly, stepped lightly with her feet, and then leaped into the air. In mid-air, she danced like a beautiful butterfly. Then, just as she was about to slide down, she took off the hairpin on her head and glided to the ground. Although in terms of elegance and beauty, she was comparable to Dan Qing. But Ji Luoyu was a beauty after all. Beautiful women would always attract more attention and cheers. A woo-woo wolf howls could be heard from the spectators' seats. The audience obviously liked Ji Luoyu's performance. Grotto Heaven realm martial artists were obviously not qualified to fly, but they could glide for a short period of time. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's performance could be said to be outstanding. Their martial souls combined with their Dharma treasures to perform that graceful gliding posture, which was amazing. That water ripple hairpin isn't a flying Dharma treasure, right? It should be a defensive Dharma treasure. Ji Luoyu can actually use it to glide, turning the defensive power into gliding power. "Good, Sun Zai, your little disciple is not bad." Seeing Ji Luoyu's performance, even Ji Qing, who usually didn't like to praise people, couldn't help but praise. "Damn, you're really shameless. How can you praise your granddaughter like that?" Ancestor Chang'e couldn't help but scold. "I'm praising her. What's wrong with that? Do you think her movement technique isn't good?" Ji Qing looked at Dan Chang'e and asked. "Yes, it's indeed not bad, but compared to Dan Qing, it's not much better. Their movement techniques should be the most exquisite among the pharmacists participating in this alchemy conference." Dan Chang'e nodded and said. "Isn't that enough?" Ji Qing rolled his eyes at Dan Chang'e. "I wonder how Ling Xiao is?" Sun Zai suddenly smiled. "With his arrogant character, I'm afraid he'll want to perform even more." Ancestor Chang'e shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily true. This little guy usually keeps a low profile. As long as no one provokes him, he won't attract too much attention." Just as Ancestor Chang'e said, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in performing his movement technique at all. In his mind, his movement technique was used for battle. If it was exposed, it would be equivalent to losing the advantage in battle. That was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, he just jumped down so casually. Anyway, the distance here wasn't very high. Even if he fell, with his physical fitness, he wouldn't fall to his death. However, the moment he jumped out, a gust of evil wind suddenly attacked. He lost control of his body and began to fall faster. At the judge's table, Sun Zai's mouth raised into a sneer. "There's no need for that, Brother Sunday. Why are you acting like a child?" Ji Qing frowned and said. "That gust of evil wind just now was released by Sun Zai." "Brother Ji, you've misunderstood. Since this little guy is so low profile, I have to find a chance for him to perform," Sun Zai said shamelessly. Ancestor Chang'e secretly cursed this old thing for being shameless. The Moon Maiden's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, she did not help Ling Xiao. She didn't need to do anything for such a small matter. If he couldn't even solve such an emergency, then Ling Xiao was too weak. He didn't deserve to be her man. "Sun Tzu, fuck your sister female disciple. You sneak attacked me." Ling Xiao's reaction made Sun Tzu's face suddenly turn ashen and very embarrassed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his sneak attack. What was even more unexpected was that Ling Xiao actually scolded him in front of so many people. Everyone was flabbergasted, and Ji Luoyu's face turned red. She was Sun Zai's only female apprentice. Ling Xiao said that, wasn't he talking about her? However, the strange thing was that she didn't feel angry at all. Instead, she found it amusing. It seemed like that fierce master of his had really met his match. This Ling Xiao was too daring. He really dared to say anything. How could one word be used to describe him as a bull? In fact, Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. Originally, he just wanted to jump down and be done with it. However, with Sun Zai's actions, he was like a bird whose wings were blown by a strong wind. He instantly lost his balance and fell down. He was angry and directly scolded. However, thinking that Sun Zai's sister was probably very old, he changed to a female disciple midway. Although Ji Luoyu was a little arrogant, her looks were not bad after all. She could still accept it. While scolding, Ling Xiao did not control his body. Instead, he allowed it to fall freely. His head fell towards the hard limestone floor. Although many martial artists knew that with the cultivation of Heaven Realm martial artists, they wouldn't die even if their heads hit the ground. However, it was still quite embarrassing. Ling Xiao was plotted against miserably by Sun Zai today. Dan Qing revealed a gloating expression. Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui covered their mouths and stood up. Ji Luoyu, on the other hand, wanted to help. Countless spectators were not stingy with their gazes on this player who fell headfirst. They wanted to see how he would end up. On the contrary, Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, and Princess Xianxia, who followed Ling Xiao, looked calm. It was as if the one who was about to make a fool of himself was not their relative or friend Ling Xiao, but an outsider. Therefore, the people who knew Ling Xiao the best were still them. Others had too little contact with Ling Xiao and knew too little about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was a person who didn't want to be in the limelight, he didn't want to make a fool of himself either. Countless people watched as Ling Xiao's head was about to touch the ground. Suddenly, an amazing scene appeared. On the originally empty ground, countless eerie white bones suddenly stretched out. In just an instant, these white bones connected to each other and controlled the speed of Ling Xiao's fall. They quickly formed a strange white bone throne. Ling Xiao's body was corrected by these white bones, and then he sat on it firmly, just like a king of white bones. At that moment, Ling Xiao still didn't use his movement technique, nor did he use the black and white wings. Instead, he chose the eye of the tomb of the god of sin. There were too many white bones in the eye of the tomb of the god of sin, and they gradually slowed down one by one. They could always slow down his rapid fall. What a powerful soul power! What a terrifying soul secret technique! How can this kid have such an ability? Even many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists can't do this. Seeing this scene, Ji Qing couldn't stay calm. His praise was even more amazing than praising his granddaughter Ji Luoyu. I'm also very surprised. I heard that Ling Xiao can condense the black and white wings. I thought that he would fly, but I didn't expect that he would do this. Ancestor Chang'e also couldn't help muttering to himself in surprise. White bone throne, this was really eye-catching, Sun Tzu originally wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao, but the result was that he forced Ling Xiao to be in the limelight under the gaze of more than 100,000 people. When Medicine King Sun Tzu was in the White Tiger continent, he had never been so vexed. He didn't expect that today, in the small Divine Phoenix continent, he would be played by a little guy. And he was at a disadvantage in every aspect. The white bone throne slowly descended, and Ling Xiao stepped on the ground, right in front of his pill refining platform. Sigh, this isn't what I wanted. He really didn't want to be in the limelight, but now, he was unexpectedly in the limelight. He actually thought of many ways to not be in the limelight and not make a fool of himself in midair, and directly ruled out the black and white wings and movement technique. But he didn't expect that things still went against his wishes. Wow! Cheers and applause instantly rang out. F***ck, he's really too handsome. Ling Xiao, I love you. I love you to death. Awesome. Screams, cheers, and applause seemed to converge into the crazy waves of the sea, simply resounding through the horizon. Ling Xiao's move was simply a powerful method to attract fans. But unfortunately, how many people knew that he didn't want to rely on this move to attract fans at all? If he had a choice, he would rather keep a low profile. In the VIP seats, the Moon Lady chuckled and shook her head. Why is this guy always in the limelight? No matter if he's hated or loved, he's the combination of a demon and a god. My master will always be the most outstanding. The ignorant Medicine King Sun Tzu did an ignorant and stupid thing. Cold Plum thought to herself. Tell me you didn't do it on purpose. You're so cool. Ji Luoyu's eyes were filled with crazy worship and admiration. It looked like Ling Xiao's actions just now had completely mesmerized this little girl. Hua Luiying and Hua Fuguang looked at each other and smiled. Their faces were filled with joy. Choosing to follow Ling Xiao was the most difficult but also the most correct choice they had ever made. Especially today, they thought so even more. Yunya shook her head and smiled bitterly. My goodness, can't you restrain yourself a little? If this goes on, all the good girls in the world will become your fangirls. By then, you'll be hated by even more people. Only Sun Tzu's expression was uncertain. Entering the venue was just the beginning. After all, there were tens of thousands of people. Hence, this would last for about 15 minutes before the real competition began. Ling Xiao didn't care about the uproar in the crowd. He quickly focused on his alchemy platform. The alchemy platform was very simple. It was a platform made of green stone slabs. On top of it were some herbs and a pill formula. Beside it was an alchemy furnace. It wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. It was a standard model. This alchemy convention didn't allow people to bring their own alchemy furnaces. This was to be fair. The most eye-catching thing was a mechanical bird on the green stone slab. It squatted there and stared at Ling Xiao. He didn't know what it was, but it was on every green stone slab. Ling Xiao glanced at the mechanical bird. He suspected that it might be used to monitor the medicine masters. It might also be used to record the results. Then, he turned his attention to the pill recipe. After all, the medicine masters hadn't entered the venue yet. He could understand the exam questions in advance. This wasn't against the rules. In fact, there were many people who had the same idea as him. Seeing this pill formula, Ling Xiao's brows immediately furrowed. The pill formula was quite formal, but the strange thing was that some of the herbs listed in the formula were not present at all. In other words, the herbs were incomplete. Furthermore, the rules stated that they were not allowed to use their own medicinal herbs. What should he do? Could this still be used to concoct pills? If one were to forcefully use incomplete medicinal ingredients to refine pills, the final pills refined would definitely not be perfect and would not be good. Although the missing herbs were only supplementary herbs and would not affect the refining of the pill, it would definitely affect the effects of the pill. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. He was thinking, what was the purpose of this assessment? This was not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome thing was that there was only one set of herbs on the bluestone board. In other words, you had to refine the pill in one go. This was naturally not a problem for Ling Xiao, but for many alchemists, it was extremely difficult. Of course, the pill forging for the first round of the examination wasn't too difficult. As long as one was a high-tier apothecary and not someone who was trying to fish in troubled waters, it shouldn't be a problem for them to succeed on the first try. Those who would fail were definitely those who did not work hard on refining pills normally. This topic was very interesting. Ling Xiao released his soul force. Without looking, he knew that many of the alchemists present had very ugly expressions. There was a type of alchemist in this world who was clearly already a yellow-level alchemist, but had never refined pills before. This was clearly a situation that went against common sense, but it was a fact. After all, the mystic world was not a completely fair world. There would be many things that did not conform to common sense. That was still very normal. However, there were also quite a number of people who truly had the ability. At the very least, these 10 people participating in the assessment on the rostrum all appeared very calm. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu even revealed a disdainful expression. Very clearly, they were disdainful of such a topic. Perhaps at Medicine King Sunbu's place, they had done such an assessment more than once. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The more difficult the examination topic, the more challenging it was. Refining pills was not difficult, but if he wanted to refine pills with better effects, he had to think of a way. Brother Ling, no need to panic. As long as you can refine successfully, it counts as passing. You also don't have to learn from us and insist on refining outstanding pills. Dan Qing suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. His words sounded like concern at first, but when experienced carefully, it clearly revealed some smugness and mockery. Brother Dan Qing seems to have forgotten the results of the internal assessment. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Does the feeling of being slapped in the face feel very good? You insist on coming up to let me slap you? Bullshit. What does the internal assessment count as? That was just me being a little careless. In the official assessment this time, I'll definitely let you know what a true alchemist is. It's absolutely not what a guy like you who walks the evil path can understand. In short, I'll definitely make you lose face. Don't look at how you're so popular with women now. When you fail later, you'll fall even more miserably." Regarding this first round of assessment, Dan Qing indeed had reason to be confident. He had once stayed at Alchemy King Sun Sa's place for a period of time, and such assessments had been conducted more than a few dozen times. It was precisely because of this that he was sure that he would definitely be stronger than Ling Xiao. He wanted to become the champion of the alchemy conference. He wanted to seize all the glory that Ling Xiao currently possessed. He even fantasized that the Moon Maiden would also cast him a look of admiration, and then ruthlessly abandon Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he actually couldn't help but reveal a disgusting smile. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. He didn't know what Dan Qing was thinking, but he was similarly very confident. After all the alchemists had entered the venue, another 5 minutes or so had passed. This was also in hopes that the alchemists who entered later could have a certain amount of time to observe the alchemy platform and then make preparations. Basically, only 15 minutes had passed from start to finish. That huge artifact clock once again emitted a crisp sound. The alchemists all looked towards the judging panel. This time, the one who spoke wasn't Elder Changel, but Alchemy King Sun Sa. He didn't stand up, and just sat on his seat just like that. Using an indifferent voice, he said, "The first round of assessment is very simple. Use the things in front of you and refine an extraordinary pill. The extraordinary pill is an ungraded pill. If you all have genuine talent and genuine knowledge, then you'll naturally be able to successfully refine it. But I need to remind you all that some of the medicinal ingredients in the pill formula can't be found on the spot. But you all must think of a way to refine an extraordinary pill whose medicinal effect reaches 60% without violating the rules. If you can't do it, then you'll be eliminated." There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. As the White Tiger Continent's Alchemy King Sun saw, every word of his possessed an extremely strong prestige. Other than a lunatic like Ling Xiao, probably very few people would be willing to argue with him. "See the mechanical bird on your pill refinement platform? It will faithfully record your every action. If anyone violates the rules, you'll be eliminated immediately. At that time, it will let out an ear-piercing cry. In addition, the first round's assessment time is only half an hour. If you still can't complete within half an hour, you'll be eliminated as well. Pay attention to the time on the artifact clock. Don't panic. talking until here, Medicine King Sun Bu looked at Ji Qing. The following words would be announced by Ji Qing. Ji Qing looked at everyone, stood up, and said in a clear voice, "The rules are like what the Medicine King said. What you all have to do is not to blindly follow the rules. You have to use your brains more. There's only one set of medicinal herbs. Once wasted, that's a failure. So think clearly before taking action. Now, I announce that the Alchemy Assembly's first round officially begins." Following Ji Qing's words, over 10,000 alchemists all started the assessment nervously. But at the beginning, nobody went to refine pills. Instead, they quietly observed this pill formula and medicinal herbs, hoping to choose a balance. The time was 30 minutes. And there was only one set of medicinal herbs. The conditions were seriously too harsh. Ling Xiao naturally was not in a hurry to take action. Either. He already analyzed before. If one purely followed the medicinal herbs in the pill formula to refine the Transcendence pill, then the medicinal pill refined in the end would absolutely not reach 60%. Which was also to say that it would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, this test question was not that simple. There must be some trick to it. As there was only one chance, even if it was Ling Xiao, he also did not dare to be negligent. He had to straighten everything out and figure it out before he could take action. Anyway, there were 30 minutes. To him, refining pills only needed 5 minutes. The rest of the time could be used to think. The majority of the people were thinking about the problem. But there were also people who started refining after a moment. Those were Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing. These two people probably went through this kind of test more than once before. Not only did they know the goal of the test, they even knew the method to pass the test. Presumably, this test question was set by Medicine King Sun Bu. Ling Xiao thought about it and casually glanced at those two people's pill refinement platforms. These two people urged the furnace fire and started refining pills. It was just that due to the array's influence, he could not see clearly what method the other party used. This was probably to prevent alchemists from copying each other. Seems like everlasting joy old ancestor is quite considerate. However, even though he couldn't see how they operated, the two skillful movements and competent expressions still made Ling Xiao show a look of admiration. No matter how he felt about these two people, no matter what their personalities were, at the very least, they were capable and very strong. In fact, he had already discovered this during the internal testing. As expected of a genius. With the guidance of a great teacher, he was indeed amazing. I failed. Finally, the first loser appeared. Only about 2 minutes had passed. This guy probably saw Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu refining pills, so he couldn't hold back and rushed to make a move. The result was a tragedy. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and no longer paid attention to others. Instead, he focused his attention on his alchemy platform. The white bone throne appeared again, and he sat on it comfortably. There was one thing that he was rather dissatisfied with, and that was the fact that there wasn't a chair prepared for apothecary to rest on. Many alchemists were shocked by his action. Some were speechless, and some didn't understand. However, it was only for a moment, and these people began to focus on refining pills again. Ling Xiao didn't care about the gazes of others. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. So that's it. He had already guessed the crux of this test. He realized that although there weren't a few supplementary herbs in the pill formula, there were some other herbs. If he thought about it carefully and was familiar with these herbs, he could think of extracting the ingredients from these herbs and then replace the supplementary herbs. In this way, the maximum medicinal effect could reach 80%. He used the see-through ability of the Tai Chi eye and looked at Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing's alchemy platforms. Sure enough, what these two guys were doing was exactly what he thought. However, he felt that this method was quite boring. Moreover, it wasn't perfect. Because no matter how he did it, the medicinal effect could only reach 80% at most. If it couldn't reach 100%, it would be impossible to refine a perfect transcendent pill. This was really difficult for him, who pursued perfection wholeheartedly, to accept. Looking at the time, only 5 minutes had passed. Anyway, it was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, in these 5 minutes, there were already dozens of alchemists who had left helplessly. There was no other way. After losing the supplementary herbs, not only would the final medicinal effect be greatly reduced, but the success rate of refining would also be greatly reduced. This was simply a matter of life and death for alchemists who only knew how to memorize things and didn't know how to be flexible. Ling Xiao didn't look at them. The alchemy conference wasn't all for alchemists. If they failed, then so be it. Even in the alchemy world, not all of them were geniuses or masters. They still needed some diligent ordinary alchemists. Otherwise, no one would refine pills that didn't make the grade. What he needed to do now was to refine this transcendent pill to perfection. He lay on the white bone throne with his eyes closed, looking like he was resting. However, in his mountain river world, he began to practice the alchemy process. The memories that existed in his mind that belonged to the other world surfaced once again. In these memories, there was a medical skill that broadened Ling Xiao's horizons. According to this medical skill, in fact, every medicinal herb contained some special ingredients. These were the key to the medicinal herb's effects. These ingredients could be extracted, and could even be synthesized and artificially produced. In the other world, they relied on high technology to do it. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit troublesome. It would be easier for them to extract it with their inner force. Therefore, this method should be feasible. However, this was only his speculation. Whether it would work or not, he still had to try it out. He didn't dare to rashly use the medicinal herbs on the alchemy platform to try it out. He could only rely on his mountain river martial spirit and powerful soul force to simulate it. During the simulation process, he actually slowly stood up. His body floated a foot high in the air, and then his hands actually moved involuntarily. What is that guy doing? Pointing fingers at the air? After all, Ling Xiao was in the most conspicuous place to refine pills. Therefore, everyone could see his every move clearly. Whether it was the judges' seats, the preparation seats, or the audience seats. Ling Xiao's inexplicable actions confused everyone. Hysteria? Someone asked in confusion. Idiot, that's called a sensory test. Only alchemists with extremely powerful soul force can do it. Look at him, he seems to be waving his hands in the air. In fact, in front of him, there is a real alchemy platform. The person who said these words was naturally an expert who knew the ropes. I didn't expect that this brat actually knows such a profound simulation practice method. This way, the chances of his pill refinement failing will be much lower. When Ji Qing saw Ling Xiao's actions, he could not help being somewhat surprised as he said, "Looks like this brat indeed has some ability." Humph, it's only increasing the chances of success. If he doesn't know the crux of this first round's test, even if the pill refinement succeeds in the end, it can only fail. Sunbeard snorted coldly and said. Not to the extent. Ling Xiao's ability, this old man still believes in it. Ancestor Chang'e said coolly, according to rumors, his pill refinement has always succeeded on the first try and has never failed before. It's just a rumor, not to be believed. Medicine King Sunbeard's prejudice against Ling Xiao was too deep. Hence, he was not willing to believe that Ling Xiao would have such great capabilities at all. But regardless of whether he believed or not, the current Ling Xiao was already immersed in the world of sensory testing. The place that others could not see was precisely an imagined pill refinement platform. But this was still not enough. This kind of imagined thing was ultimately illusory and not realistic enough. Visualization. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Essence Spirit Remnant Scrolls talk about visualization. He had once visualized the Neza in the Divine Investiture catalog. Visualizing living things was very difficult. Visualizing dead things was a little easier instead. In that instant, his soul force gushed out like a tide, fusing with the elements in the air. A bizarre soul force and elements condensed into a visualization pill refinement platform gradually appeared. This scene once again drove the audience's excited mood. Quickly look at what that is. Ling Xiao actually created a pill refinement platform out of thin air. My God, this guy is too incredible. I simply love him to death. Screams and cheers boiled over once more. But Ancestor Chang'e and the rest did not stop them. If one could not withstand this kind of influence and gave up midway or failed the pill refinement, it could only mean that this alchemist was incapable. After all, many times, the environment of alchemists refining pills was very harsh. Alchemists who were unable to withstand the harsh environment did not have the qualifications to become the champion of this alchemy summit. As a result, another few dozen people failed. They vented their anger on the audience and then blamed Ling Xiao, thinking that all this was caused by Ling Xiao. What exactly is that? This time even Ji Qing was confused too. Medicine King Sun Bu shook his head and said, "It's a fusion of soul force and elements. But as for how it was formed, this old man is not clear. I only know that there are records in ancient books that this is a visualization method. There were ancient people who used visualization methods to refine pills." At this time, the Medicine King Sun Bu forgot the grudge between himself and Ling Xiao for a moment. He looked at Ling Xiao with a very shocked gaze. How could such a young guy know the visualization method in the ancient book? No, I must find out from this guy how he got this method and how to use it. From the beginning, he wanted Ling Xiao to die, to now he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. This senior medicine king had really never thought of using a proper method to ask Ling Xiao for advice. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as narrow-minded. Visualization method. Right, I remember now. There is indeed such a thing in the ancient book, but wasn't it lost? Ji Qing stood up in shock. Who is this kid's master? He probably learned it from Her Highness the Moon Maiden. Ancestor Chang'e thought for a moment and said. Her Highness the Moon Maiden? Well, that's possible. Ji Qing sat down again and calmed down a little. However, the shock that Ling Xiao brought to him was still echoing in his heart. He paid so much attention to Ling Xiao in the beginning only because of Yunya's words. But now, he felt that this kid was different from the rest. Ling Xiao did not know how much of an impact his actions had on the people outside. He was just doing his own thing wholeheartedly. Because he had never done such a thing before, he was very careful and did not forget to pay attention to the time. After all, 7 or 8 minutes had already passed. If he found a perfect method to refine pills in the end but missed the time, then it would be meaningless. An assessment was an assessment. There would be no more chances if he was eliminated. The extraction of the ingredients was relatively simple, but using completely unrelated medicinal herbs to fuse with the elements in the air to create new ingredients. This process was really too difficult. The extraordinary pill was a relatively simple pill, and the required ingredients were not that complicated. But even so, Ling Xiao tried dozens of times before he finally succeeded. Fortunately, this was a simulation. If it was real, he would have been eliminated long ago. At the same time, Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu had already finished refining the medicinal herbs and put them into the cauldron to start refining. The two of them had some free time and casually glanced at Ling Xiao. Because of their surprise, they almost messed up the heat and caused the refining to fail. However, they were experts after all and quickly remedied the situation. This was enough to show their outstanding ability. I succeeded. Right then, an alchemist stood up and shouted excitedly. I succeeded too. Me too. A total of over 20 alchemists completed the extraordinary pill virtually at the same time. However, what welcomed them was the mechanical bird's merciless shriek. They were eliminated. This kind of situation was what Ling Xiao had analyzed before. Recklessly refining the extraordinary pill according to the pill formula but neglecting the use of the supplementary medicinal ingredients, the extraordinary pill refined in the end, although effective, would definitely not meet the requirements of passing the test. Why? There's a problem with your question. One of the alchemists was unwilling to be eliminated like the others. He roared very discontentedly. However, what this roar brought was being forcefully dragged out by the security martial artists. At this very moment, many alchemists who were just preparing to refine pills according to the pill formula all revealed thankful expressions. Fortunately, they were careful enough and did not end up like these people. But the problem was, what should they do next? Not following the pill formula, what should they do? Time continued to pass. In the next 3 to 5 minutes, another 100 people were mercilessly eliminated. This time, nobody dared to act recklessly here. The alchemists who failed left the testing area in low spirits. Some people left the city of Sin with disappointment and anger. Some people stayed with the attitude of learning and continued to watch the competition as spectators. Because they wanted to know how to solve this question. Of course, until now, Only a small number of alchemists have been eliminated. There were less than 300 alchemists. To the large number of alchemists, this was really insignificant. More than half of the alchemists who stayed behind and persisted. Sometimes, you have to admit that the immortal island of Changli's influence was very strong. The alchemists who came this time were much better than before. When 15 minutes had passed on the magic treasure clock, half of the time had passed. Many alchemists could not wait any longer. They lit up their furnaces and began to refine the extraordinary pill according to their own methods. As for Ling Xiao, he was still in the visualization state and had not exited. Although he had been delayed for such a long time, it had to be said that his efforts were still very effective. He had actually refined more than half of the supplementary medicinal ingredients needed through simulation. There was one thing he was absolutely confident about, and that was that he could definitely complete what he could do in the visualization state in reality. To him, there was no possibility of accidental failure. It was just that the next few ingredients would be more complicated and difficult to refine. However, there was only 15 minutes left. He had to speed up and be more careful. You only know how to deliberately mystify things. Dan Qing's pill was already in the process of being refined. He only needed a little more time to complete the refinement, and he would be able to successfully pass the test. Therefore, when he saw that Ling Xiao had not lit up his furnace after 15 minutes, he was a little gloating. Ji Luoyu also shook her head lightly. Although she did not know what Ling Xiao was doing, she was very clear that if Ling Xiao did not officially start refining the pill, there would not be enough time. According to the standard of a yellow-grade alchemist, refining an extraordinary pill would take at least 10 minutes. And Ling Xiao was only a yellow-grade alchemist. Even if she overestimated him, there was not enough time. However, at this time, there was nothing she could do. After all, she did not know what Ling Xiao was doing. This visualization simulation process is fine if it's used during normal times, but it's a bit of a waste of time during the test. Ji Qing was also a little worried. Yes, after time passes, even if I'm biased towards him, I can't play favoritism. Ancestor Chang'e also said helplessly. However, Ling Xiao, who was being watched, did not care about the outside world's influence at all. No matter how many people were eliminated, no matter how many people were staring at him, he only had one thing to do now, and that was to complete the task at hand. Another 5 minutes passed. Time entered the last 10 minutes. Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He slowly landed and did not forget to look at the results of the two geniuses nearby. From the fragrance, he could tell that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's extraordinary pills were about to be refined. Moreover, the medicinal effect might reach 70% to 80%, which was already very good. The arrogance of these two obviously had a certain reason. At least among the tens of thousands of people, they were currently ranked at the top. After a deep breath, Ling's time. 10 minutes? That's faster than I thought. He smiled slightly and did not immediately go to refine the pill. Instead, he sat down on the white bone throne and closed his eyes to rest for 3 minutes, maintaining his state of mind in an absolutely optimal state. Although it's said that sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood, this kid is too calm. 7 minutes, even if he has the method to refine the pill, can he succeed? Ji Qing frowned. At this time even he could not understand Ling Zhao's thoughts. Medicine King Sunzai also frowned. Because he similarly did not understand what Ling Xiao was going to do. It was precisely because he did not understand that he was even more nervous. Ling Xiao, this guy was often able to surprise people. Right at this time, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand. The several main medicinal herbs listed in the pill formula were all thrown into the pill furnace by him. At the same time, a ball of flame emerged from his palm. This flame was just mortal fire. There was no need to use sacred fire for the time being. What is he doing? Isn't it the same thing as those guys who were eliminated? Because the audience could not see Ling Zhao's actions in detail, they could not understand Ling Zhao's approach. Even Medicine King Sunzai did not understand. He's simply giving up on himself. Working for half a day and also can't find a reliable method. Ji Qing wanted to refute, but he could not find a reason to refute. What Ling Xiao was doing now was indeed a bit like giving up on himself. Originally, they thought that this was crazy enough. But what Ling Xiao did next was even crazier than they imagined. After the furnace fire burned for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly opened the furnace lid and poured all the remaining medicinal herbs in. Crazy! Messing around like this will blow up the pot. In the audience seats, an alchemist who had already been eliminated exclaimed. Really crazy. He might have already understood that those medicinal herbs are things that can replace supplementary medicinal herbs. But it absolutely can't be thrown in directly. It needs to be tempered before it can be replaced. Otherwise, it will definitely blow up. Medicine King Sun's eye also revealed a hint of a cold smile. He suddenly felt that he was a bit too worried. This Ling Xiao was not as smart as imagined at all. On the contrary, this guy was a boorish fellow, a fool. Perhaps he has other ideas. Ancestor Chang'e was also uncertain in his heart, but he still hoped to find a reason for Ling Xiao to absolve himself. Chirp chirp. At this moment, a mechanical bird came with a clear and melodious cry. This meant that someone had successfully completed the refinement of the Transcendence Pill and passed the assessment. It's Dan Qing. Dan Qing opened the furnace lid. A round and smooth medicinal pill appeared in front of everyone. The medicinal fragrance wafted. On Dan Qing's face, one could see that he was very proud. Almost at the same time, Ji Luoyu's medicinal pill was also successfully refined. From the appearance, the two people's medicinal pill standards were almost the same. However, the score still depended on the mechanical bird's evaluation in the end. The first round of assessment did not require several judges to personally score. These two people were the first to finish. After them, 5 minutes had passed. When there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the first round, the mechanical bird's cries were almost one after another. There were screams, which meant that they were eliminated. There were also clear and melodious cries, which meant that they had successfully passed. The 10 people on the rostrum, except for Ling Xiao, had completely passed. Hee, Dan Chang'e, it seems that you are thinking too much. Ling Xiao is not as special as you think. Looking at the time and looking at Ling Xiao, Medicine King Sun's eye said very proudly. But at least he didn't explode. Ancestor Chang'e could only find such a reason to refute. Yes, he didn't explode. However, if the time is up and he still hasn't finished refining the medicinal pill, he will still be eliminated. Medicine King Sun's eye chuckled. He couldn't wait for the huge magical treasure clock to reach the 30-minute mark in an instant. He originally wanted to use some method to make a fool of Ling Xiao without leaving any traces. However, it seemed that it was unnecessary to think about it now. Ling Xiao's performance was much worse than he had imagined. Everyone was very nervous. Some were hoping that Ling Xiao would be unlucky. Others were hoping that Ling Xiao would succeed. Who asked Ling Xiao to be so flashy when he entered and so different when he refined pills? Dang. Dang, the clock finally rang. At this time everyone was attracted by the sound and did not notice that Ling Xiao was already resting on the white bone throne. He calculated the time accurately. Although it was tight, he still completed it before the clock rang. And it was perfect. For a perfectionist, this was too important. He actually completed it? He's finally done. I almost thought that his dazzling pill refining process would end in failure. In the crowd, there were already many die-hard fans of Ling Xiao. As the clock rang, the pharmacists who did not complete the refinement were depressed. Although some were still rushing to refine, the mechanical bird had already given the result. A series of ear-piercing screams rang out. Out of the 10,000 people, about 6,000 were eliminated in an instant. In the end, there were less than 4,000 people left. The exact number would probably be judged by the mechanical bird later. After all, although some people had successfully refined the transcendent pill, they did not follow the pill formula blindly. This way, the mechanical bird would not be able to eliminate them immediately. But in the end, through the appraisal of the pill, they could determine the person who had passed. Kid, your luck is not bad. You actually managed to finish refining the pill in time. However, if the method is wrong, you still can't pass. You are the candidate recommended by the Chang'e ancestor. If you can't even pass the first round, you will really become a big joke. Just as Ling Xiao was waiting for the mechanical bird to make the final judgment, Dan Qing's impatient voice rang out again. Ignorant. Ling Xiao only lightly curled his lips and said, "You only know how to follow others and do not have your own creativity. You are not qualified to criticize me. You dare to say that I am ignorant? This is the alternative method that the King of Medicine found. It is currently the most efficient method. You are not scolding me, you are insulting the King of Medicine," Dan Qing said angrily. "Whatever you say. When the results are announced later, you will know how naive you are. In the end, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well." Frog at the bottom of a well. Every time Dan Qing bickered with Ling Xiao, he would be angered to the point of choking. This time was no exception. However, he took a deep breath and finally held it in. He wanted to see what qualifications Ling Xiao had to quarrel with him after the results were announced. On the judging panel, the everlasting joy patriarch stood up and looked down at the approximately 4,000 people who were still standing on the stage. He said in a clear voice, "Now, place the extraordinary pills that you have refined into the mechanical bird's mouth. The mechanical bird will grade each of your pills." Hearing this, the pharmacists all looked at the mechanical bird that looked like a crow. Someone put the pill into the mechanical bird's mouth out of curiosity. He jumped up in excitement. Although he had just passed, he still passed. After that, many people followed this method and placed their elixirs inside. Then, as the mechanical bird continued to speak human language, more and more names appeared on the jade disc. Some of the people at the very beginning had basically passed. But soon, there were pharmacists who scored below 60. There were even some who scored Ling. Although the pharmacists who failed were furious, they did not dare to say anything. After all, they were the clearest about the pills they refined. Many people simply threw all their pills into the cauldron. In the end, the pills they refined were simply trash. They were even worse than those who were eliminated in the test. Of course, there were still many who passed. After all, if the goal of this test was only to pass, then it wouldn't be difficult for a high-grade pharmacist. Ling Xiao leaned on the white bone throne and closed his eyes to rest. It was not that he did not want to take the test quickly. The main reason was that he was too tired. Creation should not be done by mortals. However, Ling Xiao did it. This consumed a lot of his physical strength and soul force. When he was bickering with Dan Qing, he was actually dizzy. If it wasn't for Dan Qing being so annoying, Ling Xiao would not have bothered to speak. "Sister Luoyu, let's try it too." Dan Qing looked at Ji Luoyu and said. "All right." Ji Luoyu wanted to see how many points Ling Xiao's pills could get. But seeing that Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of testing, she could only go with Dan Qing. The two of them stuffed the pills in their hands into the mechanical bird's mouth. The mechanical bird swallowed the pills as if it was eating. Then, its body began to flicker with a mysterious luster. Many pharmacists stopped what they were doing. The people in the audience also looked at the huge jade. They wanted to see what kind of points these two geniuses of the pharmacist world could get. After all, these two were people who had received personal guidance from the Medicine King Sun Bu. Look, Dan Qing got 80 points. Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu also got 80 points. Heavens, these should be the two people with the highest points so far, right? That's right, it is indeed like this. They are really a golden couple. These two are too powerful. Medicine King Sun Sa looked at the points and rankings on the jade and nodded with a smile. In his opinion, 80 points should be the highest score. Even if Ling Xiao passed, it was absolutely impossible for him to exceed this score. What a pity, I used a bit more time than Big Brother Dan Qing. I admit defeat. Ji Luoyu was free and easy. Although her points were the same as Dan Qing, she used more time to refine the pills. In fact, if the grading was stricter, she would not be as good as Dan Qing. Little sister Luoyu is too modest. We can only be considered a tie. Unlike some people who are still pretending to be dead and refuse to show their results. Dan Qing looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and revealed a thick sense of sarcasm. Maybe he's really tired. Ji Luoyu's impression of Ling Xiao was getting better and better. Therefore, she did not agree with Dan Qing's point of view. Little sister Luoyu, don't be deceived by some people's honest appearance. Later when his results are announced, we will know the result. But I believe that no one will have a higher score than us today. Dan Qing was very confident. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao and did not say anything. Ling Xiao's super ability time and time again made her not dare to speak carelessly. Among the results that appeared, the highest was 79. There was really no one who could surpass Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. In the end, among all the alchemists participating in the alchemy conference, only 2 people remained who had not taken the test. One was Ling Xiao. The other was a girl with an extremely ugly appearance. That face of hers was practically completely distorted. Very few people were willing to take a second look at her. In the past, I heard that your continent's alchemists are the orthodox ones. Their standards are definitely not bad. But looking at it today, it's simply beneath the great reputation. In fact, it's hard to live up to. When everyone's gazes were cast towards Ling Xiao, that girl opened her mouth. Her words were practically a challenge to all the alchemists present. As everyone knew, apart from the sea race, the other races all lived on the continent. Her words were equivalent to scolding everyone present, including Medicine King Sun Sa. Stinking girl, what did you say? Dan Qing was the first to be displeased. Ling Xiao dared to rebuke him, he also accepted it. After all, this fellow Ling Xiao had many people behind him. But on what basis did a girl with such an ugly appearance dare to rebuke him? I said that you're all trash. The girl gave Dan Qing a disdainful glance, then placed her medicinal pill into the mechanical bird's mouth. I'll let you all know that the mystic world's best alchemists don't belong to the continent races, but to our sea race. Shameless boasting. Dan Qing pursed his lips, seemingly very disdainful. This sea race girl in front of him looked to be about the same age as Ji Luoyu. At this age, without the guidance of a master, how could she possibly beat them? That sea race girl isn't simple. Ji Qing's expression suddenly became solemn. Dan Qing could not see that sea race girl's ability, but Ji Qing was not only an alchemy master, he was also an absolute yin-yang realm powerhouse. It was impossible for him not to see through it. Yeah, if this old man didn't see wrongly, the flame she used to refine pills earlier should be the deep-sea devil flame that was bred from the extreme cold flame. Although it can't compare to a divine fire, it can absolutely be called an immortal fire, mortal fire, mystical fire, immortal fire, divine fire, sacred fire. These were the 4 grades of flames. To a martial artist, if it wasn't a fire-type martial soul, it wouldn't be too important. However, to an alchemist, this was something he had to know. Dan Qing and Luoyu were only using strange flames. Most of the others were only using ordinary flames to refine pills. As for her immortal fire, it was clearly superior. Furthermore, this little girl's soul force was extremely powerful. For an alchemist, a powerful soul force could ensure that they could communicate with the pill and control it better. If this old man didn't see wrongly, this little girl's soul power is definitely second to none among her peers. He's even stronger than I was back then. Medicine King Sunbu said in a deep voice, she is more powerful than Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu, and more powerful than Ling Xiao. I agree. Ji Qing also nodded and said. It can't be. According to what the 2 of you said, she can really break the limit of 80 points. Although Patriarch Chang'e knew alchemy, he was not an expert. Ancestor, the 2 of them are right. This woman is indeed powerful. Moreover, from the insignia she's wearing, she's most likely from the Water God Temple. The 4th judge was the number 1 alchemist from Chang'e Celestial Island. Because his status was inferior to Sunbu and Ji Qing, he usually didn't speak much. Now that Patriarch Chang'e had asked, he decided to give him an answer. Just as they were talking, the originally chaotic assessment site suddenly quieted down. Countless people stared at the ranking on the jade wall dumbfoundedly. Heavenly Sea Pearl, 100 points. 100 points was also a perfect score. It meant that the pill refined by this Heavenly Sea Pearl had reached 100% efficacy. At this time, even Medicine King Sunbu frowned. Because he once said that 80 points was the limit of this assessment. But today, there was someone with a perfect score. At this time, Ling Xiao also slowly opened his eyes. The sudden silence made him a little uncomfortable. He wanted to see what was going on. Seeing the score on the jade wall, he was slightly stunned for a moment, but then he smiled. He already knew that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu were not his match, so he always felt that this alchemy conference was just a formality. There was no meaning. But at this moment, he suddenly became excited. His true opponent had appeared. He didn't care who this girl was or what her identity was. As long as she could be his opponent, that was enough. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see the true face of this girl. That ugly appearance was just a disguise. In fact, this girl's appearance was not worse than Ji Luoyu, Feng Ming, Piao Shui, and the others. Perhaps she noticed that Ling Xiao was looking at her. The Heavenly Sea Pearl also looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with intense coldness and hatred. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. This person should have never met him before. Why did she hate him so much? However, after thinking about it for a while, Ling Xiao roughly understood. He was the Celestial Emperor. He was the one who single-handedly destroyed the rising New True Demon Empire. As a member of the Sea race, this Heavenly Sea Pearl should have a reason to hate him. In fact, his thinking was not comprehensive enough. The reason why the Heavenly Sea Pearl hated him was not only because of his identity as a member of the Sea race, but also because of the Water God Temple. Ling Xiao destroyed the One-Eyed Pirates in the City of Sin and subdued the Twin Flowers Pirates. This was equivalent to destroying the forces that belonged to the Water God Temple. Although the Water God Temple did not plan on starting an all-out war, it was inevitable that they would hate Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Swallow representative below the stage was very excited. Although the Sea Race girl's cultivation was not as high as his, as a pharmacist, she was the most outstanding of the Water God Temple's younger generation. As long as she made a move, it would be impossible for Ling Xiao to become the champion of the Alchemy Conference. Even though he was unable to destroy Ling Xiao for the time being, it was definitely not a problem to give Ling Xiao some trouble. We actually lost to a member of the Sea Race. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu looked at each other. They both felt anger and unwillingness. Although the races on the continent weren't united enough, when facing the Sea Race, they were often united against a common enemy. Even if Ling Xiao became the champion of today's Alchemy Conference, they were not willing to let a member of the Sea Race steal it. That would be too shameful. This is really a dark horse. Changle Ancestor bitterly laughed. He did not know much about pharmacists, but the Heavenly Sea Pearl got full marks in the first round. In terms of creativity, she was not inferior to Sun Sa. Who could be her opponent? Could Ling Xiao do it? It would be very difficult. I've said it before. You land races are all trash. You should bow down to the Sea Race. The Heavenly Sea Pearl stood there proudly. The wind blew through her long hair. Her ugly face had a domineering and arrogant air. Dan Qing was not convinced. Ji Luoyu was also not convinced. But neither of them said anything. Because they had clearly lost to the Heavenly Sea Pearl in the first round, and they had lost miserably. Dan Changle, can the Sea Clan participate in the Alchemy Conference? Medicine King Sunbu asked. Of course they can. This Alchemy Conference didn't stipulate any race, so there's no problem with the Sea Clan. Ancestor Changle replied. This is bad. If we let the Sea Clan take the champion of the Alchemy Conference, I'm afraid we'll lose all our face. Moreover, she's from the Water Spirit Temple. Don't forget that your Changle Celestial Island was once driven back from the White Tiger Continent by the Water Spirit Temple. Medicine King Sunbu sneered. I know that, but what can I do? We can only hope that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu can perform well in the next few rounds. Otherwise, do you think this old man will kill her in front of so many people? How could Ancestor Changle not know that Medicine King Sunbu's words were true, but the problem was, what could he do? Have you forgotten someone? In the VIP seats, the Moon Maiden, who had been silent all this time, said faintly. Who? Could it be that you're talking about Ling Xiao? Ji Qing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that Ling Xiao had not tested the pill in his hand yet. But can he really do it? Tian Hai Pearl has already gotten full marks in the first round. If Ling Xiao can get 10 marks, he'll be thanking the heavens. Full marks? I don't think so. Even Ji Qing, who believed in Ling Xiao, didn't have much confidence at this moment. After all, Tian Hai Pearl's ability was too strong. You're really long-winded. Won't you know when you see the results? Moon Maiden said coldly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, show them that my man is definitely the best. I don't dare to say that I'm the best, but it should be easy to deal with a small fish and shrimp from the Sea Clan. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then stretched his back and walked towards the mechanical bird with his extraordinary pill in hand. Humph, you're just putting on airs. Do you think you can achieve my results? Pearl of the Amami Sea asked arrogantly. TSK, little girl, can you stop talking? Your mouth is filled with the smell of fish. It's fine that you're here to participate in the alchemy conference, but why must you make an enemy out of the entire continent? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly and said, now I have no choice but to be your enemy. He had already stuffed the pill into the mechanical bird's mouth. The next moment, the mechanical bird fell into silence. Ha ha ha, are these the results you wanted me to see? Tianhai Zhenju laughed with a mocking look on her face. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu also lowered their heads in embarrassment. They felt that if Ling Xiao was embarrassed, they would be embarrassed as well. Ignorant. Ling Xiao directly returned to the white bone throne and said disdainfully. Just as Pearl of the Amami Sea was about to retort, the mechanical bird suddenly shone and started to sing a beautiful song. At the same time, the person ranked first on the jade disc changed. Ling Xiao, 120 points, what was going on? 120 points, higher than full marks, how did it come about? For a moment, not only was Pearl of the Amami Sea dumbfounded, even the audience supporting Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Perfect transcendent pill. Ji Qing was the first to stand up and said loudly. Perfect? How can it be perfect? Medicine King Sun Zai muttered to himself with an expression of disbelief. You cheated. Pearl of the Amami Sea was shocked for a moment and shouted loudly. Cheated? Are you an idiot? If I cheated, wouldn't the mechanical bird eliminate me? If you can't do it, don't accuse others. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, don't tell me you think that the competition wants me to win and purposely let me get such a high score? Is it impossible? Pearl of the Amami Sea said angrily. She couldn't accept it, in terms of medical skills, she wasn't even afraid of Medicine King Sun Zai. How could she lose to a mere Ling Xiao? If you have evidence, take it out. If you don't, it's slander. Slandering the competition organizers and judges is a big matter. If you don't handle it well, you might be disqualified. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't cheat, so he believed that Pearl of the Amami Sea couldn't find any evidence. Okay, even if I lost to you in this round, I won't lose to you in the next round. Pearl of the Amami Sea was silent for a long time and finally chose to retreat. Because she had no choice. She didn't have evidence to prove that others cheated. Everything was just nonsense. So she could only pin her hopes on the next round. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be so powerful every time. Seeing Pearl of the Amami Sea silent, Ling Xiao looked at Dan Qing and smiled, sorry, I accidentally became a hero again. In the next round, you have to work hard. Don't let this Sea Clan woman take advantage of you. Ling Xiao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Dan Qing mocked him before, so how could he not take the opportunity to mock him? Humph, I don't need you to remind me. I'll definitely do it. Don't think that just because you were excellent in the first round, you'll be excellent in the next round. Dan Qing was actually very shocked. He didn't know how to describe Ling Xiao anymore. This was such a terrifying fellow. He seemed to have endless potential. But on the surface, he still refused to admit defeat. I've said it before. There's no need to worry. At least in the first 3 continents and seas, no one's medical skills are better than my man. The Moon Lady smiled proudly. Even though she had experienced many vicissitudes of life, the Moon Lady still had her willful side sometimes. She wouldn't allow anyone to question her man. Ha ha ha, Her Highness Moon Maiden is right. Ling Xiao has truly broadened our horizons. He's actually able to use those ingredients to refine a perfect transcendent pill. In that case, I'm sure he'll be even more outstanding in the following tests. Ji Qing laughed loudly, but he was a little vigilant in his heart. He had thought of nurturing Ling Xiao first and then controlling him. But was Ling Xiao really the kind of person who could be controlled? It was difficult. Medicine King Sun Sa didn't say anything. His eyes flickered with a complicated look, but his gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao. The everlasting joy-old ancestor was probably the happiest one. He had never thought of controlling Ling Xiao. From the beginning, he already knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. What he wanted to do was to become allies with Ling Xiao. At this moment, this thought became more and more firm. Taking a deep breath, the everlasting joy-old ancestor stood up and said in a clear voice, "In the first round, there are still 3,200 pharmacists left. Next, we will begin the second round of the test. Before that, the pharmacists can rest for a while and recover their spirit." Rest was necessary. After all, refining pills consumed a lot of soul force. During this period, Ling Xiao hid beside the Moon Lady. Because in other places, he would be surrounded by those colorful girls chattering non-stop. He, Ling Xiao, wasn't such a casual person. The woman he loved was here. How could he do such a thing? After a quarter of an hour, the second round of the competition officially began. The items on the alchemy platform had already been changed. The prescription was new, and the handwriting was clear. Now, the herbs placed on the bluestone board were exactly the same as the prescription. There were no defects, and the quality was also very good. It's just that there was only one set of materials, but now there are two sets. From this point of view, the difficulty of this round should be more difficult than the first round. However, after hearing Medicine King Xianxia's request, the pharmacists were a little confused. This round is still refining the extraordinary pill. There are two chances, and the medicinal effect also needs to reach 60% and above. You can start now. These words don't sound like there's a problem. But it made the pharmacists participating in the competition a little afraid to move. The reason is very simple. This exam question is too simple. An extraordinary pill that doesn't require the medicinal effect to reach 100%. There are also two sets of sufficient materials and a complete and clear prescription. If they can't even refine this successfully, then they really don't deserve to be a Huang-level pharmacist. Ling Xiao's heart is also a little confused. He still doesn't rush to start because he knows very well that this exam question is definitely not so simple. It's the same 30 minutes of competition time. He has enough time to figure it out. Many people around have the same reaction as Ling Xiao. To be able to pass the first round, they basically have some ability. They definitely won't act rashly. After about 5 minutes, someone started to refine the pill. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu have already refined the first set of herbs and put it into the pill furnace. Obviously, wasting time to speculate is completely useless. So they decided to use the first set of materials to try. This way, at least they can know where the problem is. For a time, on almost all the alchemy platforms, the flames have already started to burn. Maybe everyone is aware that the problem is not simple, but they can't find the reason. They can only find the problem through actual operation. Fortunately, this time there are two sets of materials that can be used to squander. However, Ling Xiao still hasn't moved. He thinks differently from others. He feels that the two sets of materials here may not be giving you two chances. Maybe there's another meaning in this. In the entire competition, only the Tianhai Pearl has the same approach as Ling Xiao. She didn't start. It seems like only the two of them thought of something that no one else thought of. Ji Qing smiled and said, "This time, I'm afraid only Ling Xiao can snipe the Sky Sea Pearl. Danqing and Luoyu are still too inexperienced." "In the end, you still played that little trick?" Medicine King Sunbu frowned. "That's right. I did play a little trick. If you can see through it, your result will be very good. If you can't see through it, you might not fail, but the probability of failure will be greatly increased." Ji Qing smiled. "Sigh, why bother? Isn't this too much of a blow to them?" Xianxia said helplessly. "Ling Xiao and the Tianhai Pearl are younger than most of the people here. If the two of them were able to discover the secret, it means that there is still someone who can solve it." Ji Qing said indifferently. "Maybe they're just being cautious?" Xianxia said again, "In fact, I didn't see the trap you designed." "Maybe. Anyway, we'll know the answer soon." Ji Qing smiled and looked down at the arena. The expressions of Ling Xiao and the Sky Sea Pearl revealed a hint of understanding. It seems that they should be about to discover something. At the same time, the rest of the pharmacists had already begun to refine pills. Some people's speed was particularly fast. Because the process was very smooth at the beginning, these people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They clearly felt that they were a little scared. In fact, this level was so simple. Danqing even glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Ji Luoyu, "Did you see that? That person thinks too highly of himself." The second round is a relatively simple question to begin with, yet he took so long to think about it. Hilarious. Ji Luoyu did not agree with his words, but frowned and said, "Maybe he has his own reasons. Let's do our own thing." In the previous first level, Ji Luoyu had already seen Ling Zhao's power, so now she could not underestimate Ling Zhao's ability. Although she really did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking at. This time, she always felt that Ling Xiao would not do something without aiming. In the audience, there were many people who did not know much about alchemy, so when they saw the exquisite alchemy skills of the pharmacists, they were all excited. Of course, there were also some people who were anxious for Ling Xiao. Why hasn't he started yet? Hurry up, or someone else will finish it first. It was no wonder that these people were so anxious. The key was that each level had a score. The final score with the highest score was the champion. This was not as simple as clearing the level. Obviously, in the second level, with enough medicinal materials and clear and complete pill formulas, the completion speed and the effect of the pill became the factors of the score. This was not the same as the first level. The Tian High Pearl has finally started. On the judging panel, Ji Qing sucked in a deep breath and said, "How can this little girl's pill refinement technique be so seasoned? This completely doesn't seem like an 18 or 19-year-old little girl. Without several decades of accumulation, it's impossible." "Sun Tzu, you know this Tian High Pearl, do you know her specific situation?" "About 3 years ago, I saw her once. At that time, this Tian High Pearl was extremely talented, but at most, she was a genius at the level of Luoyu. Her skills were not so skillful." Sun Tzu replied, "I suspect that in these 3 years, she should have encountered something. Maybe it was a kind of opportunity, a very good opportunity. If that is the case, Ling Xiao is in trouble. The Tian High Pearl is one step ahead." Ji Qing frowned and said, "And she has obviously found out the reason why we provided 2 sets of medicinal materials. Among so many people, only she used the correct method. I don't know if Ling Xiao can suppress her in this level. If he can't, then we will be embarrassed." Ancestor Changel shook his head and sighed. Even if he did not know much about alchemy, hearing Ji Qing's words, he knew what the situation was. At present, only the Tian High Pearl was using the correct method to refine pills. The rest were all wrong. Although this kind of wrong method could also pass, the results would definitely not be as good as the Tian High Pearl. Didn't this mean that they could only place their hopes on Ling Xiao, who hadn't even started refining pills yet? As time continued to pass, some of the faster alchemists were about to finish refining pills. The whole process did not seem to have any problems. This made their originally nervous mood suddenly relax. Perhaps they were really scaring themselves. In reality, it was not that scary. In this round, the judges were really going easy on them. When many people's medicinal pills were already about to come out of the furnace, the corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a hint of a smile. He finally understood the meaning of this round's competition. Hence, very soon, he also started his own refinement. His speed was very fast. In terms of technique, it was actually not the slightest bit worse than the Heavenly Sea Pearl. That's not right? On the judges' seats, Ji Qing, who saw Ling Xiao start refining the pill, frowned and said, "What is Ling Xiao doing here?" He was also somewhat confused. Because Ling Xiao's refinement method was actually different from the rest, including the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Hoo, this boy tends to exceed expectations. You misjudged this time too, right? He probably has his own ideas. But no matter what, he finally started to make a move. Otherwise, it would be dragged to the end again. But Ancestor Changel had an inexplicable trust in Ling Xiao. Probably because Ling Xiao's performance in the first round previously was seriously a little too good. Makes sense. Ji Qing also smiled. Although Ling Xiao's method was different from the rest and also different from the correct method that he designed previously, it opened up a new path and seemed to really have some knack for it. Humph, always liking to walk a novel path, you'll dig your own grave. Not at all dependable. Medicine King Sunbu said rather discontentedly. Jiqing was just about to say something when a puff of black smoke suddenly rose in the venue, accompanied by a rather loud sound. Hoo, indeed, someone started to fail, huh? This is the mistake made in a hurry. Jiqing smiled and could not help shaking his head. He really hoped that these alchemists' performances could be like Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Too bad, not everyone was so outstanding. Of course, the ones he regretted the most were Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. Actually, as long as these two people calmed down a little, they should be able to discover where the problem lay. In the end, they only wanted to be competitive and took a wrong step. There was no chance to regret it even if they wanted to. They could only walk this path to the end. Impossible. Transcendental pill, this grade of medicinal pill, I've refined more than 1,000 times. The recent success rate is 99%, close to 100%. This time, the entire process also did not have any problems. Why did I fail? At this time, the alchemist who failed had a dumbfounded look. He had no idea what was going on. There was no problem with the herbs. There was no problem with the pill recipe. There was no problem with the forging method. What went wrong? Could it be that I didn't control the heat properly? Plus, this furnace isn't very smooth to use. That must be it. This pharmacist could be considered to have used his brain. It was a pity that he had completely blamed the problem on himself. He had never thought about whether there was really no problem with those medicinal herbs. Was there really no problem with the pill formula? Previously, the first test tested innovation, the second test was about innovation. Only by not fearing authority and tradition would one be able to discover the problems within. Unfortunately, out of everyone present, only Ling Xiao and the Tian Hai Pearl were able to do so. Although the two of them walked different paths, they both maintained a skeptical attitude from the beginning. They didn't think that the judges would be so kind as to give this stage such a simple one. As for this failed pharmacist, although he was a good person and an honest person, it was precisely because of this that he once again walked onto the path of failure. He began to refine pills again. He used the second set of ingredients and used the exact same method. The final result could be imagined. Idiot. I've already left clues for these people who chose the wrong method to pass the stage. In the end, he didn't even think about it and started to refine pills again. Medicine King Sun Sa scolded. He knew that many people couldn't see through Jiqing's tricks, so he lowered the difficulty. Even if the pharmacist chose the wrong method, there was at least a possibility of passing the stage. As long as they properly summarized and observed after failing once, they would discover the answer. Unfortunately, this person didn't do that at all. He anxiously started to refine pills again. Extremely stupid. Failure seemed to be contagious. After the first puff of black smoke rose, more and more puffs of black smoke rose one after another. Accompanying each puff of black smoke was a muffled sound. Like the first pharmacist who failed, these pharmacists also revealed an expression of disbelief and confusion. They lowered their heads and pondered, considering where their problem was. But some people, like the first failure, attributed the mistake to themselves and started to refine pills again. And the other pharmacists finally found the key to open the door to pass the stage. That's more like it. At least not everyone is so stupid. Looks like there are still some people who can stay in this stage. Medicine King Sun Sa's expression was slightly better. The test questions that he designed, if no one could discover the mystery within, then it was very hard for him not to be angry. Seeing the appearance of the failures, the audience was somewhat unsettled. They were all discussing animatedly, but they couldn't say anything decent. Most of them were words like idiot, why did he fail again? Puff. Finally, the 10 people on the rostrum also began to lose. One after another, even Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu couldn't escape from this demon barrier. Dan Qing's expression was very ugly. Just now, he mocked Ling Xiao for thinking himself clever and not daring to refine pills. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao's caution was correct. And he was a little rash and impulsive. I understand now. Ji Luoyu revealed a bitter smile and said, Brother Dan Qing, the two of us are really too anxious. The real correct method of refining pills should be to combine the moon-concealing flower in the two medicinal herbs together. I also understand that the moon-concealing flower in the 2 medicinal herbs is incomplete. Although it looks intact on the surface, but in fact, it has been tampered with by someone and turned into 2 attributes of yin and yang. If only one of them is used, then it is basically bound to fail. Dan Qing was reminded like this and suddenly came to a realization. The 2 of them looked at the destroyed dregs at the same time. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. There is still a chance to pass. In the dregs, there were still remnants of the moon-concealing flower's attributes. Although it was not so perfect, but if they were willing, they could still extract some. In this way, the transcendental pill that was refined was still effective, but the effect was not very good. This was the glimmer of hope that Medicine King Sun saw left for the pharmacists. Thinking of this, the 2 of them hurriedly threw themselves into refining. Since they already understood the problem, this time they would not fail. After all, the 2 of them were not weak. After many people failed the first time, they became cautious the second time. However, there was not much time left. They could not keep thinking calmly. I'm going all out, let's try again. This was the thought of many people. However, when they began to use the second set of medicinal herbs to refine pills, the first pharmacist who failed again. His 2 sets of medicinal herbs were wasted. The mechanical bird let out a scream. He was eliminated. After wasting 2 sets of herbs, he was eliminated. However, the eliminated pharmacist was still in a daze. He did not understand why he failed. It was as if he had fallen into a fog. This made those pharmacists who did not have time to use the second set of herbs in shock. They all put down the herbs in their hands. They were really frightened and did not know what to do. Although the outside world was discussing, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear anything. He only focused on refining the pill according to his own method. He did not follow the correct method. Instead, he threw 2 sets of herbs into the furnace at the same time. This was much faster than refining the 2 types of moon-concealing flower. However, it was more reckless. The extra herbs would increase the probability of failure. Hence, whether it was Sun Sa or Ji Qing, they did not think highly of him. On the contrary, Tian Haizhu's method had always been following Ji Qing's idea. The process was very smooth. It was just that it needed more time. I already said that the pharmacists of the land races are all trash. You can't even think of such a simple question. You are so stupid. Perhaps because the pill refining had entered the safest stage, Tian Haizhu finally had the time to ridicule others. Even though Tian Hai Pearl had already said this a few times, none of the pharmacists present could refute her. Because what Tian Haizhu said was a fact. Other than Ling Xiao, the rash one, the rest did not think of the correct method. That's all you've got. The methods you use still can't escape the rules. Furthermore, don't forget that you've already lost to me in the first round. If I'm trash, then you're worse than trash. Just when the audience and pharmacists were feeling indignant, a cold voice sounded. It's Ling Xiao. That's right, we still have him. He hasn't failed yet. Tian Haizhu's face was a little ugly. She could ridicule any other pharmacist who participated in the competition. Only Ling Xiao, she did not have the right to ridicule. This round, you will lose without a doubt. Tian Haizhu was silent for a long time before she finally said, from the moment you threw the 2 sets of herbs into the furnace at the same time, you did something reckless and stupid. You are even more stupid than those people. People who don't know anything and only know how to call others stupid are the ones who are truly ignorant. I can't even be bothered to bicker with you because you're still no match for me in this second round. Ling Xiao chuckled and turned his gaze back to his alchemy platform. He wanted to use facts to teach the Heavenly Ocean Pearl a lesson. Well said. Deafening shouts could be heard from the audience. Then, to everyone's surprise, 2 crimson flames appeared above Ling Xiao's hands. This kind of flame was strong and vigorous, as if it could melt everything. What kind of flame is that? Strange flame? Immortal fire? In the audience, many people stood up and discussed the flame in Ling Xiao's hand. An alchemist couldn't lack fire or soul force. Thus, the stronger one's flame was, the stronger one's soul force would be. Combined with one's exquisite technique, one would definitely be able to refine outstanding pills. What Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu possessed was strange fire. And the crimson flame that Ling Xiao released, many people could not name it. They were even unable to determine its grade. The audience could not determine it, but those alchemists were very familiar with flames. It's the Samadhi true fire. Finally, someone said the answer. The Samadhi true fire of the 12 sacred fires. This is the highest grade divine fire. No wonder Ling Xiao, this fellow, dared to throw 2 sets of medicinal herbs into the pill furnace at the same time. Relying on this kind of divine fire, coupled with his ability, it's really possible to do things that others can't do. Ji Qing's face brimmed with a brilliant smile. Ling Xiao, this child really gave him a pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, this Ling Xiao really surprises people. This time, it's probably not easy for that sea race lass to want to win him. Ancestor Changel was also so happy that he could not close his mouth. Regarding the Heavenly Ocean Pearl's arrogance and despotism, he was very displeased in his heart. Now, there was finally a little fellow who could shut that arrogant lass up. How could he not be happy? He actually has the help of the divine fire. No wonder he's so confident. Ji Luoyu muttered to herself in surprise. Dan Qing also felt the intense heat from the divine fire, and his heart suddenly became somewhat restless. Compared to Ling Xiao, he seemed to have nothing. He was really a failure. The Moon Lady very much enjoyed the feeling of her man being treated as a hero. Now, in this square, only Ling Xiao could go against the sea race lass, turn the tide, and become a true hero. Her man should be like this. Yunya's beautiful eyes also shone with extraordinary splendor. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luing even hugged each other excitedly. Feng Mingpiao Shui's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Even the sea race's heavenly ocean pearl was stunned for a moment. Then, she revealed a fierce expression. She had lost to Ling Xiao in the first round. No matter what, she could not lose again in this round. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to all these different kinds of attention. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on the alchemy furnace. In front of him, the crimson flames of the true Samadhi fire rose under the alchemy furnace. It was quite mysterious and majestic. Another few minutes passed. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's pills were successfully refined and completed. After them, more than 100 people completed the test one after another. However, they did not look happy. This was because although they had made up for their failure, they had taken the wrong path after all. They had merely passed. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Ocean Pearl. These 2 people were the real elites of the competition. Both of them were very fast, both of them were very skillful. The only difference was that the Heavenly Ocean Pearl seemed to be more experienced and steady. It was as if she was not an 18-year-old girl, but an 80-year-old old man. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao's movements were not experienced enough, they were graceful and carefree. There was almost no sloppiness. Every movement seemed to have been precisely calculated. Both of them had their own unique sides, and both of them had their own attractive aspects. However, almost everyone present supported Ling Xiao. After all, the Heavenly Ocean Pearl was from the sea race. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a representative of the land race, a human. Moreover, the Heavenly Ocean Pearl had previously said many things that made the audience and medicine master very unhappy. I originally thought that Ling Xiao had no other advantages other than his flames being more outstanding than the Heavenly Ocean Pearls. I did not expect that his refining speed would not be inferior to the other parties at all. Impressive. How did this guy train? As Ji Luoyu had already completed her alchemy, she had enough time and energy to watch the competition between the 2. Ling Xiao's performance had refreshed her judgment of miracles time and time again. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? Dan Qing was still a little narrow-minded and not as carefree as Ji Luoyu. On one hand, he didn't want Tian Hai Pearl to win. On the other hand, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would completely steal his limelight. It was simply contradictory. Wonderful. This is going to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Who will be the final victor? Changel Old Ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, this old man has seen many alchemists refining pills. Some of the so-called masters aren't even as sharp as these 2 young people. It's too wonderful. Old Ancestor is right. In terms of technique, I'm afraid that these 2 people are already invincible among the yellow-grade alchemists. The #1 alchemist of Changle Immortal Island echoed. That's because you can't. Medicine King Sunzai was somewhat unconvinced. After all, he was the medicine king of White Tiger Continent. He can do what those two people can do. Hee, brother Sun, why do you want to compete with children again? You're the famous medicine king Sunzai. Even if you win against those two children, it's meaningless. Jiqing chuckled. Medicine King Sunzai snorted coldly and no longer spoke. Jiqing, who do you think will have a better final result between the two? Changle Old Ancestor asked. This is hard to say. Ling Zhao's speed isn't slow, and his flame is better. However, the difficulty of the method used is very high. It's hard to say whether he will succeed in the end. Tianhai Pearl's flame isn't as good as Ling Zhao's, but her speed and experience don't lose to Ling Xiao. In addition, the method used is the most reliable and has the highest success rate. The outcome of the two is really a problem. Jiqing shook his head. Even he found it difficult to predict the final result. In the square, Ling Xiao and Tianhai Pearl no longer paid attention to each other. They only focused on the alchemy furnace in front of them. Blue and red flames rose in the square, attracting everyone's attention. Hurry up, Ling Xiao. You're the hope of our continent. If you lose, we'll lose face. Ji Luoyu stood there with a pair of small hands tightly clenched. She was so nervous that her whole body was trembling. It's the final moment. The Heavenly Sea Pearl seems to be one step faster. All the pharmacists were very nervous. At this last moment, they felt as if their hearts were hanging in midair. This isn't good. Ling Xiao seems to be half a beat slower. What's going on? The Everlasting Joy Ancestor's hunched body had already rushed to the railing in front of him. His hands gripped the railing tightly. He was even more nervous than when he was curing the poison himself. Don't panic. Speed is important at the last moment, but the success of the pill refinement is equally important. If the pill refinement fails, it will be meaningless no matter how little time is used. Jiqing reminded. But it's too late. The Changle Patriarch said agitatedly, both pills are about to take shape, but the gap between Ling Xiao and me is getting bigger and bigger. Jiqing did not deny this point. After all, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was indeed inferior to the Heavenly Sea Pearl in terms of speed. Actually, the reason was very simple. The method used for the Sky Sea Pearl was designed by Jiqing. It was written in the books. How to refine it was just following the prescribed order. There was no need to think too much about it. However, the method used by Ling Xiao was different. It was an original creation. The further one went, the more problems one had to consider. If one delayed one step, the final speed would definitely not be as fast as the Sky Sea Pearl. Can we win in terms of the quality of the pill? The Changle Patriarch suddenly turned around and asked. No, the Sky Sea Pearl already lost in this aspect in the first round. This time, she will definitely be very careful. Therefore, the extraordinary pill refined in the end is very likely to be of the perfect grade. If Ling Xiao places his hopes on this, he will definitely lose. Jiqing shook his head and looked at Ling Xiao with some anticipation. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao would surprise him again. He would definitely not lose to the Sky Sea Pearl just like that. It seems that if I don't play hard, I won't be able to win against the Sky Sea Pearl. Fortunately, I have already calculated it. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Sky Sea Pearl and sneered. Suddenly, the cauldron in front of him shattered. This scene caused everyone to be taken aback. The cauldron exploded, failed, but when people looked at the broken cauldron, they saw a medicinal pill floating in the air, and it was spinning non-stop. He's crazy. Without a cauldron, how can he continue to refine pills? Medicine King Sun Bu slapped the armrest of his chair and stood up abruptly. But I heard that in this world, there is a consummate skill that can refine pills without a cauldron. The Changle Patriarch said. That's not something we can imagine. Rumor has it that this consummate skill was brought back from the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. It can only be found on the land closest to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. Medicine King Sun Bu shook his head. But he might really be able to. A slightly crazed smile emerged on Jiqing's face. You're looking down on him too much. I'm also looking down on him too much. This brat might have received the guidance of some expert who returned from the gate of heaven's chosen. Look. He pointed at Ling Xiao. The pill that had not yet fully formed spun faster in midair. In addition to the Samadhi true fire, a strong scarlet yang force was integrated into it. The pill unexpectedly solidified in an instant, round and smooth. Receive. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the pill entered the tray he was holding. But because the temperature was too high, the metal tray instantly melted into molten iron. Bring me a special container. Ling Xiao roared. Catch. During the competition, if a container was needed to fill the pill, this was permitted by the rules. The one who threw the cold jade bottle to Ling Xiao, which had excellent heat resistance properties, was An Lian, who he encountered during the internal test. This person's attitude towards Ling Xiao had long changed from disdain and disgust to complete worship and reverence. After the pill entered the cold jade bottle, Ling Xiao finished refining. I'm sorry, little girl of the sea race, I'll finish first. Looking at the Tian Hai Pearl, Ling Xiao revealed a victorious smile. The Tian Hai Pearl did not pay attention to Ling Xiao. In her view, Ling Xiao was clearly anxious, so he used some special method to solidify the pill. But the result of this was that the pill's medicinal effect would deteriorate. Even if her speed was inferior, in terms of quality, she was confident that she would be better. About 2 minutes later, the Tian Hai Pearl's pill was finally refined. She put away the pill and looked at Ling Xiao. You're too eager for quick success and took a crooked path. This time, even if you beat me in speed, the quality is definitely inferior. Saying this, she stuffed her pill into the mouth of the mechanical bird. On the jade wall, the Tian Hai Pearl's name and score appeared. Perfect transcendent pill. Extremely fast speed. 150 points, medicinal effect and speed. This score was 30 points higher than Ling Xiao's score in the first round. The Tian Hai Pearl's performance was not only her own unparalleled ability. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu's expressions became unnatural when they saw Tian Hai Pearl's score. Although they had successfully passed, their score was only 60 points, barely passing. They had completely lost the duel with the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. They had been utterly defeated. Wah. F***ck. Just as Tian Hai Pearl was looking at Ling Xiao with a smug expression, a burst of exclamations suddenly came from the audience. She hurriedly turned her head to look. On the jade wall, Ling Xiao's name was in first place. Perfect transcendent pill, peerless speed, 160 points, 160 points, he had just scored 10 points more than Tian Hai Pearl. And these 10 points were his advantage in speed. The quality of their pills should be exactly the same. Cheating. Tian Hai Pearl's excited and smug expression instantly turned into shock and dissatisfaction. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao, who had clearly made the mistake of being impatient, would end up with a pill that was not inferior to hers in terms of quality. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? She couldn't accept this was too shameless. After the exclamations of shock, the cheers continued for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping. The audience was too excited. Many people even tried to rush past the security guards to give their idol, Ling Xiao, a warm hug. The entire plaza had turned into a sea of joy. Ling Xiao looked at Tian Hai Pearl indifferently and sneered. When the cheers finally quieted down, he said firmly, a win is a win, a loss is a loss. Have you people of the Sea tribe always been so wishy-washy? You said I cheated, and this isn't the first time. Do you really have to show off your ignorance? You said I'm ignorant? Tian Hai Pearl's face turned red with anger. That's right, you're ignorant. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, do you know what the key factor in solidifying a pill is? Its temperature. The reason why divine fire is easier to refine pills is because it can reach a higher temperature. The faster the pill solidifies, the lower the chance of failure, and the less the ingredients will be lost. You think the quality of your pill is the same as mine, but in reality, your pill is inferior to mine. Do you understand why I had to blow up the furnace? Because that cauldron was too weak, it couldn't withstand the high temperature of my divine flame and crimson sun power. As an alchemist, you should now understand why my medicinal pill was completed earlier than yours, and why its medicinal effects are not inferior to yours, right? How could you possibly do that? Tian Hai Pearl opened her mouth a few times, but in the end, she only asked one question. After she calmed down, she knew that Ling Xiao was right. Ling Xiao's divine flame combined with the power of the Crimson Sun was an absolutely heaven-defying combination in the world of pill refinement. You've already seen whether I can do it or not. Do you want me to demonstrate it to you again? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, well said, little guy. Not only are your words righteous, but you also have real ability. To be honest, even this old man is shocked by you. Jiqing laughed loudly. Obviously, he was very happy. Ling Xiao had shown shocking ideas from the beginning. There were a few times when even he couldn't see through him. Especially when Ling Xiao broke the alchemy furnace and took out the pill, he really wanted to go up and slap this guy. Because at that time, he thought that this guy was a little too eager for quick success and was completely crazy. But now, it seemed that he was a little too impulsive. It was true that there were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the last. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was truly admirable. Your Highness Moon Maiden, I used to think that it was a little unbelievable that you liked Ling Xiao. But now, I increasingly find that I was ignorant. Ling Xiao's potential may be comparable to a king of a generation. He is a peerless genius. Princess Xianxia looked at the Moon Maiden and said her heartfelt words. From the beginning, he actually didn't intend to compete with the Tian Hai Pearl. He just followed his own plan step by step. He should still have a trump card that he hasn't used, right? The Moon Maiden just smiled. How could the man she had chosen be wrong? Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luiying were very proud in their hearts. Slap, Ji Luoyu slapped Ling Xiao hard on the back and said excitedly, when your alchemy furnace broke just now, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Why do you have so many strange ideas? Humph, this time, I'm convinced. But the next stage is the last one. Not only is it the most difficult, but it also has the most points. If I can get first place in the last stage, I can reverse the situation and still be the champion. Dan Qing snorted coldly. Even though he was extremely jealous of Ling Xiao, at this moment, he had at least said something that was reasonable. However, this sentence still had a strong sense of provocation. Ling Xiao, you are indeed the most powerful young man I've ever seen. However, the difference between our scores isn't that big. Just like what that brat said, the final round is the one that will decide who the champion will be. At that time, let's see who is better. The Tian Hai Pearl's expression changed when she looked at Ling Xiao. She had been arrogant and rude before, but now she valued him. It was all because of Ling Xiao's ability. I hope that when I win, you won't say that I cheated. Otherwise, I will really look down on you. Ling Xiao actually didn't have a deep hatred for the Xi clan. If the Tian Hai Pearl had only come to participate in the alchemy conference, he wouldn't have felt anything wrong at all. However, this guy was too despicable. He had to provoke all the clans on the continent. Ling Xiao wasn't a turtle. He wouldn't shrink his head and let others scold him. Since the other party had provoked him, he naturally had to respond. It was still early when the second round was over. However, most of the pharmacists had exhausted themselves. Therefore, the organizers of the conference had set a 1-hour break. Next was the third round, which was also the last round. The remaining 100 or so pharmacists would compete. Even if they didn't have enough points in the first 2 rounds, as long as they could get first place in the last round, they would still be the champion. This was done on purpose by the organizers of the conference. Otherwise, the competition in the last round wouldn't be so intense. Most people wouldn't be so serious about it. Now that there was such an opportunity, it was believed that in the last round, everyone would give it their all and reveal all their trump cards. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the last round would be more exciting and exciting. Next, we will seal off the venue. Everyone can go have a meal and rest. Once you have recovered your energy, we will proceed to the last round. What I can tell you is that there will be no more tricks in the last round. Everything will depend on your abilities, so don't worry too much. The Changle Patriarch stood up and smiled. Let's disperse. Ling Xiao, wait a moment. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao enviously. It was undoubtedly an honor to be asked to stay by the Changle Patriarch alone. However, very few people would be jealous of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had displayed extraordinary abilities in today's competition. He was definitely qualified to be treated well. There was no doubt about that. The Changel ancestor called out to Ling Xiao, but he only said one sentence: "Don't let that sea race girl get too arrogant." Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. "I'll do my best." Since things had progressed to this point, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't give up the championship to the Heavenly Sea Pearl. The most important thing was that the Moonstone was too important to the Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao swore that he had to obtain it. After an hour, the originally silent Changel square began to move again. It was like a giant mechanical beast starting its new activity. This was the last round of the competition. It was also the final round. Obviously, there were many more people in the square than before. After arriving at the square, many people were still talking about the previous 2 rounds between Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Sea Pearl. When they talked about something exciting, they actually danced with joy. "Look, Ling Xiao is here." A voice suddenly sounded, and the whole square quieted down. Many alchemists who were originally discussing the 3rd round of the competition also looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. Although the badge on Ling Xiao's body was only at the high yellow grade, it was still very impressive. No one thought that this was his full strength. The previous 2 rounds were enough to prove that Ling Xiao's medical skills were far superior to the high yellow grade alchemist Ji Luoyu. At this moment, Ling Xiao was the hero of all the mainland races. He was irreplaceable in the eyes of all the alchemists present. This was because he was the only one who had defeated the insufferably arrogant Heavenly Sea Pearl twice in a row. The mystic world was like this. The strong were respected, and the strong were respected. In the alchemist profession, superb medical skills and alchemy skills were strength. They would also be worshipped and respected by countless people. "Ling Xiao, you're here. Have you rested well? I'm afraid that this battle will become the battlefield between you and the Heavenly Sea Pearl again. However, I won't give up." Ji Luoyu, this girl, was really very lively. Or rather, it felt a little familiar. Regardless of Ling Xiao's attitude towards her, she had already treated Ling Xiao as an old acquaintance, or even an old friend. Xianxia slapped Ling Xiao's back fiercely. Could the little medicine king be a little more reserved? "Let's work hard together," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Ji Luoyu. But now, it could be said that she had changed her life. "I wonder where this Sky Sea Pearl came from. Although I'm helpless, she's really strong. I can't help but be convinced." Ji Luoyu was rarely convinced by anyone, but now, she was convinced by Ling Xiao and the Pearl of the Sky Ocean. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded. He could feel a special soul power from the Sky Ocean Pearl. This was something he had only sensed after cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Others might not be able to see it, but Ling Xiao could see that another person's soul was attached to the Sky Ocean Pearl. Ling Xiao wasn't sure who this person was, but he was definitely not young. He was probably from the same generation as the Medicine King, Sun Sa. He hadn't been competing with the Sky Ocean Pearl, but this person. However, he didn't say these words out loud. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. "Ling Xiao, if you're afraid, leave the last round to me. If I'm not wrong, the last round should be free play. At this time, the grade of the Medicine King will be the key. In this aspect, I'm stronger than you." Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't need to look at the person to know that it was Dan Qing. This guy refused to admit defeat. He still felt that he had lost to Ling Xiao in something he wasn't good at, and that he could definitely beat Ling Xiao in something he was good at. Hee hee. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. It was true that he refused to admit defeat, but if he didn't know his own limits, then he was stupid. In his eyes, Dan Qing was such a person. What's so great about that? Just wait and see. Seeing that Ling Xiao was just being perfunctory, Dan Qing was even more unhappy. He was now using all his strength to teach Ling Xiao a lesson in the last round. Ling Xiao ignored him. Instead, he turned around and nodded at the judges before sitting down at the preparation table. "The Sky Ocean Pearl is here." At this moment, there was a commotion. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw that the Sky Ocean Pearl had also arrived. This sea race girl walked close to Ling Xiao. She didn't even look at Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. She just stared at Ling Xiao and said, Celestial Emperor. In this last round, I'll let you know what despair is. You've said this more than once, but you've already lost to me twice. It's better to put away the battle of words. Ling Xiao looked at the Sky Ocean Pearl and suddenly smiled. By the way, say hello to your friend for me. Also, tell him that even if he has the ability of Medicine King Sunbu, he will still lose today. Hearing this, the Sky Ocean Pearl was obviously shocked. How could Ling Xiao see that there was another person's soul in her body? One had to know that even Medicine King Sunbu, Ji Qing, and Chang'e Ancestor couldn't see through this secret. Since you know, you should admit defeat because you can't win. In the first 2 rounds, I didn't use my full strength. In the last round, your opponent will be extremely powerful. The Sky Ocean Pearl gradually calmed down and then stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. I forgot to tell you, I didn't use my full strength either. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course, he knew what the Sky Ocean Pearl meant by not using her full strength. In the first 2 rounds, the soul only guided and assisted the Sky Ocean Pearl to complete the pill refining. In the last round, the soul would completely control the Sky Ocean Pearl's body and would be even more powerful. Sky Ocean Pearl, your opponent is not only him, but also us. Dan Qing was really unhappy that the Sky Ocean Pearl didn't even look at him. Didn't this mean that he was much weaker than Ling Xiao? How could he accept this? However, the Sky Ocean Pearl still ignored him and went straight to her seat. I'm so angry. Too arrogant. Dan Qing was so angry that his face was ashen. Alright, brother Dan Qing, what's there to be angry about now? When the 3rd round begins, we'll compete with the Sky Ocean Pearl. Isn't that great? Ji Luoyu smiled. Although this little girl was also angry in her heart. The Sky Ocean Pearl was about the same age as her, but she didn't put her in her eyes at all. How could she bear it? However, her thoughts were different from Dan Qing's. She wanted to use practical actions to prove that she wasn't weak. At the judges' table, Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Chang'e Patriarch, and the number 1 alchemist of the Chang'e Celestial Island were already in their seats. Chang'e Patriarch said worriedly, the last round is the key. If Ling Xiao loses to the Sky Ocean Pearl, then this alchemy conference will really become a joke. Ji Qing let out a sigh and said, now that things have come to this, we have no choice either and can only resign ourselves to fate. But I still have some faith in Ling Xiao after all. If he can create a miracle once or twice, he can create a 3rd time. The Heavenly Sea Pearl still has a lot of power that hasn't been released yet. I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to win this round. Sunbu had never liked Ling Xiao, but that didn't stop him from acknowledging Ling Xiao's strength. But even so, he still felt that it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat the Heavenly Sea Pearl because he could faintly see the shadow of an old friend of his from the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Although he couldn't be sure, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it would be a huge problem. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's begin. Ancestor Chang'e shook his head helplessly. Since no one could predict the outcome, there was no point in being anxious. It was better to take one step at a time. The pharmacists participating in the 3rd round will now enter the arena. He stood up and announced. At this moment, both the audience and the participating pharmacists had already arrived. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, the pill refining platforms for the 3rd round were placed at a higher position in the center of the plaza. Ling Xiao, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and the others didn't stand out. Sister Yuanu, I'm going. Ling Xiao leaped and instantly arrived in front of the pill refining platform with his name on it. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was discussing. That's Ling Xiao, the first place of the previous 2 rounds. It's a pity that you didn't come to watch the competition. He's so young. I didn't expect the human race to have so many talents. It seems that the human race has been declining for a long time and is finally going to rise again. That's right. His name is Ling Xiao. He's the current Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty. He's very powerful. I'm so envious. Although I'm envious, I'm also under a lot of pressure. The Heavenly Sea Pearl of the Sea Tribe is too powerful. Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to win the first 2 rounds. The 3rd round is the key. That's right. I heard that the points of first place in the 3rd round far exceed the points of the previous 2 rounds combined. If Ling Xiao loses, then all his previous efforts will be wasted. We, the land races, can't afford to lose face like this. I hope he can win. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear the unabashed discussions of the audience. Sitting there cross-legged, Ling Xiao recalled the various alchemy methods he had learned in the past, including the pills from the immemorial divine pill scripture. The third stage was very likely to be a free-for-all. In other words, everyone would have to rely on their own ability to refine pills. Whoever had the highest quality, highest grade, and best effect would win. This was a comprehensive assessment. Most likely, all the pharmacists would bring out their trump cards. The Heavenly Sea Pearl was not his only opponent. Danqing and Ji Luoyu were also troublesome. The two of them might have a special pill formula given by Medicine King Sunbu. There was still a great possibility for them to reverse the situation and win the third round. Therefore, he really couldn't underestimate his opponent. In the final stage, there were still 120 pharmacists left. After these people arrived in front of their respective alchemy platforms, they all closed their eyes and rested, just like Ling Xiao. They were all very cautious in this trial, and even the Sky Sea Pearl was no exception. Clang! Clang clang! The magical treasure clock once again rang out with its loud and clear voice, echoing in the sky. In that instant, all the pharmacists in the competition opened their eyes, their expressions focused. The third stage is also the final stage of this alchemy conference. I won't say anything unnecessary. There is only one requirement for this stage, and that is to refine a pill that you think is the most outstanding within the range of ingredients provided by the organizer. Whoever wins will be the champion of this alchemy conference, even if your results in the first two stages were not very good. Therefore, there is no need to hide anything. Show off your abilities to your heart's content. If you need any ingredients, you can tell the pharmacists beside you, and they will bring them to you. Everyone's conditions are the same. Oh, oh, oh. Deafening cheers rang out from the spectator stands. After waiting for more than an hour, these people's suppressed excitement was finally completely released. Their auras broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. As expected. Although Ling Xiao did not know the topic, he could roughly guess it. For the sake of fairness, the ingredients were provided by the organizer. This was enough to show that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island had a deep foundation. This was because many of the ingredients for pills were not easy to find. To host this alchemy conference, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island could be said to have spent a lot of money. However, where there was loss, there was gain. The benefits that they had gained from this alchemy conference were also obvious. First, they had promoted themselves. Second, the ticket sales were also a considerable sum of money. After the enthusiastic cheers temporarily subsided, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch continued. For the final stage, the time limit will be increased to 2 hours, so everyone will have enough time to think about the problem. Moreover, the chances of failure will also increase to 3 times. However, you have to pay attention here. Because precious ingredients are scarce, if you waste them, it is very likely that you will have to change your plan and settle for the next best thing. Therefore, my suggestion is to be fully prepared. No matter what pill you refine, try to succeed in one try. It might be very difficult to succeed in one try, but this was obviously the best-case scenario. Danqing and Ji Luoyu should have known the content of this stage long ago, so their faces were full of anticipation. They were not surprised at all. After all, they all had backers. As for the Heavenly Sea Pearl, she naturally guessed the content of the third stage like Ling Xiao. However, this third stage was not like the previous 2 stages. Even if you knew the content in advance, it was meaningless. In the end, it still depended on your true alchemy ability. After all, the venue, equipment, and ingredients were all provided by the organizer. Knowing in advance was at most mental preparation. The champion will definitely be the Oceanic Tribe, the Water God Temple. The Heavenly Sea Pearl looked at Ling Xiao and made a provocative gesture. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no point in arguing at this point. It was better to wait for the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch to announce the start. Now, the final stage of the competition officially begins. Following the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch's command, Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu stood up and said something to the medicine refiner beside them. They should be asking for ingredients. They were very clear that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island's ingredients were limited. If they asked for them earlier, they would be able to obtain more precious ingredients. The pills refined would also be better. In any case, they knew in advance what they were going to refine. Ling Xiao naturally knew this, but he was not in a hurry. He had to observe what pill he was going to refine before making a decision. With the ability to extract elements, even if he could not obtain precious ingredients, he was confident that he would be able to refine pills that would not lose to others. Although the others were anxious, they were also thinking. This stage could not be messed up. Otherwise, even if they succeeded in refining the pill, it would not be of much significance. However, after a short while, a few people began to take out the ingredients. These people could only refine one type of pill, so they had no choice at all. They had hesitated before because they were worried that they would not succeed in refining the pill. Now, they had made a decision because they had to fight with their backs against the wall. For all the alchemists present, the last round was a fight to the death. They had to cut off all means of retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to win. Anyway, it was the last round. Even if they were eliminated, it didn't matter. If they succeeded, they still had a chance to fight. Wind and Rain Pill. After Dan Qing had gathered all the ingredients, Ji Qing could tell what he was going to concoct. Dan Changle, your Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is really generous. This Wind Rain Pill is one of the best peak-grade yellow-grade pills, second only to peak-grade yellow-grade pills. For Dan Qing, the success rate of concocting peak-grade yellow-grade pills should be around 80%. Hee, we're not as generous as the Medicine King. The little Medicine King is probably going to refine the 1000 Hammer 100 refinement pill, which is also the strongest among the top yellow pills. If Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu succeed in refining these two pills at the same time, I'm afraid it's hard to tell who will win. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch laughed. Without Ling Xiao and the Sky Sea Pearl, they won't have a problem winning. But now, it's a bit troublesome. Medicine King Sun Sa didn't look happy. Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing had reached the level of yellow super alchemists and could refine yellow super pills. However, the problem was that the success rate of these two alchemists was only 10%, that was why they had to settle for the next best thing, which was a yellow-grade top-grade medicinal pill. At the very least, the success rate would be much higher. However, it would be difficult to win with a top yellow pill. Sun Sa felt that the Sky Sea Pearl and Ling Xiao would at least choose to refine a yellow super pill. The Sky Sea Pearl started to ask for ingredients. She said a lot, but the organizers didn't have any. She couldn't help but curse. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is only SOSO. How can such a poor sect hold an alchemy convention? After saying that, she cursed as she picked some medicinal herbs that the organizer had. It wasn't that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was poor, but the Sky Sea Pearl's requirements were too harsh. The ingredients she asked for were difficult to get even for the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, let alone the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Some of them could only be gathered near the Heaven's Chosen Gate. She's probably going to refine the Domain Origin Energy Pill. Medicine King Sun Sa frowned. It's really a yellow super pill, only Grotto Heaven Realm and above can use. This little girl is bold. Domain of Cultivation, she's only at the first Grotto Heaven. Of her. Ji Qing smiled. I don't think this little girl will mess around. But Ling Xiao will be in trouble if she does. Basically, the yellow-grade super elixir requires the cultivation of Grotto Heaven Realm. But he is only a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. This is going to be difficult. Medicine King Sun Bu said lightly. C. Of. 2. T of. He was only concocting high yellow-grade pills? Could it be that he was no match for Dan Qing and Luoyu? Astonishment, absolute astonishment. The Heaven Origin Physique pill that Ling Xiao refined was a high yellow-grade pill. Perhaps for ordinary people, it was a very precious thing. But for the last 120 alchemists, it might not be too precious. Especially for Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, it was not worth mentioning. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually plan to refine such a trash pill. It was simply unacceptable. But why would Ling Xiao care whether they accepted it or not? His mind had long been completely focused on refining the medicinal pills. The success rate of refining a high yellow-grade pill was absolutely 100% for him. Even if it was Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu refining this level of pill, they would probably have a 99% success rate. He chose this because the difficulty was low and the quality of the ingredients was low, so he did not have to worry about failure. But even so, he was still very careful and serious. Because this had become the basic quality of an alchemist. In just 5 minutes, Ling Xiao became the first person to successfully refine the pill. However, he did not keep the pill. Instead, he placed it on a tray at the side. What is this kid doing? Such a rushed high yellow-grade pill. Even if it is a perfect pill, it still cannot be compared to other people's super yellow-grade pills. Could it be that he is planning to throw the game? The everlasting joy ancestor looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He did not understand what this kid was thinking. After Ling Xiao finished refining the first pill, he walked towards the assistant alchemist and asked for another set of ingredients. According to the rules, he had the qualifications to ask for 3 sets of ingredients. Therefore, the assistant alchemist was only stunned for a moment. But he quickly went to prepare it for him. While waiting for the ingredients, Ling Xiao looked around. Among the 120 alchemists, there were close to 100 who were refining high yellow-grade pills. There were also 15 who were refining top yellow-grade pills. The remaining few were refining super yellow-grade pills. Among them were Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and Tianhai Zhu. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer it would take to refine. Therefore, at this moment, other than those who had failed, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and Tianhai Zhu had just finished refining their ingredients. Refining was a very important process. It was to remove the impurities in the ingredients. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause an explosion. That would be troublesome. Looks like the final champion will be the competition between the alchemists refining super yellow-grade pills. However, I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the second set of ingredients had arrived. He smiled at the assistant alchemist and began refining again. Last time, it was the Heaven Origin Physique Elixir. This time, it's the Heaven Origin Soul Elixir. Both are high-grade yellow-grade elixirs. Does he think that the more elixirs he concocts, the higher his score will be? Ancestor Changle's brows were already furrowed. Perhaps he has other ideas. Let's see. Ji Qing also frowned. However, he was thinking of another possibility. It was just that he could not confirm it at the moment. If it was really as he thought, this Ling Xiao was a little too crazy. It was not that Ling Xiao did not see the expressions on the judges' faces. It was just that he did not care at all. From the beginning of the alchemy conference, he was not affected by others. He was wholeheartedly refining pills according to his own plans. When Ling Xiao began refining the second pill, Tianhai Zhu, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and a few other alchemists who were more skilled had just started to put the ingredients into the pill furnace. Once the pill refinement began, the number of people who failed gradually increased. As the black smoke rose one after another, some of the 120 people walked out one after another. There was no anger on their faces, only helplessness and regret. Because in the first 2 rounds, they could find excuses to say that they weren't suitable for the questions, but the last round was a contest of strength. To them, they failed 3 times in a row because their strength was too weak. They couldn't blame others. Great waves washing away the sand, survival of the fittest. Don't underestimate this small alchemy conference. It was also a cruel selection. Those who weren't strong enough couldn't make it to the end. And those who could make it to the end were definitely the cream of the crop. Previously, many people didn't understand why there was a 1-hour break before the last round. Now, they finally understood that the difficulty of this round was really high. The consumption was also shocking. Many alchemists' faces turned ugly. Even though alchemists' physiques were generally much better than ordinary martial artists, such a high workload was still unbearable for them. Let's not bother about Ling Xiao first. I don't understand what he's doing. Between the Tianhai Pearl, Dan Qing, and Luo Yu, who will win? They're all yellow-grade super elixirs. Once they're refined, how can we determine who's better? Ancestor Chang'e asked Jiqing anxiously. Although he still had confidence in Ling Xiao, the problem was that he didn't understand what Ling Xiao was doing, so he could only automatically ignore it. There are many factors to determine. The first is naturally the quality. Whoever has the better effect will be the champion. The second is speed. If the quality is the same, then whoever is faster will win. If both of these factors can't be determined, then we'll have to look at the actual effect. This is more complicated to determine, but it's not impossible. Jiqing explained, but the last situation is basically impossible. After all, to Danqing and Ji Luoyu, the success rate of refining yellow-grade super elixirs is too low. It's different for the Tianhai Pearl. I think her success rate of refining yellow-grade super elixirs should be above 90%, 90%. Doesn't that mean it's over? Ancestor Chang'e was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he was hoping that Danqing and Ji Luoyu would be able to defeat the Pearl of the Sky Seas while Ling Xiao was useless. But now, it seemed that things weren't going to be that simple. Bang! At this moment, on Ji Luoyu's pill refining platform, a cloud of black smoke rose, and a dull sound indicated that her first refinement had failed. It's over. Everlasting Joy shook his head and sighed bitterly. He discovered that everything in the furnace of the Heavenly Sea Pearl was very stable. Furthermore, looking at the other party's relaxed manner, he knew that there wouldn't be any problems. If that was the case, Ji Luoyu would not be able to catch up in time. Even though she quickly ordered for a second set of materials to be prepared, as long as the Heavenly Sea Pearl did not fail, she would not be able to catch up. Sister Luoyu, don't worry. I will definitely win the Sky Sea Pearl. Danqing shouted at Ji Luoyu, his heart filled with pride. He finally had the chance to be a hero. Ling Xiao was messing around, and Ji Luoyu had failed in her first refinement. Only he was now on par with the Pearl of the Sky Seas. Ji Luoyu laughed bitterly and said, "Big brother Danqing, focus on refining pills. I'm placing all my hopes on you." When Danqing heard this, his heart felt even lighter. It was as if he had already become the champion of the pill refining conference and could look down on everyone else. However, he did not relax. At this moment, if he also failed in refining pills, he would lose a lot of face. Therefore, he could not fail. While he was wholeheartedly refining the pill, on Ling Zhao's side, the second pill had already been refined. "Prepare this set of materials for me." Ling Xiao called out to the assistant pharmacist, then took out the prescription he had prepared and handed it to him. "What's wrong with that kid? Is he going to refine another high-grade yellow pill? What's the point of that?" Old Ancestor Chang'e was in complete despair. In the audience, many people who had high hopes for Ling Xiao and worshipped him crazily began to look at him with disdain. Their mouths were not clean. "Scram, you piece of trash. What Celestial Emperor? You're just trash." "Yes, that's right. You're really a piece of trash. I thought you were amazing, but in the end, you refined such trash pills. Scram, I don't want to see you." If the scolding was not considered harsh, there were actually people in the crowd who threw eggs and rotten vegetables at Ling Xiao. This was a serious problem. Smack, the egg smashed against the protective wall and shattered. Although it did not hit Ling Xiao, it was definitely an insult to Ling Xiao. "I'll only warn you once. If anyone dares to scold me again, I'll cut off their tongue. If anyone dares to throw anything at me again, I'll cut off their arms." Ling Xiao glared coldly at the audience and said coldly, "It's none of your business what I'm refining. If you don't want to watch, then scram. Don't fart over there." Perhaps it was because Ling Zhao's recent reputation was not weak, many people shut their mouths and kept the things in their hands that they wanted to throw. After all, no one wanted to have their tongue cut off or their arms cut off. However, there were still people who were bold. In this world, there were always people who did not take others' words seriously. "Damn, so what if I scold you? You're just a warrior from the Sky Dragon continent. How dare you call yourself a Celestial Emperor? You just won the first 2 rounds. I bet everything on you. If you lose this time, I'll kill you." As he spoke, he threw a cabbage at Ling Xiao. He was a disciple of Chang'e Celestial Island. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of old ancestor Chang'e. Moreover, this alchemy conference was hosted and organized by Chang'e Celestial Island. Unless Ling Xiao did not want to live anymore, he would definitely not dare to do that. However, he was wrong. He did not understand Ling Xiao at all. At this moment, if he did not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, there would be more people who would follow suit. Ling Xiao had already warned these people. He had given them a chance. Unfortunately, they did not understand how precious it was. While others were anxiously refining pills, he actually broke through the protective wall and rushed into the audience. With a chop of his hand, sword chi filled the air. At the same time, he cut off the Chang'e Celestial Island disciple's tongue and arm. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the square. The noisy Chang'e square instantly quieted down. Blood, dark red blood, however, Ling Xiao had already returned to the refining platform. The third set of materials had also been delivered. Old ancestor, that kid is too much. Is he really going to attack? The #1 alchemist of Chang'e Celestial Island frowned. No matter how much he admired Ling Xiao, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao killing a disciple of Chang'e Celestial Island in front of so many people. You knew that Ling Xiao was that kind of person, yet you still provoked him. You deserved it. Old ancestor Chang'e's words stunned the #1 alchemist. Ling Xiao had cut off the tongues and arms of the disciples of Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The Everlasting Joy ancestor coldly snorted, and then said in a clear voice, "Even if we lose the last round, Ling Xiao is still our hero. If anyone dares to insult him again, he doesn't need to do anything. This old man will clean up and smash them for him. Our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't need immoral fools." Dan Chang'e, you didn't protect your own people? Medicine King Sun Sa asked with a smile. This old man is the organizer of this alchemy conference. I will only uphold justice and reason, not protect my own people. Moreover, that kind of smashing won't bring any benefits to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Instead, it will only drag the Celestial Island down. He deserved to die. The Everlasting Joy ancestor said lightly. The first half of the sentence might have been said casually, but the second half was the truth. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't need fools. After he said that, no one in the audience dared to say anything to Ling Xiao. Even if they were criticizing him in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, their tongues would have been cut off or their arms would have been chopped off. No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. He's really going to do that. At this moment, Ji Qing's face revealed a fanatical expression. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Impossible. Is he crazy? That method has less than a 30% chance of success. He only has one chance left. Does he dare to do it? Medicine King Sun Sa seemed to have guessed what Ling Xiao wanted to do. He was also a little excited and his face was flushed. Why is it impossible? The first pill he refined was the Heaven Origin Physique Elixir, the second was the Heaven Origin Soul Elixir, and the third was the Heaven Origin Inner Strength Elixir. If these 3 elixirs are separated, it might not be surprising. They can improve a martial artist's body, soul, and inner strength respectively. However, if they are refined together, it is possible to refine an elixir that is infinitely close to the mysterious grade, the Grotto Heaven Realm 3-point Restoration Elixir. Ji Qing said excitedly, I didn't misjudge this kid. He is really bold. If he succeeds, he will definitely be more outstanding than the Sky Sea Pearl. You're talking about after he succeeds. If he doesn't succeed, then all his previous efforts will be wasted. With his ability, he shouldn't have taken such a risk. Such a method can only be said to be stupid. Medicine King Sun Su coldly snorted, and said with dissatisfaction. Perhaps, but since he has the guts, there is a possibility of success. I don't believe that he would do something that he has no confidence in. Ji Qing said with a smile. Let's wait and see. The reason why Medicine King Sun Sa refused to believe that Ling Xiao could refine the 3 points recovery pill, which was infinitely close to the mysterious grade. Failure? Falling into the abyss, unable to extricate himself. Or had he succeeded? Had he become the champion of the alchemy conference? What kind of answer sheet will you give us? Jiqing looked towards Ling Xiao. Towards this youth, he already had an exceptionally high opinion of him. Of course, Medicine King Sun Sa's words were not wrong. Ling Xiao's choice was a risk. There was only a fine line between heaven and hell. In the end, it was all up to Ling Xiao to decide which side he would lean towards. At this moment, Ling Xiao had successfully refined the third pill. When the 3 pills were placed together, Ling Xiao suddenly closed his eyes. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what do you think of Senior Jiqing's words? Yunya looked at the Moon Maiden. She felt that among the people present, only the Moon Maiden could truly see through Ling Xiao's background. I don't know either. The Moon Lady smiled and shook her head. That guy is someone who likes challenges. Refining a yellow-grade super pill is too easy for him. That's why he chose a more difficult method, to refine a 3-point restoration pill that is infinitely close to the mysterious grade. In that case, you don't know if he will succeed? Yunya asked in surprise. That's right. I don't know, but I believe that he will succeed. If the Moon Maiden had to ask for a reason, she would definitely say that it was because she liked Ling Xiao. But obviously, that reason was not what Yunya wanted. I also believe in Master. Cold Plum's attitude was also very firm. Cold Plum, your trust is blind. Yunya smiled bitterly. You're wrong. I'm not blind. I've never been blind. Master has this ability. That's why I believe in him. Princess Xianxia, you still don't understand Master. If he wants to win, in terms of alchemy, even the Medicine King Sun Sa may not be his opponent. Cold Plum said lightly. How is this possible? Of course, Yunya didn't believe it. Medicine King Sun Sa was a mysterious great alchemist. He was not someone that a yellow great alchemist could be compared to. I knew you would say that, so I don't want to explain. When the results come out later, you will know. Your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's idea of approaching Master and wanting to cooperate with him is right, but don't have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Cold Plum said lightly. On the surface, she seemed to worship and trust Ling Xiao blindly, but in reality, that was not the case. Although Cold Plum didn't like to express her thoughts, her heart was as clear as a mirror. At this time, those who were ridiculing Ling Xiao in their hearts quieted down because they found that what Ling Xiao was going to do was not what they had imagined. A ball of crimson flame began to burn. The flames in the entire square were trembling because of it. Tianhai Pearl glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Once the flame went out of control, it was very likely that it would lead to the failure of the alchemy. Unfortunately, she had fallen into his trap. The first refinement was declared a failure when it was about to be completed. Danqing was also depressed. He had also fallen for it and failed to refine the elixir. You can't blame me for this. It's not my intention. Ling Xiao shrugged. After all, the divine fire was the master of all flames. All the flames in the world were born and derived from the 12 divine fires. Damn it. At this time, whether it was Tianhai Pearl or Danqing, they didn't have time to blame Ling Xiao. They quickly asked the assistant pharmacists to help gather the materials and began another refinement. Ji Luoyu was lucky because she hadn't had time to light the fire and had just finished refining the herbs. So at this time, she was faster than Tianhai Pearl and Danqing. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of relief on her face. Even without other people's influence, her success rate of refining a yellow-grade super elixir was not very high. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden loud sound from Tianhai Pearl's side. A humanoid figure appeared behind her. At this time, Tianhai Pearl had no choice but to fight. She had to use all her strength to ensure that the second elixir was successfully refined. The moment this figure appeared, Tianhai Pearl's eyes turned white for a moment, but in an instant, they returned to normal. It was just that her eyes, which were originally clear, were now sinister and ruthless. She was completely possessed. Ling Xiao felt the power of Tianhai Pearl at this time. He couldn't help but be shocked. It's really her. Medicine King Sun Bu suddenly stood up. Is it the woman who was defeated by you in medical skills and committed suicide? Jiqing asked. Yes, it's her. Back then, only she and I competed for the title of Medicine King in the White Tiger continent. She lost and chose to commit suicide. I didn't expect her to come back. Medicine King Xianxia said with a gloomy face. Dan Changle, stop the alchemy conference immediately. No one can win against that person unless this old man does it personally. Wait. Jiqing shook his head and said, maybe it's not as bad as you think. No matter how powerful she is, she's just a low-level profound alchemist when she died. At most, she can refine low-level profound pills, but the success rate won't be too high. So if I'm not wrong, she should choose a pill of the same grade as the 3-point recovery pill. As long as Ling Xiao doesn't lose, even if it's a tie, he should win by relying on the advantages of the previous 2 rounds. Medicine King Xianxia roared, do you really believe that Ling Xiao can refine the 3-point recovery pill? Do you really believe that, kid? There's no other way. Don't forget, our rules don't say that we can't rely on martial spirits. Jiqing reminded, for that Tianhai pearl, that woman has already become her martial spirit. We can't stop it. Otherwise, we'll become a joke if word gets out. Jiqing is right. Our everlasting joy Immortal Island can't afford to lose face like this. Ancestor Changle shook his head and said. If that guy takes the championship, your everlasting joy Immortal Island will lose even more face. Do you really plan to continue? Medicine King Xianxia asked coldly. Of course. Ancestor Changle nodded and said, I believe in Ling Xiao. He can cure my poison, so he must have a way to refine the 3-point recovery pill. Bang! At this moment, a black smoke suddenly rose from Ling Xiao's alchemy platform. Although the 3 pills didn't shatter, they cracked almost at the same time and fell to the bluestone floor. Failed, Ancestor Changle and Jiqing's faces instantly turned ashen. Ling Xiao was defeated just like that, Medicine King Sunbu sneered and said, I have already said that this method of refining pills is not something that a little guy like him can try. Even I don't dare to say that I have a 50% chance of success. He is simply looking for a dead end for himself. Perhaps he already knew that the Heavenly Sea Pearl would refine pills of the same quality. If he wanted to win, he had no other choice but to do so. Jiqing let out a sigh and said, this child's observational skills are good. It's just a pity that his luck is a little bad, failing at the last step. Patriarch Changle shook his head helplessly. Were they really going to let a member of the oceanic race stand there and laugh at them? Ha ha ha, kid, I had some expectations for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. Looks like the champion of today's alchemy conference is mine. The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea burst into an extremely excited and complacent laugh. Nothing made her happier than seeing Ling Xiao fail. After all, Ling Xiao had already wasted 3 chances. Once he failed, he would be eliminated directly. There would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Ling Xiao, you really dropped the ball at the crucial moment. Since you can't do it, then watch me. Dan Qing was a little excited. Ling Xiao's failure created a stage for him to express himself. Sigh. Ji Luoyu let out a sigh. She did not expect it to be like this, but she could only concentrate on refining pills. Time passed by in minutes. Ling Xiao stood there, his right hand supporting his cheek, as if thinking about something. It's been more than 10 minutes. That guy should be crippled. He even blamed us for scolding him. That's right. He can't even compare to Dan Qing and the Little Medicine King, let alone the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. What a pity. A hero turned into a coward in an instant. The crowd began to whisper again. People seemed to have forgotten about the guy who had his tongue cut off. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not say anything, nor did he make a move. He did not have the time to do so. The last round was very special. As long as he did not choose to leave, he would not be eliminated. Therefore, he still had a chance to turn the tide. However, he still had to think about what to do. It's a success. At this moment, Ji Luoyu's excited voice rang out. The top yellow grade pill that she had refined was finally out of the furnace. A mesmerizing medicinal fragrance wafted out. As expected of the Little Medicine King. He withstood the huge pressure and refined a top yellow grade pill. He's much better than Ling Xiao. At this moment, only Ling Xiao, the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea, Dan Qing, and Ji Luoyu were left in the arena. The rest of the people had either succeeded in refining a top yellow grade pill, or a top yellow grade pill, but its quality was obviously not as good as Jiluoyu's. Otherwise, they had failed all 3 attempts and walked out of the alchemy platform. At this moment, Jiluoyu had finished refining and was relieved. She walked out of the alchemy platform and went to the VIP seats to watch the rest of the competition. Another 10 minutes passed. Dan Qing's top yellow grade pill was also successfully refined. Unfortunately, he had nothing to be happy about. He had finished 10 minutes later than Jiluoyu. The effect of the pill was about the same. He would definitely not be able to get first place. He walked out of the alchemy platform unhappily and cursed, "Ling Xiao, you're the one who delayed me for so long. If you can't win against the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea, then you can go to hell." Win against me? With just him? The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea sneered disdainfully. Although the time needed to refine the pill was much longer than Dan Qing's, the quality and grade of the pill were much higher. Moreover, everything was very stable. She believed that she would definitely be the champion today. "Little brat, do you want Master to help you? Anyway, that little girl over there is cheating." At that moment, the voice of his master, Yuan Venerate, rang out in Ling Zhao's mind. No need. Even if I lose, I have to rely on my own ability to complete this assessment. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. He knew that Yuan Venerate meant well. He also knew that as long as Yuan Venerate helped, he would definitely be able to come back from the dead and refine the pill successfully. However, he couldn't do that. If he asked for help whenever he encountered difficulties, he would only continue to sink on this path. This time, he would either fail and become a pitiful person who would be mocked by others or continue to work hard with this humiliation, or he would succeed and break through his shackles, improve his alchemy skills, and toughen his temperament. This was a hurdle. If he could overcome it, then everyone would be happy. If he couldn't, then he could only accept it. Ha ha ha, it's over, it's all over. In at most a quarter of an hour, my pills will come out, and all of you will be defeated by me. Pitiful landraces, a bunch of trash. Perhaps it was because she had finally overcome the most difficult moment, but the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea laughed heartily. Medicine King Sun Tzu was about to say something when a clear voice suddenly rang out. Isn't it a little too early to be happy? This was the voice that the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea hated the most. It came from Ling Xiao. Jiluoyu looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. She thought that everything was over, but when she saw the confident smile on Ling Xiao's face, she suddenly felt relieved. Damn, he only knows how to act cool. But if this guy can really win against the Heavenly Sea Pearl, I will be convinced. Even though Dan Qing was extremely unwilling, he hated the Heavenly Sea Pearl even more. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least for the time being, he decided to support Ling Xiao. Kid, don't try to be mysterious. I don't believe that your pills are already broken. Without the ingredients, can you still turn the tables? People should know their limits. Don't be too complacent. Otherwise, you will become a laughingstock. Heavenly Sea Pearl mocked in disdain as she controlled the flames in the cauldron. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was just unwilling to admit defeat. That was why he was acting cool. There was no meaning to it. However, Ling Xiao only smiled. He did not care about the Heavenly Sea Pearl's mockery. After all, at this point in time, not to mention the Heavenly Sea Pearl, even other people would not believe that he could turn the tables. Medicine King Sun Tzu shouted angrily, Ling Xiao, don't be stubborn. You will only embarrass yourself. Give up, don't be stubborn. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Tzu and sneered, you can't do it, but that doesn't mean that I can't. How much do you know about me? Then, he looked at the alchemy table. With a wave of his hand, the 3 cracked pills were thrown back into the cauldron. A ball of light flew out from his hand. It was not a flame, but the power of the red sun. Using light and heat to refine pills. This was probably the first time since ancient times. It was impossible to say that there would be no one in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Medicine King Sun Tzu did not utter a word. He just stared at Ling Xiao's cauldron. Although light and heat were not as powerful as divine fire, it was easier to control. This way, it would not cause the alchemy cauldron to collapse. At this moment, Ling Xiao was bathed in the sunlight and turned into a strange person shrouded in golden light. These lights came from the scarlet sun in the sky. Then, through his hands, he placed it on top of the pill furnace. The temperature could be spread out more evenly and wouldn't condense into one piece. Refining pills with light and heat can be said to be a pioneering feat. I'm afraid that this kid is even more amazing than we imagined. Jiqing sighed emotionally. That's right, to be able to absorb the power of the scarlet sun, without a strong enough soul force, it's absolutely impossible. This brat's soul force is simply terrifying. Patriarch Chang'e sighed emotionally. Not only that, his body has probably been tempered by various heavenly treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to withstand such a high temperature of the scarlet sun energy. This kid's soul force, internal force, and body are all top-notch amongst his peers. Jiqing's evaluation this time was even higher. If not for his cultivation being restricted, I'm afraid that he would be able to directly refine a mysterious rank pill. Danqing and Ji Luoyu stood there, dumbfounded at this scene. If it were them, wanting to do this was simply impossible. Not to mention controlling light and heat to refine pills, even communicating with the scarlet sun and absorbing its power would be difficult to accomplish. The ugly face of the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas looked very calm, but that was just a fake face. Her real face was already showing shock and disbelief. She had never heard of a failed pill refinement being able to reverse the situation. Could it be that this Ling Xiao was going to create a miracle? She was really panicking. Because once Ling Xiao was able to refine a medicinal pill of the same quality as the one she had refined, then relying on the advantage he had gained from the first two trials, Ling Xiao would definitely win. No, I shouldn't be afraid of him. It's impossible for this guy to succeed. The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas shook her head. She thought of many possibilities, but no matter how she thought about it, it was impossible for her to refine 3 ruined pills into a super pill that surpassed the yellow rank. I must be confident, even the medicine king Sun Sa couldn't do this. How could a mere little guy like him do it? Sun Sa, do you think he still has a chance? Jiqing asked. Not even a shred of a chance. I've already said before, he's purely playing with fire. Although it's possible to refine a failed pill, it's more difficult than the previous 3 complete pills. If it was before, he still had about a 20% chance of success. Then now, he doesn't even have a 10% chance of success. Do you think it's necessary for us to bet on this? Although the medicine king Sun Sa admired Ling Xiao for being able to quickly walk out from the shadow of failure, he would never believe that Ling Xiao could succeed. Is it? But in my opinion, he still has a chance. Although he may not win, at least he hasn't lost the last chance. Jiqing said with a smile. Do you dare to bet? Sun Sa sneered. Bet on what? Jiqing asked. If he wins, I can help you refine a black rank middle level pill. As for what pill to refine, you say it yourself, and I'll provide the materials. Sun Sa said, if he loses, no matter who is the champion, you have to give me the White Tiger Pill Sutra in your hands. Haha, after all this time, you've been thinking about the book in my hands. But why should I bet with you? That Ling Xiao has nothing to do with me. Jiqing said with a smile. So, you still don't have confidence in him? Sun Sa also smiled. Trying to goad me? Well, even if you succeed, I'll bet with you. Jiqing said in a clear voice. Good, it's a deal. I still believe in your character. Medicine King Sun Sa revealed a smile. He had been coveting the White Tiger Pill Sutra in Jiqing's hands for a long time. Unfortunately, the other party's cultivation was stronger than his, and his influence was greater than his. It was simply impossible to snatch it. So the only thing he could do was to use such a small trick to get it from the other party's hands. On the square, Ling Xiao was still heating the pill furnace with light and heat. But it was obvious that he was controlling the temperature. Until now, he had not used the divine fire, which meant that he had not really begun the fusion. It was not realistic to rely on light and heat to fuse 3 parts of the recovery pill. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to fight with a senior like the Pearl of the Sky Sea was, of course, relying on the divine fire he possessed. Rise. A moment later, Ling Xiao withdrew the light and heat, and a thick liquid flew out from the furnace. This was the fusion of water and pill. Without waiting for it to solidify, Ling Xiao's right hand suddenly spewed out the true samadhi fire and began to calcine the liquid. Shrouded in smoke, the liquid began to solidify at an accelerated rate. Not enough, not enough, Ling Xiao felt that this temperature was not enough. If this continued, before the liquid solidified, the medicinal effect would have been completely lost. Ling Xiao didn't want to see the loss of medicinal effects. Therefore, the flames had to be even more intense, but with his level of training, it was already praiseworthy to be able to control the samadhi fire to such an extent. What else could he do? Of course, at this moment, Ling Xiao's eye of Tai Chi turned. The eye of the sage, above his head, a silhouette covered in white light sat in a lotus position. It began to sing a battle song. Defeat the Sea Kind's alchemist, no longer willing to be a slave, the gathering of alchemists has been invaded, you say the Tian Hai Pearl, I say why be afraid of her, oh don't kowtow to them, unyielding is a weapon, buried in every nerve, awakened by the smell of medicine. Failure is not allowed. Victory doesn't have to wait, because of the arrival of the Celestial Emperor. Suddenly, the entire world began to burn. The godly fire and the smell of medicine invaded his blood vessels. The strategy this time was to use all of his firepower, all of his firepower. All of his firepower, all of his firepower. As the battle song began to play, the already ferocious samadhi fire became even hotter. The solidifying speed of the liquid increased as well. Almost everyone present was dumbfounded by this scene. Though they've never seen alchemy done with heat, they could at least accept it. But to use a battle song to increase the temperature of the godly fire was something they didn't even think about. After a while, they all fell into a state of shock. Ha 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 ha, good fella. I've heard that this celestial emperor is an expert at writing battle songs. Plus, his battle songs have real effects on martial artists. Today, I didn't think it could even affect the godly fire. Amazing, truly amazing. Jiqing laughed out loud. Not only was it because Ling Xiao's performance was so dazzling, but it was also because he was watching a good show. Originally, he wasn't very willing to go to the city of Sin. After all, the alchemy skills here were too low and he wasn't interested. But now, he was glad that he came. Or else, he wouldn't have been able to witness such an exciting scene. The king of medicine, Sun Ca's expression, however, was a little nervous and even a little jealous. Ling Xiao's alchemy with heat and his battle song were both things he couldn't do. Though he could brew a mysterious Dan and Ling Xiao couldn't, he, a mysterious alchemist, was not as good as Ling Xiao in certain aspects. This was something he couldn't accept. Ling Xiao's expression was focused on concocting pills, and the speed of his hands was so fast that his hands had almost turned into afterimages. The flame under his control, like an obedient child, without any resistance. The audience's faces finally turned from surprise. Although Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu had finished refining their pills, the audience understood that they were no match for the Sky Sea Pearl. Even if the pill was successfully refined, it would not be able to withstand the power of the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Ling Xiao's rebirth made them see hope again. That's right, they had mocked Ling Xiao and looked down on him. But now, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Ling Xiao. Because other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else who could help them regain their face. In the sky, cheers and laughter filled the air. In the square, the cheers and applause were deafening. Everyone was in a state of ecstasy. Even though Ling Xiao hadn't succeeded, at least there was hope. Small tricks. Hearing these cheers, the Pearl of the Tian Hai coldly snickered. To be honest, Ling Xiao's alchemy with heat was something she didn't expect. Ling Xiao's alchemy with his battle song was something she didn't expect. After this young man failed to brew the Dan, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, he displayed unprecedented enthusiasm and quickly found a way to turn the tables. This made her anxious. In her mind, the shadow of the king of medicine, Sun Ca, appeared. In the past, because she lost to medicine king Sun Ca, she chose to commit suicide, ending all troubles. Could it be that today, she was going to lose again? Furthermore, he lost to such a young child? Now I really want to know who taught this guy. How can he be so outstanding? If he wasn't a match for him, I would applaud him. The Pearl of the Tian Hai sighed in her heart. But now, I must beat him. I can't lose to him after losing to the king of medicine, Sun saw. In her cauldron, the flames were still rising. The embryonic form of the Dan had already appeared. With a little adjustment, the Dan could be completed. A bright smile appeared on her face. If the quality of the Dan was the same, as long as she was faster, she could still win the last round and become the champion. On Ling Zhao's side, the true Samadhi fire combined with the battle song made the Dan take shape faster. Originally, it was a fusion. At this time, the viscous liquid had begun to solidify, showing the shadow of the Dan. A strange medicinal fragrance began to waft out. Many people took a deep breath. For a good pill, even if it was just the fragrance that was emitted, it would still be able to benefit one greatly. On the perfect grade 3-point origin recovery pill, there will definitely be 3 different colored patterns. This is left behind after the 3 types of Dan fused. It will depend on what grade Ling Xiao can refine. If there can't be 3 colored patterns, even if his fusion succeeds, it can't be mentioned in the same breath as the Pearl of the Tian Hai. Although Ji Qing bet on Ling Xiao to win, it did not mean that he had full confidence in Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he felt that this was a challenge, challenging his own vision and judgment. Whether or not Ling Xiao could succeed, he was looking forward to it very much. The first color appeared, red. The second color appeared, blue. The third color appeared, black. Ji Qing practically stared at Ling Zhao's pill refinement process and started counting one by one. Succeeded, this boy actually really succeeded. He felt that his heart was thumping hard. Ling Zhao's performance was seriously too outstanding. Outstanding to the extent that it made him somewhat dare not believe it. Eh? What is he doing? All 3 colors already appeared, indicating that the 3-point origin recovery pill was successfully refined. What does this boy still want to do? Just as Ji Qing was endlessly excited, he discovered that not only did Ling Xiao not withdraw the Samadhi true fire, the flames became even fiercer instead, seemingly wanting to continue burning. Too arrogant, he's not trying to refine the 3-point origin recovery pill at all. Medicine King Sun Sa's hands were trembling, cold sweat flowing down his forehead. He did not think that Ling Xiao would actually do such a risky thing in order to win the Pearl of the Tian Hai. If it's not the 3-point origin recovery pill, then what is it? Ancestor Changel was stunned for a moment and asked. Grotto have an upright recovery pill. Medicine King Sun Sa gritted his teeth and said, although the two are very similar, the 3-point origin recovery pill used by Grotto Heaven Realm is just simply fusing 3 types of high-grade yellow-grade Dan into one, increasing the effect by roughly 20% or so. But the Grotto Heaven upright recovery pill is different. It completely fuses the 3 enhancement factors into one, truly achieving unity. The medicinal effect can increase by 2 times. Of course, in terms of difficulty, the Grotto Heaven upright recovery pill is absolutely higher. With his cultivation, it's too difficult. This child's potential is truly astonishing. He is only 17 years old this year, but he still refuses to give up after refining 3 portions of the energy recovery pill. He wants to refine the even more difficult Grotto Heaven upright pill. I'm afraid this isn't impulsiveness, but true self-confidence. From his control of flames and heat, it can be seen that his talent in alchemy is unparalleled. Even you, Sun Zai, can't compare to him. Ji Qing sighed. If he can persevere on this path, then his achievements in alchemy will definitely surpass yours easily. It's very likely that he will become an influential alchemy master in the mystic world. That's too exaggerated. Although Pil King Sun Zai said so, he felt a strong sense of urgency and pressure in his heart. Although Ling Xiao was not as good as him now, if this kid was given enough time, he would definitely become very powerful. At that time even he would not be able to be compared to him. No, this kind of guy, if I can't accept him as a disciple, I must kill him. I can't let such a powerful guy appear again. Although Pil King Sun Zai was prejudiced against Ling Xiao before, he only wanted to punish that guy. But now, after discovering Ling Xiao's outstanding talent, he felt that he really couldn't wait any longer. Once the alchemy conference ended, he would find a chance to get rid of this kid. But why does he have to refine the Heavenly Insight pill? If he directly refined the 3 parts recovery pill, wouldn't he be able to win? Ancestor Changel suddenly asked. No, look over there. The Heavenly Sea Pearl's pill has already been refined. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao can't compare to her, so he can only win in terms of quality. Ji Qing shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Sea Pearl. At this time, the Heavenly Sea Pearl had already begun the final process. The flames began to gradually extinguish, and a pill slowly flew out from the furnace. In that instant, on the square, fragrance filled the air. Many plants that should not have bloomed actually bloomed at this time. It was simply a scene of 100 flowers contending with each other. Ha ha ha, kid, my pill is refined. It's the top existence among the yellow-grade super pills, almost comparable to a profound-grade low-level pill. Ling Xiao, what do you have to compete with me? You're bound to lose. Wild laughter came from the mouth of the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. However, in the next second, when she saw Ling Xiao's alchemy platform, her expression changed. Of course, she also recognized the Jingyi Dan. No wonder that guy Ling Xiao didn't stop. If he wanted to refine 3 parts of the Guiyuan pill, it would take a while for it to completely take shape. In terms of speed, it definitely wouldn't be as fast as the Tianhai Pearl. When Everlasting Joy Patriarch saw this, he completely understood. From the very beginning, Ling Xiao had never thought that he would be able to win this battle just by relying on 3 portions of the Guiyuan pill. Therefore, his plan had always been to obtain the Jingyi pill, Heavenly Insight pill. Can Ling Xiao succeed? If he is unable to successfully refine the Heavenly Abode pill, then he will lose without a doubt. This is the true meaning of cutting off all means of retreat and fighting with his back to the river. He no longer has a way out. Ji Qing muttered to himself. It's impossible for him to succeed. With his cultivation, refining the Jingyi pill requires a stronger flame. However, he has already used the divine flame and even used the war song to upgrade it. Unless he has another divine flame, it might be possible if the two were to work together. But now, I don't think he has that ability. Sunbu said coldly, the 12 divine flames are extremely precious. Having one is already lucky. How can he have 2 at the same time? Taking a step back, even if he has 2 divine flames, he won't be able to control them at the same time. The stubbornness of the divine flames isn't something that someone of his cultivation can control. Perhaps a miracle will appear. At this moment, Everlasting Joy Patriarch could only hope for a miracle. Otherwise, he really didn't know how Ling Xiao could refine the Jingyi pill. You can't succeed, you lunatic. The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea stared at Ling Xiao's every move. She already knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do, but she didn't think that Ling Xiao could succeed. Even if it was the current medicine King Sunbu, it would take a lot of effort to refine the Jingyi pill. What ability did Ling Xiao have to do it? Whoosh, the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea's eyes suddenly widened. A ball of flame rose from Ling Xiao's left hand, emitting a whistling sound. His right hand was a scarlet flame, while his left hand was a black-red flame. Ling Xiao actually used 2 types of flames. Dark Flame of Death. Medicine King Sunbu lost his composure once again. How is this possible? This guy actually has 2 divine flames. How did he do it? Interesting, interesting. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you really surprised me. Ji Qing's face was flushed red. Words couldn't describe his excitement. Humph, let's see how you can control 2 divine flames at the same time. With your cultivation, it's utterly impossible for you to accomplish that. The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas snorted coldly, but her heart became nervous. Ling Xiao seemed to have heard the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea's voice. He smiled slightly, and a strong aura emerged from his body. The power of the Human King. Last time, he almost used the power of the 5th path of the Human King, but he didn't do it in the end. Today, he had to use it. In order to break through the shackles, in order to break the demon barrier that prevented Celestial Realm alchemists from refining mysterious grade pills, boom, the terrifying aura continued to rise. At this time, Ling Xiao's body was already wrapped in the scarlet true samadhi fire and the black-red dark flame of death. The 2 flames stretched out from his 2 arms. With the help of the power of the Human King, the 2 flames were like his 2 arms. There was no sign of discomfort at all. He actually did it. How is this possible? What is that power that suddenly appeared? The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea's mind was in a mess. At this time, she already felt that she was going to lose the competition. In her eyes, there was a gloomy killing intent. Ling Xiao, this guy, is already unstoppable. At this moment, even Ancestor Chang'e, who didn't know much about alchemy, could see that Ling Xiao was sure to win. After 5 or 6 minutes, the two flames gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the pill that emitted a golden light was put into the cold jade bottle by him. Ha ha ha, it's a success. That kid really succeeded. Sun Zai, you didn't forget our bet, right? This time, I won. Jiqing laughed out loud. What grade of pill did he refine? Is it stronger than the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas pill? Ji Luoyu, Dan Qing, and the other alchemists weren't that skilled, so at this moment, they still couldn't judge the grade of Ling Xiao's pill. After a while, the temperature of the pill dropped to normal. Ling Xiao took out the pill and held it in his hand. At that moment, the phenomenon formed by the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas pill was actually completely suppressed by Ling Xiao's pill. A withered tree meets spring, an iron tree blossoms, the weeds on the ground that had withered or died because of the battle also came to life. It's actually a mysterious grade pill. How is this possible? The Sky Sea Pearl thought that she would lose, but she still held on to that trace of hope. But now, the pill in Ling Xiao's hand had completely destroyed her hope. She had lost. She had completely lost. Ling Xiao had actually refined a mysterious grade pill. This was something that even she found difficult to do. A 17-year-old youth had actually done it. Was this a miracle? But why would such a miracle happen to this human? She could not accept it. Ling Xiao sat down on the white bone throne. He was tired. Too tired. He had never been so tired before, even when he was chasing Tomohiko Kuma all night in the northern desert, he had never been so tired. A mysterious grade pill. He had really refined it successfully. Even he himself was somewhat surprised. His perseverance had paid off. Although he had relied on the power of the human king and 2 divine fires, those were all his own strength. He had won fair and square. The outcome had already been revealed. There was no suspense as to who the champion would belong to. On the judging panel, Ji Qing and Ancestor Chang'e were laughing very happily. Medicine King Sun Sa's face was somewhat stiff. I'll kill you. Suddenly, the Sky Sea Pearl approached Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Her eyes revealed incomparable hatred. She wanted to kill this youth, this person who obstructed her from realizing her plan. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. It seemed that he had long expected all of this. Failure was unacceptable to the Sky Sea Pearl. Therefore, she would definitely do some irrational things after losing. And Ling Xiao was waiting for this opportunity. He wanted to throw out a hot potato. These few days, he had not been idle. Besides preparing for the alchemy conference, he had also used the Mountain River martial spirit to perfectly duplicate the Imperial Jade Seal. He believed that unless someone had truly come into contact with the Imperial Jade Seal, they would absolutely not be able to distinguish the authenticity of these 2 items. The instant the Sky Sea Pearl pounced over, he suddenly reached out and threw out the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal was a magic treasure. Against the wind, it suddenly enlarged and smashed viciously towards the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Ha ha ha, idiot, the Imperial Jade Seal is mine. When the Tian Hai Pearl saw the Imperial Ruler's seal, she changed her attack on Ling Xiao. Instead, she tried her best to rank above the fake Imperial Ruler's seal. Fakes were fakes. Although they could grow bigger, they weren't that powerful. With a single strike from the Heavenly Sea Pearl, the Imperial Jade Seal fell from the sky. She grabbed it in her hand and shot through the air. Things were developing too quickly. Many people were unable to react in time. This included the experts on the judging panel. When Ji Qing broke through the air in an attempt to stop the Heavenly Sea Pearl, an elite cultivator charged out from the darkness and exchanged a palm strike with him, protecting the Heavenly Sea Pearl as they disappeared. Ji Qing landed, looked at his palm, and sneered, I didn't expect the Water Spirit Temple to send one of the 2 protectors, Protector Xianxia, to protect this merfolk girl. I really miscalculated. That was the Imperial Jade Seal, right? Patriarch Chang'e asked Ling Xiao anxiously. Hateful, I didn't expect her to sneak attack me. Ling Xiao's face was naturally filled with resentment and helplessness. The Moon Maiden had already pretended to chase after them. Even if it was an act, she had to go through with it. The Moon Maiden couldn't be too calm, otherwise others wouldn't believe her. Shameless merfolk. Shameless Water Spirit Temple. Do those guys from the Water Spirit Temple also want to establish themselves on the continent? Why did they snatch the Imperial Jade Seal passed down by our human king? Ling Xiao knew that his plan had succeeded. The Mountain River Martial Spirit's replica looked no different from the real thing. Even if there was a flaw in his act, the item was in the hands of the Water Spirit Temple. Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Patriarch Chang'e, and the others had all seen this. In the future, he would let the Water Spirit Temple take the hot potato. He only needed to take the real Imperial Jade Seal back to the Heavenly Dragon continent, set up the nation guarding array, and find the dead man's note inside. Perhaps after a long time, someone would discover that it was a replica. But at that time, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would be even stronger, and his ability to protect himself would also be stronger. Chase. There were people in the audience and VIP seats who left the square to chase after the Heavenly Sea Pearl. To them, although the champion of the Alchemy Conference was worth paying attention to, the Imperial Jade Seal was more worth fighting for. Patriarch Chang'e, Ji Qing, and Medicine King Sun Sa also sent their subordinates to chase. The Alchemy Conference had reached its final stage. These people who cared about face naturally couldn't openly chase after the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they were anxious, they could only wait for the results to be announced. Since the Heavenly Sea Pearl had already left, the judges appraised the works of the pharmacists who stayed behind. In the end, Patriarch Chang'e announced the results. This alchemy conference has come to a successful end. The champion of the conference is the Celestial Emperor, Ling Xiao. Following his announcement, countless applause and cheers surged wildly. Many people in the audience cheered at the top of their lungs, congratulating Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. For a time, the entire Chang'e Square became a sea of revelry. No wonder they were so excited. After all, the process of this alchemy conference was really too tortuous. The appearance of the Sea Race's Heavenly Sea Pearl stirred the hearts of everyone present. The Heavenly Sea Pearl's arrogant provocation made them furious. However, they didn't have the ability to fight back. They could only watch as the other party spoke rudely. Finally, at this moment, the young Ling Xiao appeared out of nowhere. He was like a dazzling star, completely crushing the arrogant Heavenly Sea Pearl. The first round, the second round, the third round, he won all of them. He didn't leave any face for the Sea Race. So much so that the Heavenly Sea Pearl was enraged in the end. She actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao and seize the opportunity to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal. People sympathized with Ling Xiao and were grateful to Ling Xiao. Therefore, at this moment, their cheers were mixed with too many emotions. Of course, in a sense, the appearance of the Heavenly Sea Pearl had actually made Ling Xiao successful. If not for her appearance, this would probably be an internal conflict between the land races. Even if Ling Xiao defeated Dan Xing and Ji Luoyu, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. However, the Heavenly Sea Pearl was different. She had the ability to crush those pharmacists, including Dan Xing and Ji Luoyu. Only Ling Xiao had the ability to turn the tide. It was he who saved the honor of the land races. It was he who defended the dignity of the land races. The significance of this was obviously different. Moreover, under the pressure of the Heavenly Sea Pearl's powerful strength, Ling Xiao had no choice but to choose to take the risk. In the end, he broke through the shackles and refined a mysterious great elixir with his celestial realm cultivation. Ha ha ha, Sun Zan, let's not talk about the Imperial Jade Seal for now. Today, Ling Xiao has really given me a big surprise. Also, don't forget about the bet between the two of us. Ji Qing laughed. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Once you've thought of what pill you want me to refine, come and find me. Right now, I'm going to chase after the Imperial Jade Seal. That thing definitely can't fall into the hands of the Sea Clan. Medicine King Sun Sa originally wanted to wait until after the alchemy conference to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, there was something even better that attracted him, so he naturally wouldn't stay. Divine Phoenix Empire's Frost General Xiaoji, Jade Ripple Island's Corpse Granny, and the exiled Xianxia and the others were also anxious. Killing Ling Xiao was important, but how could it be compared to the Imperial Jade Seal? Of course, there were also people who disdained the Imperial Jade Seal. For example, Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. Ling Xiao, you brat, you're too awesome. Ji Luoyu came over and fiercely smashed Ling Xiao's chest, then laughed loudly. This girl wasn't as tall as Ling Xiao, so she actually stood on her tiptoes, which made her look somewhat comical. However, her actions made Ling Xiao have a good impression of her. Compared to the hypocritical Medicine King Sun Sa, his disciple Ji Luoyu was a straightforward and sincere little girl. I've said it before, the champion is mine. Ling Xiao wasn't modest. In this matter, he had enough reason to be proud. Because in this alchemy conference, even he himself was surprised by his performance. That's right. At first, I didn't believe you, but after seeing your godly alchemy skills, I admire you so much that I prostrate myself before you. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. Dan Qing obviously wasn't as free and easy as Ji Luoyu. His expression was somewhat ugly. When the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas was here, he could vent his hostility and hatred on that Sea Clan woman. However, after the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas left, the only target he was unhappy with was Ling Xiao alone. Although he was shocked by Ling Xiao, he was unwilling to accept it no matter what. Ling Xiao, remember this. My cultivation is stronger than yours, so the pills I can refine will definitely be better than yours. This time you are lucky. Just wait, I will soon break through the rank of profound level alchemist. At that time I will let you know how powerful I am. Even though he had lost so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left, Dan Qing still refused to admit defeat. This wasn't an admirable character. When a person was so arrogant that he forgot to be humble, then he was not far from being finished. Even someone as arrogant as Ling Xiao would act humble and low-key in front of some people. When it was time to admit defeat, he didn't know how to act tough. Let me give you a word of advice, out of 3 people, there is always one who can learn from me. Don't think too highly of yourself. Otherwise, let alone the next time, you will never be able to reach my level, let alone surpass me. Ling Xiao looked at Dan Qing with disdain. He couldn't be bothered to make friends with this kind of person. Although the cheers were still echoing, Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to stay. He didn't like crowds. He went to the Changle Patriarch to receive the rewards for this time's championship, the Moonstone and other things. Of course, the Moonstone was the most important thing. This was for the Moon Maiden. However, Ling Xiao didn't get any benefits. He could consume the Heavenly Abode elixir that he had refined using the materials given by the Changle Celestial Island. The Heavenly Abode elixir was originally for Heavenly Abode realm martialists. However, Ling Xiao's physique was different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he had the Mountain River martial soul. There wouldn't be any problem for him to consume it directly. After returning to Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden chose to go into seclusion. This time, I must use this Heavenly Abode elixir to break through to the half-step Heavenly Abode realm. Ling Xiao held the elixir in his hand, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. Although he had obtained a great victory in this alchemy conference, the flaw in his cultivation had caused him to be restrained in every way. This was something that he was extremely unhappy about. Qi. Within his body, the power of the Scarlet Sun began to fight against the Heavenly Abode elixir. This battle was a continuous, high-intensity collision. It seemed as if a storm was brewing in the Mountain River realm. However, with every collision, a mellow power would surge out of the Heavenly Abode elixir and enter Ling Xiao's body frantically. When it collided with his soul, meridians, and body, Ling Xiao felt as if his body was about to split apart. This kind of pain was something that he had to endure. After all, the Heavenly Abode elixir wasn't something that a person of his cultivation level should use. Since he wanted to use it, he had to pay a price. Ling Xiao endured the pain as he activated the true Samadhi fire and the dark flames of death. Together with the power of the Scarlet Sun, he suppressed the Heavenly Abode elixir. Even more energy was released from it and rushed through Ling Xiao's body like a stampede of horses. About 2 days had passed. Ling Xiao hadn't drunk a single drop of water, but his body didn't show any signs of fatigue or tiredness. The Heavenly Abode elixir's medicinal effects were too strong. The physical strength and energy he had expended were replenished in an instant. In these 2 days, relying on the two divine fires and the power of the scarlet sun, he had completely melted the heavenly abode elixir. However, melting the elixir was only the first step. The violent medicinal power was rampaging through his body, and it was very likely that it would be dangerous. Good heavens! It's really worthy of being called a mysterious grade elixir. Although it's only the lowest mysterious grade low level and isn't perfect, the medicinal effects are already so strong. If it weren't for my special physique, I'm afraid I would have exploded. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart, but at the same time, he was also ecstatic. He calculated that his cultivation level should be able to steadily advance to the half-step heavenly abode realm after these powers were completely merged with him. It had only been 2 days, and he was already at the pinnacle of the 10 directions heaven. However, only a small part of the heavenly abode elixir's energy had been merged. Although it would be more difficult to advance beyond the level, he believed that the remaining power would be enough. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao released his soul power and began to control and guide the fierce power into his 9 cauldrons heavenly veins, and began to form a heavenly abode. Transforming the heavenly veins into a heavenly abode was another great improvement. However, it wasn't something that every martial artist could do. Countless martial artists could only stay at the sky human realm for their entire lives. They couldn't even enter the half-step heavenly abode realm, let alone the heavenly abode realm. Ling Xiao had released the sword realm before, so he treated it as his first heavenly abode realm. After all, with experience, it would be easier to condense. Time continued to pass. However, Ling Xiao's heart was as firm as a rock. No matter how fierce the power in his body was, it wasn't a problem under the combination of his tenacious will and strong soul power. He had already suffered a lot in his life. So this time, it was nothing to him at all. Although he felt like his body was being torn apart in the process of removing the heavenly veins and condensing the sword realm, there were a few times when he almost chose to give up. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Another 7 days passed, and Ling Xiao's body underwent earth-shattering changes. The originally violent medicinal energy was almost completely absorbed. And where his vein of the heavens was, a blinding ball of energy appeared. This ball of energy was the core of the heavenly abode domain. Through the ball of energy, one could see that inside the heavenly abode domain, other than a large amount of sharp sword energy, there were also 9 giant bronze cauldrons. 9 cauldrons sword domain. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. The ball of energy flashed and formed a sword domain that was several meters wide. However, this sword domain was not very similar to the one he used before. The one before only had sword energy and only had attack. But now, it had the blessing of the 9 cauldrons. It had powerful defensive abilities and a special suppressive effect. At this moment, he had successfully broken through the shackles of the 10 directions heaven realm and successfully entered the embryonic stage of the half-step heavenly abode realm. After breaking through to the embryonic stage of the half-step heavenly abode realm, Ling Xiao spent almost half a month to stabilize his cultivation. When he came out, the city of Sin had been turned upside down. Because of the imperial ruler's seal, this place had become the focus of all the major forces. Ling Xiao was actually a little glad that he found a scapegoat and gave the fake imperial ruler's seal to the Sky Sea Pearl. Otherwise, the Moon Maiden and the others would have died of exhaustion. Even if they could protect him, they would have been covered in wounds. That choice was very wise. When Ling Xiao came out, the Moon Maiden was still in seclusion. He found Cold Plum and asked about the recent situation in the City of Sin. "Master, the City of Sin is in a mess right now. The Emerald Ripple Island, the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and many other small countries have sent their elites. What's most shocking is that the 5 Immortal Islands, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, the Black Water Immortal Island, the Black Crystal Immortal Island, the Unsullied Immortal Island, and the Green Jade Immortal Island have all sent their elites. In addition to the people who stayed here before, it's simply chaotic." Cold Plum replied, "And the most troublesome thing right now is that the City of Sin can only be entered but not exited. It's completely surrounded. 2 days ago, I heard that the Pearl of the Sky Seas and the Water God Shrines experts appeared. It seems like they're also in hiding right now, unable to leave. Tisk, TSK. I didn't expect the Imperial Jade Seal to be so powerful. Luckily, I made a decision early on. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. I guess the Heavenly Sea Pearl is regretting it now. Ling Xiao said with a playful smile. If she regrets it, she should hand over the imperial ruler's seal. The reason why she hasn't handed it over now is definitely because she's hoping for a fluke. After all, that thing is too precious. Regardless of whether it's its symbolic meaning or the human king's notes hidden within it, it has a fatal attraction. At some point, Princess Xianxia also appeared and said with a smile. You didn't look for him? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I'm not interested in that thing because it can kill people. Princess Xianxia shook her head. It was impossible to say that she wasn't interested in it at all. However, this woman was really smart and honest. Now, the city of Sin was in turmoil. With so many experts gathered here, even the alchemy conference wasn't as sensational. If she jumped out, wouldn't she be looking for death? Haha, you're smart. Ling Xiao smiled, and then he stood up and said, Ling Mei, let's go take a look outside and observe the situation first. Now that I've come out of closed-door cultivation, I reckon Sister Moon Maiden will come out of closed-door cultivation soon as well. We can't just stay here forever, right? Yes, Master. The two said goodbye to Yunya and stepped out of the mansion. At the same time, in an abandoned temple at the edge of the city of Sin, the Pearl of the Sky Seas was panting heavily. There were many injuries on her body, and her face was extremely gloomy. Beside her, there was a powerful cultivator. It was Protector Xianxia, who had been sent by the Water God Shrine to protect her. This person was a Yinyang realm cultivator, but he had been chased to the point where he had to hide everywhere. He had also suffered many injuries. The two of them hid here and were still in a constant state of anxiety. We can't go on like this. We have to find out the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal as soon as possible, or find a way to leave the city of Sin. Or else, even I will be chased to death. Protector Xianxia frowned. He was not in a good mood. Back then, when the Pearl of the Sky Seas took the Imperial Jade Seal from Ling Xiao, he was quite happy. He felt that even though he couldn't kill Ling Xiao this time, getting the Imperial Jade Seal was still a great achievement. When he returned, he would definitely be rewarded. But what happened next gave him and the Pearl of the Sky Seas a headache. First, they were chased by the Moon Maiden, who forced them to leave the city of Sin. Then, they became rats that everyone wanted to kill. The entire city of Sin was surrounded by forces from all directions. Especially since the alchemy conference had attracted too many experts. They formed an effective blockade in a short period of time. Including the King of Medicine, Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and Elder Chang Lu. None of them were easy to deal with. In order to avoid these people's attacks, he and the Pearl of the Sky Seas were covered in injuries. Someone's coming. Just as he was studying the Imperial Jade Seal, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps from outside. It seemed that more than 10 people were walking in this direction. At the same time, he heard voices. There's a rundown temple here. There's a strong smell of blood. I wonder if the Pearl of the Sky Seas is hiding in there. Let's go in and take a look. The one who spoke was Green Wave Island's corpse granny. But Vice Island Master, the Pearl of the Sky Seas has Protector Xianxia by her side. I'm afraid we're not her match. Let's wait for the Island Master to come. A slightly worried voice spoke. Nonsense. That Protector Xianxia is already heavily injured. So what if he's a Yinyang realm expert? With me here, what are you afraid of? Let's go in. The corpse granny was very domineering. Moreover, she was determined to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. She didn't want the Island Master of Green Wave Island to obtain it, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help. Moreover, she had personally seen Protector Xianxia being injured. A Yinyang realm expert was indeed powerful, but if he was injured, she could still take advantage of him. In the rundown temple, Protector Xianxia revealed a sinister smile and indicated for the Pearl of the Sky Seas not to move. Since these people wanted to court death, he didn't mind venting his anger. He had had enough of hiding from place to place. He needed to find someone to vent his anger. The corpse granny and a dozen people from Green Wave Island entered the rundown temple. At this moment, Protector Xianxia actually pretended to be heavily injured. He looked fiercely at the corpse granny and roared, "Today, even if I fall in your hands, I'll drag you down with me." he was indeed injured. Therefore, a frontal attack might not be able to kill the corpse granny, a peak Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Therefore, he pretended to be heavily injured and lured the corpse granny in front of him. Then, he would launch a sneak attack. This way, the efficiency would be higher. Hehe, Protector Xianxia of the Water God Temple, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Quickly hand over the Imperial Jade Seal, and I can spare your life out of kindness. Corpse Granny was extremely cautious and cunning. Although she had entered the temple, she didn't approach Protector Xianxia. She had been standing in the best position to escape. I don't have the Imperial Jade Seal, but I do have your life. If you dare to touch me today, you will become an enemy of the Water God Temple. Even the Emerald Wave Island can't protect you. Protector Xianxia said coldly. Idiot, once I get the Imperial Jade Seal, I will naturally escape. As long as you are all dead, who will know that I have it? Corpse Granny sneered. Then, she looked at the disciples of the Emerald Wave Island and said, go and take their storage rings. The disciples of the Emerald Wave Island were not stupid and didn't want to die. But the problem was that Corpse Granny was ruthless. Black gas was released from her body and instantly rushed into the bodies of those disciples. Those people staggered as if they had lost their souls. They walked toward Protector Xianxia and the Sky Sea Pearl like walking corpses. Damn, what a cunning old woman. Protector Xianxia had pretended to be seriously injured in an attempt to sneak attack Corpse Granny. Now that he saw the situation, he couldn't pretend anymore. His face turned cold. Suddenly, several streams of water were released from his body like ropes. The pitiful disciples of the Emerald Wave Island were pierced by the seemingly weak streams of water and died on the spot. Old thing, you are not seriously injured? Corpse Granny frowned. She wanted to leave, but she was reluctant. Although the disciples of the Emerald Wave Island were killed, those disciples were only in the Heaven Realm. She was a top powerhouse in the Grotto Heaven Realm. She might not be afraid of Protector Xianxia. After a moment of hesitation, the disciples of the Emerald Wave Island turned into water and were sucked into Protector Xianxia's body. Ha ha ha, it's really a great tonic. Protector Xianxia laughed heartily. The disciples of Jade Wave Island mostly had the gentle water attribute. Once he absorbed it, he would feel pretty good. Only then did Corpse Granny realize that something was wrong. She leaped and fled, but Protector Xianxia slammed her into the wall and was seriously injured on the spot. Old thing, don't you want the Imperial Jade Seal? Why are you in a hurry to leave? Protector Xianxia stood up and walked towards Corpse Granny. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from outside. Protector Xianxia, hand over the Imperial Jade Seal and I'll spare your life. Damn it, this Xianxia is really haunting me. When Protector Xianxia heard this voice, his expression immediately changed. He grabbed the Heavenly Sea Pearl and fled out of the dilapidated temple. There weren't many people he was afraid of in the city of Sin, but the Medicine King Xianxia was one of them. That guy was too hard to deal with. Few hearing that Medicine King Xianxia had chased after Protector Xianxia, Corpse Granny let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly sat down cross-legged and prepared to heal her injuries. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the temple. A man and a woman came in. Vice Island Master. When the two of them saw Corpse Granny, they were shocked. When Corpse Granny saw the two of them, her face lit up with joy as she said, "So it's you too." They were the disciples of Emerald Wave Island. One of them was the famous Rose Sword Xianxia. Although the other person wasn't very famous, she was still one of the top 5 talents of Emerald Wave Island. I was ambushed by a thief just now. I'm seriously injured. Come over and help me heal. Corpse Granny looked at the two of them and said. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and didn't go over. The other person didn't hesitate to go over and try to help. However, at this moment, a black energy spurted out from Corpse Granny's mouth and enveloped the Emerald Wave Island disciple. After a moment, that person's body shriveled up like a mummy. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Vice Island Master, what are you doing? What am I doing? Can't you see? If you don't want to end up like him, go out and get me a few living people. It's best if they're Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. If not, half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists will do. Corpse Granny sneered. At this moment, she was seriously injured and Situ Hongyan was far away. It was really difficult to attack Situ Hongyan, so she had to think of another way. Situ Hongyan was just about to speak when a noise came from outside the ruined temple. Hee, your luck is not bad, little girl. 2 fat lambs have delivered themselves to our doorstep. Stand to the side and help me sneak attack them. Corpse Granny reminded. Disciple obeys. Although Situ Hongyan didn't like Corpse Granny's behavior, she didn't care if Corpse Granny killed other martial artists. As long as it wasn't a Emerald Wave Island martial artist. At the thought of this, she quickly hid behind the door and screamed, "Help!" Outside the door, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum had just arrived. They followed the smell of blood and suddenly heard the cry for help. They looked at each other and didn't move. Master, I'm afraid there's a trap. Well, but we have to go in and take a look. I just saw Corpse Granny enter the ruined temple. This guy has been thinking about killing me. If there's a chance, let's get rid of her first. Ling Xiao nodded and a sneer appeared on his face. Others thought he knew nothing about the situation in the ruined temple, but he saw it clearly. As he spoke, he had already stepped into the ruined temple. As soon as he entered, a cold light flashed from behind the door and attacked his neck. However, this person didn't seem to want to kill him, but to hold him hostage. So Ling Xiao didn't do anything and let the other party put a long sword on his neck. He wanted to see what the situation was first, and then proceed to the next step of the plan. The person who attacked him wasn't very strong. They were both half-step Grotto Heaven Realm, but they were only at the mature stage. Hee, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you and the little girl beside you. Corpse Granny showed a proud smile. She knew that Cold Plum beside Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with. However, Ling Xiao was held hostage by Situ Hongyan, so the other party would be cautious. Of course, she was proud. Corpse Granny? What do you want? The Imperial Jade Seal is no longer in my hands. Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Hee, are you afraid? Although the Imperial Jade Seal is no longer in your hands, the enmity between you and our Green Wave Island has yet to be resolved. You have killed so many people from Green Wave Island, and you want to let it go so easily? Corpse Granny sneered. You want revenge? Then you should have said so earlier. I'm afraid you can't kill me. Although Ling Xiao was held hostage, he was very calm. This made Corpse Granny and Situ Hongyan frown. Let me give you a piece of advice. Those people who died in Jade Wave Island deserved it. Don't think about revenge. Otherwise, I will make your Jade Wave Island completely disappear from the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao said coldly. The current Ling Xiao was fully qualified to say such words. He represented not only himself, but the huge heavenly empire. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you're great just because you won the alchemy conference? Bah. So what if I kill you today? Although the Moon Lady is powerful, it's not that easy to catch up with me. Corpse Grandma said disdainfully. You can try. I sincerely hope you don't be stupid. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Hongyan, what are you waiting for? Corpse Grandma ordered. But Vice Island Master, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. The Island Master also warned us not to make enemies with Ling Xiao for the time being. Situ Hongyan hesitated. Idiot, he just killed your senior brother. Didn't you see it? And he used an extremely cruel evil technique. If this guy doesn't die, you will. Corpse Grandma said coldly. Hey, I haven't even seen this senior brother, and you want to blame his life on me? Ling Xiao said helplessly. Anyway, aren't you not afraid of our Emerald Wave Island? You've already killed so many people. What's one more life? Corpse Grandma snorted. I killed him. I won't deny it. But if anyone wants to make me a scapegoat, that's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said clearly. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. I was healing here, and the 2 of them were guarding me. In the end, one of them was killed by your evil technique. Fortunately, Hongyan was clever and didn't get killed. This is the truth. Corpse Grandma said shamelessly. Situ Hongyan didn't say anything, but she felt her face burning. Naturally, not everyone in Emerald Wave Island was shameless. For example, although Situ Hongyan didn't know Ling Xiao, she didn't care if Ling Xiao was killed. However, Corpse Grandma killed someone herself, but she wanted to blame this person. She suddenly felt that her Vice Island master was really shameless. Situ Hongyan, don't you want to avenge your senior brother? Don't tell me you want to watch the person who killed your senior brother be so proud of himself? Corpse Grandma said coldly, could it be that you intend to collude with him and wallow in the mire with him? TSK, TSK. Today, I've finally witnessed the shamelessness of the Deputy Island Master of Emerald Ripple Island. Not only did he cheat outsiders, he even cheated his own people. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue and sighed. Situ Hongyan, you have to think clearly. You have a great future in Emerald Wave Island. Do you want to ruin your future for an outsider? Corpse Grandma's voice turned cold. Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao with cold killing intent in her eyes. In the end, she still did not want to become the enemy of Jade Wave Island for an outsider. After all, she knew that the Corpse Granny had too much authority on Jade Ripple Island. So what if she misrepresented a deer and distorted the truth? In any case, there were still people willing to listen to her. This was the terrifying reality. You really want to kill me? Ling Xiao asked. You killed my senior brother, and you want to kill me. Why can't I kill you? Situ Hongyan became cold. Hee, well said. As expected of a disciple of my Emerald Wave Island. Corpse Grandma laughed. Sigh, after all the choices, you actually chose the stupidest path. Ling Xiao sighed. You don't have the right to say that. Today, I want to see how strong Ling Xiao, who is known as the Devil of Sin City, is. Situ Hongyan suddenly pulled her sword, trying to tear Ling Xiao's throat open. However, when the sword in her hand moved, Ling Xiao's body had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was more than 10 meters away. What? Situ Hongyan was stunned for a moment and muttered to herself, I am the Rose Sword of Emerald Wave Island. I'm ranked second only to Emerald Wave Sword Mo Kong. Even the 10 great phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the 7 demons of the Black Crow Empire dare not underestimate me. Your movement technique is good, but you are still not my opponent. Kill yourself. Kill myself? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and had the urge to laugh. This Situ Hongyan was not weak. She was much weaker than the one who was ranked last among the 10 great phoenixes. Was she ignorant, or was she simply too conceited? Thinking about that Mo Xiaoyu, he was also like this. It seemed that the martial artists on this island were not good enough. Their vision was too narrow, and they did not know how terrifying the outside world was. What? You don't want to? Situ Hongyan said coldly. This woman was obviously not pretending. She really thought that she was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Even the aura she exuded was high and mighty. Of course I don't want to. Ling Xiao smiled. His feet trembled slightly, and his figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Corpse Grandma. He disdained to fight with Situ Hongyan because she was no match for him. Brat, you are courting death. Corpse Grandma was shocked. She never expected that Ling Xiao would dare to attack her in such a situation. But an expert was an expert after all. In an instant, the crutch in her hand blasted out. Black smoke filled the air, and countless black skeleton shadows flew out. Which one was real and which one was fake? It was difficult for ordinary martial artists to judge. However, her trick was not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. The sword in his hand flashed. The shadow sword suddenly stabbed out. Chi, little beast, Corpse Grandma retreated quickly. There was no other way. After being seriously injured, the power of her attack was sharply reduced. She could not even block Ling Xiao's sword. Although she avoided the attack, her right hand holding the crutch had been invaded by Ling Xiao's sword Qi. Although her arm was not crippled, the crutch fell to the ground. Hiding more than 10 meters away, Corpse Grandma's face was gloomy to the extreme. She was clearly a top powerhouse in the Grotto Heaven realm, but facing a mere Ling Xiao, she was so passive. This made her very unhappy. Ling Xiao, this guy, was ruthless. He hit her weakness with one move, making her completely unable to resist. At this time, Situ Hongyan was already standing in front of Corpse Grandma, trying to block Ling Xiao's pursuit. However, Ling Xiao did not pursue. Instead, he showed a disdainful smile and said, "Situ Hongyan, right? Your arrogance is useless. I can stab Corpse Grandma in front of you. I can even kill her in front of you, and you can't do anything." Situ Hongyan did not say anything. Since leaving the island, this was the first time she was lectured by someone younger than her. However, she had nothing to say. Ling Xiao's attack was not only strange, but also powerful. She knew that she could not block it. As expected of the Celestial Emperor, the devil of the City of Sin. It seems that the rumors outside are true. You are indeed much more powerful than I thought. Situ Hongyan finally opened her mouth, but it was sincere praise. You are exaggerating. I am just a very ordinary person. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ordinary person? Situ Hongyan smiled bitterly in her heart. If you are an ordinary person, then what am I? Am I not even an ordinary person? How about it? After seeing my ability, do you still want to help that old witch? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Situ Hongyan, so he didn't want to kill her. But if this woman was stubborn, then he didn't plan to hold back. Since others were courting death, if he didn't let her die, wouldn't he be letting her down? I won't make a move. Situ Hongyan was very wise. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of you. I just feel that it's not worth it to make a move for that old witch. These were her heartfelt words. If the corpse granny was a great person, then even if she knew that she was no match for him, she would still fight with Ling Xiao. Even if she died in battle, she would be willing to do so. But this was not the case. The corpse granny was despicable and shameless to the extreme. She couldn't even think of making a move for this person. That's a smart choice. You can leave now, but she can't leave. Ling Xiao could let Situ Hongyan go because they wouldn't become enemies. But the corpse granny was different. With such a good opportunity to kill the corpse granny, he would never give it up. Ling Xiao, you just said that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This old woman knows that she was wrong and shouldn't have framed you. This old woman intends to repent and never find trouble with you in the future. Can you let this old woman leave? At this moment, the corpse granny suddenly said. Blood was still flowing on her arm, but the smile on her face was full of flattery. This woman actually knew how to beg others. You know that you were wrong? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you old witch to know that you were wrong. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you weren't seriously injured, if Situ Hongyan didn't choose to leave, would you be so obedient as to beg for mercy? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Are you thinking that when your injuries are healed, you must kill me so that others won't see your ugly appearance today? Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of admiration in her eyes. She also wanted to be like Ling Xiao, who didn't fear power and could openly scold a shameless person like the corpse granny. Unfortunately, she wasn't Ling Xiao after all, and she really couldn't do that. How could that be? Corpse granny didn't want to admit it, but her thoughts were exactly as Ling Xiao thought. Today, she had lowered her head because she was seriously injured and could not defeat Ling Xiao. However, once her injuries were healed, she would definitely not let Ling Xiao go. This was her truest thought. Why bother, corpse granny? You were so mighty just now, but now you're lowering your voice. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao smiled and said, You hate me so much that you want to kill me. I also want to kill you. Why don't we fight fair and square? You may not lose to me. Ling Xiao, whatever you want, as long as I can get it, I'll give it to you. Including Situ Hongyan, I think you have some ideas about her. Moreover, after you have her, you can play with her as you wish and you won't have to bear any responsibility. How about that? Corpse granny took another step back. The smile on her face was very ugly and the words coming out of her mouth were even more unpleasant. At this time, she didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao, not to mention that Cold Plum was beside Ling Xiao. Even at her peak, she couldn't defeat Cold Plum, not to mention that she was seriously injured now. Therefore, no matter how shameless she had to survive. She had to save her own life first and nothing else mattered. Corpse Granny, although I, Situ Hongyan, am a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island, I'm not your tool. I can't serve whoever you want me to. If you say that again, I'll kill you. Situ Hongyan was so angry that her face flushed red and her breathing became rapid. She wasn't humiliated by the legendary devil, but she was humiliated by her own people. This made her feel very painful and sad. You old thing, you're really hopeless. Even if we didn't have a grudge, I must kill you today. Ling Xiao's sword intent broke through the air and his voice was filled with extremely strong killing intent. As long as this corpse granny was alive, she was simply a scourge. Who knew how many innocent people would be killed by her? Kill me? Are you willing to do that? Just as Ling Xiao was about to make his move, two skeletal hands suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Situ Hongyan, pulling her towards corpse granny. He, Situ Hongyan, if you don't want to save me, I can only use you as a shield. Corpse Granny revealed a ferocious smile and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, do you feel bad? He, it's useless to feel bad. Let me tell you, if you don't let me go today, then I'll kill this delicate flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Something wrong with your head? Situ Hongyan is a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island. You're using her to threaten me? Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong? After a moment, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Situ Hongyan was not surprised, but she was a little regretful. The reason why she was not surprised was that she already knew Corpse Granny's character. It was not surprising that she would do such a thing. The reason why she regretted it was that she was too careless. She had been wary of this old thing before, but because she wanted to protect this old thing, she was too close to her and had no chance to avoid it. She never thought that Ling Xiao would save her. As Ling Xiao said, she was a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island. Ling Xiao had nothing to do with her. Why would he save her, and let a big enemy go because of this? Was this worth it? No matter how she thought about it, this deal was not worth it. But she still had a glimmer of fantasy. She heard that Ling Xiao had many confidants around him, and they were all dead set on Ling Xiao. Not because of anything else, but because Ling Xiao was willing to face powerful enemies for these women, and he would never back down. As the saying goes, beauties love heroes. Situ Hongyan was no exception. Even if she did not think that Ling Xiao would like her, she was still looking forward to Ling Xiao helping her because she was a woman. Of course, this was just a glimmer of expectation. This expectation was a little illusory, a little ethereal, and too unreal. She is a disciple of our Emerald Ripple Island, but such a delicate flower. Are you really willing to watch her die in the hands of a shameless person like me? Corpse Granny sneered. She actually admitted that she was shameless, which was worthy of praise. As she spoke, the black gas released from her body had wrapped around Situ Hongyan. Situ Hongyan's blood and heavenly elemental energy could be seen flowing into Corpse Granny's body along with the black gas. This old thing cultivated immemorial witchcraft. It was unknown how evil it was. Whether she withered or not, what does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao still said the same sentence, and then without any intention of stopping, the shadow sword in his hand stabbed straight at Corpse Granny. Even if Situ Hongyan was in front of Corpse Granny. At this moment, Situ Hongyan was a little disappointed. But she did not hate Ling Xiao. She was even a little grateful to Ling Xiao. Dying under Ling Xiao's sword was better than dying under Corpse Granny's witchcraft. Situ Hongyan closed her eyes and waited for the moment of death to arrive. However, she did not feel any pain for a long time. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Ling Xiao's arms. Corpse Grandma's right arm had been completely cut off. Why? Situ Hongyan was extremely confused. It's very simple. The more I don't care about you, the more she doesn't dare to use you as a shield. At the critical moment, she threw you to me in an attempt to delay my attack. Ling Xiao said faintly, unfortunately, she seems to have forgotten that I didn't come alone. That's right, the one who cut off Corpse Grandma's right arm was Cold Plum. Old witch, you should have persevered. To be honest, I really don't want such a beautiful woman to die in your dirty hands. Unfortunately, you don't have the guts. In the end, it was all for naught. Ling Xiao revealed a sneer and said faintly. You're a cunning little beast. At this moment, Corpse Grandma almost fell into despair. However, in the next moment, an excited expression appeared on her face again. Ling Xiao knew what she was happy about. Because someone had come. And it was not just one person. The aura of these people was exactly the same as the aura of Emerald Wave Island's disciples. Situ Hongyan frowned. She did not know why, but when the people of Emerald Wave Island came, she did not feel happy at all. Instead, she felt a little uneasy. Corpse Grandma was the deputy island master of Emerald Wave Island, but she killed her senior brother and even used her to threaten Ling Xiao. This made her feel very bad. However, Ling Xiao, who was clearly just an outsider, was willing to save her life. She knew that Ling Xiao would not fall in love with her. He just felt that it was a pity for her to die. It was even more of a pity to die in the hands of Corpse Grandma. But saving her was saving. At the critical moment, it was so clear who was a friend and who was an enemy. Sure enough, rumors did not represent everything. Ling Xiao was rumored to be a guy who did not recognize his own family. Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. The one who came is the other vice island master of Emerald Ripple Island, Monkley. His strength is on par with Corpse Granny. You are no match for him. Go, I will handle this matter. Situ Hongyan was not Corpse Granny. At this critical moment, she still stood on Ling Xiao's side. You want to leave? It's too late. Just as the voice arrived, the person was already standing beside Corpse Granny for a moment. This person's speed was faster than the speed of sound. Not a single hair grew on his bald head. However, no one dared to laugh at him. With his powerful strength, whoever dared to laugh at him would be courting death. Looking at this person, Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Even though Jade Ripple Island was said to be on par with Divine Phoenix Empire, in reality, their strength was clearly inferior. The two Vice Island masters weren't Yin Yang realm experts, they couldn't compare to Divine Phoenix Empire in this aspect. A small island was a small island. The Five Immortals Island might be really powerful, but the Piping Island and Jade Wave Island of the Seven Martial Ancestor Island did not seem to be as powerful as imagined. Of course, even so, they were still in existence second only to the two great empires. They could barely be considered on the same level. This bald person should be the other Vice Island master of Jade Ripple Island that Situ Hongyan mentioned, Xingli. Not long after, more people arrived at the ruined temple. Among them, there were actually two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although they were only at the initial stage of the Grotto Heaven Realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm was the Grotto Heaven Realm. There was no doubt about this. Their strength was even more unquestionable. As for the rest, the weakest Cultivation was at least a 7-star Heaven Realm martial artist. This could be considered a group of elites of Jade Ripple Island. Compared to the people led by Corpse Granny last time, they were obviously stronger. What happened, Corpse Granny? Xingli looked at the corpse of the Jade Ripple Island disciple that had been sucked dry, then looked at the heavily injured Corpse Granny and asked. Do I need to say it? I found the heavily injured protector Xianxia here. Who knew that old thing was cunning and actually faked it? I was injured by his sneak attack and had no choice but to recuperate here. Later, Situ and this disciple came together, so I ordered them to protect me. Who knew that this little bastard Ling Xiao would come and insist on killing me? Our pitiful disciple actually had his life force sucked dry by his demonic technique and turned into a withered corpse. Corpse Granny's words, even a slightly smarter person would not believe it. Xingli naturally would not believe it. However, he would definitely not expose it and would firmly stand on Corpse Granny's side. The rest of the Jade Ripple Island disciples were the same. Those who could see through it would not expose it because Corpse Granny was a member of their Jade Ripple Island. Those who could not see through it would naturally support Corpse Granny. After all, Ling Xiao was their Jade Ripple Island's enemy. At this time, they were staring at Ling Xiao with eyes full of killing intent, as if they could not wait to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. However, in this world, there were always those who were more maverick, and these people might be hated. However, they lived according to their own hearts and did not follow what others said. For example, Situ Hongyan was like this. Ling Xiao saved her life. For an outsider to be willing to save her, this was enough to move her. She clearly knew the truth but did not say it. She would never do such a dirty and shameless thing. Vice Island Master Xingli, Corpse Granny's words cannot be believed. Although she is not the Vice Island Master, she is full of lies and is extremely shameless. Not only did she kill senior brother, she even used my life to threaten Ling Xiao. Even I find this kind of thing strange, but she is not embarrassed at all. Situ Hongyan spoke. In exchange, she was stunned. Even Ling Xiao looked at her with some surprise. In fact, at this time, she could have remained silent. However, she did not do so. Too childish, too naive. Ling Xiao shook his head, but then smiled, but I like this kind of person. A balloon full of lies, no one dared to say it out loud, and no one dared to poke it. However, Situ Hongyan did it. She pierced the balloon that was said to be the sun, which naturally caused a shock. Granny Corpse sneered and said, "Little girl, could it be that you've fallen in love with this Ling Xiao? Otherwise, why would you slander him like this? I'm the Vice Island Master of Emerald Ripple Island, your senior and master. I know you're pure and kind, but you shouldn't be so easily fooled by a few sweet words from Ling Xiao, right? You said I used you to threaten Ling Xiao, don't you think it's ridiculous? What is your relationship with Ling Xiao? Me holding you hostage? Do you think I am an idiot?" Corpse Granny's words were righteous, as if she was really a pure white lotus. Even Xingli was a little disgusted. After all, Xingli understood Corpse Granny's character. However, at this moment, even though he knew this, he still could not refute Corpse Granny. Instead, he coldly looked at Situ Hongyan and said, "This is nonsense. The dignified Rose Sword of Emerald Wave Island wants to stand on the opposite side of Emerald Wave Island and speak for a villain. Have all the teachings of the sect been eaten by dogs? Disciple is just telling the truth. Corpse Granny is vicious and shameless. Can't Disciple even speak?" Situ Hongyan said lightly. In fact, she was not simple or naive. She knew very well that Jade Wave Island would not support what she said. But she had to say it. Because this was her conscience. Come, take her away and watch her strictly. Don't let her continue to talk nonsense. Xingli did not wait for Situ Hongyan to finish speaking. With a wave of his hand, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist came out and took Situ Hongyan away. Situ Hongyan did not resist, but she was a little disappointed. She stared at Xingli and said, "Although Disciple does not know what Vice Island Master is thinking, it is unwise to offend Ling Xiao now. Moreover, it is shameless to shift the blame of your own family's scandal to others. Disciple remembers that you once said that shameless people will have retribution. Aren't you afraid? Take her away." Xingli waved his hand and did not answer Situ Hongyan's words. Because he could not answer. Teaching disciples was one thing, but whether or not he could do it was another. He felt that this rose sword was still too naive. Corpse Granny's face raised a smug smile. Who was she? She was the Vice Island Master of Jade Wave Island, one of the 2 top Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Not to mention that she just killed an insignificant Jade Wave Island disciple. Even if she turned 100 Jade Wave Island disciples into zombies or skeletons, Jade Wave Island would not say anything. She had done this kind of thing before. Not only did Xingli know, but even the Island Master knew. Even 1,000 or 10,000 ordinary disciples could not compare to her combat strength. Jade Wave Island needed her, so they would not deal with her. If she couldn't even see through this, then Situ Hongyan would be too stupid. From the beginning, there was only one conclusion to this matter: Ling Xiao did evil, Situ Hongyan was used, good and evil could not be distinguished, and she, Corpse Granny, was a pure white lotus without any stain. This was the reality. Not only Jade Wave Island, but all the major forces in the mystic world had them. This was not a secret, but a consensus. Xingli's indifferent gaze fell on Ling Xiao. In his pupils, there was a strong killing intent. Surround them, don't let them escape. At his command, the people of Emerald Ripple Island surrounded Ling Xiao and Ling Mei. They did not even let go of the people above them. Ling Xiao, our island master didn't want to make an enemy out of you because you are young and ignorant. He even specifically instructed us not to cause trouble for you, but you really don't know what's good for you. You don't repent and have repeatedly attacked the cultivators of my Jade Wave Island. With the encirclement complete, Monkly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but this time, the people he brought were all elites. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could escape from the encirclement of him and these elites. Corpse Granny, hurry up and heal yourself in case someone comes to save this guy. We can work together. Perhaps because he was not completely at ease, Xingli reminded Corpse Granny again. Hee, don't worry. As long as there is enough nourishment, this old one will recover quickly. Corpse Granny revealed a sinister smile. Here. Xingli shook his storage ring and released more than a dozen Celestial Realm martial artists. Among them, there were people from various sects, including people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. This Jade Wave Island was really daring. Your Majesty, Heavenly Emperor, save me! Suddenly, one of them shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a closer look. This person was actually a martial artist he met in the Divine Capital. He was not weak, having reached the 9th layer of the Celestial Realm. Why were you captured? Reporting to Your Majesty, more than 20 of us were sent by His Majesty to protect and assist His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Unexpectedly, we encountered these people from Jadewave Island on the way and were scattered. I was captured alive, and 2 of my brothers died in battle. The rest should be hiding somewhere. That person replied. Is there a need for this? Ling Xiao sighed. Of course, he knew that Wu Xiang had good intentions, but there was really no need for it. More than 20 Celestial Realm martial artists were not weak, but when placed in the current Sin City, they seemed a little weak. However, since they were here, Ling Xiao, as the Heavenly Emperor, would not allow them to die here. Don't worry, I won't let you die. As for the rest, I will save them. Ling Xiao looked at that person and said. Ha ha ha, kid, you must have lost your mind. Facing our heavy encirclement, you actually dare to say such ridiculous words. Do you really think that we are all useless? The elites of Emerald Ripple Island were amused by Ling Xiao's baseless confidence. If I want to save someone, there is no one I can't save. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since you guys don't believe me, I might as well save them as well. Actually, I really want to know, if these people survive, what will happen to your Jade Wave Island? That's a good idea, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability to realize it. Xingli looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then said to Corpse Grandma, old partner, why don't you enjoy your delicious food? Are you really going to let others save them? Hee, Xingli, this old one will accept your generous gift. I will definitely thank you in the future. Corpse Grandma revealed an excited smile, and the black aura began to spread rapidly. I'll have to trouble you guys first. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and stepped out of the encirclement in front of so many elites of Jade Wave Island. Then, he used the beast ring to take those people in. When Xingli wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Although Xingli still valued Ling Xiao, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant person. He could not completely put him in his heart. It was because of this slight carelessness that Ling Xiao got his way. He felt that his face was burning, as if someone had given him a tight slap. Good boy, this old man has underestimated you. But it doesn't matter. If you die, they will still die. Xingli was a little angry. Being slapped in the face by such a young warrior in front of so many disciples, he had no face left. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. There were many people in this world who wanted him dead, but many people had gone ahead of him. 2 Vice Island Masters, Ling Xiao is a thief. He killed our young Island Master before, and now he is trying to murder Vice Island Master Corpse Grandma. He has also bewitched people and made Situ Hongyan unable to distinguish good from evil. He must be severely punished. One of the Grotto Heaven Realm warriors said loudly. That's right, Ling Xiao is the great enemy of our Jade Wave Island. With such a good opportunity to kill him, our Jade Wave Island will no longer be able to survive in the Jianghu. Another Grotto Heaven Realm warrior also said loudly. Kill Ling Xiao, punish the traitor. Except for Situ Hongyan, all the disciples of Jade Wave Island shouted, as if in their eyes, Ling Xiao was an ant that could be killed at any time. The people of Emerald Wave Island spoke one after another, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if they could take Ling Xiao's life at any time. But then again, among these people, Xingli was a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. As for the other 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, one was at the second grotto heaven realm and the other was at the third grotto heaven realm. No matter which one it was, they would not be at a disadvantage against Ling Xiao. And the cultivation of the other martial artists was not low either. With such a lineup, unless Ling Xiao had wings on his back, it was impossible for him to escape. Because of this, they felt that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. This was not surprising at all. Suddenly, a blazing aura filled the entire dilapidated temple. Sword light flashed around Ling Xiao's body and 9 cauldrons floated above his head. Sword chi broke through the clouds and tore through the sky. Murderous aura surrounded his body and rumbled with killing intent. If you wait for death, you can still leave an intact corpse. To think that you would try to fight back. How foolish. One of the Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists from Emerald Wave Island revealed a cold and disdainful smile. He believed that Ling Xiao was able to save those captives in front of them purely because they had underestimated him. But now, none of them underestimated him. What could Ling Xiao rely on to break through the encirclement? It was too unrealistic. Since he is courting death, let's send him to his death. 2 Vice Island Masters and 2 Elders, rest at the side first. Leave this kid to us. 3 people walked out of the crowd. 3 half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's triple primordial sword. Yes, if the 3 of them are alone, they might not be a match for life-taking sword, rose sword, and emerald wave sword. But if they join forces, even the strongest emerald wave sword has to be wary. With them taking action, Ling Xiao has no way to survive. These Emerald Wave Island disciples also knew of the grand battle on the Long Street. Ling Xiao had killed a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. But that matter was somewhat bizarre, so they did not believe it at all. In their opinion, even if Ling Xiao had killed a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it must have been because the other party had been severely injured. For example, today's corpse granny, Ling Xiao could definitely kill her and then announce his great achievements everywhere. This was not true ability at all, but opportunism. Of course, they still did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, even if 10% of the rumors were true, they still had to be careful. Otherwise, if they failed miserably, they would become a laughingstock. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the crowd. Then, Situ Hongyan appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was the second time she had stepped forward to protect others. Although Ling Xiao might not need it, she felt that she couldn't just stand by and watch. She hated the things that her sect had done. They had distorted the truth and misrepresented the facts. Not only had they failed to uphold justice for her, they had even made her suffer. Her heart was as cold as ice. Situ Hongyan, are you crazy? Monkli asked coldly. No, I'm not crazy. It's you who are crazy. Situ Hongyan shook her head gently and said, Deputy Island Master, I was born in Emerald Wave Island, so I will not be an enemy of Emerald Wave Island. I only hope that you can let Ling Xiao go and let them go. Then, Situ Hongyan will commit suicide to apologize. There's something wrong with your head. Monkli scolded, is it worth it for an outsider? I only know that when I was in danger, it was an outsider who saved me. That's enough. Situ Hongyan nodded and said, so, even if I die, it's only to repay his debt. Stupid. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Although you, Rose Sword Situ Hongyan, are a genius of Emerald Wave Island, there are too many geniuses in this era. We can still find a second or third Rose Sword, but you will be forgotten by the world like trash. Monkli said coldly. Deputy Island Master, why are you so angry? Is it because I accused Corpse Granny? My dead senior brother and I are also disciples of Emerald Wave Island. Not only did you not stand up for us, but you also protected Corpse Granny. Is this the so-called justice you speak of? The so-called reason? Situ Hongyan's expression became cold. She had always thought that she lived in a beautiful big family, but today's matter was somewhat unbearable for her. Let me tell you the truth, Situ Hongyan. Even if Corpse Granny did that kind of thing, you have to endure it, not to mention that she didn't kill you, even if she did, it doesn't matter. Although you are a genius, there's no way you can compare with her. Monkli simply tore off his mask and said coldly, just like your lovely sister back then. She was more talented than you, but more innocent than you. Wasn't my sister defiled by pirates? Situ Hongyan's body trembled. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought of such a terrifying possibility. Now that things have come to this, there's no harm in telling you. Your sister was fancied by our young island master, Mo Xiaoyu, but she didn't know what was good for her. Our young island master is a very domineering person. Naturally, he would force himself on her. Monkly sneered and said, "Of course your sister knew about the matter of framing the pirates. She even ran to the island master and asked him to uphold justice. How innocent and naive do you think she is? Didn't she understand that the island master is the young island master's biological father? How could he punish his own son for her?" Thus, the pirates became scapegoats and were killed. In order to take revenge, your sister actually committed suicide in the young island master's room. Unfortunately, the first one to discover her was this old man, so this became a secret. Mo Xiaoyu. Situ Hongyan's body emitted a cold aura. She had almost fallen into a state of madness. She suddenly rushed forward and stabbed her sword at Monkly. Ling Xiao wanted to stop her, but he couldn't. Die. Monkly didn't show any mercy. A blooming flower was dazzled by this filthy hand. Situ Hongyan flew backward with a terrible wound on her abdomen. It seemed that she wouldn't survive. Ling Xiao didn't dodge because of the blood on her body. He jumped and caught Situ Hongyan. The killing intent on his face grew stronger. At this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. Situ Hongyan fell into Ling Xiao's arms. Her white clothes were dyed red with blood. I am sorry. I was too useless. I was too impulsive. She stood up to help Ling Xiao, but in the end, she was tricked by Monkly because of her impulsiveness. As a result, she was seriously injured and didn't seem to be able to survive. Alas, you've never wronged me. Instead, your performance today really moved me. Even I can't do what you did. Ling Xiao sighed. He kept transferring his heavenly essence into Situ Hongyan's body in an attempt to save her. But it was useless. Monkly was too ruthless. He didn't want Situ Hongyan to live. No, don't waste any more energy. You still have to save your internal strength to escape. Don't die, or I'll be even sadder. I'm going down to accompany my sister. You don't have to be sad. Situ Hongyan found that Ling Xiao's eyes were actually tearing up. At this moment, she felt that even if she died, it would be worth it. I'm not sad, I'm just angry that there are such shameless people and such a shameless sect in this world. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at Xingli and the others with a ferocious expression. He said word by word, "From when I was young until now, I've met many annoying people. But you guys are really the best of the best. Framing me is one thing. After all, we're enemies. But in order to frame the enemy, you tried every possible means to kill your own sect's outstanding disciples. And this is not the first time you've done this. I really want to cut open your hearts and see if they're all black. Ling Xiao, although I really want you to avenge me and my sister, I know that it's too selfish. So I only hope that you can take my body away and bury me in a beautiful place. Thank you very much." Situ Hongyan's voice had become extremely weak. It was obvious that she was indeed beyond saving. "Don't worry, I'll bury your body in a place you like. But at the same time, I'll avenge you. I, Ling Xiao, love to kill shameless people. It's an honor for me." Ling Xiao would not let these people go. Because these people had completely angered him. "Thank you." Situ Hongyan wanted to dissuade Ling Xiao, but the words were on the tip of her tongue. She only left behind two simple words and said goodbye to the world. A beautiful woman died. The body gradually became cold. How sad was Situ Hongyan? Cold Plum, take care of Situ Hongyan's body. I'll kill these people. At this moment, it was not a trial, nor was it a fair fight. It was a massacre, so Ling Xiao planned to use all the power he could to kill all these people. Situ Hongyan was a good girl, but it was a pity that she had entered the wrong sect. Her tragedy had been decided the day her sister, Mo Xiaoyu, insulted her. He had nothing to do with Situ Hongyan. They just met by chance. However, he couldn't stand the Emerald Wave Island. He was simply annoyed. Since the heavens were not willing to give this kind of sect retribution, then let him do it, he now had the ability to do so. Kill. It could be said that he was enraged for a beauty. It could also be said that he was simply unhappy with Emerald Ripple Island. In addition, Emerald Ripple Island was originally going to deal with him. At this moment, various factors had gathered together, giving Ling Xiao ample reason to kill. The frightening murderous aura had already turned into a blood-red remnant cloud, breaking through the horizon, turning the entire ruined temple into a hellish place. Brat, it's useless to make a fuss. You only have Cold Plum to help you now. Her Highness the Moon Maiden has been stopped by our island master. Princess Xianxia is also entangled with trivial matters at the moment. Hua Fuguang and Hua Feiying's troubles have yet to be resolved. Therefore, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Today, you will only end up like Situ Hongyan. The monk said coldly. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer as he said faintly, the island master of Emerald Wave Island must be tired of living. He actually dared to provoke Sister Moon Maiden. Admirable, admirable. Then, he added, cut the crap. Today, I will kill as many people as you come. Anyway, you heartless bastards can't even uphold justice for your own sect. What's the point of your existence? Ling Xiao was most annoyed by this kind of unfair treatment. He had suffered such treatment in the Ling family and in the Yuehua school. Therefore, he hated this kind of unfairness to the core. He didn't care whether this attitude was right or not. He only knew that his strength was enough to seek justice for himself and Situ Hongyan in front of these people. Master, lend me your power for the time being. Ling Xiao used his spirit power to speak to the Yuan Venerate in the Mountain River realm. Are you sure you want to do this? You should know the side effects of this. If I lend you my power, it will definitely cause serious damage to your body. It will also cause your internal force to become impure, most importantly, and also the most troublesome, it might cause your cultivation base to drop. All your previous hard work will be for naught. You better think carefully. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. It's fine. I've thought it through very clearly. I just want all those bastards to die. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the side effects. Injuries to the body could be recovered, impure internal force could be tempered again, even if his cultivation base dropped, he could cultivate again. However, if he didn't kill all these scourges today, not only would his anger be difficult to quell, but there would also be endless trouble in the future. Alright, I'll give you my power. The Yuan Venerate agreed. In an instant, Ling Zhao's eyes became even colder and sharper, as if he had become a different person. However, the terrifying killing intent and tenacity in his eyes were enough to prove that it was indeed him. Even without the help of Big Sister Moon Maiden, it's enough to kill all of you. Ling Zhao's voice seemed to have completely lost its color. Every word was filled with the terrifying killing intent that shrouded everyone on Green Wave Island. He wasn't willing to use the power of a Yuan Venerate easily. Besides the side effects, he was also worried that he would become dependent on this power. However, he had to use it against these people today. They could feel the terrifying killing intent and the powerful aura that was disproportionate to Ling Zhao's cultivation base. Everyone on Green Wave Island trembled violently. They knew that Ling Xiao had a few powerful helpers by his side. The reason they had dared to act so impudently against Ling Xiao today was because they knew that apart from Cold Plum, no one else would be able to come here in time to help. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. Ling Zhao's backing seemed to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. How could this fellow's body suddenly erupt with such a powerful force? They couldn't figure it out, nor did they have time to think about it. After all, Ling Xiao had already made his move. Xingli, Corpse Granny, and the others were ready to defend against the most terrifying attack from Ling Zhao's body. However, in the next moment, Ling Zhao's actions left them dumbfounded. Ling Xiao arrived beside Situ Hongyan and pointed a finger at her forehead. His aura entered her body and Situ Hongyan slowly opened her eyes. You can't die. You don't have to die. After obtaining the power of a Yuan Venerate, Ling Zhao's medical skills had clearly become stronger. However, the people of Green Wave Island still found it unbelievable that he could bring someone back from the dead. I'm not dead? Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao and felt that her body was very weak. However, she had indeed woken up. I can only say that you're half dead. Your soul has been locked in your spirit realm by me and your life has been forcibly extended by me for 10 days. However, if you can't find the medicine to extend your life within 10 days, I'm afraid you'll really die. Ling Xiao spoke somewhat helplessly. Even though Ling Xiao could help Situ Hongyan come back from the dead, he couldn't do it perfectly. I'm already very satisfied. I can do a lot of things in 10 days. Whether I die or not, we'll talk about it later. Situ Hongyan wasn't disappointed. She had no reason to be disappointed that someone who was supposed to die had an extra 10 days to live. Good, it's good that you can understand. We'll talk about it later. Today, I want you to see how these people die. Ling Xiao first stared at Corpse Grandma. If it weren't for Corpse Grandma, Situ Hongyan wouldn't be half dead, and Ling Xiao wouldn't be framed. Therefore, Corpse Grandma should be the culprit. Cold Plum, you don't need to care about anything else. You just need to take care of Situ Hongyan, understand? Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Grandma and reminded Cold Plum. Master, don't worry. I will. Cold Plum nodded. As long as Ling Xiao's life wasn't in danger, she would certainly obey Ling Xiao's orders. But if Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would definitely disobey. In her mind, Ling Xiao's life was more important than her orders. Corpse Grandma's face was extremely ugly at this time. She was an expert, so she could naturally feel Ling Xiao's sudden increase in strength. She wasn't afraid of killing intent, but the obvious gap in strength made her unable to have any thoughts of fighting. She actually crawled behind Xingli in a sorry state. Corpse Grandma? Today, I'll make you a real Corpse Grandma. Under Ling Xiao's cold expression, he actually revealed an even colder smile. This Corpse Granny often used the corpses of living people to refine puppets. She would never have dreamed that she would one day be turned into a corpse by someone. If you want to kill our Vice Island master, you have to get through me first. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was a plump but powerful elder of Emerald Ripple Island. Third Grotto Heaven Realm? Ignorant. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure disappeared. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in an instant. The dignified inner elder of the Green Wave Island who was at the Third Grotto Heaven Realm was completely destroyed by Ling Xiao's finger as if his chest had been burned by fire. His entire body's internal organs seemed to have turned into ashes. A one-hit kill, it seemed to be that simple. It should be known that Ling Xiao could erupt with the strength of a half-step yin-yang grade if he borrowed the power of a Yuan Venerate. Although the effect wouldn't last for long and there were many side effects, it was still very effective. However, there was no need to doubt its power. Even an ordinary half-step yin-yang realm martial practitioner could easily kill a Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial practitioner. Not to mention a monster like Ling Xiao. This scene made the faces of everyone on Emerald Wave Island turn deathly pale. It had to be known that any Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was an elder of Emerald Ripple Island. Moreover, there weren't many of them. Each one was a treasure of Emerald Ripple Island. The death of any one of these people would greatly weaken Emerald Ripple Island. Therefore, they didn't often take action or even leave the island. However, they had only come to the city of Sin this time and encountered Ling Xiao. Yet they had actually been killed in an instant. A terrifying thought was born in the hearts of these people. The sprouts of fear seemed to have been stimulated as they grew frantically. If Ling Xiao could kill a Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial practitioner so easily, what were sky humans like them in front of Ling Xiao? They probably weren't even worth mentioning. Fear, a strong sense of fear enveloped these people. At this moment, they finally understood how foolish and wrong their judgment had been. What are you afraid of? With me around, Ling Xiao won't be able to kill you. Monkey stepped forward at the critical moment and glared icily at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little surprised by the current situation, he had also observed that even though Ling Xiao could erupt with such power, he definitely wouldn't be able to last long. Moreover, even with his current strength, he still had the strength to fight. With the help of the others, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could help Corpse Granny recover as soon as possible. As long as Corpse Granny recovered, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The people of Emerald Ripple Island seemed to have been awakened by Monk Li's words. Many of them walked out of their fear. In their eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit and no longer fear. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a sneer. If the other party lost their fighting spirit so quickly, it wouldn't be fun. Only when the other party was full of confidence would it be satisfying to kill them. He admitted that Monk Li was very strong and also saw his weakness of being unable to fight for a long time. However, Monk Li didn't know that he was confident that he could completely destroy all of these people from Emerald Ripple Island in the time it took to fight. There was no need to deliberately deal with Monk Li. Ling Xiao chose to pick on the weak. Anyway, Situ Hongyan was protected by Cold Plum. Even Monk Li couldn't hurt Cold Plum at all. He didn't need to worry at all. The battle started in an instant. Ling Xiao threw himself at a 7-star Sky Celestial Martialist. A Martialist with such a cultivation base used to be in existence he looked up to. However, this person didn't even have a chance to react before he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he had died. Ling Xiao's figure had already thrown himself at another person. Continuous screams were heard from the crowd as the fear that had just subsided reappeared. When Ling Xiao threw himself at a half-step Paradise Realm Martialist, this fellow actually lost the courage to resist and chose to run away. However, Ling Xiao's normal speed was much faster than this person's. Furthermore, he currently possessed a portion of the strength of a Yuan Venerate. His speed was so fast that Monk Li couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This half-step Paradise Realm Martialist, who was also the pillar of Emerald Ripple Island and an absolute elite, had been killed by Ling Xiao while he was running away. There was no suspense at all. Panic spread, complete collapse. The people of Emerald Ripple Island couldn't be appeased with just a few words from Monk Li. Monk Li started to regret it. He had actually offended such a monster for the sake of Corpse Granny. Those who weren't as strong as Monk Li and were being chased by Ling Xiao felt even more regret. They couldn't wait for Corpse Granny to die. This was a sect that had no morals, etiquette, justice, honor, or shame. If they could abandon Situ Hongyan, they could also abandon Corpse Granny. As long as it was beneficial to them, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon their own mother. Many people fled from Corpse Granny's side, isolating her completely. Ling Xiao's target finally turned to Corpse Granny. A huge Tao Tai appeared behind him. There was a silent and empty sound coming from that side of the world. Above Tao Tai, an incomparably terrifying sword intent of destruction and massacre was released. At the moment, Ling Xiao was a true sword demon. A terrifying killing god, a peerless killing sword. Corpse Granny's lips started to tremble. She realized that even Monk Li was avoiding her. It was as if her body was covered with a plague virus. Anyone who touched her would be poisoned to death. Corpse Granny did not expect that one day, she would fall into such a situation where she was deserted by everyone. Do you regret it? Are you afraid? But it's too late. When you framed me and framed Situ Hongyan, you should have understood how miserable your end would be. Now, it's just your retribution. So, accept it with peace of mind. Suddenly, the huge Tao Tai waved its claws at Corpse Granny. Those huge claws actually condensed the energy of Ling Xiao's 9 cauldron sword domain. Every fingernail was a huge sword, containing a terrifying murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Corpse Granny used the last of her strength to grab a few disciples of Emerald Wave Island through the bones in front of her, trying to use their lives to block the danger for her. Unfortunately, these people were torn apart by the sharp sword chi in an instant. It was as if they were torn apart by 5 horses. That kind of scene was really terrifying. Run. If we don't run, we'll die. There's no need for us to accompany Corpse Granny to die. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exposed the true colors of the people of Emerald Wave Island. Each and every one of them was as timid as a mouse and shameless without a bottom line. Ling Xiao really went on a killing spree. It was as if he had entered a no man's land, slaughtering the people of Emerald Wave Island to his heart's content. Not only that, the huge skeleton soldiers waved their sickle-like weapons to harvest lives. A small butterfly danced in the crowd. Every time it touched a person, a life would be completely burned. The butterfly girl and the helpers that Ling Xiao summoned through the eye of the tomb of the god of sin were also extremely powerful. Except for Xingli, they could almost slaughter everyone else. Now you want to escape? Unfortunately, it's too late. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not the slightest sympathy or pity. 9 cauldron sword domain. As his voice fell, the huge 9 cauldrons suppressed the space within a radius of more than 10 meters. Streaks of terrifying sword chi scrutinized every disciple of Emerald Wave Island. A few tried to escape, but the sword chi mercilessly pierced through their bodies and killed them on the spot. What kind of sword domain was this? It was simply a demon domain. The disciples of Emerald Wave Island were completely stunned. They had heard of how terrifying Ling Xiao was, but they had never thought that Ling Xiao would be such a terrifying fiend. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have provoked this guy. Since you've already done something, you have to bear the consequences. Therefore, all of you will die here. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like ice crystals that came out of his mouth inch by inch. Every word made people tremble all over. The shadow sword appeared in his right hand, and a monster sword intent filled the sword domain. Die. As the shadow sword fell, the sword chi in the sword domain also shot out. In just an instant, dozens of Jade Wave Island's disciples were pierced through by the sword. Furthermore, the location of the stab was exactly the same. They were all at the throat, they were all the most fatal spots. Death was actually so simple. In this small space, the sky and earth were dyed red. Corpse Granny stared blankly at all of this. She seemed to finally understand what her biggest miscalculation about Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao was not a hero at all. He was just a person who acted according to his own ideas. This kind of person was the most terrifying. He was willful and reckless, unrestrained. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? I thought that since you've been playing with other people's corpses, you wouldn't be afraid of death at all. I didn't expect you to be afraid of death yourself. Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Granny indifferently. At this time, except for Xingli and Corpse Granny, everyone else had been killed. Xingli was also crippled by the butterfly lady and the skeleton soldiers and was thrown in front of Situhongyan. He's your enemy. If you want, I can let you kill him. Ling Xiao said so. Facing Xingli, Situhongyan did not hesitate at all and cut off his head with her sword. Not only did Xingli know about her sister's matter, but he was also an accomplice. Now that Mo Xiaoyu was dead, Situhongyan wanted to avenge her sister, so she had to find Xingli. She did not give Xingli a chance to explain. After all, she was not Ling Xiao. She was very worried that she would be tricked by Xingli's flowery words and would not be able to kill him. After all, she was still too soft-hearted. Now you're the only one left. Do you know why I left you until the end? Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Granny and revealed a sneer. That's because you're more shameless than them, so I prepared a generous gift for you to enjoy. You. Don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. As long as you leave me alive, you can do whatever you want with me. Corpse Granny was now thoroughly regretting her actions. She finally understood that Ling Xiao was more terrifying than she had imagined. He was more like a devil than she had imagined. This guy was not as powerful as the rumors said. He was simply a demon of fear. The expression of a loser appeared on her face. Fear, cowardice, and panic. The domineering, proud, and ruthless aura she had before had all disappeared. Ling Xiao had even killed Xingli. There was no one on Emerald Wave Island who could stop him. One had to know that the strongest person on Emerald Wave Island was the island master. However, Corpse Granny was very clear in her heart. It was already very good that Island Master Mo could survive under the Moon Maiden's hands. It was impossible for him to save her. Therefore, at this moment, she could only beg for mercy. She hoped that Ling Xiao could be merciful and spare her life. Beg for mercy? I say, can you have some backbone? Here, this is a pill that I refined. It can help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Then, the two of us can have a fair fight. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and took out a pill and threw it to Corpse Granny. Is it really a recovery pill? Corpse Granny obviously did not believe that Ling Xiao would be so kind. Use it or not, you'll die anyway. Ling Xiao said faintly. The current situation was like this. Corpse Granny had no chance to bargain with him. Even if she knew that it was poison, she probably had to try it. After a moment of silence, Corpse Granny swallowed the pill into her mouth. A moment later, her face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha, kid, you're not bad. You actually dared to give me such a miraculous pill. Now that I'm awake, you're in trouble. Corpse Granny suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent smile on his face. So soon, you're so smug? It seems that you only have this little ability. Kid, I know that you have more people and I'm not a match for you. But I'm afraid you don't know that even the island master would be afraid of my trump card. Corpse Granny seemed very calm. Oh? So you think you can kill us? Ling Xiao asked back. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. The corpse granny in front of him did not know that her life was actually in his hands. I'm not sure if I can kill you. After all, you're too powerful. No one knows what new abilities you'll have. Corpse Granny laughed, but you can definitely help me escape from here. As long as I escape, you can just wait for your death. You might not know why Emerald Ripple Island is treating me so well. It's not only because I'm strong enough, but also because I have someone behind me. Oh? Which major force? Blackwater Immortal Island? Or Water God Temple? Ling Xiao asked. You don't need to know that. You just need to know that you've done something stupid. That's enough. After laughing sinisterly, Corpse Granny suddenly opened her mouth and sucked. The souls of the Emerald Ripple Island disciples that Ling Xiao had killed all left their bodies and rushed towards Corpse Granny. These corpses had just died in battle and their souls had yet to leave. Now, they were occupied by Corpse Granny. As the souls continued to pour in, Corpse Granny's body became bigger and stronger. The most terrifying thing was that the aura she released was getting stronger and stronger. There was a faint feeling of climbing to the Yin-Yang realm. But it was different from the Yin-Yang realm. Finally, Corpse Granny, who had completely absorbed Monk Li's soul, had grown to about 10 meters. Her huge body could create a raging wind with just a breath. With a slight movement of her feet, the ground trembled. The ruined temple could no longer hold her body and was completely destroyed. Ahahaha, see? Ling Xiao, this is my strongest state. Unfortunately, I can only hold 100 souls at most. Otherwise, I would be even stronger than now. Although Corpse Granny's voice was hoarse, it was still a woman's voice. At this moment, her voice was rough and powerful, even more manly than a man's voice. This is interesting. I didn't expect souls to have such an effect. Corpse Granny tried to see Ling Xiao's fear and regret. Unfortunately, all she saw was a smiling face full of interest. It seemed that not only was he not afraid of her, but he was also very interested in her current state. Go to hell, boy. You'll know how powerful I am. Corpse Granny raised her foot and fiercely stomped on Ling Xiao. When the huge foot was raised, it brought the corpses up. Sand and stones flew in the ruined temple. Cold Plum, take Xianxia out. Ling Xiao said. But master, what about you? Cold Plum asked worriedly. Don't worry, do you really think I'll give her a real healing holy elixir? Dream, but I'm not that stupid. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I'm at ease. Leng Mei carried Xianxia and flew away. Once outside, she stood directly on the head of Ling Xiao's skeleton soldier and closely observed the situation of the battle. Inside the ruined temple, Corpse Granny looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Her body seemed to be out of her control. Corpse Granny, if I fed you poison, it would make me seem too low level. But if I fed you a healing holy elixir, it would make me seem too stupid. So I fed you a very technical medicine. Now you're under my control. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of making a move. He just looked at the huge Corpse Granny with indifference and disdain. Impossible. It's impossible for such a medicine to exist. Corpse Granny also had a little understanding of pills. In her experience, she had never heard of such a magical pill. While speaking, she tried to attack Ling Xiao again. However, after attacking, she screamed. Ah! Blood fell like a waterfall. Corpse Granny actually cut off her ear. Perhaps the ear was too big, but the amount of blood was also quite shocking. Her strength doubled, and so did the pain. Corpse Granny directly lay on the ground and kept rolling. The bricks and tiles of the ruined temple had been crushed into pieces by her huge body. She let out a loud groan and cry for help, but these couldn't bring her anything. In the distance, Xianxia and the representative of Yan country looked at this scene in horror. Just now, the two of them almost came over. They were ready to reap the benefits. Fortunately, they didn't come over. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably control the current Corpse Granny to attack the two of them. If you don't listen to people and don't want to listen to others' advice, it's useless to keep this ear. Ling Xiao said coldly, now, cut off your other ear. Can you imagine the fear of wanting to cut off your own ear even though you know it's extremely painful? Corpse Granny was experiencing this kind of thing now. She watched helplessly as her hand moved towards her ear. Then, the pain came again, and her whole body trembled. Corpse Granny thought that she would never cry again in her life. She thought that her tears had dried up. But today, she shed tears of regret and pain. Of course, it couldn't be separated from anger. She regretted provoking Ling Xiao, this little star of misfortune. Moreover, she had provoked him time and time again, as if she was afraid that he would not be willing to deal with her. Now that things had turned out like this, it was all because of her own actions. She was in extreme pain, but there was nothing she could do. She was angry that Ling Xiao didn't give her the slightest sympathy, but she didn't think that during the battle on the long street, she didn't intend to sympathize with Ling Xiao. Even just now, she was still threatening Ling Xiao with words. Kill me. Don't torture me anymore. Corpse Granny held in pain. She didn't want to continue living in pain like this. She wanted to die, the sooner the better, she couldn't bear this kind of pain. Tell me the power behind you, and I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No, impossible, I can't betray them. Corpse Granny shook her head, as if she was afraid of the huge power behind her. You can't betray them? You're really funny, you're about to die, but you're still so protective. Should I say that you're loyal, or should I say that you're stupid? As Ling Xiao spoke, he snapped his fingers again. Corpse Granny directly dug out one of her eyes. Corpse Granny's body trembled, and she almost blurted out the power behind her. I'll talk, but I'll only talk to you. Corpse Granny finally said when the pain gradually subsided. No problem. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Corpse Granny playing tricks. If he wanted this guy to die, this guy would die. This was the terror of an alchemist. He jumped to Corpse Granny's mouth. Corpse Granny whispered a few words in his ear, but she didn't do anything. Impossible. Ling Xiao was confused. It's true, what I said is true. You're so powerful, so you should know that I'm not lying. Now, I beg you, give me a quick death, I don't want to go on like this. Corpse Granny said loudly. Alright, since you're so cooperative, I'll fulfill my promise. Ling Xiao leaped dozens of meters away and snapped his fingers again. Corpse Granny's body exploded on the spot. She was smashed to pieces. The storage ring that had shrunk again fell to the ground and was picked up by Ling Xiao. This Corpse Granny storage ring was really unusual. Most of the things inside were preserved corpses, some spirit stones, and a book called Hell Reincarnation Technique. This should be a type of witchcraft. Unlike martial arts, its use required special conditions. Ling Xiao directly stuffed it into his storage ring and did not look at it. He could study it when he had time. There were a lot of spirit stones in Monk Li's storage ring. This guy was obviously a greedy guy. Not only that, there was also a book in his storage ring. It should be a martial arts secret book called Paradise Sutra. The use of this martial arts secret book was very simple. It was to assist martial artists in condensing and strengthening their Paradise domain. For the current Ling Xiao, it was very suitable. He took it without hesitation. In addition to the storage rings of the other people on Jadewave Island, he had obtained a lot of martial arts. When he returned to the Sky Dragon continent in the future, he could put them in the Sky Martial Hall of the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao was very clear that the most important thing for a powerful country was not the population or territory, but the experts. Therefore, when the Celestial Empire was established, he set up the Sky Martial Hall. This Sky Martial Hall was not only responsible for the affairs of the martial artists in the world, but it would also collect all kinds of martial arts as long as one was a citizen of the Celestial Empire. From the age of 3, one could receive free martial arts education for 12 years. After that, it would depend on one's luck. In this way, the young men and women of the Celestial Empire would not miss the best period of cultivation because of their family background. If there were people with outstanding results after the 12 years of free martial arts education, they could be recruited to the Heaven's Chosen Academy, Celestial Empire Academy, Sky Martial Hall, and other places to further their studies. Ling Xiao encouraged the development of sections. In addition to the country's efforts to establish a few martial arts sacred grounds, powerful martial artists could also receive support from the government to establish their own sects or academies. Now, it was not only Ling Xiao who was searching for martial arts secret books everywhere, other martial artists in the Celestial Empire were doing the same. They could be seen at many auctions. They could also be seen in many adventurer teams. This was the hope for the revival of the Heavenly Empire, and no one dared to slack off. Everyone is working hard, hoping to make the Heavenly Empire stronger. After all, they were surrounded by powerful enemies. It was unrealistic to rely solely on arrays to protect themselves. They still needed enough powerful cultivators. Let's get back to the main topic. At this moment, the people from Emerald Ripple Island were all killed in the dilapidated temple. The two Vice Island masters brought a group of powerful warriors to the city of Sin. On one hand, they wanted to find the Imperial Jade Seal. On the other hand, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge the dead disciples of Emerald Wave Island. However, neither of these things were accomplished. In this ruined temple, they all became ghosts under Ling Xiao's sword. The cause of the matter was not complicated. The process was also very simple. Corpse Granny framed Ling Xiao, and in the end, Ling Xiao was enraged and slaughtered all of them. Of course, Situ Hongyan was almost killed, which could be considered as a catalyst. Now, Emerald Wave Island was basically left with Island Master Mo and Emerald Wave Sword Mo Kong. After this incident, they were destined to be removed from the 7 Martial Arts Sect Island, just like Piping Island in the past. Emerald Wave Island had done many things that angered the heavens, so it was impossible for them to not have any enemies. Even if they did not have any enemies, don't forget that they still occupied the resource-rich Emerald Wave Island. There would definitely be forces coveting it. As for whether it was the Black Crow Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire that destroyed it first, Ling Xiao did not care. At this moment, he looked coldly at the corpses on the ground, without the slightest bit of sympathy. He still clearly remembered how arrogant and domineering these people were. They did not give him or Situ Hongyan a chance to explain. Their shamelessness had reached a whole new level. If these people did not die, then the heavens must be blind. At this moment, Ling Xiao was more concerned about Situ Hongyan. Although he had said very coldly that Situ Hongyan's life and death were none of his business, he still could not accept it. Deep down, he could not bear to see Situ Hongyan die just like that. What a joke. If Situ Hongyan died, Ling Xiao would not be able to continue being an apothecary. This was a battle for his reputation. My dear disciple, how do you plan to save her? Don't forget that the elixir pill that can save her currently requires at least a high-grade dark-grade elixir pill, the Sky Reversal Elixir. Given your strength, it is simply impossible to refine it. Even if I lend my power to you, it will be useless. After all, alchemy is not a battle. It is more difficult. The Yuan Venerate, who naturally understood Ling Xiao's intentions, asked him this by a voice transmission. Ling Xiao was already very weak at the moment. He sensed that someone was coveting him in the distance. Thus, he turned back and told Cold Plum, "Let's return to our residence first." If he fainted at this time, then he could only rely on Cold Plum alone. Ling Xiao did not want to become a burden at this time. Thus, he had to return first. On the way, he said to the Yuan Venerate via voice transmission, "Master, I know that I can't save that woman given my current strength. However, you also saw that she was still willing to testify for me under such circumstances. I, Ling Xiao, am not willing to owe anyone a favor. I know you are a good child, so I will help you once more," the Yuan Venerate said. "Although I can't help you refine the Sky Reversal Elixir, there is a type of elixir pill that you can refine yourself. It is called the Turtle Breathing Elixir." Turtle Breathing Elixir? Yes, this elixir pill is only a yellow-grade super elixir. You should be able to refine it. Give it to her first and she will enter a state of suspended animation. Even if it takes more than 10 days, she will not die and her life force will not be consumed. However, she will always be in a state of suspended animation and will not be able to do anything else. You still have to discuss this with her." The Yuan Venerate replied. "There is no need to discuss. Let's do it this way." Ling Xiao was not a wishy-washy person. He was afraid that Sito would hesitate and refuse to agree after discussing it with her. After all, the chances of obtaining the sky reversal elixir were very slim. It would be better for her to live for 7 days. This was probably true for many people. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time explaining anything. He was the one who wanted to save Sito, not the other way around. Therefore, even if Sito committed suicide on the spot after he saved her, he would not consider it. He only wanted to save her now. It was that simple. Xianxia and the representative of the Swallow Nation finally appeared from the pile of corpses. It had been more than 10 minutes since Ling Xiao had left. They had not dared to come out early because they were afraid. I really can't believe that this was done by Ling Xiao. Are we still going to fight for the imperial ruler's seal? Xianxia asked after taking a deep breath. What are you afraid of? That kid used some unknown technique to suddenly increase his strength. However, he is still weak. Furthermore, the imperial ruler's seal is not in his hands now. Why shouldn't we fight for it? The representative of the Swallow Nation was indeed a member of the Water Sacred Hall. He was still a little bolder. Sito was fed a turtle breath pill by Ling Xiao and temporarily entered a state of suspended animation. Ling Xiao then put her into the mountain river world. On the surface, there was no difference between suspended animation and death. They were both inanimate objects. It was just that suspended animation wouldn't lead to real death. It was just a temporary state of inanimate objects, and there was a possibility of resurrection in the future. Since it was an inanimate object, it could be put into the mountain river world, just like stones and weapons. This matter could only be solved in this way for the time being. Before the heaven reversal pill was successfully refined, Sito needed to sleep for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't have many special feelings for her. He simply felt that this woman didn't deserve to die. If this woman died, Ling Xiao would lose too much face. After dealing with Sito matter, Ling Xiao found Yunya to inquire about some things, some clues about the force behind Corpse Granny. Ghost Shrine. Hearing the name of the force mentioned by Ling Xiao, Princess Yunya's face became very ugly. I didn't expect that Corpse Granny was actually from the Ghost Shrine. No wonder she knows ancient witchcraft. What's the relationship between this Ghost Shrine and the Water Spirit Shrine? Is it that scary? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Of course it's related. The Ghost Shrine, the Water Spirit Shrine, and the other shrines originally belonged to one of the most terrifying forces in the stormy ocean. Later, this force was defeated by the true demon empire and scattered to various places in the mystic world. Yunya explained, the Ghost Shrine and the Water Spirit Shrine are two of the major shrines. They may not be as powerful as the true demon empire in the past, but today, they are invincible sects on the first 3 continents. Perhaps the Ghost Shrine is even stronger. It's located on the Purgatory continent, second only to the Immortal Court continent. Even our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is afraid of you. So that's how it is. No wonder that Corpse Granny was so sure. Hearing what you said, this Ghost Shrine is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao frowned. The Ghost Shrine came from the Purgatory continent, which was second only to the Immortal Court continent among the 13 continents. How could a sect from that place be weak? Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The 13 continents have their own rules. The Ghost Shrine won't send people to Sin City for a mere Corpse Granny, because once they send people from their headquarters, it might cause the entire profound world to be in turmoil. Yunya analyzed, if I'm not wrong, the Ghost Shrine should also have a branch on the White Tiger continent. It's just that this sect's activities are rather mysterious, so there's no detailed information yet. However, one thing is certain. Once they send people over, the weakest will be at least a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and the strongest will be a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. 1 or 2 would be pretty good. If that's the case, then I'm not doomed. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This Ghost God Temple's branch hall was not any weaker than the Water Spirit Temple and was far stronger than the 7 Martial Sect Island. Becoming enemies with such a force was naturally not a wise thing to do. However, Ling Xiao still didn't regret killing Corpse Granny. On the path of martial arts, one couldn't have fear. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to continue walking. Thank you, Princess Xianxia, for clearing my doubts. There's one more thing. I wonder if Princess Xianxia has already prepared all the herbs I need. Ling Xiao asked. Since he couldn't leave Sin City for now, Ling Xiao thought that he might as well refine pills in Sin City. Maybe he could leave after a while. These hundreds of thousands of pills were the key to increasing the overall strength of the Divine Capital's army. He had to finish refining them as soon as possible. He didn't dare to say that the Heavenly Empire could be compared to the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Black Crow Empire, but at the very least, it couldn't be worse than the Seven Martial Sect Island. Only then would he have the right to speak on the Divine Phoenix continent. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything. You're considered lucky. Sin City only allows people to enter and not leave, so our herbs can still be transported in. However, with so many pills, do you plan on refining them all by yourself? That's a tough job. Xianxia reminded him. There's no other way. I can't find a suitable helper for the time being. Ling Xiao was obviously lying when he said that he couldn't find a helper. His master Yuan Venerate was the best helper, but there were some things that couldn't be said out loud. Even Princess Xianxia was no exception. You're amazing, but this is also good. Sin City is closed anyway, so it's impossible for you to leave. Refining these pills is indeed the best opportunity. Xianxia nodded her head. Can I ask what kind of pills you want to refine? Xianxia suddenly asked. Just these. Ling Xiao immediately gave her a list. On it were the 6 types of pills he wanted to refine. Xianxia was shocked when she saw the list. Good fellow, having a good alchemist is awesome. These 6 types of pills, 3 of them are for Skyman Realm Martialists, right? After a moment of shock, Xianxia praised, with this combination of pills, a Skyman Realm Martialist can directly advance by at least 1 major realm. At best, it might even be possible to advance by 2 major realms. Most importantly, there are no side effects. I'm really envious of the martialists of your celestial empire. Princess Xianxia knows a lot about pills. You even know about combination pills. Ling Xiao smiled. I know a little. The other 3 types of pills are for Sky Passage Realm Martialists, right? Ordinary Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would be able to greatly increase their cultivation speed and overall strength. Talented Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists might even be able to increase their cultivation by an entire realm without any side effects. You are quite ambitious. Princess Xianxia continued her analysis. Ling Xiao didn't hide his ambition at all. He smiled and said, Don't forget that I'm the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I once made a great wish to rebuild the glory of the human race. If I can't achieve this great wish, I won't be able to break through to the pinnacle of the martial way. This is ambition, but it's also a plan. These pills are only needed by the army of Shindu. When the Celestial Empire becomes stronger in the future, I believe that more alchemists will be willing to go there. When that time comes, all the martialists of the Celestial Empire will be able to use these outstanding pills. What a terrible guy. He's so pure that he doesn't consider whether he will fail or not. This kind of person is the most terrible. Xianxia was shocked. Some so-called smart people would bypass difficulties when they encountered difficulties. When they encountered problems that they thought they couldn't solve, they would give up and say that they were wise enough. Therefore, these smart people would never achieve great things. Although they failed less in their lives, they would never stand at the top. People like Ling Xiao might fail many times and suffer many blows, but as long as he didn't sink or die, it was inevitable that he would eventually succeed and set foot on the top. If there's a need, I can help you. Princess Xianxia might have been impressed by Ling Xiao's impassioned ideals, so she said with a little excitement. Thank you, Princess Xianxia. I have designed a complete set of alchemy mechanisms, but some of the materials are hard to find, so I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao designed a complete alchemy assembly line according to the memory in his mind. It could allow some low-level alchemists to work together to refine pills of a much higher level. However, this assembly line needed some automatic mechanisms and equipment. He had already prepared the design, so the next step was to find the materials and try it out. Once he succeeded, alchemy would become easier in the future. Although Princess Xianxia didn't know what this so-called alchemy assembly line was, she believed that what Ling Xiao said would definitely not be something ordinary. Therefore, she nodded very cooperatively and said, "Don't worry, make the list. I'll think of a way to find the materials." Ling Xiao nodded and then gave a detailed list to Yunya. TSK, although the things on your list aren't too expensive, they are very complicated. I'm afraid others won't be able to find them. However, this is what our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does, so there won't be a problem. Yunya was amazed by the things on the list. She couldn't wait to see what Ling Xiao's so-called assembly line mechanism looked like. Thank you very much. Next, I will go into seclusion to refine pills. I'll have to trouble Yunya to help me turn away all the guests. No matter who comes, I won't see them. Ling Xiao stood up and said. No problem. It's just that the island master of Jade Wave Island came to negotiate with Her Highness the Moon Maiden and was driven away. I'm afraid he will come back again. Yunya frowned. It's okay. Jade Wave Island has been destroyed. Now, it doesn't matter how many people come. I'm only concerned about whether the pills can be refined successfully. Goodbye. Ling Xiao returned to his room and created a small space isolation array. Then, he began to refine pills. He didn't want to stay for a moment. Because in the city of Sin, he had seen too many powerful forces. If he was alone, he would never be able to fight against these forces. He had to improve the overall strength of the Heavenly Empire. This was a matter of great urgency. Jade Wave Island, thousands of miles of waves and thousands of miles of sea. This was a place with pleasant scenery and was very suitable for cultivation. Jade Wave Island, which had a history of more than 200 years, was now in a gloomy mood. Everyone was in no mood to cultivate under the beautiful scenery, let alone enjoy the scenery. The young master of Emerald Ripple Island, Mo Tsong, stood on top of the cliff. Behind him were 4 people in aqua-blue robes. His face was ashen and filled with anger. Vice Island Master Corpse Granny was killed, Vice Island Master Singli was killed, and even his father Mo Cho was injured by the Moon Lady. A group of elites who went to the city of Sin, other than his father who was still alive, everyone else had died. This encounter caused Jade Wave Island to completely degenerate into a last-rate sect. The pirates who had never dared to provoke Jade Wave Island in the past were now coming to harass them. This annoyed him to no end. What he could not accept the most was that the person who caused this situation was not some master, but a mere Ling Xiao, a mere human who climbed up from the bottom of the Sky Dragon continent. I agree, as long as you can help me kill Ling Xiao, Jade Wave Island will join the Water Spirit Palace. Taking a deep breath, Mo Tsong looked back at the 4 people in aqua-blue robes and said. Hee, young master is indeed wise. Since this is the case, Jade Wave Island will temporarily be under the care of the Water Spirit Palace. I believe no more pirates will dare to come here, but will your father agree? One of the aqua-blue robes said with a smile. Even though Jade Wave Island was like a starving camel, as long as Jade Wave Island Master Mo Cho did not die, Jade Wave Island would not completely fall. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Because of this, the Water Spirit Palace sent experts to discuss Jade Wave Island's submission with Mo Cho. Don't worry, before father left, he handed over all matters of Jade Wave Island to me. This is his wish. Even though the current Mo Tsong was extremely depressed and annoyed, he had to do this. Because this was the only way for Jade Wave Island to survive. Just wait, as long as I get the Imperial Jade Seal, no matter if it's the Water Spirit Palace or that Ling Xiao, they will all die. Mo Tsong's desire to get the Imperial Jade Seal was more than killing Ling Xiao. Of course, his father Mo Cho had the same intention. As of now, this was the only path they could take. If he couldn't get the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could only submit to the Water Spirit Palace. Even though he was living under someone else's roof, at least he could find a backer. It was another busy day, the smell of blood was everywhere in the city of Sin. Right now, the city of Sin was the most dangerous place. The warriors who came here could not only not leave, but could also be killed. But there were still warriors who came one after the other. It was as if death was no threat to them. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. A tattered-looking ship docked at the harbor of the city of Sin. Then, a group of strange people wearing prison uniforms and bronze masks walked down from the ship. Their hands and feet were all chained up. At the end of the chains was a giant iron lock. When these strange people walked over, the chains dragged on the ground, creating a pit that was at least 1 to 2 feet deep. They looked like they were walking very slowly, but in reality, they were walking very quickly. Outside the gates of the city of Sin, many people had set up camp. They were all here for the Imperial Jade Seal. No one organized them, but these people all had the same goal. They could only enter the city of Sin, but not leave. At this time, they had already noticed the group of strange people not far away. Their faces became tense, and the weapons in their hands were all drawn. The guards here were all experts, and there were even Yin Yang realm experts. So no matter who came, they would not be afraid. But the strange people's bodies were moving faster and faster. Under the strange bronze masks, no expression could be seen. Only a pair of red eyes were terrifying. Some warriors couldn't help but open up a path. As long as these people went in and didn't come out, it would be fine. It was better to have less trouble. Some warriors who weren't very strong actually wanted the city of Sin to be in chaos. The more chaotic it was, the better. That way, they would have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Everyone was willing to reap the benefits of the fisherman's quarrel. But when the strange people got close, something terrifying happened. Kill! The strange people let out an ugly shout, as if their vocal cords had been destroyed. At that moment, dozens of chains flew up, and the giant iron lock smashed into the guards. Those martial artists were smashed into minced meat in an instant. Stop, if you want to enter the city, then enter. Why do you have to kill here? The Yin Yang realm warrior guarding the city gate finally stood up. Even though he was the most insignificant one in the Yin Yang realm. But this kind of cultivation meant that he was powerful. Even if he had just entered the Yin Yang realm, he was still in the Yin Yang realm, in the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. He was definitely a top-notch expert. Even in the White Tiger continent, he was definitely a top-notch existence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a chain had already pierced his throat. A Yin Yang realm martial artist was actually killed so easily. The chain extended from a palanquin. There was actually a coffin inside the black palanquin, exuding a gloomy aura. The palanquin was carried by 4 strong little giants. These 4 little giants were also wearing prison uniforms. They were 4 to 5 meters tall, and their huge bodies were frightening. However, the palanquin was even bigger. When they carried it, it didn't seem out of place at all. Run! Since the Yin Yang realm martial artist had been killed, the rest of the people didn't dare to stay here. They all fled into the city. However, no one succeeded in leaving. Behind the black palanquin, more than 10 fierce black dogs pounced out. These black dogs exuded an aura of death. Their eyes were red, and they were very large. They were more than 2 meters tall just by standing there. The black dogs caught up with the martial artists and directly pinned them down. Then, they bit off the throats of the martial artists. In an instant, only 1/3 of the martial artists guarding the door were left. However, these people didn't seem to have any intention of killing them all. The ones left were Heaven Realm martial artists, whom they looked down on. This strange and terrifying combination had openly entered the city of Sin. The surviving cultivators were panting in horror. Many of them had even lost control of their bowels and bowels. Who were these terrifying people? They now had a strong desire to escape the city of Sin. However, on the surface of the sea, the powerful pirates had already sealed off the nearby sea. Even if they left the city of Sin, they couldn't leave the sea. In Ling Zhao's room, the fire flickered. Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luing had been guarding outside. Other than Princess Xianxia, who had been here a few times, no one else could easily enter. As for the Moon Lady, after defeating the island master of Jade Wave Island, Macho, she went into seclusion again. Unless Ling Xiao was in danger, she probably wouldn't come out easily. Suddenly, a burst of medicinal fragrance came from the room. Princess Xianxia couldn't help but show a bitter expression. This Ling Xiao was simply a monster among monsters. Not only in martial arts, but also in alchemy. At the alchemy conference, he had displayed his alchemy skills. Here, he displayed his alchemy speed. Hundreds of thousands of pills were successfully refined in 3 days. Perhaps even Medicine King Xianxia could not guarantee such a speed. However, Ling Xiao could. Princess Xianxia didn't see the whole process of Ling Xiao's alchemy, but she guessed that it had an inseparable relationship with Ling Xiao's streamlined alchemy. That kind of alchemy process was very scientific, almost not wasting a minute or a second. When refining a small number of pills, it might not be able to show its power. But when it was refined into medicinal pills in batches, the effects were very obvious. In this regard, Ling Xiao was definitely much stronger than Sun Zai. She didn't know where Ling Xiao's knowledge came from, just like how she was completely shocked by the alchemy mechanism designed by Ling Xiao. Relying on this set of mechanisms, the alchemist could completely free himself from the tedious refining process, and thus research a new and better pill, or improve the quality of the pill, without having to waste all of his time on refining. This was definitely a very terrifying innovation for the pharmacist industry. Xianxia even felt that whoever mastered this technology would control the future of the mystic world. She now felt more and more that her original decision was correct. Cooperating with Ling Xiao, a guy with endless new ideas, would always give her surprises. In the room, Ling Xiao's face also showed a satisfied smile. After this batch of pills was successfully refined, although the strength of his heavenly empire wouldn't make a qualitative leap, it would at least improve a lot. At that time, the Heavenly Empire would be on an equal footing with the 7 martial arts sect island. It was important for a person to be strong. But it was equally important for a country to be strong. If hundreds of thousands of Heaven Realm warriors attacked at the same time, together with a formation, it was possible to kill a Yin Yang Realm warrior. Not to mention a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Putting away the pills, Ling Xiao stretched his body and then walked out of the room. Congratulations, young hero Ling, the pills are finally refined successfully. Princess Xianxia smiled and walked forward. Thank you. Have the materials for the puppet mechanisms been prepared? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. The city of Sin has been turned upside down these past few days. It's completely chaotic, even more chaotic than before. Princess Xianxia shook her head and said, we can't send any messages out. Is that so? Don't worry. It won't be too late to do this after leaving the city of Sin. Is Sister Yuanu still in seclusion? Ling Xiao looked at the room next to him. The power of the moon made him feel very comfortable. Yes, she's still in seclusion. Xianxia nodded. Tell me about the situation these past 3 days. I've been busy refining pills and haven't had the time to pay attention to the outside world. How's Island Master Macho? What did Zhang Tianda and Representative Yan do? Ling Xiao asked. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. Xianxia smiled and said, now, the city of Sin has become a battleground for all the major forces. It's a complete mess. In order to protect the Imperial Jade Seal, the Water Spirit Temple sent powerful warriors again. The Sky Sea Pearl and Protector Zhongshui have been protected and are healing. The Water Spirit Temple didn't come to cause trouble for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No, they're already having a hard time protecting the Imperial Jade Seal. They won't have the chance to cause trouble for you. Xianxia shook her head and said, besides the Water Spirit Temple, there's an even stronger and more terrifying force. It's the Ghost Temple that you were worried about before. They also sent people here. They really came. Are they also here for the Imperial Jade Seal? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The Ghost Temple and the Water Spirit Temple are the 2 most powerful forces in the city of Sin. The Water Spirit Temple is still okay. They only want to protect the Imperial Jade Seal. But the Ghost Temple's actions are much more strange. Many warriors were killed by them without even offending them. The strange thing is that after they killed these people, their souls were taken away. It's exactly the same as the corpse granny. Princess Xianxia reminded him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, it seems that the corpse granny wasn't lying. She really does have the support of the Ghost Temple. Yes, but these 2 forces didn't send all their people. So, the major forces of the Divine Phoenix continent and the nearby seas still have a chance to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal. Princess Xianxia nodded and said, right now, the city of Sin is in a delicate balance. Xianxia analyzed, Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College, Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Court, Black Crow Empire, Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, and Blackwater Immortal Island have all sent people over. In addition, Jade Ripple Island's macho seems to have colluded with Water God Hall. This time, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for you. Ling Xiao nodded and said, this is already within my expectations. However, the current situation isn't clear, so they shouldn't take the initiative to attack me. Otherwise, once I continue to weaken their strength, they will fall into a disadvantageous position in the fight for the Imperial Ruler's Seal. This Imperial Ruler's Seal is truly a disaster. Because of this item, people who were originally minding their own business have all started killing each other. In these 3 days, the city of Sin has turned into a river of blood. It has truly become a purgatory. Huafu Guang added. You say it's a disaster, but in the eyes of others, it's a treasure. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. Fortunately, he had used the cicada shedding technique to throw the blame away. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Moon Maiden, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. An immemorial treasure and a human king's note, this attraction was not ordinary. Don't tell me they plan to continue like this, and in the end, no one will get any benefits? Ling Xiao asked. Not at all. Yunya shook her head and said, Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing made a suggestion. Instead of fighting to the death, why don't everyone study the secret of the Imperial Ruler's Seal together? Whoever studies the human king's note first will get the Imperial Ruler's Seal. However, the note has to be shared. Not everyone wanted to conquer the world, but every martial artist wanted to obtain the human king's note. If the human king's note was made public, then most of the martial artists would lose their target, and the killing would naturally stop. These two are powerful, but will Water God Hall be so obedient? Ling Xiao asked. This is not up to Water God Hall. You should know that Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing are the most outstanding alchemists in the previous 3 continents, and the strongest in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Not only are they powerful, they also have many friends. If they gave the order, most people would agree. If the Water God Temple really didn't agree, they would be annihilated by other forces. Right now, other than the Ghost Shrine, all the other forces in the City of Sin have agreed to this suggestion. The Ghost Shrine is really something. They probably want to kill us halfway, and they don't want to cooperate with others. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but these people should only be Ghost Shrine's branch martial artists in the White Tiger continent. Are they really that confident? It's not confidence, it's just that they are truly powerful. At least after being in the City of Sin for so long, they have killed so many people, yet not a single one of them has been injured. This is a miracle. Yunya smiled bitterly and said, they are now the only variable. Young hero Ling, do you plan to join in the fun? Yes, why not? Ling Xiao naturally had to go. The reason was simple. If he didn't go, people would doubt the authenticity of the Imperial Ruler's Seal. After all, that thing used to be in his hands. If he didn't show a little bit of nervousness, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Why do I feel like the biggest variable isn't the Ghost Shrine, but you? Princess Yunya smiled and said. Ling Xiao also smiled and didn't say anything. If it was beneficial to him, he didn't mind being a disruptor. Under the leadership of the King of Medicine, Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and Elder Chonglu, most of the martial artists began to gather at the Chonglu Plaza. The killing between each other became less and less, until it finally stopped. The Ghost God Palace also stopped their slaughter. It wasn't that they suddenly decided to be kind, it was because they had no other choice. When all the martial artists gathered together, if they acted rashly, they would be very unlucky in the end. They were arrogant, but they weren't stupid. They didn't want to waste their energy. The Water God Shrine hadn't appeared yet. But they were just observing. If most of the martial artists agreed to this decision, they wouldn't reject it. For the past few days, they had been studying the secret of the Imperial Ruler's Seal, but they still couldn't find the key to solving it. Since they couldn't solve it, they might as well borrow the power of the heroes in the world. What they were more worried about now was that if they stood out too early, they would be targeted. Therefore, waiting was not a bad choice. In an instant, the City of Sin that was filled with blood and gore suddenly became peaceful. But this harmony was like the calm before the storm. It always gave people a very oppressive feeling. This kind of oppressive feeling made it difficult for many people to breathe. Finally, the sky gradually darkened, but the Changlu Plaza was brightly lit. All kinds of illumination magic treasures and special illumination arrays made the place as bright as day. Ling Xiao and Ling Mei stood in the middle of the crowd. They were dressed very plainly, as if they were two insignificant people. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that it was actually the two of them. At this time, Ling Xiao had his eyes closed. His soul had already flown out of his body and was wandering around the Changlu Plaza, inquiring for information. Those who didn't know would think that he was sleeping there. But they didn't know. In fact, he was completely aware of the situation in the plaza. Within a radius of a few kilometers, even the slightest breeze couldn't escape the detection of his soul force. If someone could see Ling Xiao's soul power, they would discover that his soul power had weaved a fine net in a radius of several kilometers. It was like a spider's web, but much finer. No matter who it was that touched the net, he would be able to clearly capture the information. He had used this method of using soul power when he was hiding from enemies in the Dragon Submission mountain range, but he was still weak at that time. Now that he was using it with the cultivation of a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it was very powerful. Coupled with the Tai Chi eye, no matter who it was, even if they held their breath, they couldn't escape his dual perception. In terms of perception, he was even more terrifying than a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. At this time, the Changlu Plaza seemed to have become his Grotto Heaven domain. The Water God Temple is here? Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Somewhere in the distance, two clear images were reflected in his mind. One of them was dressed in bright and luxurious clothes. It was Xianxia. The other person was dressed in a water blue robe. It was the representative of the Yan Kingdom. These two people had been scheming to kill Ling Xiao recently. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to succeed. No, only these two people have appeared. It seems that they are probing. Ling Xiao smiled. Since these two people wanted to attend the meeting with two blades, he would take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of them. With Cold Plum's cooperation, killing these two people would be as easy as flipping his hand. Previously, they didn't have a chance, so they were jumping around outside. Now that there was a chance, Ling Xiao didn't want to miss it. So what if Xianxia and Representative Yan had Water Spirit Temple behind them? Now that they couldn't even protect themselves, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Cold Plum, get ready. Ling Xiao smiled at Cold Plum beside him, conveying his meaning with his expression. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't need to speak at all, quietly disappearing into the darkness. Brother Yan, we won't be tricked, right? Now that Water Spirit Temple is the target of public criticism, if these people attack together, won't we die without a burial place? Xianxia asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Those people want the Imperial Jade Seal, not Water Spirit Temple. If necessary, we will throw the Imperial Jade Seal out. Representative Yan said. I hope so, but recently, we've been really unlucky. Xianxia was quite unhappy. Ever since he came to the city of Sin and supported Representative Yan, his days of bad luck had come. First, he was defeated by Ling Xiao. Then, he was removed from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and was even hunted down. Later, when he tried to rely on the Imperial Jade Seal to make a comeback, he found that this was no longer a game he could participate in. There were too many experts, and he was just a small fish among them. He thought that by submitting to Water Spirit Temple, he could at least save his life, but he didn't expect to be sent to complete such a dangerous mission. Who could understand the bitterness in his heart? All of this originated from that Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to question Water Spirit Temple, but all of his hatred was added to Ling Xiao. If he could see Ling Xiao die, he would be very happy. There are really a lot of trash who aren't afraid of death. A mere Sky Realm martial artist dares to covet the Imperial Jade Seal, aren't they afraid of dying without a burial place? At this time, Xianxia had already noticed most of the martial artists in the crowd. Although there were many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, Sky Realm martial artists still accounted for the majority. This was going to be a high-class battle. The normally mysterious Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators came out of nowhere for the Imperial Jade Seal and the Sovereign Personage's notes. Brother Zhang is right. If one's cultivation base hasn't reached the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm, then one doesn't even have the right to participate. Even if it was a martial artist from the first three grotto heavens, they still had to bear a great risk. While there were few Yin-Yang realm martial practitioners, this battle was undoubtedly their battlefield. Of course, grotto heaven realm martial artists also have a slim chance, but heaven realm martial artists have no chance at all. The representative of Yen country also sneered, somewhat disdainful of this. Now that some random dog or cat dared to attack their water spirit temple, they would definitely kill all of them when they were free. Who? All of a sudden, a figure appeared within the paradise domain of the crowd. A grotto heaven realm martial artist's grotto heaven domain could not only be used for combat, but also for scouting the enemy's whereabouts. If someone was hostile towards them, they would immediately discover it. Xianxia was slightly better than the Yen representative, so he quickly discovered the black shadow that was moving quickly towards them. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. It's Ling Xiao. And it's only one person. Is this guy trying to die? At this moment, Ling Xiao did not have the powerful aura that he had when he was in the ruined temple. Xianxia and the Yen representative both knew that Ling Xiao's state was probably due to external help and could not last long. We absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity and take advantage of it to eliminate him. The two of them quickly reached a consensus. They really did not believe that Ling Xiao alone could pose any threat to them. Therefore, the two of them did not react and continued to stand motionless in the crowd, as if they did not notice Ling Xiao's existence at all. The distance between Ling Xiao and them was getting closer and closer. The corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. Furthermore, they were prepared to counterattack. Since Ling Xiao intended to launch a sneak attack, they naturally had to beat him at his own game. The crowd did not notice the situation here because Ling Xiao did not release any killing intent towards them. Their attention was all focused on the high platform. Sitting there were the Medicine King Sunbeard and Ji Qing. They were also the initiators of the suggestion this time. The martial artists who came here were not here to fight and kill. Their goal was to share the human king's notes. Of course, there was no lack of people who attempted to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal as well. Two dog thieves, you guys schemed against me time and time again. Today is the day of your death. Go to hell to accompany the corpse granny. She's very lonely. When Ling Xiao was less than 3 meters away from the Yen representative and Xianxia, an angry bellow suddenly erupted from his mouth. Ha ha ha, what a fool. We dread you not because of you, but because of the people around you. Now, since you're here to court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia and the Yen representative exchanged a glance and revealed an expression of wild laughter at the same time. What they said was the truth. Toward Ling Xiao, they were disdainful. They were only wary of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum by Ling Xiao's side. Today, Ling Xiao had come to court death, so they naturally had to fulfill his wish. The two of them attacked Ling Xiao at almost the same time, using their most ruthless moves. However, during the attack, the two of them actually felt a sense of fear at the same time. By the time they realized that they had been tricked, 2 sharp swords had already pierced their hearts. The fragrance of plum blossoms could be smelled in the air. It's her? The two of them realized that they had been ambushed by Cold Plum. However, Grotto Heaven Realm experts were Grotto Heaven Realm experts after all. Even if their hearts were pierced, they still struggled at death's door and attempted to escape. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's sword was faster than their fleeing movements. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Where do you plan to escape to? A shadow sword easily slit the 2 men's throats. If anyone dares to offend me, they will die without a doubt. That was what Xianxia and the representative of Yen country heard before they died. They had once feared that they would be killed, perhaps they would die in the chaotic battle for the Imperial Jade Seal, perhaps they would be killed by the Moon Maiden, or perhaps they would be killed by Cold Plum. However, they had never thought that they would die under Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao's sword was vicious and ruthless. As long as one was stabbed, there was basically no hope of survival. 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts had died in such an inexplicable manner before they could do anything. Although they were very unwilling to accept it, what was the use of that? They were already dead, so there was no point in being unwilling to accept it. Because Ling Xiao had isolated the space here, no one noticed this battle. Even those experts hiding in the shadows did not pay attention to the situation here. Their goal was only the Imperial Jade Seal. After taking away Xianxia and the Yan representative's storage rings, Ling Xiao could not help but smile in satisfaction. Xianxia was truly worthy of being the person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Divine Phoenix continent. This guy was truly greedy. In addition to many precious herbs and refining materials, there was also a large number of spirit stones in the storage ring. This immediately made Ling Xiao's possession of spirit stones rich again. Representative Yan was inferior to Xianxia, but he also plundered quite a bit of the pirates' income. All kinds of strange treasures were quite a lot. Killing these two people and collecting the storage rings, Ling Xiao was still mixed in the crowd with cold plum. It was as if nothing had happened. The majority of this crowd were just Deva realm martial artists. Mixing in the hands of these people, it was easier to hide their identities. As the sky became darker and darker, the lights became brighter and brighter. The Water God Temple's people finally appeared once more. This time, those who came were no longer cannon fodder, but Protector Xianxia and the Heavenly Sea Pearl, as well as several experts from the Water God Temple. Of course, this was not all of them either. Once all of their strength was exposed, it would be very easy to be targeted. Sun Sa, Jiqing, this old man accepts your suggestion and is willing to take out the Imperial Jade Seal for everyone to study together. The one who spoke was the Water God Temple's protector Xianxia. It was not that they were afraid. It was just that because their painstaking exploration was fruitless, so they wanted to borrow these people's strength. Putting it bluntly, it was using each other. No one was a fool, but there were quite a few greedy people. People with poor cultivation might not have bad eyesight. With more people, there would always be someone who could discover some secrets. Good, Protector Xianxia's choice will save us from a lot of bloodshed and sacrifice. This is considered an absolutely correct choice to benefit the martial artist world. The Medicine King Sun Sa stood up, giving off an unfathomable aura. In the crowd, Ling Xiao could not help curling his lips. Saying it in a dignified manner, but actually, wasn't it just wanting to get the human king's notes? This guy was really a hypocrite. That's right. Let's start sharing the imperial ruler's seal. I have a magic treasure here that can transmit the information of the imperial ruler's seal to everyone here. If any secrets are discovered, the magic treasure will alert you. If anyone wants to keep the secret for themselves, don't blame us for being rude. Jiqing also stood up and took out a strange-looking magic treasure and said. Although he was also an otherworldly expert, he still could not avoid being attracted by the Imperial Jade Seal. Moreover, he represented the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the end. He naturally had to do some things. Protector Xianxia nodded his head and threw the Imperial Jade Seal up, then controlled it with internal force, making it land steadily at the location of the magic treasure. However, Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, suddenly frowned. His soul power captured a powerful and terrifying aura. This aura was not only gloomy, but also eerie, as if it had truly come from the depths of hell. Then, everyone saw a black palanquin appear. A pitch-black chain cut through the night sky and took the Imperial Jade Seal away. This palanquin was carried by 4 small giants. It was cold and awe-inspiring. No one knew who was sitting inside, because there was only a bronze coffin that looked very heavy. Around the black palanquin were a dozen black hounds of ghosts and deities, and dozens of strange-looking prisoners. Just like the massacre at the city gate, they actually showed up. The people of the Ghost Shrine took away the Imperial Jade Seal in front of so many martial artists. He really did not put the martial artists here in his eyes. Soon, they were surrounded by the martial artists. No one was willing to let them go after taking away the Imperial Jade Seal. The Water God Temple was like this, and so was the Ghost God Temple. The Ghost Shrine might have a great reputation, but they were not people from the main hall, so they could not have a complete deterrent effect. Moreover, the Imperial Jade Seal was too attractive. Although many people knew that their lives might be in danger, they still wanted to fight for it. Suddenly, one of the prisoners wearing a bronze mask looked in Ling Xiao's direction. He suddenly threw the chain in his hand. The end of the chain smashed through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The powerful and terrifying aura was directed directly at Ling Xiao. However, the first to be unlucky were the martial artists standing in front of Ling Xiao. The chain was too fast. They had no time to dodge and could only block it hastily. However, in just an instant, 4 or 5 martial artists were smashed into meat paste by the huge chain. Even the martial artists who blocked it suddenly felt a black aura sweep through their bodies. In an instant, their bodies began to rot. It was a horrible sight. What a strange attack, what a terrifying martial art. At the same time, the other prisoners made almost the same attack. At this time, Xiao discovered that this guy was not attacking him at all, but indiscriminately killing people. Was this the ghost shrine? Did they want to use this method to show off their strength to all the martial artists in the square? For a time, screams rang out. In a moment, hundreds of Heaven Realm martial artists died, as well as several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. These prisoners were too strong. Just by looking at Cultivation, the weakest was at the complete stage of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. Xiao could not confirm the strongest for the time being because he did not have the time to confirm. The attack had already arrived in front of him. The chain was only an inch away from his head. However, after a brief moment, Yangming shifted his body horizontally and easily dodged the attack that seemed to be a sure kill. The prisoner wearing the bronze mask seemed a little surprised. Xiao's cultivation was only average among the several people he attacked. The others were either directly smashed to death or corroded by corpse poison. But this brat actually easily dodged his attack. Even the corpse poison was unable to poison him. He suddenly let out a roar, clearly a little angry. Originally, it was just a chain attack, and a large-scale attack. At this moment, however, he directly threw out the 2 chains in his hands. Moreover, he only had one target, Xiao. Cold Plum, don't make a move first. Xiao did not let Cold Plum make a move. First, he wanted to temper himself. Second, he was worried that Cold Plum would be poisoned. Do not underestimate this kind of poison. Even if a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was poisoned, it would be very troublesome. Xiao was immune to poison, but Cold Plum was not. Cold Plum nodded silently and stood to the side to watch the battle. However, she was also prepared to make a move at any time. Once Xiao's life was in danger, she would definitely kill this strange prisoner on the spot. The 2 chains were like heaven-breaking hammers. They smashed through space and arrived in front of Xiao in an instant. One aimed for his head and the other for his chest. Humph, you are just the weakest among the prisoners. How dare you force me like this? Do you want to die? Xiao snorted. Facing someone who wanted to take his life, Xiao did not intend to hold back. Suddenly, 2 red sun alls appeared in his hands, and struck the 2 chains away. His opponent was a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. His cultivation had reached the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm after refining hundreds of thousands of pills. The gap was very small. Facing such an enemy, Xiao had no reason to be afraid. Rage, absolute rage, 2 attacks were not able to kill a guy whose cultivation was lower than his. This made the prisoner wearing the bronze mask furious. Ha! The strange prisoner let out a roar, and countless chains emerged from his body. At a glance, there were at least several hundred chains, and all of them shot toward Xiao. But while he was angry, Xiao was even angrier. Xiao was standing there perfectly fine, but the other party suddenly attacked him indiscriminately and even wanted to kill him. The first time, he chose to dodge. He didn't expect the other party to take a mile after taking an inch. The second time, he chose to block. This time, Xiao didn't plan to block. The opponent wasn't very strong, so he decided to eliminate him on the spot. The other prisoners had finished their battles, each of them taking 4 or 5 lives. They were all quietly watching Xiao, not intending to help. Perhaps they felt that their companions were strong enough and didn't need help. Or perhaps they were heartless people to begin with and didn't care if their companions were killed. However, regardless of the reason, Xiao's side had once again become the most eye-catching part of the crowd. Break! Golden Crow Ascension, Xiao coldly roared as the shadow sword pierced through the air. The dazzling Golden Crow covered all the chains. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the Golden Crow's light vanished, but the chains were also knocked back. In this clash, Xiao clearly had the upper hand. The other party had come prepared, while he had only casually attacked. But he had repelled the other party's attack. Damn it! A low and hoarse voice came from under the bronze mask. The prisoner had already lost his mind. His companions had finished their battles and returned to the black palanquin. But he had fallen into a bitter battle. He found it hard to accept such a humiliating matter. And the cause of all this was not a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist or a Yinyang Realm martial artist, but a mere half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This made him lose all face. Ling Xiao's killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had tried to kill him time and time again, and this had already made him angry. Although he was already very good at controlling his emotions. Controlling his emotions didn't mean that he was cowardly. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally had to let the other party die. Roar in the air, a giant beast let out a terrifying roar. Under the illumination of countless lights, it seemed even more terrifying and sinister. The heaven-devouring titanic beast, Tao Tai, had finally reappeared. On Ling Zhao's sword, there was an earth-shattering sword intent of destruction. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him and destroy everything that dared to disrespect him. This scene caused the crowd to cry out in shock. Heaven-devouring titanic beast. That must be Ling Xiao. That's right. Ling Xiao seems to have a sword technique that can nurture such a terrifying beast. Ling Xiao's name was like thunder in the city of Sin. During the battle on the Long Street, he destroyed the Black Python clan that had been rooted in the city of Sin for a long time. During the alchemy conference, he defeated the White Tiger Continent's genius alchemist, the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas, and successfully became the champion. Just at this moment, he chose to lay low. The Imperial Jade Seal in his hands had been snatched away by the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas. However, no one thought that this was bad luck. Many even thought that this was a kind of luck. In this situation, whoever had the Imperial Jade Seal was not far from death. Even someone like Protector Xianxia was injured. What more Ling Xiao? What was Ling Xiao doing here today? Was he planning to take back the Imperial Jade Seal, or did he just want to study the Human King's notes together? Regardless of the reason, everyone was certain that Ling Xiao had been robbed of the real Imperial Jade Seal. However, no one would have thought that the real item was actually in Ling Xiao's hands. However, to avoid being targeted, Ling Xiao didn't study the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal. After all, he had plenty of time after returning to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Taotia's Doomsday. Die. This time, Ling Xiao finally chose to take the initiative to attack. The Black Death Beast roared as it merged into the terrifying sword Qi and pounced towards the prisoner. The prisoner naturally knew that the power of this move wasn't ordinary. In his scarlet eyes, there was actually a flash of fear. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, Ling Xiao could determine that this fellow should be regretting it. However, regret was useless. Although the Taotia's Doomsday was a move of the light shadow profound that Ling Xiao had comprehended early on, its power had never been weak. Now that his cultivation had broken through, adding the Tao Tai martial spirit into the move, the power of this move was much stronger than before. Even if it couldn't be considered as Ling Xiao's strongest move, it was definitely a first-class move. Walala, bang. Bang. Bang, bang. The prisoner attempted to use the dense chains to block, forming a tight defensive net. However, it was useless. The terrifying Tao Tai combined with the powerful destruction sword intent caused the chains to be tempered inch by inch. The sword Qi pierced towards the prisoner without any obstruction. Ah! A terrified roar came from the prisoner's mouth. Crack, the bronze mask was the first to shatter, revealing a horrifying face. This face was obviously disfigured. Corpse poison covered the entire face, and green pus dripped down. It was extremely ugly. What kind of evil martial art is this? To actually train himself to such a state? Sighs could be heard from the crowd. On this face, one could still see pain and anger intertwined. Kill. Kill. Kill you. From the prisoner's mouth, words that were filled with anger were spat out. However, after a short while, he shut his mouth. The Taotia's Doomsday's attack had completely engulfed his body, including the chains. The prisoner was actually swallowed by the Tao Tai beast and disappeared into the void. The heaven-devouring titanic beast naturally dared to swallow anything. To it, corpse poison was probably not as powerful as its stomach acid. The arrogant ghost shrine had originally intended to take the martial artists on the plaza down a notch. They had almost succeeded. However, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. The one who was killed wasn't Ling Xiao, but one of their men. 24 strong prisoners wearing bronze masks, and one of them had died in battle. Looking at the disappearing monster, the crowd let out a sigh. These guys relied on their strength and didn't put others in their eyes at all. The targets they chose to attack were actually weaker. Even the martial artists at the Grotto Heaven Realm only chose martial artists below the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. Logically speaking, each of the 24 prisoners should be able to complete the killing mission successfully. However, there was an exception among them. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. That unlucky prisoner should be regretting meeting Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he should be able to complete this mission smoothly and not be in such a miserable state. Of course, what surprised the crowd was that Ling Xiao actually broke through again. They clearly remembered that during the alchemy conference, Ling Xiao was only at the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. Now, he was already at the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. How long had it been? Such a terrifying speed of improvement was simply unheard of. Even if the human king was alive, he would only be like this. This guy's talent is indeed too terrifying. In the future, if he doesn't die, I'm afraid he will really become another human king. People couldn't help but secretly discuss. Even those who didn't like Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao's talent was too strong. However, some people were looking forward to it. And some people were trying to strangle Ling Xiao in the cradle. In the crowd, there were many gazes that harbored ill intentions towards Ling Xiao. Sun Zai and Xiaoji should be more clear. Medicine King Sun Zai not only lost a lot of face because of Ling Xiao, but with this guy's narrow-mindedness, it was impossible for him to allow such an awesome person like Ling Xiao to continue living. He didn't want to lose his position. Xiaoji was the Divine Phoenix Empire's Frost General, the elder brother of the Raging Fire General Xiao Zhan. Ling Xiao killed Xiao Zhan, so he naturally had to take revenge. What's more, he was also from Phoenix Cry Qishan. Phoenix Cry Qishan didn't like Ling Xiao, so he had to help the Crown Prince get rid of his dissidents. Of course, the people from Ghost God Palace who were unhappy with Ling Xiao also included the people from Ghost God Palace. When they came, there were 24 prisoners, but now one died, and it was killed by a small figure like Ling Xiao. This not only surprised them, but also made them angry. Of course, more importantly, it was because Ling Xiao this guy ruined their plan. They originally planned to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but who knew that an anomaly like Ling Xiao would appear, which greatly reduced the effect of their plan. People would feel that they weren't that scary, and that they could be defeated, so there was no need to be so afraid. Because of this, there were already many martial artists who thought that they wouldn't lose to Ling Xiao, who approached the 24 prisoners, the 13 ghost godhounds, and the Black Palanquin. Among them, of course, included Medicine King Sun Zai, Ji Qing, Ancestor Chang'e, and even Water God Palace's protector Xianxia. The Imperial Jade Seal was taken away by Ghost God Palace, which also allowed Water God Palace to temporarily escape from the Sea of Bitterness. However, he didn't really plan to abandon that thing, otherwise, Water God Palace would be further away from Ghost God Palace. Gue Chonglu. Since you're already here, why are you sneaking around? Is it comfortable to hide in your coffin? At this moment, a strange fragrance drifted over. Then, a person arrived gracefully. Master. Tianhai Pearl looked at this person and shouted excitedly. The newcomer was Water God Hall's protector Ruoshui, Tianhai Mingyue. Like protector Zhongshui, she was a yin-yang realm expert. It was rumored that she was even stronger than protector Zhongshui. Judging from her actions, it seemed that the rumors were true. Every movement of this woman exuded a strong sense of nobility, and her attire was also graceful and luxurious, which was quite different from the otherworldly moon maiden. Gue Chonglu, many people were stunned. They might have heard of the ghost shrine, but they had never heard of the name Ghost Tower, so they didn't know what it meant. Whoosh, suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from the Black Palanquin. It seemed to be formless and had no power. But Protector Ruoshui was clearly shocked. Gue Chonglu, it's only been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be a yin-yang realm 3rd level expert. Good, very good. Protector Ruoshui's expression changed. She tried her best to block the beam of black light, but she was forced back 4 or 5 steps before she stopped. We don't want the Imperial Seal anymore. Water God Hall, retreat. With Protector Ruoshui's order, Tian Hai Pearl had no choice but to obey even if she didn't understand. Protector Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood Protector Ruoshui's meaning. They were both Yin-Yang realm experts, but the difference between the second and third level was too great. Ordinary people couldn't surpass it. Moreover, every Yin-Yang realm expert was a genius. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher level in the Yin-Yang realm. Unless you were a monstrous genius like the Human King. Let's go. Protector Xianxia also shook his head and left. The person in the bronze coffin didn't stop them. Although he was stronger than the two of them, it was better to avoid trouble. After all, he came for the Imperial Seal, not to start a feud. Watching Water Spirit Temple's people retreat, even abandoning the Imperial Jade Seal, the rest of the cultivators glanced at each other, dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Xianxia, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company should give up the fight for the Imperial Seal for now. Gui Chonglu has already taken the initiative. Sigh, it's all my fault. I didn't ask the headquarters to send people. Ji Qing also spoke at this time. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's group retreated. Before leaving, he glanced at Ling Xiao in the crowd and said, even without the Imperial Seal, you can still become a peerless genius. There's no need to lose your life because of this. Hurry up and leave. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. No matter what Ji Qing's purpose was, Ling Xiao had a good impression of him. However, he didn't leave after Ji Qing left. He knew that the Ghost Shrine could tolerate others leaving, but they could not tolerate him leaving. Luo Yu, let's go. Medicine King Sun Bu hesitated for a long time. Although he was very unwilling, he had a strong point, and that was that he was cautious enough. The Imperial Seal wouldn't be a threat to him if it fell into the hands of Ghost Shrine. After all, even Ghost Shrine needed pills. He just didn't want that thing to fall into Ling Zhao's hands. Yes, Master. Before Ji Luoyu left, she also glanced at Ling Xiao, reminding Ling Xiao not to be greedy for the Imperial Seal. Immediately after, the people of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Black Water Immortal Island, and Black Crow Empire all left. In addition, a large number of cultivators also left. In just a moment, Gui Chonglu didn't appear. He just showed his strength and directly scared away more than half of the cultivators. These people should be glad that they left. They should be happy with their choice. You're not leaving? A voice came from the bronze coffin, directly directed at Ling Xiao. I want to leave, but I'm afraid I can't. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha ha ha, at least you know your place. If you don't leave, I'll only kill you. If you leave, I'll kill everyone around you. That voice was eerie and terrifying, as if it was the voice of a ghost from hell. Many people trembled when they heard it. Some of the cultivators who were only in the heaven realm turned and fled. If they couldn't even withstand the murderous aura released by the other party, how could they compete for the Imperial Seal? Wasn't that just daydreaming? You're just a Ghost Shrine Branch Hall Master, but you're so arrogant. Don't forget that the Sky Dragon continent is the origin of the mystic world. A Yin-Yang realm level 3 expert is indeed powerful, but you might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao was slightly nervous. He couldn't see through the cultivation of a Yin-Yang realm cultivator, so he didn't know if the Moon Maiden or this guy was stronger. But at this moment, since he knew that he was going to be killed, why should he lower his voice? Even if he were to die, he had to die a little more resolutely. Ling Zhao's idea was that simple. Hee, you won't be so resolute later. The voice from the bronze coffin paused for a moment, then quickly spread out. It seems that the people who stayed behind still want to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal. In that case, our Ghost Shrine might as well send you on your way. While speaking, the black palanquin began to tremble violently. Following that, the chains on top of it kept making crackling sounds. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air. The 4 little giants placed the black palanquin on the ground and hurriedly retreated to the side. Then, the 23 prisoners and the 4 little giants all knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, Ghost General! The divine sect has descended and unified the mystic world. Unify the mystic world, such a slogan was definitely not something that ordinary people would dare to say, and it was even more so not something that ordinary sects would dare to say directly. Although many people had thought about it, they only said it in private. To actually say it in front of so many people, it was enough to show how arrogant and confident they were. The divine sect they spoke of was the profound sect of the past. This profound sect was originally the largest religion in the sacred dynasty. Later on, the sacred dynasty declined, and they took advantage of the situation to rise and become the most powerful force in the mystic world. After the attack of the True Devil Empire, the profound sect naturally had to fight against them. After all, they were not willing to give up the situation that they had worked so hard to obtain. However, the True Devil Empire was really too powerful, especially the True Devil Great Emperor. He almost destroyed the headquarters of the profound sect with his own strength. After the headquarters of the profound sect was destroyed, the sect master of the profound sect disappeared and the vice sect master submitted to the True Devil Empire. The remaining 2 bodhisattvas, the 4 heavenly protectors, the 8 guardian Vajra, and the 12 temple bishops all escaped and went into hibernation. The True Devil Great Emperor had consumed a lot of energy in the battle. Perhaps because he was preparing for the battle with the sacred dynasty, he did not have time to eliminate these remaining forces. This caused the remaining forces of the profound sect to once again rise from the ashes and develop at an incomparably fast speed. The 2 bodhisattvas went into seclusion, while the 4 heavenly protectors, the 8 guardian Vajra, and the 12 temples gradually developed into independent sections. The Water Spirit Temple and the Ghost Shrine that appeared now were 2 of the 12 temples. Back to the main topic. As the surrounding black gas continued to condense into the bronze coffin, it suddenly released a dazzling black light. This black light was like a total solar eclipse. Although it was difficult to see clearly, it was more dazzling than ordinary sunlight. In that instant, Chang'e Square was shrouded in darkness. No wonder even Protector Ruoshui and Protector Zhongshui left. Guicheng Lu is much stronger than before, but I should be able to deal with him. An old man stood in a corner filled with silver coins. The old man was wearing a loose robe with a hood covering his face, so it was impossible to see who he was. However, the old man did not seem to be afraid of Guicheng Lu's strength. From this, it could be seen how strong he was. Hehe, I've said it before. Those who stay will die. Those who escape will also die. From today onwards, Sin City will be our ghost shrine stronghold on the divine Phoenix continent. The sound from the bronze coffin became louder and louder. The lid of the coffin slowly opened, and a figure could be seen walking out. Run! At this moment, those martial artists who were hoping for a fluke finally understood the terror of Ghost Shrine. They turned around and ran. What's the use of running? Do you really think Ghost Shrine will let you leave? Other than those Yin-Yang realm martial artists, no one can escape. Unless you destroy these people from Ghost Shrine. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. The martial artists who were planning to run stopped. Yes, Ghost Shrine had made it very clear. They wanted to take over Sin City and kill all the martial artists here. This was also their usual way of doing things. Hehe, that kid is right. But so what? Even if you unite, you still can't escape death. Why don't you just obediently accept death and avoid pain? The lid of the bronze coffin was almost completely opened, and a person walked out. This person was not as ugly as those prisoners. It could even be said that this person was somewhat cool and handsome. Looking at his appearance, he was very young. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age could be over 100 years old. Martial artists were very accurate in judging age. This person had long green hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were covered in thick eyeshadow, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. His eyes were green, deep and cold. At the same time, his appearance brought about a storm of blood. Kill, 23 prisoners. 13 ghost divine hounds. 4 small giants charged out at the same time and began a merciless slaughter. Many people knew that Ghost Shrine's martial arts were killing martial arts. In other words, the more they killed, the stronger they became. Therefore, their understanding of slaughter was much deeper than many martial artists. Where was the easiest place to kill the enemy? Where was the easiest place to attack? Ah, miserable screams continued to sound. Souls were extracted from the corpses and merged into Gui Chonglu's body. This evil technique was very similar to the one Corpse Granny used that day. But Gui Chonglu was clearly much stronger than Corpse Granny. Although his strength was constantly increasing, his body did not change much. Only his aura became more terrifying. It could be seen that although this martial art had side effects, once trained to a certain level, they could be ignored. The souls of those pitiful martial artists were constantly screaming, but it was useless. Although they were not weak, they were not weak. Although they were not weak, the remaining 23 prisoners were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, from the 1st to the 4th Grotto Heaven. Facing most of the martial artists in the square, they could mercilessly slaughter them. The 4 small giants were even more terrifying. 3 of them were at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. One of them was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven. When they killed, they were even more unscrupulous. Except for half-step Yinyang realm and Yinyang realm martial artists, they could ignore almost everything. The strength of the 13 ghost divine hounds was probably equivalent to a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Although they were only at the 1st Grotto Heaven realm, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was still a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. They could easily crush them. Miserable screams sounded more frequently, and the number of corpses on the ground increased. Although many martial artists tried their best to counterattack, they were helpless against powerful and mysterious opponents. Gui Chonglu did not attack. Because he knew that there were still experts in the crowd. Those people were left for him to deal with. He had to conserve his energy. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. Even if the Yinyang realm martial artists did not attack, the prisoners, ghost divine hounds and small giants were not invincible. Bang! A prisoner was blasted into pieces that scattered in the air. One of the prisoners was directly smashed into pieces. The one who attacked was an expert from the Divine Phoenix Empire, Frost General Xiaoji. Although Sin City was said to be in a lawless area, it was the closest to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Frost General Xiaoji was one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It would be unreasonable if he didn't attack. I didn't expect Xiaoji to be so much stronger than Xiaozhan. This person is probably at the 10th paradise level. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Kill. With another shout, a sword aura as clear as flowing water pierced through the air. A prisoner's head was chopped off, and he died on the spot. The one who attacked was Jade Wave Sword Mo Kong. This person was young, but his strength was terrifying. He originally wanted to rely on the Water God Hall to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, but he didn't expect the Water God Hall to flee in panic after seeing Gui Chonglu. This greatly disappointed him, so he decided to stay. As for his father, Mo Cho, he didn't appear. He was probably healing somewhere. Destroy. Another expert attacked. This time, it was Jining from the Celestial Empire. The current Jining had abandoned the title of Northern Region King and had completely become the Celestial Empire's divine general. Only in the Celestial Empire could he obtain true respect, and only then could he display his remaining strength. The long spear drilled out like a poisonous dragon, easily piercing through the body of a small giant. Jining's attack was simply tyrannical. He killed the stronger giants. At the same time, Cold Plum also attacked. Her figure flashed, sweeping past another small giant. That 7th paradise level giant's throat was slit on the spot, and he died a tragic death. Divine Light Shadow All. Ling Xiao also attacked. The Divine Light Shadow All drilled into the crowd, directly piercing through the body of a prisoner. That prisoner was chopped to death on the spot. These scenes of battle caused the martial artists who were originally in a state of panic to regain their composure. They had no reason to be afraid. Although the enemy was strong, they weren't weak either. Even though many people had left, the people from the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Celestial Empire, and Jade Wave Island didn't leave. There were also many hidden experts in the crowd. What were they afraid of? Kill. Finally, someone's blood began to boil. This battle was not only for the sake of the Imperial Jade Seal, but also for the sake of survival. To them, only by destroying the people of the Ghost Shrine would they be able to survive. The Ghost Shrine was arrogant and overbearing, but at the same time, they were digging their own graves. Damn it! Gui Chonglu frowned. Up until now, the battle had not gone according to his script, which was something he did not expect. Enraged, he finally decided to make his move. Hound of the Ghost God, return! With a roar, the 13 ghost godhounds turned into 13 beams of black light and entered Gui Chonglu's body. At the same time, a huge black dog appeared behind Gui Chonglu. This dog actually had 3 heads, and its body was incomparably huge. When its saliva dripped down, it would turn into boiling hot lava. Cerberus? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be taken aback. He had long since heard that on the Purgatory continent, there were many extremely strange beast-type martial spirits. The Cerberus was one of them. It was rumored that the Cerberus was the guardian of the netherworld. No one knew why it came to the mystic world, but those who possessed such a martial spirit were usually very powerful. No wonder the 13 ghost godhounds did not die even when their bodies were smashed. After all this fuss, it turned out to be Gui Chonglu's martial spirit. No wonder. Gui Jiang! Gui Jiang! The remaining prisoners and the small giant retreated behind Gui Chonglu and shouted loudly. In their hearts, Gui Chonglu was an invincible existence. At least on the first 3 continents, he was absolutely undefeatable. I have underestimated you, but now, you will all die. Gui Chonglu's face revealed a cold and sinister smile. The martial artists who were originally filled with fighting spirit began to tremble again. Jining, Mo Tsung, Cold Plum, Xiao Ji, and the others all revealed solemn expressions. Gui Chonglu was really too powerful. On the first 3 continents, a Yinyang realm expert was basically invincible. The dark aura spread throughout the Chang'e Square, and Ling Xiao felt his body trembling slightly. But fortunately, the vast aura of the mountain and river martial spirit emerged and blocked the dark aura in an instant. He sighed inwardly at how lucky he was. Then, he called Lin Mei and Jining over, allowing them to stand in his paradise domain. This way, they could be protected by the mountain river aura. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Are we going to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal? Jining asked. There's no need to be so formal in this kind of situation. Call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't want his relationship with Jining to fade just because he had become the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Alright, what do you think, Ling Xiao? I think this Gui Chonglu is extremely powerful. Unless the Moon Maiden is willing to make a move, no one can stop him. Jining asked. Sister Moon Maiden is in seclusion. There's no need to disturb her. There's no need for us to interfere in today's matter. Let's retreat. Ling Xiao smiled and said, it's just a fake Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they fight until their heads bleed, it has nothing to do with us. What? Jining was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a situation. There's no need to be so surprised. Great General, don't you know me? Now that I'm not strong enough, I naturally have to use more strategies. The appearance of the ghost shrine was an accident, but it was not out of my consideration. Ling Xiao smiled and said. You've really fooled all the heroes in the world. If they knew the truth, wouldn't they tear you into pieces? Jining sighed. Only the 3 of us know about this matter. As long as the 2 of you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one else will know. This will become a complete secret. Ling Xiao smiled and said, alright, before Gui Chonglu attacks, let's retreat first. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the Chang'e Square, the remaining prisoners all gathered together and blocked his path. Others can leave, but not you. Gui Chonglu said coldly. Gui Chonglu, others may not know, but I know. You came from the White Tiger continent to the City of Sin. In order to hide from the other experts, you used the soul-body separation technique. This method will weaken your strength by 70 to 80% in a month's time. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Gui Chonglu and said, originally, I didn't want to make this matter public. But since you insist on keeping me here, then don't blame me. Stinking brat. Gui Chonglu's face was gloomy and ugly. He really did not expect that this brat could see through something that even Medicine King Xianxia could not see through. Could it be that this brat was even more terrifying than Medicine King Xianxia, of course, he did not know that Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, and could see through the flow of internal energy in his body. Gui Chonglu didn't want to admit that Ling Xiao pointed out his weakness, but it was useless. The Yin-Yang realm martial artists present were ready to make a move. The first to leap into the air was the white-robed and hooded martial artist. Boom, the two of them exchanged a palm strike in the air. The martial artist's body fell. Although he was at a disadvantage, he laughed. Ling Xiao was right. You are indeed not in your peak state. Then, he said loudly, Macho, Phoenix Cry Wanchong, stop hiding. If you want to share the human monarch's notes, then make your move. It's him. Ling Xiao heard this voice. It was very familiar. Because this person was none other than Qingshu College's vice dean Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan and Phoenix Cry Wanchong were both here. Didn't that mean that Feng Yinshan and Phoenix Cry Qishan were also here? It seemed that these two not only wanted to compete for the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor, but also the mystic world. It's a pity that you met me, Ling Xiao, as your competitor. Otherwise, you would have a chance. Ling Xiao sneered and looked in the direction of the battle. At this moment, Feng Qingyan, Phoenix Cry Wanchong, and Macho had all jumped out. If it was during Gui Chonglu's peak state, the three of them wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. But today's situation was a little different. Gui Chonglu used a special method to travel, which caused a lot of consumption. It wasn't easy for him to use 70 to 80% of his strength. Now that the three of them worked together, they could at least tie with Gui Chonglu. Moreover, Gui Chonglu's opponents weren't just the three of them. At the crucial moment, Xiali also appeared. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire had the Sacred Dynasty's Grand Holy Emperor. Coupled with the Divine Capital's defensive array, she couldn't wait to rush to the City of Sin. Now that the City of Sin was filled with danger, she was most worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Master. Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, Xiali showed a relieved expression. So it's Sister Xiali. Since you're here, help the three of them kill Gui Chonglu. Ling Xiao knew that there were too few chances to kill Gui Chonglu. Even the Moon Maiden might not be able to kill him. Now that Gui Chonglu's condition wasn't good and he had the help of an expert, this was definitely the best opportunity to make a move. If he did not kill Gui Chonglu, then in the future, this ghost shrine would find trouble with him, Ling Xiao. He was already tired of it. He is not the kind of person who likes to passively take a beating. Gui Chonglu has repeatedly threatened to kill him, so he naturally wants to take precautions. Yes, Master. With Xiali joining the battle, Gui Chonglu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Even though Gui Chonglu was very powerful, it was too difficult for him to win against 4 Yin-Yang realm martial artists in addition to being in a poor state. The Imperial Jade Seal will belong to whoever kills him, and the Human King's notes will still be shared. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from the crowd. Ling Xiao turned his head to take a look. Although this person had disguised himself, he still could not escape the prying eyes of Ling Xiao. It really is Feng Yinshan, what a cunning person. To be honest, although Feng Yinshan had never made an enemy of Ling Xiao and even protected him, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of this person. This person was too cunning, and for power, he could use anyone, including his own family. Ling Xiao was also very cunning, but he had a bottom line. He would definitely not use his family and friends. Of course, a bad impression did not necessarily mean that they would become enemies. At the very least, the two of them were still considered allies. For some reason, although Feng Yinshan was at a clear disadvantage in the competition for the position of emperor, Ling Xiao felt that the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor would be taken away by this person in the end. This guy was too good at hiding and too cunning. Ling Xiao even suspected that Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing's suggestions were all proposed by Feng Yinshan. Later on, Ling Xiao confirmed that this matter was really planned by Feng Yinshan. In a sense, Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing were both used by Feng Yinshan. And today, Feng Qingyan, Feng Ming Wanchong, Macho, and even Xiali were all used. It was just that everyone was using each other. His life is mine. Macho suddenly shouted and pounced towards Gui Chonglu, who had already been seriously injured by the four of them. However, Gui Chonglu's eyes revealed a trace of indifference, and there was no fear at all. Xiaoli, retreat! Ling Xiao shouted loudly. Hearing this, Xiaoli and Feng Qingyan retreated almost at the same time. This was because the two of them trusted Ling Xiao a lot. Feng Ming Wanchong hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat. As for Macho, he did not even care about Ling Xiao's words. Ha ha ha, go to hell, trash. At this moment, 13 black hounds jumped out from behind Gui Chonglu. Their tails were stretched very long, as if they were being pulled by ropes. The 13 hounds bit Macho's body. Sacrifice. Amidst the cold laughter, Gui Chonglu and Macho's bodies burned at the same time. The strange blue-purple flame was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. In the next moment, Macho's body exploded, and the blue-purple flame flew in all directions. Feng Ming Wanchong, who was the closest, had one of his legs touched by the flame, and could not extinguish it. And the flame continued to spread. In his panic, Feng Ming Wanchong directly cut off his right leg. And because Xiaoli and Feng Qingyan had escaped earlier, they were not engulfed by the flame. On the other side, Gui Chonglu's body was also burning with terrifying flames, and then he escaped into the distance. Only a gloomy voice could be heard, today's grudge will be returned tenfold in the future. The dignified Gui Chonglu actually escaped. But when he escaped, he took Macho's life, which could be counted as a small gain. Boom, suddenly, the situation in the sky changed. Gui Chonglu, who had planned to escape after killing Macho, was actually repelled by a palm. His initial movement to escape also slowed down. Gui Chonglu, since you have come to Divine Phoenix Empire, why are you in a hurry to leave? A voice, like thunder, exploded in the sky, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. On the horizon, an otherworldly fairy floated over. It was actually not a moon maiden, but a very unfamiliar woman. It's actually you? Feng Mingxiao. Gui Chonglu's expression became unsightly. Feng Mingxiao, the former #1 genius of Divine Phoenix Empire. Because she had an affair with a human martial artist, it was rumored that she was drowned in the river. Who would have thought that she would actually appear again today, and her strength was even greater than before. At the same time, Ling Zhao's expression was also somewhat strange. He would not forget that the person his senior brother Wu Xiang had asked him to go to Divine Phoenix Empire to find was a woman called Feng Mingxiao. Who would have thought that this person's cultivation was actually on par with Gui Chonglu? That's right, it's me. Gui Chonglu, you committed crimes in White Tiger Continent, this one will not do anything to you. But this is Divine Phoenix Empire, you committed crimes here, I will definitely not forgive you. Feng Mingxiao floated down, and looked at Gui Chonglu indifferently. Interesting. I lost to you in the grand event held in the White Tiger Continent back then. But after so many years, my cultivation isn't any worse than yours. It's still not certain who will win. Gui Chonglu said coldly. Definitely. Feng Mingxiao didn't wait for Gui Chonglu to finish speaking and struck out with his palm. In the air, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from thousands of miles away. The terrifying cry of a phoenix resounded through the entire Chang'e Square, and Gui Chonglu's expression changed drastically. I didn't expect you to have been recognized by the divine beast martial soul of the Ice Phoenix clan. I can give you the Imperial Jade Seal, let me go. At this moment, Gui Chonglu actually admitted defeat. It's too late. Feng Mingxiao looked at Gui Chonglu with a pitiful expression. Suddenly, the temperature in the Chang'e Square dropped a lot, and the ground began to freeze. Gui Chonglu's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to escape, but it was useless. His body was already frozen, and after a few phoenix cries, his whole body was embedded in a huge ice crystal. Heavenly Phoenix Ice Seal. Feng Mingxiao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to deal with Gui Chonglu. The reason why it was so easy today was because Gui Chonglu was injured. But as long as it succeeded, it was good. This Feng Mingxiao seems to be different from what senior brother Wu Xiang said. Their personalities are too different. Could it be that they have the same name? Ling Xiao shook his head. Seeing Feng Mingxiao take away the fake Imperial Jade Seal, he showed a puzzled expression. Master, are we going to rob it? Xiaoli asked. What's there to rob? Let's go, there's nothing for us to do here. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Phoenix Empire will clear the place later. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he didn't get the real Imperial Jade Seal, he might not leave like this. But now, he had gotten what he wanted, so why should he stay here? His guess came true very quickly. Feng Mingxiao's cold eyes revealed a cold-killing intent. Kill. Under her command, Phoenix Cry Wanchong, Xiao Ji, and the rest of the Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners all rushed out. Only Feng Qingyan and the two young men in black and white did not move. Feng Qingyan didn't like killing. Even if Feng Mingxiao had gained the Divine Phoenix's approval, he could not be forced. He could attack Gui Chonglu for Feng Yinshan because Gui Chonglu deserved to die. But what about the other martial artists? Of the two youths, one in black and one in white, the white one was Feng Yinshan, and the black one was Feng Mingqishan. The two of them did not make a move. Yinshan, it looks like you've exhausted all your schemes this time, but in the end, you've made a wedding dress for someone else. The ancestor intends to focus on nurturing that girl, Feng Mingxiao. I'll take my leave first. Feng Mingqishan sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. He leaped into the air and left without any hesitation. Since he couldn't get the heirloom seal, there was no point in keeping it. Feng Yinshan's expression was as indifferent as ever, as if everything that was happening had nothing to do with him. No one knew what he was thinking, and he didn't leave. He just stood there and watched the slaughter continue. There's no end to killing people. A murmur suddenly came out of his mouth. Then, he saw Feng Mingxiao appear in front of Ling Xiao. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, "Aunt, he can't be killed." Only Feng Yinshan knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was also because of this that a cunning and ruthless person like him wasn't willing to scheme against Ling Xiao. Because after scheming and scheming, he might end up including himself. He also didn't want Feng Mingxiao to provoke Ling Xiao. Otherwise, a good game of chess would be ruined. Why can't I kill him? Feng Mingxiao turned to look at Feng Yinshan and said, "When did you become so indecisive?" "Today, we can't let anyone know that we obtained the heirloom seal, so other than our own people, everyone else must die." "Aunt, you weren't like this before." Feng Yinshan smiled bitterly. "I don't need you to teach me what to do." Then, Feng Mingxiao ignored Feng Yinshan and looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I'll give you two choices now. One is to die, and the other is to accept the baptism of the Divine Phoenix Holy Light." Ling Xiao knew what the Divine Phoenix Holy Light was. It was rumored that as long as one was illuminated by this light, one would become a loyal subject of the Divine Phoenix Empire from the bottom of their heart, completely loyal to their death. It felt a bit like brainwashing, but it was even more effective. If Ling Xiao had to choose such a fate worse than death, he might as well die. Moreover, he might not die. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to the other party. The Moon Lady could appear at any time and could completely make up for the difference in battle strength. "Sorry, I'm not interested in such a multiple-choice question." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I've answered your question. Now I want to ask you a question. Do you know someone called Wu Xiang?" When he asked this question, Ling Xiao had been paying attention to Feng Mingxiao's reaction. Hearing this name, Feng Mingxiao's body shook, but he quickly returned to normal. "I don't know him." Feng Mingxiao shook his head and said, "You've indeed been baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light. Even your brain has been cleansed." How pitiful. Although Ling Xiao was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that this Feng Mingxiao was the Feng Mingxiao that Wu Xiang had been thinking about day and night. However, after being baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light, he had completely become the Divine Phoenix Empire's hired thug. Ling Xiao didn't know who the ancestor that Feng Mingqian had mentioned was. However, he knew that the Divine Phoenix Empire was very ambitious and powerful. What he saw now was not just the tip of the iceberg. "You talk too much. You can go and die, just like them." Where Feng Mingxiao's slender finger pointed, there were corpses. They were ice-cold and filled with unwillingness. These people were just spying nearby, trying to find out who had the Imperial Jade Seal in the end. However, even so, Feng Mingxiao still didn't let them go. The matter of the Imperial Jade Seal couldn't be known to anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. "You can try." The smile on Ling Xiao's face was still there, but it had turned cold. Feng Mingxiao didn't understand what this young man was relying on to be able to remain so calm under her threat. He was so confident. What did he rely on? The battle was about to erupt. Feng Mingxiao's slender hand, however, was a hand used for killing. That's enough. Go back. He won't speak carelessly. Just as Feng Mingxiao was about to make a move, an old voice came from the horizon and drilled into everyone's ears. Feng Mingxiao was stunned for a moment, but she still retracted her hand in the end. Seeing this scene, Feng Yinshan also heaved a sigh of relief. Whether it was Ling Zhao's death or Feng Mingxiao's accident, it was disadvantageous to him. These two people were two important chess pieces on his chessboard. He definitely couldn't lose them. Retreat. Feng Mingxiao came and left in a carefree manner, as if he was a fairy in the mortal world. Crown Prince Yinshan, thank you for just now. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan. He still had to show basic courtesy. After all, he didn't dislike this person. Moreover, they were still allies and had set up a plan to divide the world between them. No need, we'll meet again. By the way, let me tell you, the 5 Immortal Island tournament this time has been cancelled and will be held in the White Tiger continent. It will be hosted by an even more powerful force. It's called the White Tiger Gathering. The participants will no longer be limited to the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. There will even be geniuses from the White Tiger continent participating. You should work hard. Feng Yinshan looked deeply at Ling Xiao. There weren't many people in the world that he couldn't see through. Ling Xiao was one of them. He really didn't know how far Ling Xiao would grow. I will. The 5 Immortal Island was already powerful enough. However, the incident in the city of Sin made Ling Xiao realize how terrifying the White Tiger continent was. Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Ghost Shrine, Water Shrine, and so on. None of them were easy to deal with. And these were only the tip of the iceberg of the White Tiger continent. On the White Tiger continent, the truly powerful force was the White Tiger Khaganate. It was formed by countless powerful tribes that were loyal to the White Tiger Khaganate. Although the organization was scattered and not as close as the empire, their unity wasn't low at all. Especially when they were facing an invasion, they were truly ferocious. This time's White Tiger gathering will be interesting. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it. Goodbye. Feng Yinshan turned and left. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the devastated battlefield. He couldn't help but sigh. This was the mystic world. This was a cruel battle. It was either you die or I die. This was especially true when it involved precious treasures. He originally thought that he was ruthless enough. However, at this moment, he realized that he wasn't bloodthirsty at all. As for those innocent people, he would never kill them indiscriminately. Unless the other party wanted him dead or attacked him directly. Only then would he become ruthless. However, Feng Mingxiao, Feng Yinshan, and Feng Mingqishan were different. Their motto was probably, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Many of the warriors who died here didn't actually do anything. Their mistake was that they saw something they shouldn't have seen, so they had to die. Let's go back too. With a sigh, Ling Xiao turned around and left. The city of Sin wasn't a place he could stay for long, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. After everyone left, a beam of sword light split open from one of the corpses, and a person came out from it. Who would have thought that the Imperial Jade Seal would end up in the hands of the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family? This person looked hatefully in the direction of the Divine Phoenix capital. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, I wonder what the outcome will be if this matter spreads out. Don't blame me for being heartless. If I didn't have a fortuitous encounter when I was young and obtained the fetus rebirth technique, I would have been killed by you. I, Emo Tsong, will not let you have an easy time. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao's direction and said, Ling Xiao, you killed so many people on my Emerald Wave Island. You don't have the right to live peacefully. I will make you pay the price. Then, he didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry. Even though he was covered in blood, he still lived. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who didn't know about this. The people from the Divine Phoenix Empire didn't know either. Almost at the same time, on an ocean near the city of Sin, an old man in a black robe was standing face to face with a woman who was as beautiful as the moon. The two were hundreds of meters apart, but their auras caused the ocean to churn. I have already done as you said and let that kid go. However, can the Moon Maiden answer a question? The old man in the black robe spoke. Ask. The Moon Maiden's words were simple. Why did you help that kid? You should know that our Divine Phoenix clan has half of the human bloodline. If you want to revitalize the human race, it is obviously more suitable for you to help us. The old man was a bit confused. Because I like him. Are you satisfied with this answer? The Moon Maiden said calmly. Like him? The old man in the black robe was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed loudly and said, Moon Maiden, don't joke around. How could you like a kid who doesn't know anything? It's up to you to believe it or not. Goodbye. The Moon Maiden didn't waste any more words with the old man in the black robe. After confirming that Xianxia had left, she turned around and left. Looking at the Moon Maiden's dreamy back, the old man in the black robe's body trembled violently. Moon Maiden, when I was pursuing you, you didn't even want to come out of the Yuehua school. But now, she has fallen in love with a little brat. Just you wait, I will make him die, definitely. After he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold smile. The wind blew past his black robe, revealing half of his face. He looked 90% similar to Feng Yinshan. Then, he flew through the air. When Xianxia arrived at Yunya's residence, the Moon Maiden had just returned. Are you okay? Seeing the Moon Maiden, Xianxia didn't need to ask to know what she had done. Just now, at Changle Square, the old voice was willing to let him go. Naturally, it was because of the Moon Maiden. He didn't think that he was important enough to get such a big shot to help him. It's okay. You know that I'm very strong. The Moon Maiden smiled. I know that you are very strong, but there are so many strong people in the world. Even Gui Chonglu, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, was sealed by Feng Mingxiao. Sister Moon Maiden, promise me that you won't take risks so easily in the future. I would rather die than let you be implicated. Xianxia sighed. In front of others, he could always be confident, but in front of the Moon Maiden, he always felt like he owed her something. I won't die. You can't die either. You still owe me a lot. The Moon Maiden said again. Alright, I admit defeat. Now that the city of Sin has become a dangerous place, let's quickly return to the Heavenly Empire. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only the Moon Maiden could make him feel helpless. Young hero Ling, Yunya has a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Yunya suddenly walked up and asked. Say it. As long as it's something that your highness wants to do, I will naturally do it. Xianxia nodded. I plan to set up the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent in your fairy's capital. What do you think? Yunya said. That's a good thing. Our Heavenly Empire welcomes all major forces to enter, especially those in the fields of industry, agriculture, and business. Xianxia smiled. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying were surprised. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would at most set up auction houses in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. The branch would be set up in the more powerful 5 Immortal Island. For example, the current branch was at the Changle Celestial Island. Yunya did this because she felt that the Heavenly Empire's development was better than the Changle Celestial Island. What a great honor this was. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying admired their foresight more and more. If they chose to become enemies with Xianxia, then the One-Eyed Pirates, the Black Serpent Clan, and Emerald Wave Island would be their role models. Then let's go together. Everyone packed up and left the city of Sin, which reeked of blood. Right now, the city of Sin had turned into a dead city. The Heavenly Empire, the Immortals' capital. Just like its name, the city was majestic and gave off a domineering vibe. In the entire Tianlong continent, the Immortals' capital was the largest and most prosperous city. Not only was its economy developed, but its citizens were also wealthy. Everyone in the Immortals' capital practiced martial arts. This had become a trend. Currently, on the harbor of the Immortals' capital, countless citizens were watching the construction of a stone statue. Hundreds of artisans were busy with their work. The giant construction puppet had also become a very useful tool. It was different from other countries where people were forced to work. In the Celestial Empire, as long as it was a project of the imperial court, they would be given generous rewards. Not only was this not a waste of resources, but it also stimulated the development of the economy. This statue alone, which was more than 10 meters tall, was enough to support many sculptors and masons. This statue had a handsome face and wore a white robe. It held a 3-meter-long sword in its hand and stared into the distance. Deep in its eyes, there was wisdom and arrogance. The owner of this statue was none other than the Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao, was all-powerful. Not only did he defeat the demonic kingdom, but he also defeated the Oceanic Kind's ambition to restore the Heavenly Empire. In the entire Heavenly Empire, not every place was as prosperous as the Immortals' capital, but it was definitely better than when the demonic kingdom was oppressed. The outsiders laughed at the people of the Celestial Empire for worshipping such a young kid. Yet the people of the Heavenly Empire were proud of this young man. They didn't care about his age. As long as he could give them a good life, then he was the best ruler in their hearts. Therefore, anyone who dared to insult Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Empire wouldn't have a good ending. The current Celestial Empire was of one mind from top to bottom. It really had the kind of vigor of a new empire rising up. Although it was still far from Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, purely in terms of land area and population, it was already not bad. Next, it was the increase of the quality and quantity of martial artists. Only martial arts was the key to the mystic world. Everything else was supplementary. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, no matter how rich a country was, it was just a piece of meat. Who knows how many people are watching the current Celestial Empire? Before Ling went to the city of Sin, he had set up many laws and regulations. Emperor did a good job. In the current Celestial Empire, the Heaven's Chosen Academy, the Celestial Academy, and the Heaven's Martial Hall had become the 3 great martial arts holy lands in the country. The Academy's the Academy. The Academy's Academy the Hall the Immortals. The division of the Empire's capital. Most of the martial artists who came out of the Academy would choose to travel around instead of working in the imperial court. They had more freedom. The people nurtured by the Heavenly Dynasty Academy were all intelligent and far-sighted civil officials. The hall was purely a place to nurture talents for the army. Of course, after a martial artist graduated, it wasn't absolute. After passing some tests, they could choose a new path. In addition to Ling Xiao's 12 years of free martial arts education, it allowed most of the young men and women who couldn't touch martial arts to successfully step into the field of martial arts. Among them, there were many who were very talented. It was just that they didn't have power or money to learn martial arts. Such a strategy didn't only benefit humans. Some of the Sea clans, including the people of the godly Phoenix Empire, also settled here. Although there might be some discrimination among the people, the Heavenly Empire's punishment for discrimination was very strict. An empire that was flourishing with each passing day was constantly moving forward in its embryonic stage. Everyone seemed to be holding back a surge of energy, wanting to be like their celestial emperor, growing from an unknown small character to an indomitable big shot. The Divine Capital Port was an important trading port between the Divine Capital and the godly Phoenix Empire. Martial artists and tourists also disembarked from here. Therefore, it was quite lively. The statue that was more than 10 meters tall was slowly erected facing the morning sun, causing many people to be extremely excited. People secretly discussed how much their martial arts had improved recently, how their business was doing well, how their crops had increased and so on. In the end, the topic inevitably came down to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the human king back then was so wise and knowledgeable. Our Heavenly Emperor is probably the same as the human king, coming from a higher plane. Otherwise, how could he know so many things that others don't? Definitely. With His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, our Heavenly Empire will definitely grow into a rich and powerful nation like the godly Phoenix Empire. You're too unambitious. At the very least, you should grow to the level of the White Tiger Empire. Discussions rose and fell one after another, and the sound of laughter was endless. However, at this moment, the sound of a siren broke the harmonious atmosphere. The whistle came from a luxurious steel ship that was completely powered by spirit stones. Not only did it look mighty, it also looked domineering. The symbol at the bow of the ship was a mermaid holding a huge water droplet. The overall workmanship was exquisite, and people couldn't help but praise it a few times. Who's so daring? Don't they know that this is already a no-noise zone? The people on the shore began to discuss. That's right, the Heavenly Emperor has ordered that in order to prevent disturbing the lives of the people nearby, this place is set up as a no-noise zone. This is clearly not putting the Heavenly Emperor in their eyes. The person next to him said with a face full of anger. Perhaps it was because the whistle was too loud and lasted too long, but it sounded like a death knell. For a moment, it attracted the attention of everyone on the divine capital harbor. At the bow of the luxurious ship, there were several young men and women. All of them were dressed very differently, completely unlike the people of the Heavenly Empire. Moreover, these young men and women's appearances were very outstanding. No matter where they were, the men could be called handsome, and the women could be called beautiful. But even so, there was still a man and a woman who stood out from the crowd. The man was handsome and had delicate features, but in his eyes, there was always a bit of viciousness like a poisonous snake. The woman was graceful and elegant, proud and luxurious. The few female disciples nearby were all submissive to her. Some served tea, some poured water, and she had the demeanor of a queen. Senior brother, senior sister, why did we come to a broken place like the Heavenly Dragon Continent? Not only is it backward, but the standards of the martial artists are also very poor. It's meaningless. A man opened his mouth and said with a strong sense of disdain in his voice. That's right, look at those martial artists on the pier. They're really terrible. Why did Master let us come here? Another man asked in confusion. He couldn't even be bothered to look at those martial artists again. Hee, junior brother's words aren't wrong. Sky Dragon Continent is just on the way. I heard that the Sky Emperor of that day is only a 17-year-old youth. He's even younger than me, but he dares to call himself the Sky Emperor and rule over a country. I really want to see what kind of arrogant person he is. The senior brother with vicious eyes said coldly. Look, isn't that Xianxia the statue on the pier? I've seen it in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, and it's actually 90% similar. The craftsmanship of the Celestial Empire is really quite good. The young woman who was as proud as a queen smiled. She pointed at the statue with a playful feeling. A scoundrel getting ahead of himself. To put it bluntly, Xianxia just has a good woman protecting him. Without the Moon Lady, he's nothing. Another person snorted angrily. That's right. He's just a coward hiding behind a woman. And if our senior brother and senior sister are willing, not to mention the Celestial Empire, even the Divine Phoenix Empire would be easily conquered. Since ancient times, there was no shortage of flatterers. And there seemed to be a lot of flatterers on this ship. I heard that the Celestial Emperor has the cultivation of 10 directions heaven. With such a little cultivation, he dares to call himself an emperor. Isn't he courting death? Not to mention our senior brother and senior sister, even we can crush him with our little finger. Hearing the flatterer's words, the young man with vicious eyes smiled. His chin seemed to be raised even higher, and he was even more pleased with himself. The queen-like woman also smiled flirtatiously. In this world, most people were willing to listen to good words. You couldn't help but admit this. That's right. Our senior brother and senior sister have always been cultivating in seclusion and have never come out to roam the world. So those bullshit 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars are nothing. With senior brother and senior sister's talent, no one in the entire Divine Phoenix continent can compare, let alone this mere Sky Dragon continent. Shut up. The senior brother suddenly snorted and said, the 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars are still very powerful. My junior sister and I should be ranked at the top of them, but we definitely don't dare to say that they're bullshit. Although these words sounded humble, they were actually filled with pride. One had to know that the 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars were the most outstanding young talents of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. It was already very good that he could be ranked at the top. Even the current Xianxia did not dare to say such words. After all, Feng Yu youths and Phoenix Cry Wushan were all unfathomable young people. Were they not improving? Xiao's cultivation and strength had increased, but so had they. They weren't stagnant at all. This person was simply too arrogant. Senior brother is right. This time, I think the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Sons should change. There are a few pieces of trash who can't even intimidate Xianxia. Occupying the title of 10 Phoenix Sons is a waste. The arrogant young woman laughed disdainfully. Yes, the white tiger meet will be held soon. Before that, the Divine Phoenix Empire will be selecting participants. Although Xianxia is the Celestial Emperor, he is still the Heavenly Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, so he should be qualified to participate. When the time comes, we'll let him see what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. The senior brother sneered and said, and those useless phoenixes who are occupying the latrine but don't shit. It is indeed time for them to move. There were not many people in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent who dared to say that the 10 great phoenixes were trash. Xianxia was one of them. This person was obviously more arrogant than Xianxia. Senior brother is right. The Heavenly Dragon continent has been merged into the Divine Phoenix continent's selection. To put it nicely, it is called the Dragon Phoenix selection. In reality, the Heavenly Dragon continent is just a vassal. The Divine Phoenix continent is vast and boundless, and there are many young talents. I'm afraid that the Dragon Phoenix selection this time will stir up a storm. That's right. Many hidden talents will choose to come out during the Dragon Phoenix selection in preparation to participate in the White Tiger meet. This time, we will probably see many outstanding people. Compared to these people, that Xianxia is nothing. Although I heard that the Peacock Phoenix's son, Konghe, suffered a loss here, that is only a rumor. Moreover, Konghe is also a trash. His cultivation is stagnant, and he should have abdicated long ago. I feel that senior brother and that Xianxia are the two great talents of the present age. The arrogant woman suddenly smiled and said, "That kind of trash dares to compare with me?" With a sneer, the senior brother broke through the air. The huge ship was still 100 meters away from the dock. He easily went ashore like an eagle and stepped on the head of the huge statue in front of countless people. "You're not dead yet, and you're already standing up? Why don't you wait until you're dead?" Under everyone's gaze, the senior brother slashed out with his sword. A sharp sword chi tore through the void and slashed the huge stone statue. This slash was powerful. The material used to carve the stone statue was already very hard, but it was still easily cut open by him. "Be careful, dodge quickly." The statue that was cut open lost control and fell downwards. On the ground, there were thousands of onlookers watching the show. If it really fell, many people would die. Help! The crowd was suddenly in chaos. No one wanted to be smashed to death like this. However, the young man's face was brimming with a vicious smile. Seeing that this tragedy was about to happen, not only did he not show the slightest nervousness or sympathy, he was even smiling. At this moment, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. All of them were transcendent realm cultivators with superb cultivation. Such cultivators might not be worth mentioning in the Divine Phoenix continent. They could only be the lowest kind, and even living was difficult for them. However, they were still the backbone of the Heavenly Dragon continent, occupying the majority. They were the patrolling soldiers on the dock. Seeing that there was a situation here, they all ran over. "Brothers, stop the rubble and let the people evacuate first." The leader roared and leaped up, placing his hands on the rapidly falling boulder. Then, the rest of the people jumped up one after another. Dozens of people forcibly held up the falling boulder, and the speed of its descent had obviously slowed down a lot. Some of the patrolling soldiers with insufficient cultivation began to organize the people to evacuate. Although it was said that everyone in the divine capital practiced martial arts, most of them were still below the transcendent realm. No matter what, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was only 2 months old. Wanting to rise up in an instant was tantamount to a fool's dream. Seeing this situation, the senior brother's face revealed a ferocious expression. "Those who stop me from watching a good show should all die." The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Suddenly, sword chi pierced through the air. Those dozens of good men were actually cut in half in midair, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The boulder accelerated again. Hundreds of ordinary people were smashed to death. "Ha ha ha ha, the Celestial Empire is simply a joke." Seeing this scene, the people on the ship laughed out loud. That senior brother's face was filled with pride. It was like when he was a child, trampling on kittens and puppies. Stop. The young man seemed to be dissatisfied with the current situation. When he saw another group of patrolling soldiers arrive, he licked the blood on his sword and revealed a ferocious expression. However, at this moment, a loud roar sounded. The Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Wu Xiang, who represented the Celestial Arch, had finally appeared. This place was not close to the divine capital. He was able to arrive in time because he had been paying attention to the situation in the divine capital. Who are you? The young man asked. The Emperor of the Celestial Empire, under the Celestial Arch. I manage the affairs of the Celestial Empire. Wu Xiang replied. Second Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation? Not bad, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. The young man said coldly, since you're here, I might as well give Xianxia a better gift. After saying that, he turned the tip of his sword from the patrolling soldiers to Wu Xiang. The sword pierced through the air. Wu Xiang spat out blood and flew back. The young man wanted to chase after him, but at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the divine capital. Young man, don't be so ruthless. Do you really want me to make a move? A Yin Yang realm expert, the young man's expression was a little ugly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wu Xiang. What Emperor of the Celestial Empire? You're not even worth mentioning. Consider yourself lucky today. Don't let me see you again. After saying that, he seemed to be still angry. He stabbed 2 more times at Xiao's statue, and the statue instantly shattered. At this moment, he flew through the air. The luxurious cruise ship also turned around and sailed in another direction. Remember my name, Sword Demon. What an arrogant name, the Sword Demon. Even if his swordsmanship had reached Xiao's level, he would not dare to name himself with a sword. However, this person actually dared to name himself Sword Demon. He was either stupid or too arrogant. Looking at the huge ship in the distance, the people's hearts trembled. Perhaps they were really frogs in a well, perhaps their celestial arch was not as powerful as they thought. A random young man could provoke the Celestial Empire. They hung their heads, losing their former pride and becoming fearful and uneasy. That young man called Sword Demon really gave them a heavy blow. The Emperor Wu Xiang, whom they once worshipped, was actually beaten back with a single sword strike. At the same time, Wu Xiang, Qin Hua, and the other guards of the divine capital who had rushed over after hearing the news were filled with hatred. The shattered statues and hundreds of corpses, this was not only an insult to the heavenly empire, but also a punishment to them. They were certain that they had never crossed paths with this young man called Sword Demon. They had never even heard Sky Emperor Xiao mention this person. There was no grudge between them. They were just here to provoke and humiliate him. A day later, the bloodstains on the pier had been washed away, but the fear and anger in the hearts of the people could not be erased. Xiao came back. He saw the hundreds of corpses that had yet to be buried. Some were patrolling soldiers, and some were civilians. The oldest was already over 100 years old, while the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. He died just like that, for no reason at all. His expression was extremely unpleasant, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky and filled the entire divine capital. Everyone could feel the Sky Emperor's anger. Sword Demon, you killed my people. I swear to destroy your sect. Such a voice echoed in the divine capital. The civilians who heard it could not help but shed tears of excitement. As long as the Sky Emperor was not afraid, they would not be afraid. It seemed that their previous worries were unnecessary. Of course, expressing his stance was one thing, but the details still had to be handled properly. Xiao personally went to comfort the families of those who had passed away and gave them compensation. The sentence he said the most was, "Your blood will not be shed in vain. Whoever offends the heavenly empire will have to pay a price 10 times or 100 times. Just you wait, I will bring back the head of that Sword Demon." After returning to the emperor residence, Xiao also asked Wu Xiang and the others if they knew Sword Demon. The answer he received was that they did not know. This made Xiao even angrier. If Sword Demon was here for revenge, although he was angry, he could still understand. After all, he was that kind of person. However, there was no enmity, and he did not even know who Sword Demon was. The other party did this purely to show off his strength and tyranny. It was fine if he killed patrolling soldiers, but he did not even let off unarmed civilians. This method was simply vicious to the extreme. Perhaps in the eyes of this person, the lives of the people of the Heavenly Empire were nothing but grass. They were even inferior to ants. There should not be any problems if he wanted to kill them. If this person was not killed, not only would Ling Xiao lose all his prestige, but the hatred in his heart would also be difficult to dispel. He had already decided that he would definitely go to the Divine Phoenix capital. The Dragon Phoenix selection would be held there, and this person would definitely appear there. Ever since the birth of the Mountain River Martial Soul, geniuses had appeared in large numbers, and many hidden geniuses would rush there one after another. He definitely had to go to the Dragon Phoenix selection. This newly established country needed prestige and glory. Let's talk about something happy. Ling Xiao let out a long breath and pointed to Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying, who were standing beside him, and said, "Senior brother Wu Xiang, and all the officials, these two are the famous captains of the Twin Flowers pirates in the sea region of the city of Sin. In the future, they will be the commanders of the Heavenly Empire's navy. Senior brother, you will arrange their specific duties. After all, you are more familiar with the specific matters than I am." Seeing this pair of beautiful sisters, all the officials were stunned. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying were full of wild beauty. At first glance, they looked like two fierce wild horses. They were different from the holy, elegant, and noble Moon Maiden. They were also different from Cold Plum's coldness, and danger. They were also different from Scorpion Li's charm. Although they were both women who followed the Heavenly Emperor, these two had their own unique personalities. Of course, beauty was one thing. In the mystic world, strength was the key. Hua Fuguang was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although Hua Luiying was not as strong as her, she was also a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. These two women were not weak either. The people couldn't help but sigh. Their Heavenly Emperor was really powerful. Every time he brought back a woman from outside, not only was she beautiful, but also had strength that made many men blush with shame. The officials couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao again. The aura that their Heavenly Emperor exuded was obviously different. It was stronger than before, but that domineering and arrogant aura was still there. It seemed that although the trip to the city of Sin was dangerous, they had gained a lot. Alright, the rest of you can disperse. Everyone has their own duties. Don't let sadness suppress our nerves. We have to turn pain into strength. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Wu Xiang, Ji Ning, Scorpion Li, Qin Hua, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Zhu Gaming, Meng Tong, Xian, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luiying. Generals, stay back. I have important arrangements." The Moon Lady and Cold Plum left first. Although they didn't say anything after returning from the city of Sin, the anger in their hearts wasn't any less than Ling Xiao's when they saw the corpses. The Moon Lady was still able to control her emotions, but Cold Plum was so angry that she wanted to chase after the Sword Demon and tear him into pieces. However, Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge, so they didn't say anything. After everyone left, Ling Xiao said, "Senior brother Wu, you've worked hard during this period. I'm afraid you'll have to work even harder in the future. You know that I can't stay in the Divine Capital for a long time. I'll stay until the Dragon Phoenix selection begins, but I'll be in seclusion most of the time." "I know." Wu Xiang nodded and said. Ling Xiao handed over the management of the Divine Capital and the entire Heavenly Empire to him because he trusted him. He naturally wouldn't betray Ling Xiao's trust. "Alright, after today's meeting, I'll have to trouble you to gather the pharmacists from all over the country. Choose 1,000 of the best pharmacists and give them the best rewards. Then, build a pill refinement factory in the Divine Capital." Ling Xiao continued, "Our people are still too weak. Pills are the fastest way to increase our strength. Once the pill refinement factory starts, you'll have to focus on increasing the strength of the entire army. Your Majesty, don't you think that this is a little too big of a scope? After all, the herbs are limited. Why don't we select a group of elites and focus on the refinement? After all, increasing strength isn't something that can be done overnight. Different people have different effects when using pills." Ji Ning thought about it and said, Great General, that's a good suggestion. Ling Xiao readily agreed. Great General, you're an expert in leading troops. I'll leave this group of elites to you. The most important thing is, of course, loyalty, followed by talent. I've already refined 600,000 pills. 500,000 of them are for Celestial Realm martial artists. It's best to choose martial artists above the 9th heaven of Celestial Realm. If there are too few of them, it's fine to lower them to the 7th heaven of Celestial Realm. If their talent is good enough, there's an 80% chance of increasing 1 or 2 realms. 80%. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, that wasn't the only thing that shocked them. The other 100,000 pills are for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. As long as their talent isn't bad and they can absorb the medicinal power, the possibility of increasing their realms is very high. The Heavenly Dragon Continent is boundless and boundless. It is the Heavenly Dragon Continent. I believe that there are still many hidden geniuses. We can issue a summon the world summon order for them to come to the divine capital and serve the country. Ling Xiao continued, this army of Grotto Heaven Realm and Sky Realm warriors will be called the Sky Dragon Army. You guys are the ones I trust the most. You can become the commanders of the Sky Dragon Army. The training will be decided by General Jining and Qin Hua. Remember, I want iron-blooded soldiers, not good-for-nothings. So, the training can be more ruthless. I would rather they die in training than embarrass themselves on the battlefield. If there are any missions from the Heaven's Choice Academy, Heavenly Dynasty Academy and Sky Martial Hall, they can be assigned to them. Without experiencing danger and life and death, they won't be able to grow. Ling Xiao had almost died many times along the way. He knew from his own experience that it would be difficult to see a rainbow without experiencing a storm. He was like that and so were the others. A flower cultivated in a greenhouse couldn't withstand the storm after all. Although the Divine Capital Guard Army with the Northern Desert Army as the main body was already very strong, it wasn't enough. He wanted the entire mystic world to tremble because of the name of the Heavenly Dragon Army. Jining and the others were also excited by Ling Xiao's words. Haha, it's been so many years. I've thought about it but didn't dare to do it. Now, I can finally try it. Jining said excitedly. Senior Brother Wu, the alchemy factory must be prepared as soon as possible. Whether our Heavenly Dragon Army can continue to grow stronger depends on the quality of the elixirs refined by the alchemy factory. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang and said, I have some blueprints here. It's a puppet mechanism for refining elixirs. When I was in the city of Sin, I asked Princess Xianxia to help me gather the materials. Now that the materials have arrived, you have to instruct the Ministry of Works to make them as soon as possible. With these things, we won't have to worry about refining elixirs in large quantities. No problem. Wu Xiang was already dizzy from Ling Xiao's waves of fresh news. However, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt incomparably excited. He was also very weak. Even though he was already at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, he was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by a sword in yesterday's battle. If he could use the elixirs to break through his cultivation, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if he encountered the same danger in the future. Can this old man join in the fun? Just then, an old voice was heard in the Emperor residence. So it's the Grand Holy Emperor. Originally, I didn't dare to trouble you with these things. However, if you're willing to help, I'm naturally very happy. Ling Xiao looked outside the door. An old man's figure had already appeared. This Grand Holy Emperor was the stabilizing force of the fairies' capital. If it wasn't for him, Wu Xiang would probably have been killed yesterday. However, this person was indifferent and usually didn't want to interfere with the matters of the Celestial Empire. Moreover, he was originally the Grand Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty. He was more or less concerned about the establishment of the Celestial Empire. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to ask him for help, he couldn't do so. He didn't expect this old man to recommend himself today. Originally, I thought that you were just fooling around by establishing the Celestial Empire and that it wouldn't last long. However, it seems like you really want to make this country stronger. Moreover, you have your own plans. Although this plan is crazy, I'm willing to go crazy. The Grand Holy Emperor's cultivation had been stuck at the 2nd level of the Yin Yang realm. He was also very vexed that he couldn't break through. However, when he was dreaming at night, his ancestor had told him that his breakthrough might be due to Ling Xiao. People in the mystic world were very concerned about this matter. In addition, Ling Xiao's recent performance made the Grand Holy Emperor feel that this dream might be true. Ling Xiao was only a Skyman martialist now. However, he could refine elixirs for Grotto Heaven Realm martialists to consume. In that case, when Ling Xiao advanced to the Grotto Heaven Realm, would he also be able to refine elixirs for Yin Yang Realm martialists to consume? When that time came, wouldn't his cultivation have a chance to break through? Putting all these things together, he felt that perhaps he really should cooperate with Ling Xiao. Saving Wu Xiang yesterday could also be considered a gift. Don't worry, senior. I definitely won't let you down. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. With the Grand Holy Emperor and Xiali, he didn't have to worry about Fairy's capital. Ji Ning, one of the contributors to the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Empire, ranked third among the 13 divine generals. However, he was suspected by the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family and was almost killed. When he saw his good brother, LV Changlong, die in front of him, he lost all hope for the empire. Now, he became one of the contributors to the Heavenly Empire, an awe-inspiring great general. Ling Xiao gave him full control of the army and did not doubt his loyalty at all. Today, looking at Ling Xiao, Ji Ning felt like a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. He thought that his blood had already turned cold, but he did not expect it to boil again today. The Heavenly Dragon Army, Ling Xiao actually gave him such a heavy responsibility. He had no way to repay him, so he could only do his best and give his all. Even the Grand Holy Emperor was conquered by Ling Xiao and was willing to come out and help, no longer mentioning the sacred dynasty. This was enough to show how bright Ling Xiao's future was. The Divine Phoenix Empire has 13 divine generals and 10 phoenix sons. Our Heavenly Empire also needs our own divine generals and prodigies. I hope that our divine generals are the same as them, all above the Grotto Heaven Realm. It would be best if they reached the Yin Yang Realm. After that, I will set up the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the Fledgling Dragon ranking. The top 100 of the Heavenly Dragon ranking can receive full funding from the Imperial Court to cultivate. They cannot work for the Imperial Court, but they cannot betray the Empire. The top 100 of the Fledgling Dragon ranking is the same. I will leave this matter to you, Senior Brother Wu. Also, Xian, you will be in charge of preparing our Empire's intelligence network. You have to ensure the accuracy of the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the Fledgling Dragon ranking. You also have to spy on the enemy countries for us. Understood. Wu Xiang and Xian nodded at the same time. Good, I have already written down the specific details. You can pass it around. I hope that the people standing here can increase their strength and knowledge. Especially Xian, Meng Tong, and Hua Luiying. Among these people, the three of you are the weakest, but you are not far from breaking through to the Grotto Heaven Realm. Senior Brother Wu, when the pill refining factory is set up, think of a way to help the three of them break through first. Don't worry, I will do as you say. Wu Xiang nodded and said. Meng Tong's face was filled with excitement. Even Xian was trembling all over. His cultivation had already reached the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm, but unfortunately, he hadn't made any progress. If he could obtain Ling Xiao's help, then a breakthrough wouldn't be impossible. Hua Luiying didn't care much about power in the past, but after what happened in the city of Sin, she saw things clearly. Without strength, you can only be a supporting character in this world. You have no right to compete with others. Therefore, she was also very excited. In the end, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to Ji Ning and said, Great General, although the Heavenly Dynasty is peaceful and only a few small rebellions have appeared, the various armies can settle them. But you should know that others don't take our Heavenly Dynasty Empire seriously now. When they come back to their senses one day and realize that we are getting stronger day by day, they will turn around and deal with us. Therefore, after the establishment of the Heavenly Dragon Army, they had to experience real battles so that every new soldier could become an experienced veteran. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon continent is vast. On this continent, there are many pirates, bandits, and rebel armies. You have enough to fight. If the blade isn't sharpened, it won't be sharp. If you don't experience life and death situations, then this army won't be able to become something great. Your Majesty can rest assured about this. I, Jining, have never had a useless person under my command. As long as your majesty's pill refining factory can provide enough pills, the heavenly dragon army will become a terrifying force in the mystic world that can't be ignored. Jining said confidently. Alright, since that's the case, everyone can disperse. Everyone has their own duties. I should also go into seclusion for a while. These days, I have gained a lot in the city of Sin. Speaking up to here, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a cold smile. Sword demon? Soon, we will meet again in the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire. After everyone left, Ling Xiao also entered his own secret cultivation realm. This secret realm was once used by the Emperor of the True Devil Empire, but it wasn't perfect. Later on, Ling Xiao modified it to make it safer and more reliable. This time, other than hoping to continue increasing his cultivation, there were two main goals for this cultivation. One was to continue condensing the 9 Cauldron Sword domain. This was currently the killing weapon that Ling Xiao relied on to fight against Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The other was the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. When he was in the City of Sin, Ling Xiao used his Primordial Spirit to control his skeleton soldiers. He won that battle, but the consumption was too great. He needed to continue strengthening his Primordial Spirit and control the skeleton soldiers to fight without any burden. That way, his strength would definitely increase even more. It would be best if one day, he could use his soul to control the Mountain River world. That would be the most terrifying. In the Divine Phoenix Imperial capital, the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin in a few days. At this moment, countless heroes had gathered here, causing the already bustling Imperial capital to become even more lively. Outside the Imperial capital, there was still an endless stream of people coming and going. Perhaps the only difference was that in the market outside the city, there were actually merchants from the Heavenly Empire. Their stalls sold specialties from the Heavenly Empire, and they were quite popular. It was the same scene, but the people had changed a lot. This time, Ling Xiao only brought the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum with him to the Imperial capital. With these two by his side, he was safe. Even the guards that Wu Xiang had forcefully assigned to him were rejected by him. There were too many people, and it was troublesome. Moreover, even 100,000 elite soldiers might not be comparable to a Moon Maiden. On the streets, in front of the stalls, people were still discussing things as usual. And among their topics, the name that was mentioned the most was Jimingxing. Ling Xiao was very unfamiliar with this name. But the people of the Divine Phoenix Imperial capital seemed to be very familiar with it. They were probably geniuses who came to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. TSK, do you know why this Jimingxing is so powerful? Why? Rumor has it that this person is the legitimate successor of the Sacred Dynasty. When he was young, he was assassinated by a slut. Fortunately, he was saved by a eunuch and sent to the Heavenly Dragon Continent's Great Sun Realm Lord to cultivate. Now, the Great Sun Realm Lord has already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, but he only took in Jimingxing as his disciple. Naturally, he will nurture him. That's not all. As the most outstanding genius of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Jimingxing was chosen by the Emperor the moment he arrived in the Imperial capital. He personally arranged for him to enter the Phoenix Academy and even betrothed Feng Minglian. That's the Emperor's niece. I heard that Feng Minglian is the daughter of that Feng Mingxiao? I wonder who her father is? In any case, Feng Mingxiao is now the most powerful woman in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Her daughter is the most honorable little princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. I'm afraid she's not inferior to the 2 crown princes. That's not right. Feng Minglian was discriminated against by Feng Mingxiao because of her human bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to rope in the Great Sun Realm Lord and Jimingxing, he wouldn't have thought of marrying her. In front of a Heavenly Empire's merchant stall, a few cultivators were discussing a big matter in the Imperial capital. And this matter attracted Ling Xiao's attention. They said that Jimingxing was the #1 genius in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Ling Xiao didn't care, but they said that Feng Mingxiao had a daughter called Feng Minglian. He couldn't ignore this. That was his senior brother Wu Xiang's daughter. If this girl really wanted to marry Jimingxing, he had nothing to say. But if she was forced, he definitely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Feng Mingxiao didn't care about his daughter, but Ling Xiao couldn't watch this girl be pushed into a fire pit. Is what you said true? Ling Xiao asked. His question immediately attracted the attention of many people. But soon after, these gazes shifted from him to his side. Because there were two beautiful girls standing on his left and right. One of them was like a fairy that was out of this world. She looked like a dream and seemed unreal, as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens. This probably had something to do with the cultivation of the Moon Lady. Ordinary people couldn't see her appearance clearly, but her aura was enough to subdue countless people. The other girl had a cold gaze that was like frost. It was obvious that she kept people 1,000 miles away. But it was this cold aura that had a fatal attraction. Moreover, her figure was so hot that it was filled with youthful charm. Countless people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were all cursing in their hearts. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so lucky? They couldn't wait to exchange places with this young man and enjoy the blessings of two women for him. Brat, bringing these two beautiful girls to the imperial capital, aren't you afraid of encountering danger? No one answered Ling Xiao's question. Instead, they seemed to have a strong interest in the two girls beside Ling Xiao. Those who coveted them are all dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. TSK, look at this young man. What big words. Does he think he's a big shot like Jimingxing or Sword Demon? Mocking voices came from the crowd. Well said. That Sword Demon was originally a noble of the Dark Phoenix clan and was taught by a great master. His strength. Although he's a bit arrogant, he has the capital. Although Jimingxing's cultivation, his talent is outstanding, and he is young. His future is limitless. Haim. The holy son of the sacred dynasty. Haimu. Haim, his. He's right his TTS bullshit. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It attracted everyone's attention. The one who spoke was none other than the stall owner from the Celestial Empire. A once-in-a-century genius? Don't be ridiculous. With our Celestial Empire's Celestial Emperor, Ling Xiao, what kind of genius is he? Haimu is a friend of our Celestial Emperor. Jimingxing crippled her. Our Celestial Emperor will not forgive him. In the eyes of the ordinary people of the Celestial Empire, Ling Xiao was a godlike existence. Although in the Celestial Empire, the ordinary people might not have seen Ling Xiao's true face. However, Ling Xiao's fame had been spread among the people. Especially the great achievement of destroying the true demon empire and establishing the Celestial Empire. It was definitely not something that any martial artist could do. In the Celestial Empire, there were countless young people who looked up to Ling Xiao as their role model. Even in the Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a portion of the young people who were shocked by Ling Xiao's feat of chasing down Tomohiko Kuma alone. In the end, he killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. This was the hero in their hearts. What 10 great Phoenix sons? Although the name sounded resounding, in terms of great achievements, none of them could be compared to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not be as strong as them, but he definitely could not be humiliated. Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting? A martial artist directly kicked over the merchant's stall and scolded, Jimingxing, that's a descendant of the sacred dynasty and a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. What kind of glory is that? He's only 17 years old, but he's already at the peak of the 10 Directions Heaven realm. He's not at all at a disadvantage when fighting against a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Xiao is strong, but does he deserve to be compared to Ji Mingxing? Plus, I heard that he went to the City of Sin. I bet he died in that tragedy. The tragedy at the City of Sin had spread like wildfire. Naturally, many people knew about it. Ling Xiao went to the City of Sin. Many people knew about this. But whether or not Ling Xiao was dead was unknown. After all, it's been half a year and Ling Xiao hasn't appeared in public. Even though there were rumors that he returned to the Immortals' capital and visited the relatives of some of the dead citizens. But this thought was that all emperors have their own stand-ins. Who knows if it's real or fake? You are full of nonsense. How could our God of Heaven be dead? Even though the old merchant's stall was kicked over, he did not compromise and continued to speak in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What an idiot. What did Ling Xiao give you to make you protect him so much? A warrior wearing fancy clothes rushed forward and grabbed onto the old man's neck. He coldly said, "Now, old man, if you are willing to say Ling Xiao, go to hell, then I will let you go. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. Senior brother, let's not play too big. If that Ling Xiao doesn't die, then we are done for. He is someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance." Perhaps seeing that the situation was a little serious, voices of persuasion sounded from the crowd. It would have been fine if they didn't say this, but now that they did, the warrior in fancy clothes became even angrier. So what if I know? I didn't meet Ling Xiao, but if I did, then Ling Xiao would die for sure. Haha, give up. Even if this old man dies, I will not slander His Majesty. If I die, His Majesty will definitely treat my family well. I am not afraid. If you have the guts, then kill me. His Majesty will definitely avenge me. The old man's face was red from being choked, but he had no intention of compromising. His 3 sons were sold to the Divine Phoenix continent as slaves, and his 2 daughters were also captured and abused by the sea race. It was Ling Xiao who saved them and allowed their family to live a stable life. Although they were not rich, they had good prospects. To him, Ling Xiao was their family's benefactor, so no matter what, he would not go against his conscience and speak ill of Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's sword was already unsheathed. She looked at Ling Xiao beside her and said, "Master, do you want me to make a move? Let me do it." Ling Xiao sighed. He had not expected that his ordinary action would attract such adoration. This old man actually refused to say anything bad about him even in death. If he didn't save him today, then he really didn't have the qualifications to be the Celestial Emperor. From Heaven Peak City to Sky Cloud City, then to Yuehua School, and finally to Divine Phoenix Empire before returning to Sky Dragon Continent. This was the first time Ling Xiao was adored by someone he didn't know, and this made him feel as though he was in a dream. As though he had lived for many years. In actual fact, from the time he left the Ling family at the age of 15 till he became the Celestial Emperor at the age of 17, it had merely been 2 years. He used his own efforts to compose a magnificent and peerless legend. And this legend was just the beginning. If Ji Mingxing didn't lay his hands on Hai Mian Ko, perhaps I wouldn't touch him. But now he must pay the price. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He hadn't been to the capital for half a year and he didn't expect the people here to not take him seriously. Just at this moment, that luxuriously dressed practitioner's grip grew stronger and stronger while that old merchant's face had turned from red to green. Both his hands struggled with all his might, attempting to pry that luxuriously dressed practitioner's hand away. Let people off whenever possible. He's just an ordinary merchant, is there a need to be so angry? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke out. Who do you think you are, to dare to meddle in my business? When the luxuriously dressed practitioner saw that the person who spoke was actually Ling Xiao, his heart was filled with rage. Ling Xiao had beauties by his side and now he still wanted to meddle in other people's business. How would he be happy about that? Slap. A loud slap resounded in the market, and the nearby crowd couldn't help but be stunned. That luxuriously dressed practitioner who was choking the old merchant's neck was sent flying and crashed into the crowd. He didn't regain his senses for a long time. When you're outside, you'd better watch your mouth. After Ling Xiao made his move, he said faintly, I just heard that even if Ling Xiao was here, you would still want him to die? I'm Ling Xiao, why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao pointed at himself and smiled. What? Hearing this name, the well-dressed martial artist lying on the ground turned green. He said that he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but that was only because Ling Xiao wasn't here. Now that he saw the real person, how could he dare to be presumptuous? Moreover, that slap from Ling Xiao just now was really painful. How could he not know that he was no match for Ling Xiao? The entire market fell into a brief silence because of this name. It had appeared, the Ling Xiao who had once turned the entire Divine Phoenix capital upside down had appeared again. He didn't die in the City of Sin, and he was even stronger than before. This news began to spread in the bazaar. Old man, are you all right? Ling Xiao bent down and carefully checked the old merchant's pulse. After confirming that there were no major problems, he let out a sigh of relief. You're the Sky Emperor. You really are the Sky Emperor. Although the old merchant had never seen Ling Xiao in person, he had seen Ling Xiao's statue before. They really looked alike. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He didn't think that the Sky Emperor would be so approachable. He would actually fight with other martial artists for an ordinary merchant like him. That's right, I am the Sky Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Ling Xiao. I've made you suffer. From now on, all the merchants of the Celestial Empire who do business here, remember this. If you have any problems, you can directly find the Celestial Empire Chamber of Commerce here. If they can't solve the problem, I'll solve it myself. Ling Xiao wanted to establish his might. He wanted everyone to know that the Celestial Empire wasn't an existence that could be easily manipulated. If they couldn't even do business in other places, then the Celestial Empire's economy might as well be abandoned. Brother Ling, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. The martial artist in luxurious clothes who was sent flying by Ling Xiao stood up and walked over, then said respectfully. The current him had long lost the arrogance and despotism from before. Replacing it was all subservience. Ling Xiao's terror, he had long heard of it. That was not just a genius, but also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The current him was thinking about the miserable appearances of those martial artists who were killed by Ling Xiao. At the thought of this, he felt his entire body trembling. How could he be so unlucky, just running into Ling Xiao? Sorry? Ling Xiao revealed a hint of a cold smile and said, if apologizing is useful, what are the martial artists of the mystic world still practicing martial arts for? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill one to warn 100, kill the chicken to warn the monkey, this was his most direct thought at this time. If he couldn't intimidate these people, he was afraid that the merchants of the Celestial Empire who did business here would still be bullied. However, just as he was about to make a move, a group of patrolling soldiers walked over. All of you stop. This is the market, not a place for you to cause trouble. The captain in the lead shouted loudly. Ling Xiao withdrew his hand and said indifferently, just now, when this person bullied the merchants of the Celestial Empire, where were you? Where we were is none of your business? I know you're Ling Xiao, you're very powerful. But this is my territory. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down for me. I'm the law here. Celestial Empire merchants? What does the merchants of the Celestial Empire have to do with our divine Phoenix Empire? They deserve to be beaten to death. That captain raised his head like a proud rooster. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao's first thought was actually not anger, but amusement. He had only not come to the divine Phoenix Empire for half a year. How did such a clown appear? This kind of trash was even lower class than Feng Mingyu. Interesting, you don't care about the safety of the merchants of our Celestial Empire, right? Then don't blame me for overstepping my boundaries. Ling Xiao's expression froze. No one could clearly see how he made his move. They only vaguely saw the shadow of a sword. Then, that well-dressed martial artist fell to the ground. Dead. You killed him? The captain was stunned. That's right, I killed him. Bastard, do you know who he is? The captain roared. I only know that he wanted to kill my people. As the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, I have to kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're finished, you're finished. A small Celestial Emperor actually dared to touch the person of Celebrity Huangzi. You must be tired of living. Celebrity Huangzi? Ling Xiao was stunned. Among the 10 Huangzi, there didn't seem to be such a person. Young hero Ling, you don't know. Half a year ago, Peacock Huangzi's cultivation was crippled by someone, so she removed her title and went into seclusion to cultivate. This celebrity Huangzi is Ji Mingxing. She was personally bestowed by the emperor, there's no mistake. A passerby martial artist said. This was obviously one of Ling Xiao's admirers. I see, I've done so much for the divine Phoenix Empire, but this emperor didn't reward me with anything. Ji Mingxing didn't even do a fart. What qualifications does he have to be one of the 10 Huangzi? This phoenix cry immeasurable is a little too unkind. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Today, I'll make myself clear. If anyone dares to touch the merchants of the Celestial Empire, I'll kill them. This person is a good example. Let alone Jimingxing, even if he's from the Celestial Empire, I'll kill him without hesitation, a piece of trash who doesn't know how to cultivate properly and likes to bully the elderly. Even if he's alive, he's still scum. After saying this, he led the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum into the city. The patrol captain didn't dare to stop them. He stood there in a daze for a long while before anger appeared in his eyes. A mere human dared to not give him any face, he couldn't accept the fact that someone dared to kill someone right in front of him. I say, you shouldn't be angry. Ling Xiao isn't someone you can afford to offend. He even dared to scold the current Celestial Emperor. Compared to the Celestial Emperor, you're nothing. A passerby tried to persuade the captain. How could that be? How could he be so daring? The captain was stunned. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Many people saw that scene. This young hero Ling disrespected the Righteous Alliance and the imperial family in front of countless people, forcefully killing the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy, Sikong Zun. Don't you think that's impressive? Hearing this, the captain collapsed to the ground. Heavens, just what kind of person was I talking to just now? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the city. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, creating a lively scene. The streets and alleys were filled with a festive atmosphere. All of this wasn't for the Dragon Phoenix selection, but for the marriage of a man and a woman. The man was Jimingxing, a descendant of the Sacred Dynasty. It was rumored that he was the successor of the Celestial Emperor and was attempting to restore the Sacred Dynasty and overthrow the Celestial Empire. The woman was Feng Mingxiao's daughter, Feng Minglian, an ice phoenix, a member of the imperial family, and the niece of the current Celestial Emperor. How could Ling Xiao not understand the Celestial Emperor's intentions? He wanted to use Jimingxing as a puppet to reap the fruits of his victory. After all, on the Sky Dragon continent, there were still many people who were infatuated with the glory of the Sacred Dynasty. When he thought up to here, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a cold smile. Imperial Monarch, oh Imperial Monarch, can the puppet you support really pose a threat to me? Today, I will make you give up completely. It was impossible for him to hand over the country that he had fought so hard for to others, so the old and young of the previous dynasty should not have any extravagant hopes. Today should be Feng Minglian and Jimingxing's wedding ceremony. Ling Xiao felt that he came at the right time. The entire imperial capital was celebrating the newlyweds. It was indeed a marriage arranged by the emperor. Compared to the marriage of commoners, it was much more extravagant. If Jimingxing was crippled in front of so many people, what kind of expression would the emperor have? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Jimingxing crippled Hai Miankao, that was his friend. This matter touched his reverse scale and was absolutely intolerable. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that it was a little strange. With Hai Miankao's cultivation and strength, how could she be so easily crippled by Jimingxing? He felt that there was definitely something going on. However, at this moment, it was not the time to figure out this matter. No matter what the reason was, Jimingxing crippled his friend. Therefore, Jimingxing had to be crippled. Even if the emperor tried to stop him, it would be useless. Right now, his strength wasn't strong enough, so there were some things that he had to endure and some people that he couldn't touch. If he advanced to the Yin-Yang realm, then he would definitely kill his way into the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial palace and kill the emperor, Feng Mingwuliang. This person had tried to kill him time and time again. Although he didn't succeed, a deep hatred had been formed. Without strength, he had to pretend to be a grandson. Ling Xiao didn't want to pretend to be a grandson for too long. Let's go watch the show. With a slight smile, Ling Xiao walked towards the most lively place in the imperial capital today. That was the residence that the emperor, Feng Mingwuliang, had specially bestowed upon Jimingxing. Today's wedding was going to be held there. He believed that all the officials and nobles in the imperial capital would come to congratulate him. As Dragon King Tian, Ling Xiao had no reason not to prepare a congratulatory gift. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Feng Yinshan revealed a helpless and bitter smile. This Ling Xiao really knows how to cause trouble. He just returned and already killed Jimingxing's lackey. Is he trying to slap the emperor's face? He might not be as strong as Feng Mingqishan and Feng Mingwuliang in terms of strength, but in terms of intelligence, he had nurtured many experts. Ling Xiao's reappearance in the imperial capital made him somewhat excited and somewhat expectant. Only someone like Ling Xiao would be able to muddy the waters of the imperial capital. Only then would he be able to benefit from it. The last time Ling Xiao came to the imperial capital, he had obtained a lot of benefits. This time, he was still looking forward to it. After all, he and Ling Xiao were still allies at the moment. Master, the current imperial capital is not like the imperial capital of the past. Do you think Ling Xiao can still display his unique charm? Like last time? Feng Yinshan looked at the white-bearded old man, the dean of Qingshu College, Zhou Yun, and asked. No matter how many geniuses there are, they are just foils in the end. Ling Xiao's sword is probably thirsty for blood. Even as I sit here, I can feel the killing intent that soars into the sky. Zhou Yun stroked his beard and said, there's no need to change our plan. We'll still focus on forming an alliance with Ling Xiao. This time, I'm afraid he'll cause an even bigger commotion than last time. At this point, Zhou Yun suddenly paused and looked at Feng Yinshan. Your Highness, how's your cultivation recently? Don't let Ling Xiao catch up to you. Don't worry, Master. With me around, Ling Xiao will only be worthy of being number 2. When he said this, the originally cultured and elegant Feng Yinshan revealed a shocking domineering aura. That powerful aura was clearly that of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, and his realm was very high. Not bad. It seems like you haven't been idle. Your cultivation has actually broken through again. Zhou Yun smiled and said, in the primordial era, there were 2 outstanding people, you and Liang. You was always suppressed by Liang, so there was a saying that if there was you, then there was Liang. Today, in my opinion, it should be said that if there was Ling Xiao, then there was Yinshan. Ha ha ha. In Zhou Yun's opinion, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was still just a chess piece on Feng Yinshan's chessboard. Feng Ming Wuliang, Feng Ming Qishan, Feng Ming Xiao, and even himself were just pawns of Feng Yinshan. Only he knew how terrifying and wise Feng Yinshan was. In a place very close to the Phoenix Academy was the residence of the former Northern Region King, Jining. It was obvious that this place had been renovated. The degree of luxury and majesty was probably not inferior to that of any minister in the imperial capital. And this was the residence that Imperial Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang had bestowed upon Jimingxing. The vermilion door was open, and the plaque of the great general's residence had been removed and replaced with the plaque of the Holy Sun's residence. It seemed that Ling Xiao's guess was right. Imperial Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang really wanted to support Jimingxing as the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty and then control him from behind the scenes. From the outside, one could see that inside the residence, there was a huge stage set up in the huge courtyard. There was a banquet below. Seated at the banquet was Jimingxing's master, the great Sun Realm Lord, and Emperor Feng Ming the Infinite. There were also many nobles present, but Feng Mingxiao was nowhere to be seen. Now that the bride was already here, it would be strange if the mother did not come. But she did not come. Back in the city of Xin, Ling Xiao had vaguely learned from Feng Yinshan's words that Feng Mingxiao had been baptized by the divine phoenix sacred light, so she had lost her human emotions and was only a tool loyal to the divine phoenix empire. If that was the case, it was normal for her not to come. Other than these officials and nobles, there were also many of Jimingxing's friends. They were all young talents from the divine phoenix continent and the heavenly dragon continent. Their cultivations were not weak, and they could be considered young and promising. Of course, these people had also joined the Phoenix Academy with Jimingxing. The Phoenix Academy was gradually recovering. The wound that Ling Xiao had inflicted on it was also gradually healing, and it seemed to be on the rise. These young people followed Jimingxing because they wanted to become heroes of the sacred dynasty. When the time came, they would be able to obtain an official position and not have to worry about their lives. The martial artists in the mystic world had different pursuits. Some chased after power their entire lives. Some chased after immortality. Some wanted to walk out of the gate of heaven's chosen and see the outside world. But most people still hoped to use their own knowledge to obtain wealth and power. This was the most realistic goal. These people were like this. They could even imagine that with the support of the great Sun Realm Lord and Emperor Feng Ming the Infinite, Jimingxing's future would be bright. Eventually, she would reach the Grotto Heaven Realm or even the Yin-Yang Realm and become the Divine Emperor, replacing the overconfident Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. At this time, guests were still arriving at the wedding venue. Peacock Race's young master Kong Ming has arrived. Great Ping Race's heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pingyu has arrived. Righteous Alliance's young master Jia Tianfeng has arrived. The butler at the door sang 3 times in a row, attracting the attention of many young people. Although the Peacock clan had fallen into silence because of the Peacock Phoenix son, Kong He, being crippled, their foundation had not been destroyed. Kong Ming was an outstanding talent in the family. According to rumors, he might be even more powerful than Kong He. However, because he was a mixed blood, he was never taken seriously. Now that Kong He was crippled, he could finally step onto the stage. There was no need to talk about the rock race. The heavenly rock Huangzi's reputation was not small, and he was also a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. His influence was huge. As for this Jia Tianfeng of the Righteous Alliance, he was rather interesting. This person was the Righteous Alliance Lord's newly adopted son. He wasn't old, only a little over 20 years old, but he was steady and capable. Compared to Jia Lin and Jia Yun who'd already been killed by Ling Xiao, he simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Coupled with the fact that this man was extremely thorough in his work, the Righteous Alliance showed no signs of decline. On the contrary, it seemed to be even more prosperous. The Righteous Alliance was even planning to elect Jia Tianfeng as its future alliance lord. From this, one could see just how formidable this man was. For these 3 people to arrive at almost the same time was truly a matter worth pondering. This was giving Ji Mingxing plenty of face. Good fellow, Star Huangzi truly is Star Huangzi. The Peacock Race, the Rock Race, and even the Righteous Alliance have come. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Ji Mingxing, the bridegroom, dressed in a red robe, walked forward and clasped his hands. Welcome, my 3 dear friends. Please come in and take a seat. Star brother, when you get rich in the future, don't forget about the 3 of us. The 4 of us have sworn brothers and swore oaths to the divine phoenix. The one speaking was the domineering heavenly rock Huangzi. Everyone was flabbergasted by these words. It was no wonder the emperor valued Ji Mingxing so much. They hadn't expected Ji Mingxing to be sworn brothers with Kong Ming, Peng Yu, and Jia Tianfeng. Things were getting interesting. Feng Ming Wuliang chuckled inwardly. Ji Mingxing wasn't just the holy son of the sacred dynasty. His master was also the renowned Great Sun Realm Lord. There would definitely be many people trying to curry favor with him. If he gave Ji Mingxing benefits, he would be giving benefits to the Great Sun Realm Lord. How could he not understand such a simple logic? Kong Ming, Peng Yu, and Jia Tianfeng entered the residence and sat in the front row, second only to the Great Sun Realm Lord and Feng Ming Wuliang. Although they represented their own race, they were still juniors and couldn't sit side by side with the 2 seniors. Interesting, very interesting. Before the Dragon Phoenix selection began, the changes in the capital were quite big. Putting that trash Ping Yu aside, Kong Ming and Jia Tianfeng aren't to be trifled with. It seems like the Peacock Race and the Righteous Alliance aren't done yet. Ling Xiao didn't intend to provoke them. Of course, if the other party didn't have eyes and insisted on provoking him, he wouldn't mind crippling the 2 of them so that the Peacock Race and the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan wouldn't have any successors. What's with that expression of yours? Are you not convinced? Someone like you isn't even fit to clean the shoes of those 4 young masters. Ling Xiao might have unintentionally revealed a disdainful smile, but it was discovered by a young man who was watching the commotion. That person actually began to question him righteously. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look at that person curiously. A mere 6 arts heaven realm cultivator was nothing more than an ant before him. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm not convinced? Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, You're right. I don't care about those 4 pieces of trash even if they were added together. Impudent. You actually dare to look down on those young masters. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to take it anymore. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao's words would agitate this indignant person and cause him to raise his hand and attack. Ling Xiao only sneered and then lunged forward with killing intent. Before he even attacked, that person vomited blood and collapsed to the ground, his limbs going limp. A piece of trash like you is only fit to worship those 4 trash. Ling Xiao disdainfully glanced at the martial artist on the ground. He didn't even have the slightest interest in attacking. This person was too weak and couldn't be compared to the current Wang Chong. To bully such a person, he felt ashamed. Yes, I'm a trash. I only ask that grandfather spare my life. That fellow who had been speaking righteously just a moment ago was now a coward to the point of being contemptible. Scram! Don't let me see you again, or else I'll kill you. Ling Xiao coldly barked. I'll scram. I'll immediately scram. The martial artist scrambled to escape into the crowd. At that moment, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind, Ling Xiao. It can't be, right? Could it be that Ling Xiao really has to come back? Thinking of this fiendish god, he could not help shuddering. Being able to leave alive from Ling Xiao's hands, this was also considered a kind of luck. In the streets, Ling Xiao was even rumored to be a temperamental demon. It was also no wonder that this person was so fearful. This small matter did not affect Ling Xiao's mood. He raised his head and looked at that Holy Sun Manor plaque, revealing a hint of a hideous grin. Gotcha! Without any warning, the plaque of the Holy Sun Mansion suddenly cracked and fell to the ground. The guards at the door were in a mess. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to enter the mansion, but the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Although he used to be very annoyed with Hai Myung Ko, only Hai Myung Ko was worthy of the title of Holy Sun. Who was Ji Mingxing? How dare he call himself the Holy Sun? Also, this mansion was given to General Ji Ning by Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. No one was worthy of occupying it. Of course, this included the emperor. Even if the mansion was deserted, as long as Ji Ning did not say anything, whoever occupied it was disrespectful to him, Ji Fuling, and Yu Xianyue. Feng Ming Wuliang had committed treason and did such a thing. Ling Xiao naturally had to destroy this plaque. Of course, there was another small reason, which was that he tried to break into the mansion through the chaos. Obviously, he succeeded. Although the broken plaque caused quite a bit of chaos, the wedding still had to go on. Feng Ming Wuliang ordered to strengthen the guards, which gradually maintained order. However, his expression was not very good. Someone actually dared to destroy the plaque that he had given to Ji Mingxing. This was a slap to his face. If he found out who did it, he would not let that person have an easy time. After a short period of chaos, the guests gradually arrived. However, they did not see Feng Mingxiao's shadow from beginning to end. In the VIP seats, the young disciples of Phoenix Academy were all proud and valiant. Their bodies were straight, and the other guests praised them. Half a year ago, this academy had encountered a disaster. A young man named Ling Xiao had made them pay a heavy price. However, in just half a year, they rose again. As the Dragon Phoenix selection approached, more geniuses joined. Xianxia College had been left far behind. If not for the cooperation between Xianxia College and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, which allowed them to produce and sell some secret medicinal pills, they might not have been able to withstand the impact and would have collapsed. The Phoenix Academy was highly regarded by the royal family. Xianxia College couldn't compare with it. Emir Ji Mingxing had almost humiliated Xianxia College. People increasingly felt that Xianxia College was on the verge of collapse. The future of the Divine Phoenix Empire belonged to the Phoenix Academy, and it belonged to these proud youngsters seated in the VIP seats. Of course, this was what most people thought. Some people, including the students of Xianxia College, knew that many talented martial artists had chosen to cultivate in seclusion in the past 6 months. For example, Long Chen from Xianxia College, his cultivation was originally inferior to Hai Myung Kos, but he managed to catch up. If he hadn't gone into seclusion, Ji Mingxing might not have been able to gain any advantage. There were a lot of people like Long Chen. The sword demon, who had recently risen to fame and was even more famous than Ji Mingxing, didn't attend today's wedding. This person was probably even more terrifying than Ji Mingxing. There were also a few people who disdained the group of good-for-nothings in the VIP seats. The most obvious ones were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Moon Lady. When the tiger isn't in the mountain, the monkey is king. Ling Xiao had left for half a year, and Ji Mingxing, this trash, had actually become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon continent. He even dared to challenge Hai Myung Ko at Xianxia College. Now that the tiger had returned to the mountain, he would let this monkey know who the real king was. Bang bang, bang bang, suddenly, the sound of firecrackers thundered from outside the door. The sound spread throughout the entire imperial city, as if afraid that people wouldn't know that today was Ji Mingxing's wedding. This Feng Ming Wuliang was really something. In order to curry favor with the great Sun Realm Lord, he had done everything he could. The great Sun Realm Lord's old face was also full of smiles. A month ago, he had just broken through to the Yin Yang realm and was considered one of the rare experts in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Even in the Divine Phoenix continent and White Tiger continent, he was definitely a top expert. It was normal for Feng Ming Wuliang to curry favor with him. There was a crowd at the entrance of the Holy Sun's residence. These were all martial artists who weren't qualified to enter the residence, but they wanted to watch the show. Within the Holy Sun's residence, there was also a sea of people. These were all heroes of the pugilistic world who had come to support Ji Mingxing, Feng Ming Wuliang, and the great Sun Realm Lord. It could be said that this wedding was as grand as the Crown Prince's wedding. Feng Ming Wuliang had really invested a lot in this. Within the residence, countless martial artists looked at Ji Mingxing with envy and jealousy. This person was actually able to be personally taught by a master like the great Sun Realm Lord, and was even able to be personally bestowed a marriage by the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang. Not only that, he was able to become sworn brothers with the outstanding geniuses of the Peacock race, the Great Rock race, and the Righteous Alliance. This was simply a peerless main character who had gathered all the attention of the world. While everyone was envious, they also felt that today was an eye-opener. Seeing those high and mighty figures who normally wouldn't show their faces sitting in the VIP seats and chatting merrily, they felt that their lives were worth it. Experts had the demeanor of experts. Geniuses had the handsomeness of geniuses. The VIP seats seemed to be where the essence of the entire Divine Phoenix Empire gathered. After Ji Mingxing welcomed his sworn brothers into the residence, he hurriedly left. Logically speaking, when the firecrackers were fired, it should be the scene of him and Feng Ming Lian walking on the red carpet. However, after the firecrackers, they didn't appear. Ling Xiao guessed that Feng Ming Lian was probably really dissatisfied with this wedding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have delayed the golden time. As if afraid of an awkward silence, Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang stood up and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Even though the firecrackers were fired, Feng Ming Wuliang's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Today is the big day of my foster son Ji Mingxing and my niece Feng Ming Lian. The groom and bride are probably a little shy, so I'll say a few words first. As he spoke, someone had already entered and urged the two to come out. At this moment, the firecrackers were still firing. In any case, Ji Mingxing had plenty of money. The wealth of the great Sun Realm Lord was all his. Even if it was fired for an entire day, it wouldn't be enough. Feng Ming Wuliang continued, Feng Ming Lian, needless to say, is the daughter of the #1 genius of our empire, Feng Ming Xiao. Although she doesn't often appear in front of others, her talent is also extraordinary. At the age of 16, she's already at the late stage of 10 Directions Heaven. Hearing this, even Ling Xiao was a little shocked. He had already reached the half-step grotto heaven realm at the age of 17. He didn't expect Feng Ming Lian's talent to not lose to his at all. As expected, she was also a genius. It was a pity that she was going to marry a cripple. Ji Mingxing, the only disciple of the great Sun Realm Lord. At the age of 17, he's at the peak of 10 Directions Heaven. The #1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Compared to Ling Xiao in the past, he's even more outstanding. At a young age, he was fancied by the great Sun Realm Lord and was carefully nurtured. This child was the beloved son of the sacred dynasty's Saint Emperor. However, when he was young, he was secretly harmed by evil people. Fortunately, there was a person who was deeply righteous and saved him. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. Now that Ji Mingxing has returned, he personally ended the enmity of the past and crippled the fake Holy Sun, Xianxia. Feng Ming Wuliang continued, but Ji Mingxing is kind and still spared Xianxia's life, which can be considered as benevolent. To be honest, even I was moved by his moral integrity, so I took him in as my godson and sent him to the Phoenix Academy to study. Now, he has already replaced Peacock Phoenix Sun Konghe's position and is bestowed the title of Celebrity Phoenix Sun by me, the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty. My sister Feng Mingxiao did not come, not because she does not value this wedding, But because she went to the White Tiger continent to find Medicine King Sun Tzu for Celebrity Phoenix Sun to refine a pill that can help Celebrity Phoenix Sun to break through the cage and ascend to the Grotto Heaven realm, not only is she very happy about this marriage, she also thinks highly of Celebrity Phoenix Sun. Emperor Fengming Wu Liang's words praised Ji Mingxing like a flower, as if he was an unprecedented peerless genius. Especially when he clearly pointed out that Ji Mingxing's talent was stronger than Ling Zhao's. He was not spouting nonsense when he said that. After all, half a year ago, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 9th heavenly layer. He really could not compare to Ji Mingxing. Who would have predicted that in just half a year, Ling Zhao's cultivation would have a qualitative breakthrough? In fact, even Ling Xiao himself did not expect it. But the consecutive fierce battles in the city of Sin, as well as the training from the alchemy conference, really allowed him to grow too much. Hearing Emperor Fengming Wu Liang's words, the crowd started to discuss. A rare genius in the Sky Dragon continent, indeed extraordinary. To be able to walk out from such a trashy continent and still be so dazzling, it's really rare. That's right, moreover, he is the legitimate Holy Son, with the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. I'm afraid that the Celestial Empire on the Sky Dragon continent is not legitimate. The Great Sun Realm Lord, and the Holy Son of the Holy Emperor, no wonder the Emperor thinks so highly of him. If it were me, I would also marry my own daughter to him. Of course, when there were people praising, there were naturally people who were not convinced. Ji Mingxing is a genius, but to say that he is number one, isn't that too arbitrary? Half a year has passed, Ling Xiao is not the same as before. How can Ji Mingxing compare to him? That's right, if we are talking about geniuses, other than him, who else could have achieved great achievements and was bestowed the title of Dragon King, and then used the Northern Desert Army to overthrow the true Demon Empire and establish the Celestial Empire? That is the true genius, is the real genius. Emperor's right, if Ling is the Emperor, Liang's is right, Emperor, Feng Ming Wu Emperor, if Ming Wu Emperor, Emperor, Feng Tian S Ming Mingxing. Feng S, this be S, to create an opponent there SS Ji Mingxing Mingxing's Ji Mingxing. To end, Feng's. However, Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Today, I will completely destroy the things that you have been scheming for so long, so that you can forget about your delusions. He was waiting for the couple to appear. I won't waste any more words. Let the groom and bride come on stage. After receiving the report that a couple was about to come out, Fengming Wu Liang smiled and returned to his seat. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, Ji Mingxing walked out with his bride in his arms. The bride's head was covered with a red veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her figure wrapped in a red robe was absolutely alluring. A talented man and a beautiful woman, what a pair! Many people did not even see Fengming Lian's appearance clearly and began to praise her. Fengming Lian didn't know, but that Ji Mingxing was very handsome. He was indeed handsome. Standing on the red carpet, there was indeed a proud aura. It was no wonder that the Great Sun Realm Lord took a fancy to him and accepted him as a disciple. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Mingxing. Indeed, he was 80% similar to Hai Mian-ko. It seemed that it was true that he had the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. However, he had to go back and ask Hai Mian-ko about what happened back then. However, no matter what the situation was, even if it was as the rumors said, he still wanted to cripple Ji Mingxing. The reason was simple. Hai Mian-ko was his friend. There was no reason for him to not do anything when his friend was crippled. I won't kill you. It can be considered as kindness. It can be considered as benevolence. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Recalling the words that Emperor Fengming Wu Liang had said, it was full of sarcasm. Groom, express your thoughts. You can't not say anything when you bring back the beauty today. Below the stage, someone shouted loudly. Ji Mingxing smiled proudly and said, I am the star of the Ji family. I have the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. I am the Holy Son of the Holy Dynasty. Since young, I have been cultivating with my master, the Great Sun Realm Lord. When I found out that the Holy Dynasty was destroyed, I was heartbroken. I came out of seclusion to remove the mask of the Celestial Emperor and let the Holy Dynasty stand on the Sky Dragon continent once again. People often say that I am a rare genius in the Sky Dragon continent. I say that is too exaggerated. There are rare geniuses in 100 years. Someone told me that in the Holy Dynasty's martial arts festival, there was a person called Ling Xiao who defeated Hai Mian-ko and became the #1 in the Sky Dragon continent. I went to the Xianxia college to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. I heard that he didn't return to the Celestial Empire. Helpless, I went to find Hai Mian-ko to spar. But I didn't expect her to be so vicious. After knowing my identity, she wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to cripple her cultivation and let her reflect on herself. Today, I, Ji Mingxing, can bring the beauty home and marry Feng Ming and Lian Er as my wife. I am really lucky. I will not let her down in this life. Domineering. Well said. Star Huangzi is indeed the role model of our generation. Star Huangzi and Princess Lian Er will definitely become a couple. I am envious. Star Huangzi is not only good in martial arts, but also has such good luck. I am envious. For a moment, all kinds of praises sounded. Even if there were people who felt that Ji Mingxing was not worthy, they would not choose to speak at this time. After all, the great Sun Realm Lord and Feng Ming Wuliang were here. Even if they did not give Ji Mingxing face, they should at least give them face. However, there were people who were unwilling to remain silent. Bull**T. What a bunch of bull**T. A very discordant voice exploded in the crowd. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded and a young man jumped on the red carpet. Who is it? Ji Mingxing's face was filled with killing intent. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble on his wedding day. How could he not be angry? Long Chen. Xianxia College's disciple. Hai Mian-ko's friend. The young man's body was surrounded by dragon aura. He was quite valiant. Ling Xiao, who was below the stage, could not help but click his tongue in amazement. The dragon clan was indeed extraordinary. Compared to humans, their cultivation was too easy. So you are that woman's friend. What do you want? Ji Mingxing showed a look of disdain. How powerful could a friend of Hai Mian-ko be? Of course, he was not afraid. What do I want? Flight attendant Ming clearly gave you a chance during the battle. Seeing that you are her blood brother, she didn't want to hurt you. But you suddenly launched a sneak attack and heavily injured her. You even crippled her cultivation. If it wasn't for the appearance of Vice Principal Feng Qingyan, she would have died in your hands. Long Chen gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Hearing Long Chen's words, Ling Xiao's killing intent instantly appeared. He originally only planned to cripple Ji Mingxing. But who knew that there was actually such an inside story? He knew best what kind of person Long Chen was. He would not lie about this matter. So, what he said should be the truth. Long Chen's appearance also made the wedding scene extremely awkward. Those disgusting praises and cheers instantly weakened. But many people pointed at Long Chen and whispered. Some people secretly shook their heads. This child, even if what he said was the truth, did he still want to live after not giving face to the great Sun Realm Lord and the Emperor? However, to dare to expose the truth in front of everyone at Ji Mingxing's wedding ceremony, this kid's courage was admirable. Ling Xiao's first thought was that he could not let Long Chen suffer. Long Chen's cultivation seemed to have increased greatly. He reckoned that he was on par with Ji Mingxing and could even defeat him. But in this way, Long Chen would violate the taboo and be hunted down. This kind of trouble was better left to him, Ling Xiao, to shoulder. Thinking of this, he sneered and said in a clear voice, "The world's strange news, Ji Mingxing, such a shameless person can actually be praised as the #1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Isn't that mocking our Sky Dragon continent for having no one?" His voice was very loud, and very bright. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. People could not help but be surprised. Long Chen was Hai Mian-ko's friend. It was understandable that he came to seek revenge from Ji Mingxing. But what was this person trying to do by suddenly standing out? Was he trying to publicly provoke those high and mighty people? Even if he wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. Their gazes were all focused on this person in an instant. This person leaped up. While he was in midair, his killing intent was already overflowing. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His moon-white robe was elegant and free. It was so clean that there was not a trace of dust. It was not made of luxurious materials, nor was it a treasure. However, when this person wore it, it was so domineering. He was like an unsheathed sword. Before he made a move, he already made countless people tremble in fear. Seeing this person slowly land on the red carpet, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The troublemakers were here. Ling Xiao. This face was simply too famous, especially in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was engraved in the hearts of countless people. When he killed Si Kongzun and saved Ji Ning, he had become the idol of countless young people in the capital. Of course, he had also become the target of many people. He's Ling Xiao? What an arrogant person. How audacious. You actually dare to be so disrespectful in front of the great Sun Realm Lord and Emperor Fengming Wuliang? Naturally, there were also many newcomers to the imperial capital. They had heard of Ling Xiao's name but had never seen Ling Xiao in person. They hadn't seen Ling Xiao's feats, so many people didn't believe it. How could such a heroic act be done by a 17-year-old boy? They thought that they couldn't do it, so naturally, Ling Xiao couldn't do it either. They thought that if this was really Ling Xiao, then he was an arrogant and brainless fool. Today's marriage was personally bestowed by the emperor. You actually dared to mess it up. Wasn't that purely courting death? But they didn't notice that Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun Pingyu's expression wasn't very good. Pingyu understood Ling Xiao too well. Seeing Ling Xiao's face, he actually developed a sense of fear. Those things that Ling Xiao had done in the past, he had seen many of them with his own eyes. He had a deep pain, a heart-wrenching fear. On the other hand, Kong Ming and Jia Tianfeng were expressionless, but their hearts were already in turmoil. Kong He was crippled, Jia Yun was killed. Only then did the two of them have a chance to rise. Logically speaking, they should be grateful to Ling Xiao. But the two of them were smart people. They both understood that Ling Xiao was not on the same side as them. Ling Xiao was the most terrifying opponent. You are Ling Xiao. Ji Mingxing looked proudly at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing some disdain. He didn't know Ling Xiao. He only knew that Ling Xiao was the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire, the great thief who stole the foundation of the sacred dynasty. So he hated Ling Xiao, a hatred without any reason. In addition, after joining the Phoenix Academy, he kept hearing bad things about Ling Xiao. His impression of Ling Xiao was getting worse and worse. Many people compared him to Ling Xiao. But he was very displeased. Ji Mingxing was the holy son of the sacred dynasty. He had the bloodline of the sacred emperor and was also the adopted son of the divine Phoenix Emperor. He had a noble bloodline, outstanding talent, and a famous master. But what was Ling Xiao? He was just an insignificant person with a beggar background. How could he be compared to him? He had lost count of the number of times he had wished to meet Ling Xiao and defeat him in front of everyone, so that they would know that he was a genius. He, Ji Mingxing, was the true genius. Ling Xiao was worthless in front of him. That's right, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice rang in Ji Mingxing's ears. Then, he turned around and looked at Long Chen. He obviously didn't care about Ji Mingxing. How dare he turn his back to him? Long Chen, let me handle the matters here. I'll take revenge for Ming Kong. You should focus on your cultivation. Ling Xiao patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile. Big brother Ling, I know. But flight attendant Ming was really harmed by this shameless person. She said that she had never been soft-hearted to anyone in her life. This was the first time. But this time, she had to pay a heavy price. As Long Chen spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. A man doesn't cry easily. It's only because he hasn't been deeply hurt. Long Chen was so sad. It was enough to show how big of a blow Haim Miankeo had suffered. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if her cultivation is gone, she can cultivate again. With her talent and my elixirs, she can recover in a short time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, go down first and stay with Cold Plum. Okay. When Long Chen saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he had found his backbone. In fact, he really had to risk his life today. He knew very well that even if he defeated Ji Mingxing, he would be killed by the great Sun Realm Lord or Fengming Wuliang. But he had to do this. After Ling Xiao left the imperial capital, he was the strongest among the few people in Qingshu College. He had to take on the responsibility of protecting the others. But no one liked to die. Especially Long Chen. Behind him was the hope of the Golden Dragon clan. How could he die like this? Ling Xiao's appearance allowed him to see hope, to see the light. Ever since Ling Xiao brought the Golden Dragon clan out of the Moonlight Pagoda, he had worshipped his big brother like a god. In this world, there was nothing his big brother couldn't do. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had never disappointed him. Today, it would definitely be the same. Ling Xiao, this holy sun is talking to you. Ji Mingxing was furious. The thing he couldn't accept the most was being ignored. However, Ling Xiao dared to ignore him. This made him so angry that he couldn't control himself. Holy Sun? I only know the Holy Sun, Hai Miankeo. I don't know who Ji Mingxing is. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare he call himself the Holy Sun? Ling Xiao's words didn't give Ji Mingxing any face. At the same time, he didn't give Fengming Wuliang any face. The smile on Fengming Wuliang's old face turned into awkwardness and anger. It was Ling Xiao again. This guy, at the most critical moment, always stood out to ruin his plans. Could it be that he was destined to be his nemesis? Last time, his plan to get rid of Ji Mingxing was ruined by Ling Xiao and he even lost to Si Kongzun. This time, when he wanted to nurture Ji Mingxing and rope in the Great Sun Realm Lord, Ling Xiao appeared again. Could it be that this brat was alive just to go against him? He was furious, but when he saw the Moon Lady in the crowd and thought about how the Si Kongzun couldn't even last a single move from her, he suppressed his anger. If only the old ancestor was willing to help. Fengming Wuliang thought to himself. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible. Every time the old ancestor attacked, his lifespan would decrease by a few years. He could only save his lifespan for the most crucial moment. For example, when he fought for the Imperial Jade Seal. But today, the old ancestor definitely wouldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to kill Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't kill him, he would just wait and see. He believed that there was someone here who was even more furious than him. And that person was the Great Sun Realm Lord. The Great Sun Realm Lord only accepted one disciple in his life. He would definitely nurture him like a treasure. If Ling Xiao dared to hurt him, the Great Sun Realm Lord would definitely go all out. Hai Miankeo has already been crippled by this Holy Sun. What right does he have to call himself the Holy Sun? Ji Mingxing snorted coldly. Interesting. You mean that if someone cripples you, you won't have the right to call yourself the Holy Sun? Very well, if that's the case, then it's simple. The killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intensified. Many people who had just arrived at the imperial capital were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Ling Xiao was here to ruin Ji Mingxing's wedding. Not only did Ji Mingxing not immediately kill him, even Emperor Fengming Wuliang didn't say anything. What did that mean? Could it be that this person had something to rely on, to actually be able to make Phoenix Cry Infinite remain silent? Actually, this was also what the Great Sun Realm Lord was worried about. Normally, if someone dared to humiliate his apprentice like this, he would have made a move. But today, he sensed Fengming Wuliang's special attitude, so he temporarily remained silent. Ling Xiao then looked at Fengming Lian who was in Ji Mingxing's arms and asked indifferently, "Are you really willing to marry him?" He had to ask this question. After all, this girl was his senior brother Wu Xiang's daughter. He still had to make things clear. "I'm willing." Her voice was crisp and clear, but Ling Xiao felt a little stupefied when he heard it. Tai Chi Eye. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his Tai Chi Eye and looked under the red veil. At this moment, he realized that Fengming Lian under the red veil had a dull look in her eyes. It was obvious that she had fallen into someone's illusion and had fallen into an illusion. She only knew how to answer people's questions mechanically. It seemed that Fengming Lian was also unwilling to accept this marriage. Whoosh! Everyone's vision blurred. When they could see clearly again, they realized that Fengming Lian was already in Ling Xiao's arms. "Ling Xiao, aren't you going overboard? Today is Ji Mingxing and Fengming Lian's wedding day. Even if you have a personal grudge, it won't be too late to settle it tomorrow." Finally, the heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pingyu couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to speak. "Shut up." A loud shout with a strong killing intent and a domineering aura actually intimidated Pingyu. The dignified heavenly rock phoenix sun was actually unable to speak in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, many people were dumbfounded. It seemed that the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. Just based on the fact that he could summon more than heavenly rock phoenix sun, his ranking in the divine phoenix empire was definitely within the top 10. Big brother Ling has become even stronger. Long Chen revealed an excited expression. Not only that, the most exciting part is yet to come. However, the prerequisite is whether the enemy has the ability to force him to use those moves. Cold Plum said indifferently. Long Chen did not doubt Cold Plum's words. He was also looking forward to how strong his big brother Ling had become. Ling Xiao directly removed Feng Ming Lian's red veil, and that beautiful and noble face was reflected in everyone's eyes. Only her eyes were a little dull. Great Sun Realm Lord, you are one of the seniors that I respect. You wouldn't force someone to marry your disciple, right? This Feng Ming Lian is obviously under an illusion and her mind is being controlled. Do you still intend to let the wedding continue? Ling Xiao looked at the Great Sun Realm Lord and said indifferently. He intended to give the Great Sun Realm Lord some face. If this person was really as righteous as the rumor said, he could temporarily let Ji Mingxing go and give the senior some face. However, his hopes were dashed. The Great Sun Realm Lord's mouth twitched. He coldly said, "This old man doesn't know anything about illusions. In short, today is my beloved disciple's big day. You actually dared to barge in and spout nonsense. Do you think this old man will let you go?" Hee, I understand now. I have long heard that the Great Sun Realm Lord is proficient in Scarlet Sun illusions and has a pair of Scarlet Sun eyes. Now, I understand. Feng Ming Lian's illusions aren't cast by others, but by you, old bastard. Ling Xiao laughed. His good impression of the Great Sun Realm Lord instantly disappeared. His original title of senior also changed to old bastard. What a load of nonsense. How could the Great Sun Realm Lord admit to such a thing? After all, his reputation in the pugilistic world was still very positive. He would never admit to such a despicable thing. Nonsense. Do you think that your Scarlet Sun illusions are very powerful and no one can break them? I will let you hear what Feng Ming Lian has to say now. As Ling Zhao's voice landed, his Tai Chi eye spun and a surge of righteous Qi with a strong soul power entered Feng Ming Lian's spirit sea. Inside, there was a fiery red Scarlet Sun illusion. That thing was the culprit that caused Feng Ming Lian to fall into the illusion. Destroy. The Mountain River martial spirit was least afraid of illusions. A strong righteous Qi rushed towards the ball of light, causing it to instantly shatter. Feng Ming Lian also regained her clarity. You are the one who helped me break the illusion? Looking at Ling Xiao, Feng Ming Lian asked curiously. That's right. Now, can you tell me who cast the illusion on you? Ling Xiao asked. It's him. Feng Ming Lian pointed at the Great Sun Realm Lord. Her haggard face was filled with anger. He is the one who forced me to marry his disciple. Not only so, even the Emperor Lord Feng Ming Wuliang is here. I don't know why they are doing this, but I really don't like this arrogant, ungrateful, and shameless person. So it's like this. The crowd was in an uproar. No one would have thought that today's marriage would develop to such an extent. It can't be. The Great Sun Realm Lord is a highly respected senior in the Sky Dragon continent. Feng Mingwu is also a divine phoenix emperor. Why would they team up to bully a young lady? I also feel that it's strange. Strange my ass. They are just a pair of old bastards. The crowd was discussing. Some didn't believe it, while others were scolding. Old man, you are also a figure. Why are you so old? For a disciple, you actually ruined your reputation. What a pity. Ling Xiao looked at the Great Sun Realm Lord indifferently and said, Are you still not going to admit that you used an illusion to control Feng Minglian? Humph. The Great Sun Realm Lord snorted and didn't explain. He couldn't explain it. The truth was in front of him. He could only make it worse. After all, many of the martial artists present weren't fools. It's good that you admit it. Oh right, Feng Minglian, what did you say about Ji Mingxing being ungrateful? Ling Xiao asked. I heard the conversation between the Great Sun Realm Lord and him by accident. It wasn't Xianxia who harmed him. In fact, the person who saved him from the executioner was Xianxia's birth mother. However, Ji Mingxing said that in order to become famous, he could only treat Xianxia as an enemy. If this isn't being ungrateful, then what is? It's simply shameless. Although Feng Minglian wasn't willing to marry Ji Mingxing, she thought about her mother's life and decided to pay attention to it. As long as Ji Mingxing was a person with a good character, it was enough. However, after hearing such a conversation, she was completely disgusted by this person. She was completely hopeless about this person's character. She didn't expect a person to be so shameless. Hee, I didn't expect there to be such a story. Ji Mingxing, you are really good. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. From the beginning, he only wanted to take revenge for his friend. Now, he was completely disgusted by this guy. What a joke. Do you think others will believe your words? I think you just don't want to marry me, so you deliberately came up with an excuse. Ji Mingxing sneered and pointed his spear at Feng Minglian. Don't think that I want to marry you. The blood of a lowly commoner flowing in your body makes me sick. You. Nonsense. Feng Minglian was so angry that her face turned red. After all, she wasn't as shameless as Ji Mingxing. Miss Lian, there's no need to get angry with such a shameless person. He doesn't even care about his face. Whatever you say to him is meaningless. Believe in my words and leave the following matters to me. Ling Xiao smiled gently. All right. Feng Minglian had heard of Ling Xiao's name more than once. Of course, in her impression, there were two Ling Xiaos. One was the Ling Xiao that her mother and the emperor talked about. He was arrogant because of his talent, arrogant, ignorant, and bloodthirsty. The other was the Ling Xiao that Feng Yanran talked about. He was gentle, kind, and would take revenge for his brothers. He was an invincible hero. She was more willing to combine these two impressions. And today, the Ling Xiao in her heart had gradually become real. She was willing to believe in this person. Celebrity Huangzi, why waste your breath on this piece of trash? Let me teach him a lesson for you. You're the great celebrity Huangzi with the bloodline of a saint emperor. It's beneath your dignity to speak to a beggar. At this moment, a person jumped out of the crowd. This person was obviously Ji Mingxing's bad friends. He looked to be in his 20s and his cultivation was not weak. He was in the 8th desolate heaven of the celestial being realm. Half a year ago, this level of cultivation was not considered weak to Ling Xiao. But today, in his eyes, it was like a clown. This person did not wait for Ji Mingxing to speak. He had already jumped onto the stage and unsheathed the sword in his hand. Ji Mingxing did not stop him. He did not know much about Ling Xiao's strength. If someone was willing to test the waters for him, it would not be a bad idea. What's your name? Ling Xiao asked calmly. You don't deserve to know my name. When you are about to die, I will tell you. The person laughed coldly. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. He did not know where he got his courage from. Is that so? Then I won't ask. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had no intention of unsheathing his sword. He did not even need to make a move against this trash. All right. If you don't want to make a move, I will. The person roared and shook the long sword in his hand. A clear sword light pierced through the air and pierced towards Ling Xiao's vital point. The sword light trembled and there was a trace of coldness. Your talent is not bad. If you cultivate steadily for 10 or 20 years, you will probably become a powerhouse in a grotto heaven. Unfortunately, you are too stupid. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and still did not make a move. The opponent's sword finally pierced his body. The blooming sword light stopped at that moment. On the sword, a black shadow quickly spiraled up like a maggot. It moved from the sword to his arm and then to his entire body. No. What kind of sorcery is this? No one saw Ling Xiao make a move. Because Ling Xiao did not make a move at all. The 9th profound of the shadow profound, shadow child, this was the ability to control shadows. Although Ling Xiao did not make a move, his shadow had already made a move. At this moment, the martial artist was entangled by a pitch-black shadow. His neck was strangled by a palm-like shadow. He could not move at all. His face was gradually turning pale. Ling Xiao had not been in seclusion for such a long time for nothing. He had already comprehended the 10th profound of the light and shadow profound. Moreover, he had already mastered it. It was just that every profound had countless uses. For example, he could use the 9th profound of the shadow profound in various ways to finally destroy his opponent without using other martial arts. This was the terrifying part of the light and shadow profound. Each kind of Upanishad was more like a complete set of martial arts with a system, which could be strengthened as the warrior's cultivation base increased and his understanding of the Upanishad increased. The use of Shadow Child this time was just a small test, but it had already rendered the 8 Desolation Heaven martial artist in front of him unable to fight back. "I beg you, please spare me. I was too talkative. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." At this moment, the martial artist finally understood why so many experts chose to remain silent in the face of Ling Xiao's arrogant actions. Obviously, they were not fools. They all knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He was the only fool who dared to stand out and provoke Ling Xiao. "You should have heard of my character. I will not let go of anyone who dares to say the word kill to me under normal circumstances. As for you, you are just too trashy. I can't even muster the slightest bit of killing intent. I'll just cripple your cultivation as a lesson." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artist. Then, in front of everyone, he destroyed the martial artist's heavenly veins. No. This scream was because of pain and also because of regret. Why did he attack for Ji Mingxing? It was because he wanted to curry favor with Ji Mingxing. He chose the wrong person to curry favor with, so he naturally had to pay the price. End of chapter 13:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.